This young man was originally a transmigrator, but before setting foot in the immortal cultivation world, Yifan had experienced 99 instances of transmigration. Each time he obtained a supporting system. Only in none of those lives did he manage to live to the end. On the contrary, he died in extremely absurd manner. In this his 100th transmigration, he arrived in the immortal realm. He became an extraordinary character. He possessed a primordial Tao body. Moreover, he was the direct disciple of the beautiful sect leader of the Cloud sect, person who had only ever accepted female disciples before. He alone occupied an entire mountain peak as his place of residence. He became the idol of the entire sect. But instead of training hard to become a master, Yifan felt dejected and chose a lazy, useless life. 2 months had passed since joining the sect, and he had never cultivated, his strength no different from an ordinary mortal. That day the sky was clear and a gentle breeze blew. Yifan was sleeping in when the 100th system suddenly appeared. This time it was called the Stronghold Creator System. According to its introduction, it could turn him into a powerhouse. He would become the overlord of the continent. It sounded very tempting. But to someone who had tasted failure 99 times like Yifan, it meant nothing. He swore he would not be deceived by a system ever again. Yifan continued to ignore it, paying no mind to the system's whining in his ear. In this transmigration, he was determined not to listen to any system's words. A child of destiny, he didn't need it. He only wanted to lie around like a lazy fish. The system urged him to get up and cultivate, not to let his life pass by wastefully. But Yifan feared that once he started cultivating, his life would slip away even faster and more miserably. He had lived bitterly for 99 lifetimes. In this life, he just wanted to laze about and enjoy himself. The system gave a beginner's package that multiplied cultivation speed 10,000 times, but Yifan still ignored it, making the system curse. He just scratched his butt and went back to sleep. Seeing the host's resistance, the system had to reorganize its modules. It decided to restart. From the Stronghold Creator system, it transformed into the check-in system, which was much simpler. First location was right in front of Yifan's door. Checking in required standing in a glowing circle. The location was 5 meters from him and took 10 seconds. The system begged him to move. The system kept pleading, but it only received the steady sound of Yifan snoring in return. He really slept until sunset. Yifan woke up and stretched comfortably. The system was so dejected it was despairing, lamenting that it had thought he was sleeping forever. Yifan didn't answer, stepping down from the bed. The system got excited at this, encouraging him that just one more step would bring him to the check-in spot. But Yifan veered off into the kitchen, not paying any attention to the circle. He decided to cook a pot of fish soup because he was hungry. The system, with renewed willpower, moved the check-in location to where he stood. It helped him check in successfully. The system gave him an enemy-suppressing holy water, something that could cleanse mortal impurities and improve physique, but Yifan used it to wash vegetables. After washing, he poured it all away under the system's stunned gaze. He focused on cooking the soup, while the system kept wondering, unable to understand this person. A moment later, the guest room door suddenly opened. A disheveled young man timidly stuck his head out and greeted him. Yifan considered the newcomer a stranger, but was naturally hospitable. His eyes lit up, and he invited the other person in to eat with him. With the dishes just made, he pulled the young man to sit down, telling him to make himself at home. Suddenly remembering a disciple who got lost last month, Yifan thought the same was happening today and decided to lead him to find an elder after the meal. Just then, a patrol team came looking for him. He stood up to ask what was going on. The leader reported that a shape-shifting demonic cultivator had infiltrated the sect, and they were tracking its whereabouts. When standing in front of Yifan's house, the demon-hunting mirror did not react, so both he and the patrol team thought the ghost cultivator was not there. After that, they left one by one. As soon as Yifan entered the house, he smelled a burned odor. He immediately panicked. "Oh heavens, my fish soup pot!" The youth sitting at the table eating ravenously cast a glance at Fian and flashed a sinister smile. He was the ghost cultivator in hiding. Though he did not understand why Yifan's residence could block his ghostly energy, he had escaped danger because of it. He saw that Yifan had no cultivation, so he intended to devour him alive to replenish his blood energy. Looking at Yifan's unguarded back, he was overjoyed. He laughed smugly, but before he could approach, a sharp pain struck his chest and abdomen. Pain quickly spread throughout his body. The enemy body holy water was indeed miraculous. Yifan only used it to wash vegetables, but now it had taken effect on that demon cultivator. He only had time to let out a scream before disappearing. When Yifan returned carrying the fish plate, he was nowhere to be seen. However, he did not think much about it, because senior sister and in the sect was very kind. He believed that one would be fine. The system had just recorded that he had unintentionally eliminated a ghost cultivator, so it awarded Yifan a divine-level cultivation technique called the Eternal Indestructible Art. This technique contained the will of the heavenly Tao, and cultivating it to perfection granted an indestructible body, with a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. However, Yifan simply picked up the cultivation manual. He glanced at it once, then tossed it to the ground to prop up a table leg. "My eyesight is indeed indeed sharp, with this technique as a table leg support. Eating a meal feels much better. After eating, I'll sleep for a while, then go fishing to make up for the fish I cooked poorly this time. Seeing this, the system was fuming, never expecting it would be so unlucky as to choose a carefree host like Yifan. But since it had already committed, it had no choice but to repeatedly restart its program to persuade him. Next morning, the sun had risen high overhead. Yifan only then leisurely went out to go fishing. Several disciples in the sect saw him and whispered, "Look, senior brother Yi is going fishing again. What a waste of talent. If only I had it instead." Well, do not daydream. A loud shout pulled them back to reality. But no one was annoyed at being scolded by this person, because she was the famous beauty of the sect, named Ziyan, the third disciple of sect leader Ziyun. Today, Ziyan was as usual lecturing her junior disciples. Just when they thought it would be another peaceful day, the sect suddenly erupted in chaos as someone rushed in frantically reporting an attack by the Wenxiang sect. Specifically, it was the second elder of the Wenxiang sect. After scaring the disciples of Ziyun's sect out of their wits, the second elder of the Wenxiang sect appeared leisurely as if he were in his own home. "Young friends, do not misunderstand, our Wenxiang sect does not wish to break down your doors. But when we searched the mountain and were obstructed, we had no choice." "A search?" Ziyan could not bear to hear it and immediately drew her sword. "The territory of our Ziyun sect is not a place for the Wenxiang sect to search as they please. If you refuse a search, then hand over the nine-tailed fox." Upon hearing these words, the disciples behind Ziyan immediately stirred into commotion. The nine-tailed spirit fox only existed in legends, a treasure among treasures. With it, the Ziyun sect would rise like a kite catching the wind. The second elder of the Wenxiang sect insisted he had been chasing the nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time, but someone from the Ziyun sect jumped in and snatched it. So he came demanding an explanation. With such a major matter, Ziyan dared not decide alone, so he told the man to wait for Master Ziyun to emerge from seclusion. Until then, they were not allowed to step a single foot into the sect. The people of the Wenxiang sect were not easy to deal with. Based on Ziyan's reaction, they believed the Ziyun sect intended to keep the nine-tailed spirit fox for themselves. So, under the second elder's direction, the Wenxiang disciples charged forward in unison. Ziyan let out a shout, entering a combat stance with a fierce aura to defend his sect. "With just a few of you, you dare to throw your weight around at the Ziyun sect?" Wenxiang sect had grown somewhat bold. Both sides quickly plunged into a fierce battle. While busy dealing with the crowd before him, Ziyan was completely unaware that a Wenxiang sect disciple was hiding in the bushes behind him. In truth, the second elder and the disciples who came to cause trouble were just a decoy to lure the tiger from the mountain. This man, with his keen ability to sense spirit beasts, would take advantage of the chaos to search the Ziyun sect for the nine-tailed spirit fox. Not long after, he spotted Yifan fishing at Jingming Lake. First, he thought he was a Ziyun sect disciple, but upon checking, he found Yifan had no cultivation, so he was certain he was merely a mortal. Yifan had barely sat down to fish before the system popped up in front of him, reporting that a top-grade nine-tailed spirit fox was nearby and telling him to go capture it. It had even thoughtfully prepared a spirit beast contract orb. Yifan only needed to throw it toward the nine-tailed spirit fox to forcibly sign a contract and make it his pet. Yifan remained unmoved as he was focused on fishing. Before long, he suddenly stood up. The system thought he was finally going to act, but it turned out to be just a fish on the hook. That legendary nine-tailed spirit fox did not interest Yifan as much as this ordinary fish did. Seeing this, the system was so furious it threw the spirit beast contract orb away. As luck would have it, it landed right on the nine-tailed spirit fox that was sleeping soundly nearby. The spirit beast, woken from its deep slumber by a blow to the head, was extremely angry and bristled all its tails. By the time it realized it was a forced contract orb, it was too late. As a nine-tailed spirit fox, it refused to lose its freedom and become a human's pet. But the orb's effect was too powerful, so after a while, the nine-tailed spirit fox had no choice but to submit, becoming Yifan's pet while he did not even bother to pay attention to the matter. That Wenxiang sect disciple, with his keen spirit beast sensing ability, quickly realized the nine-tailed spirit fox had already been contracted by someone else. He suspected Yifan was the one who had pulled this trick behind everyone's back. Though he was not certain, he decided to eliminate him before dealing with the nine-tailed spirit fox issue. So he used his ultimate move, Wenxiang One Finger, aimed directly at him. The system witnessed this scene and was terrified, frantically issuing a danger warning. But it also knew clearly that Yifan did not care about it. It had to automatically activate the 100-fold damage bullet reflection ability. That ultimate first strike was reflected back. Moreover, it was amplified with damage, shooting straight at that sneaky attacker. After that, a terrifyingly loud explosion rang out. The explosion alarmed the second elder of the Question the Wall sect. He sensed something ominous. He unleashed a full-force blow to Ziyan's chest, then ordered the disciples to retreat. After that blow, Ziyan coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The disciples of Ziyun sect were in a panic. The second elder was worried, wondering if his single strike had seriously injured her. Just then, Ziyun together with the first disciple and second disciple slowly flew over. You people have quite the audacity, daring to bully my Ziyun sect. Seeing the sect master appear, the second elder and disciples of the Question the Wall sect hurriedly knelt. They originally did not dare to provoke the Ziyun sect. We have offended you today. Please forgive our transgression. Having said that, the second elder immediately took out several precious cultivation manuals and elixirs to atone. Before Ziyun could even understand what was happening, the group from the Question the Wall sect had already fled. She had no mind to argue healing Ziyan was the most important thing, but when she looked at her injuries, Ziyun's expression darkened. Right after that, Yifan, who was fishing nearby, also received a message from his master. Something has happened, come here quickly. Although he was lazy in cultivation, he did not dare disobey his master's words. Yifan hurriedly dropped his fishing rod and ran back as fast as he could. Turning around, he saw that disciple from the Question the Wall sect lying sprawled on the grass, his condition unknown. Not knowing what had happened, Yifan assumed it was a trap set by the system. He ignored that man, jumped over his body, and ran straight back to where Ziyan was. Master, what has happened? Yifan anxiously flung open the door. What met his eyes was Ziyun's heavy expression, and a weak Ziyan lying on the bed. Your senior sister might not make it, Ziyun replied. Yifan's eyes went wide, his ears ringing from the shock. What did you say? Senior sister was fine this morning. How did this happen? It is all the fault of the Question the Wall sect, Ziyun replied. Ziyan's cultivation technique was based on the demonic energy of demon beasts. Half a year ago, the demonic power within her accidentally went wrong, causing her condition to be unstable. Today, being harassed by the Question the Wall sect, Ziyan's fierce counterattack stirred her techniques, and she was hit in the area where the demonic energy was congested, causing it to go chaotic and turn against her body. According to Ziyun, she might not survive. Yifan's heart grew heavy upon hearing this. Ziyan was the first person he met when he entered the sect. Even though he was lazy with cultivation, Ziyan had never reproached him. She had also promised to do her utmost to protect him. Therefore, Yifan both loved and respected this senior sister. Grieving, he placed all the blame on the system. The system spoke up in grievance, but Yifan did not pay it any mind. At that moment, a female disciple brought in the spiritual water as Ziyun had requested. This water helped to alleviate pain. Feeling wronged and wanting to make amends, the system took out a bottle of precious medicine, but as it timidly approached, he shouted at it loudly, causing it to flinch back in fear. The medicine bottle fell into the basin of spiritual water and quickly dissolved. Master, let me do it. Yifan spoke up and personally carried the basin of water. He personally wet the cloth and placed it on Ziyan's forehead. Ziyun noticed that the spiritual energy in the water was stronger than usual, but did not think it was because of Yifan. After the cloth was applied, Ziyan's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. Initially, Ziyun thought she had missy in it, but when she took her pulse, she was astonished to find that the injuries had completely healed, and her cultivation base had even broken through to the 10th level of the key condensation stage. Seeing Ziyun's expression change, Yifan guessed that his senior sister's injuries were very severe. Not wanting to upset her, he asked for permission to leave first. That evening, an urgent meeting was held between Ziyun and the elders, centering on Ziyan's condition. Ziyun being safe was a good thing, but no one thought any medicine could have cured her. Ziyun could not explain it, so she set it aside for now and began to discuss the Question the Wall sect. The two sects had a long-standing grudge, but this was the first time they had charged into their mountain gate. When she arrived, they knelt and apologized very skillfully. An elder reported finding the corpse of a disciple from the Question the Wall sect by the shore of Tranquil Clarity Lake, killed by his own sect's technique. Ziyun found it absurd. Could he have come to Ziyun's sect to commit suicide? She recalled that only Yifan had been near the lake at that time, silently wondering if he had done it, but he had never cultivated. Thinking of his innate Dao body, Ziyun believed he might have an ability she was unaware of. Seeing her expression change, the elders asked. Ziyun had a clue but needed further confirmation, planning to ask Yifan the next day. Afterwards, she shifted the topic to the nine-tailed spirit fox. The disciples of Ziyun's sect had gone to search but had not found it. Seeing the Question the Wall sect's urgency, they deduced the spirit beast was real and would search with all their might. But the sect master and the elders never expected that the precious nine-tailed fox they were searching for was starving, its stomach growling in Yifan's room, while its owner lay snoring loudly on the bed. The system was anxious because leaving a pet hungry for too long would be life-threatening. The nine-tailed spirit fox tossed and turned, then approached the bed, looking at Yifan with a desperate gaze. I haven't even settled the matter of you forcing a contract on me, but at the very least you could give me something to eat. After waiting a while and seeing him still snoring soundly, it knew it couldn't rely on him and had to fend for itself in the kitchen. A legendary spirit beast reduced to scavenging for leftovers in a human's kitchen. But Yifan had OCD. After meals, the dishes were scrubbed clean, with not a scrap of food left. The nine-tailed spirit fox circled the kitchen and confirmed there was nothing to eat except a basket of raw vegetables. But it was a nine-tailed spirit fox. How could it graze like a cow? First, its pride wouldn't allow it to eat such things. In the end, hunger overcame it. It devoured the entire basket of vegetables and then curled up for a sound sleep. By midnight, a loud shout suddenly rang out in Ziyun sect, "Thief, catch the thief." All the disciples woke up and rushed toward the sound, but it was a trap set by Wenxiang sect. They were playing the same old trick, creating a smokescreen of chaos to approach the nine-tailed spirit fox from a different path. This time, the sect master of Wenxiang sect made his move himself. He brought a spirit tracker, and the closer he got to the target, the brighter it glowed. When he reached Yifan's residence, the device blazed brightly. He said smugly, "It seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is here." I can't believe Ziyun didn't discover it. The Grand Elder flattered him. "The heavens are helping our Wenxiang sect." But the flattery had no effect. Instead, it enraged the sect master. "What heavens are helping? I gave the second elder so many resources, and he couldn't capture the spirit fox. Even got the Grand Elder killed, forcing me to compensate Ziyun sect. Now I have to do the job myself." That sycophant used sweet words to soothe his fury, and it worked somewhat. For this fox napping, he spent money to hire 13 as thieves of the eastern wastelands to create a diversion. The shout of thief earlier was their handiwork. He did this to ensure that even if Ziyun showed up, he could escape with his life, thinking that the Ziyun sect disciples had all been lured away. But as soon as they entered the room, the two Wenxiang sect men saw Fan sleeping soundly on the bed and wondered, "Why is someone still here? Weren't they all drawn away by our band of thieves?" "Sect master, he's immortal. He probably didn't hear anything." The Wenxiang sect master gave a sinister smile. He had spent so much wealth this time, he absolutely could not afford a mistake. Therefore, even if it was immortal, he would not spare him. With that thought, he shot toward the sleeping Yifan like an arrow, unleashing his ultimate skill, Wenxiang Heaven Opening Palm, with all his strength. Truly the might of a sect master, to go all out even against a mortal. Behind him, the Wenxiang sect Grand Elder continued his relentless flattery. Sadly, his sect master failed his objective. Even though the system was neglected by Yifan, it was still dedicated to its job, doing its utmost to protect him. As a result, the Wenxiang sect master didn't even touch a single hair of Yifan's before being blown away by the system. He fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, along with his subordinate, both howling in pain. The loud noise finally woke Yifan. "Host, you're finally awake," the system said happily. After 2 days of being ignored by him, it had gradually come to understand Yifan's personality. If it forcefully tried to wake him, he would just ignore it or even drive it to despair. So it devised a plan, handle everything itself, and wait until the end for Yifan to jump in and take the credit. The more it thought, the more clever it felt. As long as Yifan achieved something, it didn't mind working overtime day and night. Yifan, now awake, saw the Wenxiang sect master and his subordinate sprawled on the floor. He blurted out, "What kind of green vegetable soup is this?" The system thought to itself. His expression was exactly what it wanted. This was the perfect chance to steal the credit. "Tell everyone that you are the one who took down these two thieves." But Yifan's reaction did not follow the desired script. "How did two strangers wander into my house? And they're already asleep as soon as they come in? Must have trained too hard and gotten tired, huh?" The system was speechless. Was Yifan really stupid, or was he pretending to be? It grew even more anxious when it saw him about to give the two old men some nourishing elixirs, thinking they were too tired from training and had wandered in to accidentally fall asleep. "Host, they were trying to kill you just now." The system shrieked. "You think I'm stupid?" Yifan yelled back. First, Ziyun sect strictly forbids disciples from killing each other. Even a minor offense is punished more severely than selling salt. Second, I have neither a cultivation technique nor any treasures. Why would anyone come to kill me? Could it be because of my status as a personal disciple of the sect master? The system was at a loss for words. Ziyun sect forbids internal killing, but these were people from Wenxiang sect. Yifan believed that absurd notion more than it. Spirit collapsed again when it saw him actually pouring the second elder's precious medicine into the mouth of the Wen sect master. After drinking the medicine, the sect master and his subordinate opened their eyes wide. They were both joyful and terrified to find themselves alive. Yifan smiled in greeting, but in the eyes of the two guilty men, it was a smile from the depths of hell. Without a word, both of them turned and sprinted out the door. Yifan wasn't surprised but was instead happy to see their spirits so high. But then his face turned worried. "Oh no, I forgot that earlier the second elder said this medicine is very potent and cannot be taken orally." Still, his drowsiness hadn't fully left him, so Yifan quickly put the matter aside and went back to bed for another round of sleep. While he was relaxing, the Wenxiang sect master and his subordinate ran for their lives, all their dignity gone. Only after they had fled 500 miles from Ziyun sect's territory did they dare to stop and catch their breath. That was terrifying, truly terrifying. That mortal not only easily neutralized my full force attack, but also saved us right at death's door, the sect master muttered. "Did you see his expression? especially that smile of his. It was the confidence of someone who held the power of life and death over us. The subordinate nodded vigorously. I never thought there would be someone in Ziyun's sect whose cultivation far surpasses even Ziyun himself. It turns out we couldn't sense his cultivation not because he was immortal, but because compared to him, we were too lowly. Truly, when a mediocre man meets a man with overthinking, Yifan had no cultivation at all. But now he had become a formidable figure in the eyes of the Wenxiang sect master. The master no longer dared to even dream of the nine-tailed spirit fox, for just surviving was a blessing from heaven. He decided to return to his sect and prepare a grand apology gift, even if it meant bankrupting himself, to beg for Ziyun's sect's forgiveness. The sycophant had just finished answering when he suddenly stopped, his body beginning to spin and twist as if green shoots were sprouting all over him. What are you doing? The sect master's eyes went wide in shock. I don't know either, I just suddenly felt like dancing. It seemed the side effects of the life-saving medicine Yifan had given them were kicking in. Soon after, the sect master began to show the same symptoms. The two of them, like maniacs high on dopamine, danced wildly in the forest in the middle of the night. The commotion was so loud that it accidentally disturbed the sleep of a wild boar. Just as the boar was about to charge in fury, the two madmen actively approached it with abnormal expressions. Hey there, little brother, I see you're not bad, how about joining us? The wild boar had never encountered such strange humans before, momentarily forgot to gore them. When the Wen's sect master grabbed it, it roared, creating chaos across the corner of the forest. The patrolling disciples of Ziyun's sect also clearly heard this sound. They immediately pulled their companions toward the source of the sound to investigate. When they arrived, the scene before them was horrifying. The Wenxing sect leader was still clutching a wild boar tightly, forcing it to dance with him. Meanwhile, his subordinate was stubbornly holding a monkey. He kept calling out "Father," showing intense longing. Clearly, both had taken drugs and were hallucinating. Two disciples of Ziyun's sect, witnessing this, panicked and ran back to report. Throughout the night, those two madmen danced without stopping. The next morning, members of Wenxiang's sect were extremely worried when the sect leader and the Grand Elder had not returned. They then sent people to search everywhere. Eventually, they found the corpses at the forest edge bordering the two sects. The Wenxing sect leader and the Grand Elder had already perished. Beside them were the monkey and the wild boar, still dancing wildly. Perhaps because they had danced all night, the two men had exhausted themselves to death. As this was a major incident, Ziyun and the elders also received the news quickly. She could not understand why. First it was a junior disciple, and then even the sect leader and Grand Elder of Wenxiang's sect died right near Ziyun's sect. Upon receiving the news, Wenxiang's sect members immediately asserted that Ziyun's sect was the culprit. As for Yifan, the one who caused everything, he was completely unaware. He only knew that after going back to sleep last night, he still slept very soundly. At dawn, Yifan yawned repeatedly as he got out of bed. The first thing he did was go into the kitchen. But what made his jaw drop was that the kitchen was completely empty. A whole large basket of vegetables had vanished overnight. At the bottom of the basket, the nine-tailed spirit fox was sleeping soundly. Clearly, it was the culprit. Yifan immediately grabbed the scruff of the nine-tailed spirit fox's neck and lifted it up. He scolded the beast for eating all the precious vegetables that his junior fellow disciple had painstakingly brought up. Seeing Yifan touch the nine-tailed spirit fox, the system was overjoyed. If it had legs, it would have jumped for joy. It repeatedly introduced this as the legendary supreme spirit beast, saying that if properly nurtured, it would bring enormous benefits. As for the nine-tailed spirit fox, it was looking at him with sparkling, watery eyes that were incredibly cute. It thought this poor, destitute master wouldn't beat it for eating all the food, so he must be a good person. Previously, the nine-tailed spirit fox harbored prejudice against humanity, believing them to be malicious. But now, looking at Yifan, it began to reconsider and wanted to follow him. Seeing the nine-tailed spirit fox's reaction, the system grew even happier. It praised that the two sides had achieved mutual understanding and told Yifan to just nurture it, and he would harvest success in the future. However, Yifan announced a sentence that left both the system and the nine-tailed spirit fox speechless. He asked whether to braise the fox, stew it in soy sauce, or grill it. The system immediately jumped with fright, telling Yifan not to joke around, that this was an extremely rare nine-tailed spirit fox. It begged him to retract that dangerous thought. The system pleaded for him to show it a little respect. Yifan stared at the nine-tailed fox for a long time, then sighed and said he couldn't eat it. Both the system and the spirit beast breathed a sigh of relief, but Yifan continued. He said fox meat was gamey, so herbs were needed to mask the smell. To prevent it from escaping, it was best to bleed it immediately. Yifan had a talent for making others' hearts race. That nine-tailed spirit fox cried until it had no tears left. He was startled when he saw Yifan reaching for the kitchen knife. Fortunately, at that moment, his lifesaver arrived. Zi-Yun came to visit her youngest disciple in person, coincidentally catching him placing it on the chopping board. At first, she thought Yifan was just joking, but when she saw his kitchen knife coming down without hesitation, Zi-Yun hurried over to stop him. She asked in shock, "Are you really going to do it?" Saying that, Zi-Yun quickly held the nine-tailed spirit fox close to her chest. Yifan still insisted on taking back the breakfast from his master's hands. Zi-Yun naturally would not let him have his way. She thought her youngest disciple had a screw loose, daring to use a once-in-a-millennium treasure as food. If he did not have an innate Dao body, she would have beaten him up. She decided to take the nine-tailed fox spirit back to raise herself, and would return it to Yifan later. As for Yifan, he still did not realize how precious that spirit beast was, and even thought his master was overreacting. He asked if his master had come for something else, surely not just for the fox. Only then did Zi-Yun remember her real business, so she told him to go into the room and take off his clothes. Yifan's eyes turned as red as tomatoes, and he instinctively covered his chest. He feared his master was too starved for men. Zi-Yun was speechless. She looked young but was over 1,000 years old. How could she be interested in a brat like Yifan? She said taking off the clothes was only to check a few things and clarify her doubts. Yifan was still uneasy, thinking of the saying that men at 30 are like wolves and men at 40 are like tigers. His master had not smelled a man in 1,000 years. Who knew what immoral thoughts she might have? Thinking it through, although he was young in this life, he had lived 99 lifetimes already. So what was there to fear? So he took off his clothes and obediently sat on the bed. Zi-Yun examined thoroughly, confirming that Yifan had no cultivation at all. But if he had no cultivation, how did he handle the disciples of the questioning Xiang sect and save Zi-Yan? This matter was too unrealistic. She believed Yifan was hiding his true strength. She whispered softly, asking if he could tell her his real cultivation level, promising to keep it a secret. Zi-Yun's breath tickled Yifan's ear. His face grew even redder, his thoughts drifting far away. He thought to himself, with this look and tone, and she still says she has no ulterior motives. Yifan said his strength was like an infant, an ordinary mortal. But Zi-Yun misunderstood the word infant to mean the nascent soul realm, and was even more shocked. She herself had cultivated for 1,000 years, and was only at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Yifan was so young yet broke through easily even when lazy. Zi-Yun attributed it to the effect of the innate Dao body. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, believing the Zi-Yun sect was about to prosper. Zi-Yun told Yifan to cultivate well, no, to play well, saying she valued him greatly. She could not hide her bright smile as she kept patting his shoulder to encourage him while he remained confused. After confirming what had weighed on her mind all night, Zi-Yun left satisfied, riding the wind. Yifan watched her go without thinking much, only planning to go fish at Still Lake later. As for Zi-Yun, she was still lost in her own thoughts. She thought that if Yifan had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, then in half a month, he could surpass her, and she even considered passing the sect leader position to him. Of course, Zi-Yun also brought the nine-tailed spirit fox with her. For its safety, she did not want anyone to know for now, so she had to lock this legendary spirit beast in a dog kennel. Just then, the Grand Elder landed from somewhere. He asked Zi-Yun junior sister how was her disciple Yifan doing on the immortal Jade Peak. He has been in the sect for 2 months but only idled, refusing to cultivate. Even as a primal Dao body, he could not waste resources like that. Senior sister, wasting resources. Do not be scared to death, your obedient disciple is already at nascent soul realm. After Zi-Yun finished, the Grand Elder was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. Junior sister, I know you want to protect your disciple, but do not make up such nonsense, you are killing me. Zi-Yun sneered, casting a cold glare at the other party. If it were not for her disciple wanting to hide his strength, she would have already used the nine-tailed spirit fox to scare you. The two were about to speak further, but just then a disciple from afar ran over frantically, bringing news that their second elder had gotten into trouble again. On his way to fish, Yifan overheard some whispers. What a pity, it is happening again. He looked curiously, silently asking what they were watching. The group of men in the distance chuckled. I wonder how long he will last this time. Ahead, the second elder of Zi-Yun's sect was clutching the skirt of a beautiful woman, crying miserably, my wife, I know I was wrong. She shouted in panic, who is your wife? Guards, watch this pervert. Seeing that scene, Yifan was surprised. What is this? So it is the second elder. 2 men were talking. It is a pity about the second elder, clearly the strongest alchemist in the sect. The other replied, who told him to brew strange pills and test them on himself. Yifan was startled. Did his pills really have side effects? Yifan remembered the 2 from Wengseng sect, silently wondering if taking their pills was safe. They drifted off, replying, they have returned to the immortals. Thanks for your concern. Suddenly, the second elder rushed over and hugged Yifan, crying, Yunner, you came to visit your father. This time I will not let anyone harm you again. Let us go home to your mother. Several brothers behind teased, with brother Yi, who has no progressive thoughts, holding the second elder back, we can safely leave. Ziyun grew restless, rushing over with a hurried expression. My precious disciple must not come to harm. Ziyu walked over and said, Junior sister, why the rush? She smirked, hinting that Yifan was already at nascent soul stage and could handle this scene easily. She felt smug inside. The time has come. Let us see if you can keep pretending. Hearing that, Ziyun stopped, looked ahead with confidence, and replied, The Grand Elder is right. I lost my composure. The system prompted a warning. Host, this man is very dangerous. Before it finished, he said in confusion, an old man in grief, what is so dangerous about him? I truly dislike physical contact with men. The system turned gruff and scolded back. Why do you not protect yourself well as a man? With so many tragic incidents already, do you not see them? As soon as it finished, a violent surge of energy erupted from Yifan, sending the second elder flying far away. He was knocked over to where Ziyun and Ziyu were secretly watching. Seeing the second elder, Ziyu gaped in shock, while Ziyun rejoiced inwardly. You little brat, still claiming no cultivation, so you were hiding your true strength. The dazed second elder sat up, puzzled. Strange, why am I here? The system was startled. Oh no, in its agitation it accidentally boosted the host's power. Two brothers nearby were stunned. How is this possible? Brother Yi pushed the second elder away. Even though his cultivation is low, he is still at key refining level 10. How did Brother Yi do it? Ziyun landed in front of Yifan and asked cheerfully, My good disciple, are you going fishing? He calmly replied, the weather is nice today, perfect for it. Inwardly he wondered, you took my breakfast, so of course I need to go fishing. She happily gestured toward the lake, smiling, go ahead, you can fish as long as you want. She thought smugly, good, using leisure as an excuse to cultivate again. Yifan clasped his hands and replied, as you command, master. Then mused, I did not expect master to be so perceptive. Just then, four brothers in the distance talked enviously. Damn, with the sect leader's attitude like this, brother Yi is truly formidable. He can push the second elder away. Rising from a mortal to foundation establishment in 2 months is monstrous. One secretly calculated, brother Yi was a waste before. If I had known he was such a prodigy, I would have built a good relationship with him. Ahead, the system pleaded with him, host, since you need to walk anyway, try going to the training ground, Western Courtyard Alchemy Peak, or the library archive. You might obtain top-tier rewards. Unbelievably, the system only wanted him to cultivate diligently. Very quickly, a male disciple informed his junior brother, stop training senior. He wants to go to Still Ming Lake to cultivate. Come quickly and watch. That junior then notified another person. I heard senior brother Yi wants to give pointers at Still Ming Lake. Do not miss it. Next, the same junior told a junior sister. Senior brother Yi wants to teach a peerless technique at Still Ming Lake. Come along. Junior sister quickly spread word to a senior brother. I heard senior brother Yi wants to undergo his tribulation at Still Ming Lake. Come with me. That senior brother reported to Ziyu, elder senior Yi is truly formidable. I heard he led a heavenly anomaly to Still Ming Lake. She heard this and opened her mouth in surprise, asking back, is that true? Ziyun from afar proudly chimed in. This disciple is truly strange. Even such clear rumors can be distorted. She skipped away excitedly. I must go and give them careful instructions. Ziyu saw this and muttered resentfully. If you want to go see, just say so. Stop putting on such a majestic air. At Still Ming Lake, Yifan fished leisurely. The junior sisters and brothers secretly peeked from behind, silently praising his handsome fishing posture. All of them stared with captivated eyes, thinking in unison. Perfect movements, elegant bearing. But why do we not feel any spiritual power? It must be because my level is too low. I need to learn more. After a while, Ziyun appeared from behind a bush, eagerly asking, so how is it, has my disciple brought the heavenly anomaly yet? Ziyu wearily reminded her, sect leader, pay attention to your image. The array of gazes from behind made Yifan ask uneasily, strange, why is summer suddenly so cold? It feels like I am being watched by many perverted eyes. The system at this moment collapsed again for being overlooked. Feeling something was wrong, he shouldered his fishing rod and left with the thought, the weather is this cold, I should head back early and avoid catching a chill. A moment later, Ziyu angrily shouted at the group of disciples. What are you all doing? Get back to training immediately. The group of disciples immediately sprinted away, all answering yes in confusion. Ziyu saw this and questioned, do you even have the face to blame others? Late at night, on the way home, Yifan cheerfully shook his basket of fish. Today's catch is pretty good, I will make fish soup. Just then, the system cheerfully announced, no matter how many times I collapse, I will never give up. Host, there is a check-in point at your doorstep. Go and receive a top-tier reward. Very quickly, Yifan's foot stepped onto that spot, and a stream of light shone forth from it. In an instant, the system appeared with fanfare, happily exclaiming, congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. It cried tears of joy as it handed him an item. A super experience potion to help you ascend to nascent soul stage 1 and comprehend the heavenly Tao. Internally, it screamed, success. I finally got a check-in this time. System handed over the potion as it said, "Host, now you should." Before it could finish, Yifan innocently exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to water the flowers." Then he snatched the potion and calmly continued, "Luckily I have this vase of flowers here." Yifan calmly poured the entire potion into the flower pot, ignoring the system's distress. Is it really this hard for the host to complete a task? The space gradually became shrouded by dark shadows, with everything illuminated only by the faint moonlight. At this moment, the flower pot in Yifan's home suddenly stirred strangely. Then a leaf unexpectedly fell out of the pot. The next second, a series of energy rays appeared around the plant, turning it into a sentient being. It cried out in confusion, "What is going on? A plant me actually has cultivation and has become a spirit." Having said that, it rose majestically towards the sky, a place full of brilliant colors, and then solemnly declared, "Master Yifan bestowed this grace. I will definitely remember this kindness." It shot straight up to where the celestial maidens were undulating in the sky. Gradually, the demonic energy escaping this immortal realm was also absorbed by the flower. The sight of a vortex of light appearing in the sky made everyone excitedly shout that it was an omen and senior brother Yi had manifested. The crowd knelt in reverence, believing that senior brother Yi deliberately created an omen at night for fear they would miss it, saying he was thoughtful and an idol. Ziyu was also drawn by the streaks of light. Praising the exaggeration, Ziyun proudly said the rumor of Yi Fan leading omen was true. She jumped for joy and shouted loudly that the Ziyun sect was about to rise. Ziyu quickly reached out to remind the sect master to maintain her image. The next morning in the forest, Mingbai carried 2 baskets of vegetables, cheerfully thinking that today he would bring vegetables to senior brother Yi again. How great. On the way back, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Stop." Mingbai looked blankly at the group behind him, stammering to ask what the senior brothers wanted. A fierce one told him to hand over the vegetables and Scram fearfully refused, saying he could not and that private fights were forbidden by the sect. That man rudely said that as long as they fought without using inner energy, it was not a private fight, then ordered them to attack. When a hand touched Mingbai's vegetable basket, he let out a scream. He pulled the vegetable basket towards himself, shouting in fear that no one was to touch these vegetables. Mingbai threw himself into a fight with the group, startling them to ask if he was a demon beast. How his strength so freakish, it hurt so much. A moment later, Mingbai walked with a bruise on his face, saying, "Senior brother Yi, I have arrived." In the distance, the group of men lay flat with their heads spinning. At the same time, on a high cliff, a demon eagle flew to Ziyun. Seeing it, she asked gruffly that the Yun sect and the Fire Feather Mountain had no enmity. Why come here today? It quickly replied that the Fire Feather Mountain cared nothing for this shabby place. It came for the 9-tailed fox spirit. Ziyun immediately retorted that she had never seen the 9-tailed fox spirit. Instantly, the demon eagle flapped its wings continuously and then flew forward. It shot blazing demonic energy into its feathers and threatened that if she did not cooperate, it would beat her until she listened. Ziyun was slightly surprised by its actions. Just then, a violent flash of light suddenly emerged from its body, tearing the space apart. A moment later, the demon eagle appeared with its body covered in blood, with no strength left to continue. Ziyun slowly asked if it wanted to keep fighting. It turned its head to look at her, thinking inwardly that the news of the Yun sect having the 9-tailed fox spirit was true. Then Ziyun and her junior disciples looked blankly at that demon eagle. It hurriedly turned around and left, determined in its heart to return and report to the great king to immediately wipe out the Ziyun sect. She was determined not to let go, lunging forward to tightly grip its wing and shouting for it not to think of escaping. The next second, the dazed demon eagle slowly fell into the deep abyss. Watching its body fall gradually, Ziyun said inwardly that this time she had to face the real master. The scene shifted to Yifan's house. He was carrying 2 plates piled high with food to the table and said to junior brother Li to wash his hands and eat. Mingbai sat at the table with a joyful expression, silently sighing that senior brother Yi's food smelled so good. He looked excitedly at the meal, thinking to himself that since his past life only knew cultivation, now he would be a salted fish and enjoy gourmet food. Suddenly, the meal was overturned by a cold aura, and Mingbai realized in confusion that it was demonic energy. Just then, a beast's leg rushed in from outside straight at him. Immediately after, the demon eagle flew to Ziyun, its legs clamping Yifan and Mingbai, arrogantly threatening to kill the two if anyone dared to come close. Ziyun thought angrily, "Do not think of touching my precious disciple." She hurriedly waved her hand to block the disciples behind her and then negotiated with it, saying if it released them, she would let it go. The demon eagle opened its mouth wide and continued to threaten that it did not believe her words. It would take them away, and anyone who dared to chase would be killed immediately. Seeing Yifan's calm expression, Mingbai fearfully stammered, calling out senior brother Yi. Suddenly, he looked at Yifan with sparkling eyes, silently admiring his idol's fearlessness. While in Yifan's heart, he regretted the delicious food that had been destroyed. At this moment, a system notification, Mighty Heaven Dragon, has finished preparation, appeared above Yifan's head. A second later, a violent surge of energy burst from his body, causing the demon eagle to be wary. That binding energy shot forward, causing it to lose its balance. In an instant, it fell flat on the ground, and Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment that Yi Fan was as terrifying as expected. She excitedly went to his side to propose he become the sect leader for fun. He coldly replied, "No thanks." A moment later, Yi Fan returned home. Ziyun followed him constantly, proposing to buy him new furniture. As he was dazedly raising his hand to wave goodbye, she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right, good disciple." Ziyun clasped her hands together excitedly and immediately asked about the exchange assembly half a month later, whether he should attend. Before she finished speaking, Yi Fan eagerly pointed at the demon eagle, saying there was demon beast meat here tonight, inviting master over to eat. She fearfully replied she would come back at night. Not long after, a pot of boiling water was prepared by Yi Fan on the stove. He slowly plucked the feathers off the demon eagle. It lay still without moving. While Yi Fan was busy by the stove, the system displayed a notification that if the host went to check in locations of other sects, there was a chance to obtain divine weapons and sharp tools. He glanced at the sharp blade in his hand, beside which was an automatic intro saying that cutting demon beast meat was as easy as turning one's hand. When Yi Fan began to chop with each knife stroke, the system said again, "Congratulations, host, but forget it after all, you do not care." A moment later, Ming Bai brought a basin of water in for Yi Fan. Just as he placed the basin of water on the table, he began to speak. "Senior brother Yi, I have something I do not understand," he replied. "Speak." Hearing that, Ming Bai casually recounted that master had once arranged a blind date for him before, and the two of them had chatted quite well. His expression darkened as he continued, but afterward she asked a few questions, then suddenly wanted to leave. Yi Fan curiously turned to ask what those questions were. He painfully recounted that roughly she asked how much property the family had, whether there were spirit beasts or carriages. He answered truthfully that the family only did farming, had no property in the city, and certainly no spirit beasts or carriages. Yi Fan sighed in response, saying that was indeed the case, but it was not his fault. Then he put his arm around Ming Bai's shoulder, indicating that Li Shidi could stay for dinner in the evening. Master would not say anything. Hearing that, he gained another fan. Senior brother Yi was both gentle and attentive. If possible, he would definitely repay his kindness with his life. Afterward, Ming Bai found it puzzling, silently reasoning that senior brother Yi remained expressionless no matter how beautiful a female disciple he saw, but treated him differently. Thinking of that, he covered himself shyly, wondering, could it be that he knew that he was? Not long after, Ziyan and Ziyan arrived in front of Yi Fan's house. Ziyan greeted cheerfully junior brother Yi. "Long time no see." He smiled back and replied, "Greetings third senior sister, please join us for a meal." Sitting at the table and seeing the two chatting and laughing happily, Ziyun could not help feeling envious. The atmosphere of young people was really sweet. After the meal, Yi Fan unexpectedly handed Ziyun a bag of gifts, saying this was a present for her. Receiving the gift, she sighed inwardly. Monstrous talent, diligent cultivation, and filial piety like this. Having such a good disciple made her truly happy. At that moment, Ming Bai carried a large bag on his shoulder and walked out to announce to Yi Fan, "Senior brother Yi, if there is nothing else, I will go down the mountain first." He looked over and answered with a single word, "All right." Then he did not forget to instruct, "Be careful with the trash." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyan came to his side and said that thanks to junior brother's help last time, she was able to preserve her life. Then she firmly assured from now on, wherever he needed, Ziyan would not refuse. Yi Fan smiled brightly and replied, "Senior sister gives too much praise. We are fellow disciples, no need for formalities." She still gazed at his composed figure and could not help wondering, could little junior brother already be at the nascent soul stage, while she was only at the 10th layer of foundation establishment? When would she ever catch up? A short while later, Ming Bai carried the large bag to the trash area. As soon as he set the bag down, a blue-covered book immediately caught his eye. Ming Bai picked up the book, wondering, what is this? He suddenly recalled Yi Fan's earlier instruction, "Be careful with the trash." Immediately, Ming Bai opened the book, excitedly thinking, "Senior brother, you wanted me to pay attention to the trash, so taking a look at it should be fine." Then he slowly read the characters that appeared on the page. Right afterward, he was surprised to realize this was exactly the eternal immortal extinction art. Ming Bai hugged the book tightly, happily exclaiming, "Senior brother, ye discarded such a terrifying cultivation art as trash. He must be using the trash excuse to bestow this ultimate divine skill upon me." Then he looked up at the sky and said loudly, "Father, Mother, your son is finally about to become famous." The scene shifted to Ming Bai's bedroom in the evening. He crawled into his blanket, reading the eternal immortal extinction art while silently thinking that this treasure could not be discovered by anyone. Next, Ming Bai stuck his head out, looked around, thinking he needed to find an absolutely safe place to hide it. The forest would not do, the cellar would not work, and the wardrobe and drawers were not safe either. Suddenly, his eyes stopped in midair, his expression clearly showing delight. Placing the book right inside his clothes, Ming Bai gleefully thought, "That is right, this place is absolutely safe." After hiding it, he joyfully shouted in his heart, "Others definitely will not find it." Sometime later, Ming Bai began cultivating at 1% capacity. He earnestly murmured, "Step 1. Circulate the true ki in a cycle through the body for 1 round." Half a month later, an extremely magnificent flying ship appeared in the sky. The junior disciples below looked up. One of them sighed. The flying ship of Tiansheng sect is really big. Another person dejectedly added, Tiansheng has the strength of the 7th layer of nascent soul. The other sect leaders cannot keep up. The man from before silently asked, I heard Ziyun's sect obtained a 9-tailed spirit fox. I wonder what Tiansheng sect will do. Could they be breaking into someone's door? The scene shifted to Ziyun's residence, where someone's voice called out sect leader. Inside the room, Ziyu spoke up to ask whether they should request Yi Fan to participate in this competition. She sighed and answered, I have already asked, but that precious disciple of mine absolutely refuses to go. At least tomorrow Zi Yan can manage to draw a match. Then she cast her gaze into the distant sky, muttering to herself, as long as Yi Fan grows smoothly, Ziyun's sect is sure to become the leader of the 9 major sects, and may even have a chance to take the #1 throne in the eastern wasteland. Back in Mingbai's room, sunlight had now spread throughout the room. He had already cultivated 50%, surprise clearly showing on his face. As expected of senior brother Yi's grace, I have already unblocked half of my meridians. Then he stood up abruptly, stuffed the book into his pants and smiled brightly saying, give me another 2 months and I will definitely unblock all the meridians. Wait for me, senior brother Yi. Just then, someone walked in and announced, Wen King was injured in the sparring 2 days ago. You will replace him in the exchange competition tomorrow. Mingbai anxiously pointed at himself and asked back, senior brother Wen King is at the 5th layer of key refining. I am only at the 4th layer. Replacing him to fight is the same as asking to be beaten. That person waved his hand and walked out, casually replying, you will not die, just fight as you please. Hearing that, he could only silently cry, I have only trained for half a month. I have not even finished my foundation. 1 day later at the competition, everyone buzzed with discussion. The Golden Core matches were decent. Both sides had wins and losses. The Foundation Establishment group was tragic, except for Ziyan, all were defeated. At that moment, Ziyun stood on the high platform and announced the next round is the Key Refining Group. Haimu of Tiansheng sect will fight Mingbai of Ziyun sect. Before even stepping onto the stage, he was terrified upon hearing the people around him say that Haimu had beaten people from other sects before, leaving them bedridden for half a month. He was at the 5th layer of key refining. Mingbai was only at the 4th layer. How was it any different from being knocked flying in an instant? Mingbai's face darkened with fear, his heart pounding with anxiety. Why did it have to be Haimu? I am going to be beaten into a vegetative state. Then he clenched his fist, telling himself that once the fight started, he would immediately lie down. Being embarrassed was better than getting hurt. On the fighting stage, Haimu stood with his hands on his hips and said, rest assured, I will go easy on you. At most, I will put you in bed for half a month. From below came a shout, senior brother Haimu, beat him to death. Watching the two, Ziyun could only shake her head in despair. Mingbai rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, how should I pretend to fall naturally later so no one notices? Without waiting any longer, Haimu's fist blazed with flames. He shouted loudly, let us end this quickly. Immediately he threw a powerful punch straight at Mingbai, but he still stood motionless in place. Haimu's eyes widened in shock, silently asking, this one punch should be enough to take down a 4th layer Key Refining Cultivator. What is going on? Taking the fierce punch right to the chest, Mingbai calmly wondered why Haimu's punching speed was so slow, and also soft and weak with no power at all. Suddenly, a layer of invisible shield emerged from his body, absorbing the attack just launched. He turned pale, panicked and asked, kid, what is this? Mingbai was a bit worried seeing the fox fall into the enemy's hands. Haimu senior brother, I am very grateful for your kindness, but isn't that act a bit too obvious? He flew into a rage, scolding without restraint, are the people of Ziyun sect only good at taking hits? Dare you fight me? Those words enlightened Mingbai. Haimu senior brother is right, being beaten all the time is a waste of time. I will provoke him and then fall down. Thinking that, he took a step back and declared firmly agreed. Then he charged forward, a flash of lightning flickering in his hand, and said fiercely, as you taught, senior brother. In an instant, Mingbai swung a slap like a thunderbolt. Haimu was sent flying, the ground shaking violently. After that strike, Mingbai looked at his hand awkwardly. Hey, I didn't even use much force. High above, Ziyun cheered inwardly in delight. Knew it, my precious disciple not going on stage was just a lie. He arranged Mingbai to save face for me. Shortly after, a few curious men saw Haimu being carried away. What happened? Did Haimu collapse from the impact? Was there cheating? Who can't withstand a single blow? Unexpectedly, Shang Mo came over to ask, would the one doubting the verdict of the 7 great sects help Ziyun sect? That man stammered in reply, indeed, it cannot be. While everyone was laughing and joking in the distance, Mingbai suddenly realized, I understand. This must be the effect of the eternal indestructible art. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and said firmly, I feel I can keep fighting. The scene shifted to Firefeather Mountain. A demon eagle was bowing its head to report, that is all the intelligence. That demon beast was Eagle King, the ruler of Firefeather Mountain. It answered irritably, Ziyun sect is not afraid to sacrifice. We both suffered losses to kill my younger brother. It seems the 9-tailed spirit fox is indeed in their hands. It spread its enormous wings, a sharp glint flashing in its eyes, and growled, "It is time. Did you also tell the cultivators to remember who said that in the area? Once I seize the nine-tailed spirit fox, the position of top demon king of the eastern wasteland will be mine." Having said that, it led a massive flock of demon eagles flying through the gloomy sky. Back at the exchange arena, the thumping sounds rang out incessantly. On the stage, Mingbai lightly tossed an opponent away. The old host announced, "Mingbai wins. Does anyone else want a challenge?" Tang Hao replied fearfully, "I am not going. Fighting and losing is shameful, and I will be bedridden for half a month. Whoever likes it can go." On the stage, Mingbai thought boredly, wanting to shout out loud, "Is there anyone else?" but wondered if saying so would tarnish the sect. At the same time, the table of sect masters Tiansheng spoke up. "Ziyun Daoist, I never expect your sect to hide such talent." She immediately denied it. "Tiansheng flatters me too much. He is only a Qianing stage disciple." Looked at Ziyun suspiciously, continued, "Oh, is that so? Right. I heard a few days ago a nine-tailed spirit fox ran to your place." The two elders of Suanyan sect looked at each other smugly, thinking to themselves, "Here it comes. Tiansheng has started the interrogation." Ziyun tried to evade. "Tiansheng is overthinking. It is just a rumor. How could my Ziyun sect have such luck?" In her heart she cursed, "That damned old man only harms others without benefit to himself." He slowly set down his teacup, demonic energy gradually appearing, and said, "Everyone understands, do not bother with futile acts." Then Tiansheng cast a sharp glance at her, threatening, "If you do not hand over the nine-tailed spirit fox today, you know the consequences." Ziyun opened her eyes and looked ahead. She immediately charged forward with a look of grievance, her disciples behind her trying to stop her. "Sect Master." At this moment, Tiansheng raised 3 fingers, taunting, "I give you 3 seconds to think. Once the 3 seconds are up, Ziyun sect will be no more." He began to count. When the count of 2 sounded, hesitation rose in Ziyun's heart. "If I hand it over, my precious disciple cannot progress. But what about the lives of the whole sect?" Seeing her still silent, Tiansheng said disdainfully, "It seems Ziyun is a stubborn one." Just as he counted to 1, he raised his fist filled with power. Instantly, Tiansheng lunged at Ziyun, roaring, "Time is up. Die!" Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him stop. "Disciple, internal sect dispute." Slowly turned his gaze towards the voice. Just seeing the scene before him, Tiansheng gasped in shock. Half-step divine transformation. High in the sky, Eagle King and its flock of demon eagles charged forward with flickering flames. Everyone recognized it in fear as Eagle King. Tiansheng dared not look away, suspicion rising in his heart. All are nascent soul-stage demon beasts. They must all be from Fire Feather Mountain. Eagle King's time is almost up. Coming here this time, could it be for the nine-tailed spirit fox? At this moment, Eagle King's identification line locked onto Ziyun's room. It immediately looked over, so it is there. At the same time, at Immortal Jade Peak in Yifan's kitchen, he was leisurely reading a cookbook, Golden Flower Pine from Chicken. It would be good if there was some spare demon beast meat, but even pork is fine. The flavor is not inferior. Just as he placed the fresh red piece of pork on the cutting board, the system suddenly announced, detected that the host's pet nine-tailed spirit fox is about to face danger. Please rescue quickly. Contrary to that urgency, Yifan was happily washing each tomato. The system's emotions dropped to 0. It painfully wondered, what was I even expecting? Activating emergency retrieval function, system crashes, does not want to reboot. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox suddenly splashed into a deep pond. Immediately after, it fell into Yifan's water basin. Then the nine-tailed fox struggled in the small basin, until Yifan reached out to pat its head. It asked calmly, "Master saved me." "You do not know. Outside there is so much terrifying demonic energy. It nearly scared baby to death." Suddenly, he pressed its head down and said, "You have gained quite a bit of weight compared to half a month ago," making its face freeze stiff. Seeing Yifan's sinister expression, the nine-tailed fox was drenched in sweat. The nine-tailed fox frantically scrambled out of the basin, thinking to itself, "Why did I even fantasize that he was nice?" It was still grabbed and heard the words, full of strength, "This meat's quality is definitely better than pork. Welcome back." Back outside, a white-feathered demon eagle noticed something odd. Seems the aura has changed places. Who could have known the young nine-tailed spirit fox can also teleport? Eagle King heard that and said gruffly, "So what if it teleports? How many times can it use that divine ability? Follow me." Very quickly, it flew towards where the nine-tailed fox's aura was emanating. A disciple of Ziyun sect pointed and announced, "Sect Master, they have changed direction." The person beside him turned pale. It seems that direction is... Ziyun did not take her eyes off Eagle King. She recognized in shock that it was Immortal Jade Peak. Without another moment's hesitation, she immediately chased after the group of demon eagles and yelled, "It's over, my precious disciple." At this moment, Tiansheng turned to ask Ziyu, "Your sect leader has already caught up. Why haven't you acted yet?" She still calmly replied, "We are no match for Diao Wang. How can we act? On the contrary, you who want to snatch the nine-tailed fox. Why not go and snatch it from Diao Wang? After speaking, Ziyu cast a gaze forward. Long could not help but feel worried. Although Yifan was once very strong, Diao Wang was at the half-step, transcendent stage. The two of them could hardly fight him. It was best to follow and protect the sect leader and Yifan. The scene shifted to Yifan's kitchen. At this moment, everything was still very peaceful. In the kitchen, he excitedly looked at the nine-tailed fox in the large pot, calmly saying that good ingredients must be simmered on low heat. First add scallions, ginger, garlic, and water. Then add 1 spoonful of salt, 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce, an adequate amount of oil. Then Yifan covered the pot lid. Potato continued, done. Must taste the flavor first. Later, after we pluck the feathers, we can share the work. Still need to go prepare some shredded ginger and green onions. Just then, the system panically reported, detected the host is about to encounter a brutal battle. Please quickly go to the doorstep to receive the reward. But before he could do anything, a massive set of claws appeared from nowhere and snatched straight at Yifan. He was immediately grabbed by it in a completely unprepared posture. Diao Wang dragged Yifan out from a door in midair. It gleefully cried out, "Caught him." Its smile vanished the moment it realized it was not the nine-tailed fox. It said, "Forget it, let's catch it again." Just then, Ziyun had approached near Diao Wang's location. She hurriedly shouted, "Precious disciple." At this moment, in the high sky appeared demon eagles circling around. In the middle of the clearing was Diao Wang clamping Yifan tightly. Tiansheng angrily looked at it, raising a question in his heart. The nine-tailed fox is hidden inside. So who is that fellow? Amid the tense atmosphere, Yifan calmly let out a long yawn. Ziyun spoke out fearfully, asking, "Precious disciple, where is the nine-tailed fox? You didn't kill it, did you?" Hearing this, Ziyu dejectedly murmured, "Turns out that's what she was worried about." In the sharp claws of Diao Wang, Yifan showed no fear, instead wearing an expression of extreme sleepiness. Seeing this, Tiansheng became even more curious. Why isn't that junior afraid of Diao Wang at all? And Ziyun is not worried either. Could it be he is very strong? Right at this moment, Diao Wang spoke irritably. "Just catching a kid and making such a ruckus. I'll crush him and throw him to them." As it finished speaking, countless notifications flashed on the system. Warning, warning, host, forget it, I'd better do it myself. At this very moment, a fierce surge of energy appeared from behind Diao Wang, shooting straight into the sky. The moment it was caught in that intense energy wave, it panically cried out, "What move is this? Could it be that he has reached transcendence?" In an instant, a shocking explosion erupted violently. After a while, the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene of the group of demon eagles and Diao Wang lying flat on the ground. As for Yifan, he was still leisurely sleeping as before. The scene just now caused a disciple to cry out in shock. Killed just like that. A half-step transcendent and 100 nascent soul stage demon eagles all died in an instant. Old man Tiansheng spoke in confusion. This junior? No, he must be an old monster in disguise. Wondering in his heart, earlier I insulted Ziyun's sect. Could it be he deliberately reminded me? Immediately after, he clasped his hands towards Ziyun, speaking reverently. No wonder it is Ziyun's sect, with full background, having this great power. The future will surely reach the pinnacle of Donghuang. Pity I wasn't in a hurry to leave today. This humble Daoist will take my leave first. My sect has matters to attend to. I will visit another day. She clearly declared one thing: you cannot leave. Right after, both Ziyan and Ziyu cast their gazes at Tiansheng, startling him. Ziyun turned her head to look and then continued speaking. The matter is not finished yet. The exchange assembly hasn't been concluded. What's the rush? His face turned pale, and he awkwardly refused. No, we forfeit, and we will forfeit everything in the future. Hearing this, she smiled sarcastically. Forfeit what? You have come from afar, without minding the distance. If you go back like this, others will say Ziyun sect bullies its guests. At this moment, Ziyun suddenly remembered something and made a request to Tiansheng. Right, there were some unpleasant matters earlier, but I as the host of Ziyun sect cannot bully you over small things, but on the contrary, shouldn't I compensate? An old man and an elder brother stiffened upon hearing this and murmured, are these her true thoughts? They must be her true thoughts, not concealed at all. Is this what you call maintaining a cultivator's dignity? After knowing each other for 10,000 years, does this evil woman have to speak so easily? At this moment, Ziyun cast a look at Ziyu and then instructed the Grand Elder, take these friends to the rear courtyard to rest for a few days. They must have been terrified meeting so many demon beasts today. Lock them up tight. Don't let them escape, she asked in confusion. You want me to put on that hospitality act? Suddenly, Ziyun parted her lips in a smug smile. That's right, Grand Elder, we all meet often. Do it lightly, don't go overboard. Beat them to death. Then strip the bones and extract the marrow. Ziyu clasped his hands and replied succinctly, okay, I understand. At this moment, Ziyun turned and said to that old man, Tiansheng Dao friend, a few days from now is your grand birthday, isn't it? He immediately refused. It's not, there isn't one, don't arrange any grand birthday for me. She walked forward, ignoring his previous words and said, At that time Ziyun sect will definitely prepare a grand gift, an invoice. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Tiansheng's sect is finished, about to go bankrupt, losing even the pots and pans. As soon as she saw Yi Fan approaching, she could not help but exclaim, "My precious disciple is so strong, in just 2 months going from immortal to transcendence. It seems the heavens are blessing our Ziyun sect." An elder standing behind said, "I'm afraid Yi Fan is not simply an innate Dao body. Perhaps he is a reincarnated great power." The junior disciple beside him also agreed. Even if a reincarnated great power loses his memories, his cultivation method can be inherited. If he resonates with other disciples, Ziyun sect will prosper. He immediately stepped into the house, waving his hand. "Master elders, I find it not clean. I'm going to wash up a bit." Ziyun immediately instructed, "Precious disciple, take your time, no rush. We still have to deal with the demon beasts." The elder walked over to observe the Diaowang lying flat and said, "So many demon eagles, looks like we'll be very busy. If you can pluck the feathers of Diaowang, you can forge a very good magical artifact." Ziyun strongly agreed. The elder is not wrong. I want to use that beast's feathers to make a winter garment for my precious disciple. 10 minutes later, the demon eagles had been completely plucked clean, leaving only their pale white skin. At this moment, Ziyun had another concern. This should be enough from now on. Indeed, a half-step transcendent demon beast is not easy to deal with. She thought back over everything, adding a curiosity. It seems he had something very important to come here for. At this very moment, the fragrant smell of food filled the air, exciting everyone who spoke to each other. "It smells so good. Could it be time for a meal? I have smelled this aroma before from senior brother Yi Fan's kitchen. It's demon beast meat." Hearing these words, Ziyun immediately rushed forward, calling out, "Demon beast meat, the nine-tailed fox." She did not hesitate at all and flew straight into Yi Fan's house. Then she went straight to the pot of water bubbling furiously on the stove. As soon as she opened the lid and saw the nine-tailed fox lying flat inside, Ziyun hurriedly cried out, "Little precious." Hearing the call, it groggily opened its eyes. Seeing it was still safe, she said with relief, "Good thing I discovered early. That really scared me to death." The nine-tailed fox was initially a bit surprised when it saw Ziyun. After that, it cried bitterly like a child, its eyes shimmering with tears. Nine-tailed fox rushed over to hug Ziyun tightly, crying out in fear that he had finally arrived, that he almost met his ancestors. She quickly comforted him, telling the little darling not to cry. If his precious disciple wouldn't love him, then she would. Just then, Yi Fan appeared holding a kitchen knife, saying viciously that he was wondering how that brat opened the pot lid. So it was his master who opened it. He thought the beast blood was very nourishing. If he had known, he would have taken the blood earlier. He approached sinisterly, not hesitating to utter the words, "Master, don't rush. I am about to make a pot of braised fox meat." The nine-tailed fox screamed in terror, begging for help. Ziyun hugged it tightly, saying in shock, "Disciple, are you a water attribute? How can your brain be filled with so much water, even killing a spiritual pet?" He calmly replied, "In my eyes, a spiritual pet is just a piece of meat. Kill it if I kill it." She cradled it in her arms, gently reminding him that before he had agreed to give it to her. Seeing Ziyun's expression, Yi Fan had to give up the idea. He secretly admitted that his master was indeed a beautiful and lovely young maiden, but thinking she was over 1,000 years old, he found it strange. He turned to the pot of broth, saying, "Forget it. Stewing the Diaowang meat still needs some other ingredients." Ziyun immediately ran out, saying she would go prepare them right away. He looked at the door in confusion, wondering, "I haven't finished speaking yet." That evening, the entire Ziyun sect smelled the fragrant aroma of meat. Not long after, the black of night had completely covered the sky. The disciples of Ziyun sect walked down the steps together, their mouths constantly saying, "Drink, drink, drink." Ming Bai put his arm around a junior brother's shoulder, saying that their vision was too short. This morning they only saw brother Yi make his move without understanding the deeper meaning. That person wondered, "Brother Lei, what do you mean?" He turned around to ask everyone, "You saw brother Yi smash those golden dragons, right?" At that time Diao Wang appeared when brother Yi made his move. What happened? That junior brother was even more puzzled. Could there be a hidden meaning? Ming Bai turned back in annoyance, saying, "A bunch of idiots. Such a simple thing and you can't see it." A junior brother suddenly realized, asking, "Do you mean brother Yi's move directly caused us to be injured?" He walked over, satisfied, praising him, "Right, you have some potential." Behind him, a drunk junior brother asked the person next to him if he wanted to drink more. That person refused, saying he hadn't had a bowl of meat soup tonight. Ming Bai asked in a low voice, "So do you know why brother Yi, who won the exchange meet, had to put on such an act? He didn't show up and Diao Wang brought out that group of demons. Was that a coincidence?" The junior beside him quickly realized, could it be that it was brother Yi's plan? He raised both hands high, decisively declaring that brother Yi waited for Diao Wang to arrive and then waited at Immortal Jade Peak like a man waiting by a tree stump for a rabbit. Thus, he eliminated the Demon King and the demons without getting us injured on the arena. It was all a plan. Hearing this, those brothers shouted loudly, "So that's it, Brother Yi is truly invincible, Brother Yi is amazing." The next morning at the main hall of Xiansek, Yanzi was running for her life from her brothers, constantly screaming for help, saying all the brothers had gone crazy. Several brothers rushed towards her, uttering perverted words calling her sister, "Be our Dao partner, how can we live without you?" In an instant, she was caught by the group of brothers. They exaggeratedly said their lifelong happiness entrusted to you, sister. I want to propose marriage. Yanzi screamed in fear, I am devoted to cultivation. I truly don't want this. Go find someone else. The situation before her was just clearly witnessed by Ziyu. She happened to catch a pair of men tangled together in a corner. One said, brother, you smell so good, I love you. The other responded with interest, brother, I will satisfy you. When she looked to another side, Ziyu was so embarrassed she covered her cold lips. At this moment, a senior sister was pressing down on a junior sister, softly saying, you're so beautiful, your skin is so soft, I really want to have a bridal chamber with you. The junior sister shyly replied, sister, don't touch anymore. I feel like I'm about to ascend. Not long before, Ziyu had brought out a giant bowl of soup that was steaming profusely. She looked into the bowl, thinking to herself, good, before she thought the meat of the nascent soul beast was priceless and should be savored by the disciples. She forgot that nascent soul beast meat is extremely mild, and the Firefeather Mountain had developed quite a bit. So why couldn't the demon beasts living there eat it? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. Wait a minute, this bowl of soup seems to have something added. No good, I must quickly inform the sect master. Scene shift to the sect master's residence. At this moment, she was struggling and shouting, let go, Ziyan, my clothes are about to tear. Ziyan giggled and said, master, I won't let go, I truly like you, I beg you to marry me. Ziyan immediately agreed, okay. Hearing this, she happily asked again, master, really? But she then produced a medicinal pill and said, clearly that was fake. Very quickly, the medicinal pill was pushed into Ziyan's mouth. When she regained her composure, she looked around in confusion and asked her, what happened to me? Wait, what happened to your clothes? She adjusted her clothes, took out a bottle of water and instructed Ziyan, just now you were affected by the demon beasts. Quickly go to the main hall to help the Grand Elder. Give the clarity pills to the disciples. She replied quickly, understood. Under the control of the sect master and the Grand Elder, Ziyan's sect was brought back under control, having nearly become a union sect. From then on, the sect had more rules. The chef was not allowed to use wine and demon meat as rewards. Ziyun said dejectedly, she didn't expect that today it was because of Mingbai and the others drinking that this happened. Only after waking up did she realize the strength of her precious disciple. His foresight like a god could know events spanning 5,000 years. The innate Dao body was truly monstrous. Saying this, she flipped the book in her hand. Long Shen commented that back then he accidentally found an ancient text and learned that the innate Dao body was very powerful. Perhaps there were many more things she didn't know. From then on, Aohai Kingdom had a cultivator with the innate Dao body, with powerful cultivation. At 20 he killed a sea dragon of the transformation god realm. At 30 he became the kingdom's ruler. He only started learning divination at 40 and in 2 years he had mastered this art. After that no one could compare. Knowing this information, Ziyun closed the book with a snap, wondering to herself, shouldn't her precious disciple also learn the art of divination? If Mingbai was right, then what happened that day was indeed his plan. She paced around the room, speculating in her heart, thinking carefully aside from being stunned by the hot soup, that Brat really didn't suffer any harm that day. The various herbs could also conceal his aura, so how could ordinary hot water injure the demon beasts? It turns out it was all clear. Thinking this far, Ziyun confidently put forward her reasoning. It seems her precious disciple is on the verge of breaking through the transformation god realm. Time was tight, he didn't have time to hide his spiritual energy, so he used this method to resolve it. Then he used the spiritual pet to lure Diao Wang and the demon group to avoid accidental injury. She never expected her goofy precious disciple to be so meticulous. Reaching the end of her reasoning, she flung the door open, loudly announcing that today's rest was cancelled. All elders prepare, follow me to Tiansheng sect to deliver the birthday gift. 3 days later, in Yifan's kitchen area he was propping his chin, looking at the steaming steamer pot in front of him. He let out a short, long yawn, wondering to himself that Immortal Jade Peak was too quiet. His master had gone to Tiansheng sect 3 days ago and still hadn't returned. At this moment, the system happily appeared and offered an opinion. Host, how about you go take a walk or go chat with your brothers for a while? Yifan said in disgust, this damn system is so noisy. It still uses any means to first give others the illusion I have power, then uses praise to make me let down my guard, forcing me to cultivate. Finally feeding the children of destiny, the result is chaos. Hearing this, the system got the idea to go visit the failed system of the neighbor in a few days. Not long after, it confidently returned and announced that the login reward for the host had arrived. Please host accept the best reward. The system has successfully claimed it. Congratulations host for receiving the Divine Beast contract. Yifan looked curiously at the egg-like object that was glowing nearby. He immediately picked it up in his hand and let out an "oh" sound, making the system rejoice. Host, you are finally happy again. With a smile, it exaggeratedly explained that this mysterious egg, after hatching, would be a gamble. At worst, a nine-tailed spirit fox, or even a top or peak female vessel. Based on the shiny shell, the system predicted it could be an azure dragon or a phoenix celestial beast. Suddenly, Yifan placed that egg into the steamer pot, calmly saying, "Not bad, it's clean too." Seeing this, the system immediately stopped him. Host, stop that dangerous behavior immediately. The nine-tailed spirit fox is top tier, only found in the cultivation world. This egg could hatch a celestial beast. It's a celestial beast! No, I must break it. An hour later, Yifan flung open the steamer lid, looking inside expectantly. However, the egg was still lying there intact, making him let out a puzzled "oh." Yifan asked in annoyance, why won't this egg cook? Not right, and now it's even angry. The system quickly explained that the Divine Beast contract had undergone a mutation, but the inside was not damaged at all. Just then, a dog paw unexpectedly smashed through the eggshell and crawled out. The situation just now startled Yifan a bit. The eggshell began to crack, the four legs of the beast slowly appearing. In an instant, a canine beast pet had appeared inside the steamer. Yifan stared blankly and asked, could it really be a house-destroying husky? The dog barked as it rushed over. Yifan, still stunned, did it really hatch a husky? When it hugged him and licked him, he panicked and shouted, "Do not lick my clothes, your drool is filthy." The system excitedly announced, congratulations to the host for obtaining a mutated celestial beast, a mutated husky. He placed the dog into the steamer, murmuring, top-tier celestial beast grade. The system reported in astonishment infinite defense power. Yifan covered the lid, and the pot suddenly shook violently. A second later, the dog broke out of the pot, and the system introduced attack power 0. Not stopping there, it even pierced through the ceiling, Yifan staring dazedly after it. He looked painfully at the hole in the ceiling and said, even though I do not eat dog meat, I should still cook it. Suddenly a sound caused Yifan to lose all feeling. Night had fallen over the Ziyun sect. Yifan had not slept, holding the dog in his arms as it barked excitedly. He walked to the bed, muttering, for survival, a puppy's first task is to take off the roof. Then he and the dog sat on the bed. Behind him, dark figures lurked, watching. The bed suddenly shot into the sky, voices behind him whispering, "This dog is not bad. It should have been a nine-tailed fox for me. Take it away quickly." Not long after, Yifan teleported to a district far from the sect. He placed the dog onto a steamer with a note asking for foster care, thinking 3,000 miles from the sect. It probably cannot return. He sat on the bed, preparing to leave, and waved, "Goodbye, dog." The surroundings were silent. The dog looked ahead and was quiet for a moment. It fixed its eyes on Yifan and slowly spoke, "Master, disappear, go find, play." It barked twice excitedly, thinking of the game of hide and seek. In the sky, Fei Yi sat on a flying sword, drifting lazily. She raised a bottle in her hand and sighed, "The night wind is so refreshing tonight." Just then, Yifan's dog flew alongside her, Fei Yi still admiring the night scenery. When the dog passed by her face, Fei Yi was terrified. What? A flying dog? She stood up sharply, overjoyed. A flying dog must be at the Golden Core stage, perfect to catch as a pet. At that moment, a sharp flying sword came from somewhere. The sword tip pierced past Fei Yi. She had no time to react. After the strike, she cried out in pain, "Enemy, I am under attack." Opposite her, the Tiansheng sect's flying ship appeared in midair. Fei Yi's body slowly. Fifth Elder held a flying sword, sneering, "Any rogue cultivator wants to take a bite out of us, truly overestimating themselves." Seventh Elder agreed. "The women of Ziyun are truly mad, stealing spirit stones from outer disciples. If we catch that infant beast at the nascent soul stage, it can compensate the Tiansheng sect for its losses." Fifth Elder suddenly looked stunned. "Wait, I sense something." Seventh Elder wondered, "Is that so? Then I will make a move to capture the beast." Soon enough, the two old elders arrived at a lake, where the little dog was splashing violently. It turned out that beneath the water's surface, its face showed excitement. Seventh Elder raised an eyebrow. "Why do I feel this demon beast is not very intelligent?" Fifth Elder said confidently, "It is a demon beast, let us watch more." He approached and grabbed the dog's hind legs, and quickly lifted its belly out of the water. Fifth Elder locked eyes with the dog, the two staring at each other with deep affection. He observed more closely, the dog still looking dazed and uncomprehending. Fifth Elder laughed joyfully, murmuring in its eyes, "I see a person. The road before is her reincarnation, deep love and heavy sentiment." Thinking this, he lifted it high and said excitedly, "No mistake, the true incense of the Tiansheng sect is this beast." Seventh Elder worriedly reminded, "You should turn it upside down." Shortly after, the two Tiansheng sect elders had returned to their place. They carried the dog they had just captured. Tiansheng observed and asked, "Fifth Elder, Where did this treasure come from? Did anyone see it? He replied, on the road, a rogue cultivator rammed the flying ship. I searched his soul and turned him into an idiot, killed all the cultivators on that road. No sect will know. Hearing this, Tian Sheng instructed 7th Elder, who happily replied, I will ensure it is raised carefully. Everyone looked at the dog, which had formed a strange grinning mouth. Tian Sheng and 7th Elder both laughed contentedly, thinking the same. This type of demon beast has no documentation, fiery red or thunder blue. As long as it has color, it is fine. Suddenly, the dog stared intently at the glowing sun lamp. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Seeing this, 7th Elder was shocked into silence. 5th Elder reached out in astonishment. As everyone was still dazed, the dog bit the sun lamp and leaped away. Tian Sheng's sect panicked, Tian Sheng's eyes blazing as he roared, Damn dog, return the sun lamp immediately. Very soon, Tian Sheng grabbed the dog and commanded, Finally caught you, damn dog, let go. He grabbed its head and lifted it, pulling the sun lamp out, silently noting the dog's immense strength. 7th Elder ground his teeth. Damn dog, do not let your drool touch the sun lamp. As soon as he saw Shu Gu's drool fall on the Suyang lamp, he said irritably, Look, saliva has landed on it. At that moment, strange beams of light suddenly shot out from where that stone was. Tian Sheng looked blankly and asked, Why would waste light appear? The 7th Elder immediately sensed something was wrong. Each time the colors on the lamp changed more distinctly. At this moment, the colors on the Suyang lamp shifted noticeably, and cracks began to appear. A second later, thanks to Shu Gu's biting force, the stone shattered into many small pieces and fell. The 5th Elder said in confusion, This Suyang lamp cannot be broken even by an attack from the deity transformation stage, yet this dog bit it apart. The 7th Elder replied in shock, If a spirit beast reaches a certain aptitude, it will far exceed common knowledge. Tian Sheng happily hugged Shu Gu and laughed loudly that Tiansheng sect will prosper again. The 2 elders were satisfied, thinking of unifying the eastern wasteland and making that old woman Zi Yun pay the price. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside. Tian Sheng handed Shu Gao to the 7th Elder and said, Let me open the door. When he flung the door open, he asked, What is so urgent outside? The disciple hurriedly replied, Sect Master, something has happened at the Forbidden Hall on the back mountain. Soon enough, the group from the Tian Sheng sect arrived at the Forbidden Hall on the back mountain, hidden behind towering trees. Several disciples around were pale with fear. Tian Sheng remained calm and asked, What is it? Is another sect spying on us? Immediately after, he ordered the 1st Elder and the 2nd Elder to gather the disciples, while the other elders held their positions ready to face the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, a hoarse voice echoed from the void, No need, it is me. You should be welcoming your ancestor. Tian Sheng immediately entered a defensive stance and asked, Who dares to pretend to be a ghost? You claim to be the ancestor. Tian Sheng sect group was trapped in a formation. That voice continued to ring out, praising, Well said. At that moment, Tian Sheng announced to everyone, This is the heavenly star grand formation created by the ancestor. As he finished speaking, the Tian Sheng ancestor appeared before them, surrounded by deathly demonic aura, holding a miniature formation in his hand. Seeing the ancestor, Tian Sheng joyfully spoke, This appearance is indeed the ancestor. You are still alive. The ancestor replied, More than 3,000 years. Time flies so quickly. The entire group knelt down together, unison in welcoming the ancestor. The ancestor replied, Rise quickly. Then the ancestor voiced his concern. He still needed to absorb spiritual energy for another day before leaving seclusion. Seeing that you could not even retrieve a single treasure earlier is truly disappointing, unless the Tian Sheng sect faces a great calamity. Hearing this, Tian Sheng trembled slightly, slowly recounting everything to the ancestor. Upon learning the situation, the ancestor flew into a rage. Mere deity transformation stage dares to ride on the head of the Tian Sheng sect. Tomorrow this ancestor will destroy the Zi Yun sect. The group replied in unison, We obey the ancestor's command. After everyone left, the ancestor sat cross-legged to cultivate. A moment later, he opened his eyes to observe the surroundings, noting that the spiritual energy was too scarce to reach the void core stage. His face showed displeasure as he thought, Blood and flesh are still the best spiritual energy. Since the nascent soul cultivators have all gone to the Zi Yun sect, he would have to kill some key refining and core formation disciples to replenish. Just then, the voices of 2 disciples came from behind. One asked, Amao, have you seen the sect master spirit beast? Amao replied, The sect master went to the Zi Yun sect this morning, so I have not seen it. Ancestor shot a sharp glance at the 2. They chatted innocently, hoping the spirit beast would appear soon, or else the 2 of them were done for. Suddenly, the 2 disciples flinched as they realized he was standing behind them. In an instant, the spiritual energy in their bodies was completely drained by the ancestor. A flash, the skin of the 2 dried up, and their eyes turned black. After absorbing, the ancestor was still unsatisfied and said, Still not enough? I wonder what spirit beast they are looking for. A spark flashed through his mind, and he immediately sensed unusual energy. This energy was purer even than 1,000-year snow lotus. Tian Sheng immediately turned his head and saw Shu Gu doing its business. His face stiffened. Immediately Immediately he flew into a rage, summoning a fierce demonic aura, muttering, "This brute dares to scare me. Just as I need spiritual power, I sentence you to death." But before he could strike, Shugu released a violent bomb right in his face. The terrible stench of Ziguo essence overwhelmed the ancestor, and he could not bear it. The Tiansheng soul was quickly trapped inside Shugu's bomb. He screamed in panic, "I was about to enter Void Core and this brute ruined it. Just what kind of brute is this?" A moment later, loud noises rang out without stop. The ancestor, trapped in the bomb, gradually regained his senses from the noise. Seeing the scene before him, he cried out in terror, "Hey, hey, brute, do not dig, do not dig." At this moment, Shugu was still diligently digging deep into the ground, searching for something. After a while, it sneered at the thing before it, said proudly, "Awake, have you? The time for revenge has come." From where Shugu dug, 4 nails with blue flames appeared. Immediately after, it rushed over and pulled out those nails with its mouth. Watching that action, the Tiansheng man gaped in astonishment. How is the soul-fixing formation ineffective? He cried out, "Damn brute, stop pulling, the spiritual energy will dissipate." "No, if my body is exposed, it will dissipate. The nascent souls are all gone. I have to rely on the disciples." Without delay, the ancestor clasped his hands together, muttered a command, "All Tiansheng sect disciples, quickly gather at the back mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, gloomy white smoke appeared where Shugu was digging, but nothing changed, causing the man to panic. Why is no one reacting? He grumbled, "If I had known, I would not have killed those 2 looking for this dog." When the last nail was bitten into Shugu's mouth, a notification line appeared. The passive talent of the pulled husky became silent success. The ancestor, with tears in his eyes, clasped his hands and begged, "Little ancestor, the last nail is pulled. I beg you, do not dig anymore. Do not open the coffin lid, little ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, Shugu yanked the final nail into the air. The coffin lid was lifted high as a result. At that moment, Shugu quickly flattened itself to the ground. Inside the coffin, the ancestor's body began to distort because of the strange demaras. In an instant, his entire physical form dissolved into smoke. When Shugu raised its head to look, it only saw a pile of ashes left by the ancestor. The sight before it made its face drop, sadness clearly showing. Just then, a tomb suddenly appeared near where Shugu was. He squinted with a pleased smile, thinking to himself that this battle was truly enjoyable. The scene shifted to Yifan's room. Ziyun immediately asked, "My precious disciple, did someone see you taking a magic artifact out to train?" He quickly denied it, saying that was not the case. She did not believe him and pressed further, "Do not lie to me. If you were not training, then what were you doing outside?" Yifan stammered in reply, saying he really had urgent business. She immediately questioned, "What business?" Before he could answer, a junior disciple rushed in panic to report, "Sect Master, it is terrible. Tiansheng has brought people here." Zi Yun was somewhat surprised. "They dare to come. What makes them so bold today? I will be right there." She stepped outside and then instructed, "My precious disciple, I will be gone for a while." He cheerfully waved and said, "Master, come back soon." Hearing that, Ziyun paused, a thought crossing her mind. Come back soon? This little one still knows to care about me. The scene shifted outside, where the people of the Tiansheng sect were standing imposingly on their flying ship. Below, the disciples of the Ziyun sect were buzzing with discussion, saying the Tiansheng sect people were crazy, always running back and forth. This time their momentum was huge, visible from 1,000 miles away. Yes, they must have prepared well. At that moment, Tiansheng grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, "You women of the Ziyun sect, get the hell out here and let me give you a gift." Ziyun was extremely angry upon hearing this, but she forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Taoist Tiansheng, what is the meaning of this today?" He glanced at her and snorted coldly in reply, "Meaning? Our ancestor has revived." "Wait for death?" she asked in shock. "The Tiansheng ancestor?" A look of panic crossed her face as her mind churned with thoughts. Could that old man have used a secret technique to fake his death and resurrect after 3,000 years? Has he truly revived today? If so, trouble is coming. The Tiansheng ancestor was at the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage back then. Even if he has regressed, we would hardly be a match for him. She used her eyes to transmit a voice to Ziyu, telling the Grand Elder that the Ziyun sect might not hold. He should notify the disciples to flee into the secret passage. Ziyu asked fearfully in return, "Sect Master, what about you?" She reassured him, "Even if the Tiansheng ancestor comes, there is still that precious disciple of mine. He probably would not dare to touch me." At this moment, Tiansheng laughed sinisterly and spoke perversely. "Your Dao partner has been dead a long time. Since you are still a woman, why not become my Dao partner instead?" Upon hearing this, Ziyun ground her teeth and threatened, "Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes?" He continued to mock her, saying he really liked her eyes, that they were truly fascinating. Two of the Tiansheng sect disciples wondered, dare he say such things? If it fails, then... Suddenly, he took out a golden token and said with a triumphant smile, "It seems the ancestor has arrived. Let me show you the great image of our ancestor." Right at that moment, an old man from the Tiansheng sect shouted the bad news in despair. "The ancestor is dead, and the sect is also in ruins." He said the sectmaster should return immediately. That beastly creature dug up the ancestor's grave, devoured all the scriptures and treasures, and then disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Shugu had just appeared behind him. At the same time, the golden token in Tian Shang's hand began to crack. Seeing that horrifying scene, he stood frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks. He staggered and fell backward, muttering to himself, "It is over, it is over." His mind spinning, he looked up to the sky and lamented, "It is over. The ancestor is dead, our foundation is lost. There is no one left to rival us." Even Diao Wang was killed by the golden dragon cat. Golden dragon, oh golden dragon. As soon as he finished, blood suddenly gushed violently from his nose and mouth, causing his junior disciples to panic and shout, "Sect master, the sect master is dead." Below, Ziyu could not help but sneer, "I scorn him. With that talent, how did he ever manage to cultivate to the nascent soul stage?" Ziyun answered wearily, "He probably used medicines to force his advancement." She raised her sharp eyes to look upward and declared decisively, "Since the Tianshang ancestor is dead, none of those people are a match for me today." She raised her hand as a signal and said each word clearly, "Elders, hear my order. Follow me and destroy the Tiansheng sect." Everyone simultaneously grabbed their weapons and charged forward, shouting at the top of their lungs. Just then, on a high cliff nearby, the imposing figure of Yi Fan slowly appeared. He carefully observed the scene of the two sects locked in fierce battle, their techniques seeming to shake the heavens and earth. Afterward, he muttered a single line in boredom, "This is just too noisy." Below, Ziyun was still fighting with great vigor, effortlessly unleashing devastating strikes. She slashed her sword straight forward, and the arm of one man was instantly severed from his body. Next, Ziyun swung her sword in a flash, landing a series of blows that made them unable to dodge at all. After finishing, she instructed Ziyu to take the corpses far away so as not to dirty the Ziyun sect. Ziyu asked back, "Then what about the rest?" Ziyun then explained, "Our disciples number 230,000. Killing too many is not good for the Dao heart. The Tiansheng sect is already lost. Those disciples will disband on their own." The Grand Elder praised, "The sect master is very right." At that moment, both of their gazes suddenly stopped in shock. Ziyun immediately asked, "What is that?" A coffin wrapped in demonic energy was flying into the mid-air. Someone announced, "The coffin is heading towards the immortal Jade Peak." Seeing this, Ziyun hastily climbed onto a flying sword to follow. "Let us hurry over and see." When nearing the coffin and seeing Shugo on it, Ziyun wondered, "Is that not the demon beast that just destroyed the Tiansheng sect?" Ziyu also doubted. Even with a flying boat, it would take 12 hours. It only took half an hour to fly here. Ziyun was determined to stop it. The Ziyun sect cannot let it destroy everything. Even the ancestor died, let alone my precious disciple who has just reached the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Shugo's eyes had already seen Yifan standing below. It was extremely overjoyed, immediately changing its direction. The coffin shot forward swiftly. Ziyun shouted in shock, so fast, completely unable to catch up. She did not take her eyes off it, thinking worriedly, "It seems I must use a secret technique to speed up." A moment later, she had landed near the place where the coffin was lying. Seeing Yifan standing beside the coffin, Ziyun said angrily, "Damn it, it really did rush to my precious disciple. If it dares to touch him, I will surely perish together with it." Carrying an angry mood, she stepped forward, causing Yifan to feel a bit fearful. He immediately lifted Shugo up and yelled harshly, "This dog coming back is fine, but it also brought a coffin along." She paused and asked, "Back? Could it be that this demon beast is raised by you, making me run out of breath to get here?" Yifan turned around and walked inside, saying as he walked, "This demon beast should be taken down to the basement." Ziyun panicked and reached out her hand, saying fearfully, "Wait, maybe think of another way." Yifan explained, "Master, this kind of dog is a great evil thing. Having it in the house brings loss." But he thought to himself, this dog was given by the system. Giving it back and forth turned it into a husky. Not reassuring at all. At this moment, Ziyun put on a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening. She clasped her hands and begged, "Really, think again, please." Seeing her acting spoiled, Yifan had no choice but to hand Shugu to her and said, "Master, please do not be like this. I cannot stand it. Fine, if you like it, take it away." Holding Shugu in her arms, Ziyun left with a happy mood. Wonderful. Arriving back, Ziyu and the other disciples came forward to ask, "Sect Master, have you subdued this demon beast?" She proudly boasted, "You would not expect. It belongs to that precious disciple." Ziyu was astonished. Ziyun, while stroking the dog, praised, "That precious disciple is brilliant and calculating. Knowing the Tiansheng ancestor would revive, he brought it here at midnight. He had already foreseen today's events." Ziyu looked at Shugu. "So that is the case. This spirit pet is good at eating." A senior brother speculated, "With such a powerful spirit pet, Yifan's cultivation will likely reach the illusory void stage." At this moment, Ziyan asked worriedly, "Master, this little one might not bite our sect apart in the future?" She hesitated a bit and answered, probably not. The faltering answer made everyone look at Shugu with fearful eyes. Right then, a junior sister helped an exhausted senior brother over and urgently reported, Master, Sect Master, Elders, something bad has happened. Senior brother Su Shuming encountered an evil cultivator. Ziyun flew into a rage and asked, what, there are evil cultivators near our sect, and they dare to injure a Golden Core disciple. She turned and ordered Ziyu to reinforce the perimeter, and the second elder to contact other sects. Report immediately if found. Ziyu and everyone clasped their hands and replied in unison, understood. The scene shifted to a place surrounded by towering mountain ranges. Fei Yi was wandering alone on a path. She muttered to herself, lucky this old lady has a tough life. When I reach Nascent Soul, I will go to the Tiansheng sect to see. As she walked, she suddenly heard someone's voice. This world is truly heartless, clearly gave me money, but then stole it. She turned around. An old man with white hair leaning on a cane walked beside her, complaining, my old bones, the road is too long, how can I get home? Fei Yi kindly approached and said, old man, why not let me take my flying sword to give you a ride? He curled his lips into a sinister smile and said with satisfaction, really, little girl, thank you. She replied smugly, no need, cultivators do this to repay the heavens. But that frail old man paid no attention, instead starting to unleash his energy. Before Fei Yi could realize it, the old man had quickly reached out his hand. In an instant, a fierce aura swept across her eyes. She fell sprawling to the ground. On the ground was a pool of bright red blood. Above her was the true form of the swindler. He dragged her body away while laughing excitedly. Another fool. A moment later, he dragged her into a dilapidated cave. Before his eyes was a formation that had been prepared. At this moment, rays of light began to fly out from the formation. The scattered skulls were also illuminated in blazing red. The swindler ruthlessly threw Fei Yi right into the center of the formation. He curled his lips in a savage smile and uttered poisonous words. Just by sacrificing cultivators for the seventh disciple of War Demon to take the heart, Lord Yizua, I will surely become the strongest cultivator in Tongwang. The scene shifted to Yifan. He sat on a chair, eyes tightly closed, body motionless. Beside him, the system kept rambling, host, I have successfully drawn the lot for you. Congratulations, host, on receiving an evil expelling talisman. It has a great purifying effect against evil forces and is the bane of all demonic paths. The system handed the talisman to Yifan and said smugly, see how capable I am? Now I can draw lots automatically. Coldly crumpled the evil expelling talisman and threw it straight into the trash can, causing its smile to vanish. Host, please cherish me, why crumple it like that? At the same time, Ming Bai stood at the door and called out, Senior Brother Ye, are you here? I have brought today's vegetables. Yifan looked out and replied politely, Junior Brother Li, you have worked hard. He walked in, put down the basket of fresh vegetables and said, Senior Brother Ye, I will leave it here. Yifan invited, Junior Brother, let me cook and we can eat together. Ming Bai refused, no need. I still have matters to attend to, so I cannot eat. Does Senior Brother have any trash for me to dispose of for you? He gratefully replied, then I will leave it to you. A moment later, under a scorching tree, Ming Bai carried the trash bag Yifan had entrusted to him, walking slowly on the path. He secretly rejoiced, there is no one around here. I can open it now. I wonder if Senior Brother has thrown away any treasures in the trash. Ming Bai quickly put down the trash bag, but inside there was no useful treasure. He disappointedly exclaimed, how could there really be nothing? Ming Bai was still undeterred, bending down to examine it while muttering, could it be that Senior Brother was warning me? Or is there a peerless technique, but do not take it to heart? Amidst the chaotic trash, the crumpled evil expelling talisman suddenly emitted a strange glow. He startled and cried out, wait, what is this? Ming Bai picked it up curiously to examine it. He smiled brightly, gleefully pressing the evil-suppressing talisman against his face like a treasure, chirping endlessly, I knew it, Senior Brother did not disappoint me. Senior Brother is so good. Ming Bai carefully tucked the talisman away on his person, telling himself not to reveal this matter. He must keep Lu Fu safe. Time passed quickly in a rather desolate inner city. Ming Bai curiously asked the innkeeper, where did my brothers go? The man replied anxiously, Master Li, it seems something has happened. I do not know what, but all of them were taken away to the north. Hearing this, he muttered, to the north unless they accepted some mission. If so, I must hurry back. Ming Bai respectfully bid farewell to the innkeeper before leaving. Thank you, innkeeper. An hour later, on the road back, he wondered doubtfully, strange, there is no one on the road, and I cannot reach my brothers. What happened? Should I turn back? While walking, Ming Bai happened upon an old man, with white hair sitting slumped by the roadside. He kindly stopped to ask, old man, what is wrong with you? Seeing he did not answer, Ming Bai thought it over, a sad look on his face. Perhaps he should take the old man back to town first, Maybe he could find his brothers too. Saying so, he did not hesitate and brought the swindler to an inn to rest. He suddenly sat up with a start. Flustered, he asked himself, where is this? An inn? Who brought me here? The swindler looked straight ahead and saw Mingbai focused on cultivating, vaguely guessing, so it was that brat. The man scowled and cursed inwardly. I was originally going to capture that cultivator, but it took 3 tries. On the 3rd try, I ran into that bear demon, and then that elder from Ziyun sect, costing me my substitute talisman and losing those 10 cultivators. The swindler quietly approached him, adjusted his technique, and harbored a vicious scheme in his heart. Trick this kid into taking me back to avoid the pursuit. First, I will control him for a few days, then use him as a sacrifice. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils glaring. A mysterious ray of light appeared, blocking his approach. The swindler was immediately knocked far away. He struggled to get up, suspicion in his heart. Could it be there is a powerful expert nearby? But if there were, I would be dead. Or does this kid have a magical artifact? The swindler was frightened, knowing flight was the best option, not to clash with him head-on. As he ran, he shouted crisply, farewell, see you never. After just a few steps, his face changed color, sweat pouring down his forehead. Before he could escape, a powerful divine force broke through the air, striking him directly. Mingbai was still fast asleep at the time, completely unaware of what happened. In his subconscious, amidst a silent night sky, he stood before a steaming hot spring. Mingbai undressed and exclaimed refreshingly, what a huge hot spring. He let himself sink into the warm water, enjoying the moment of relaxation, sighing, this is so comfortable. Mingbai placed his hand on the stone edge, his mind wandering, I miss mother so much. Immediately after, his closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Returning to reality, Mingbai asked himself in surprise, what happened? He looked down in shock, stunned, how could this be? Mingbai looked back and saw the swindler lying unconscious on the floor, pausing for a moment. His expression at that moment was frozen stiff, his eyes white and lifeless, his aura dissipated. He approached war-eyedly and asked softly, old sir, how did you end up falling on the floor like this? The swindler's eyes slowly opened. The first thing he saw was the blurry figure of Mingbai. He immediately sat up terrified and shrieked in panic, you do not come near. Witnessing this, Mingbai approached and gently explained, old man, I am a disciple of Ziyun sect. I am not a bad person. Hearing this, the swindler became even more frightened, quickly crawled away, his face twisted, do not come near. He quickly warned danger. He did not heed the warning and crashed into a wooden railing. As a result, the rotten railing could not withstand the impact. Shattered, causing him to flail and fall over the edge. He lay weakly down there, letting out a few faint groans. Mingbai immediately jumped down to check on him. With a kind heart, he did not hesitate to transfer his true energy to save him, anxiously reassuring him, hold on, old man, I will transfer my true energy to you right now. Those words struck like a blow to his arm, causing him to panic and hastily retreat, stopping him, no. I am an evil cultivator. Your true energy clashes with the demonic energy in my body. It will kill me. His condition grew worse by the moment, a strange demonic energy emanating from his entire body. Hearing this, Mingbai asked, old man, why do you have demonic energy on your body? Were you attacked by an evil cultivator? The swindler struggled to find his breath. Then he passed away on the spot. He sat beside him pityingly murmuring, he has breathed his last, just like my father died. Through this death, Mingbai felt even more remorseful, blaming himself, it is all my fault. I did not see he was poisoned by an evil cultivator, and I foolishly transferred my true energy. If I had known, I would have taken him to the sect for treatment, instead of inviting a mortal physician. Then he would not have died. Fire of hatred rose within him, and he resolutely promised himself, those evil cultivators do things that defy heaven and reason. Heaven earth will not forgive them. I will definitely avenge you. Before long, Mingbai finally returned to the sect. His brothers, upon seeing him, immediately asked with concern, junior brother Lei, you are finally back. We thought something happened to you. Mingbai asked dazedly, what is wrong with me? They recounted, the patrol elder discovered an evil cultivator passing through the northern town and took us brothers to eat and drink at drunken immortal residence. The brother beside continued, that evil cultivator was cunning. When he could not beat the elder, he used a substitute talisman and escaped. Mingbai vaguely understood, so all my senior brothers were tricked. Did the elder say what that man looked like? The other informed him, I heard the evil cultivator was an old man, with pure white hair and 3 firewood furnaces. Hearing this, Mingbai suspected and asked inwardly, 3 firewood furnaces, is that not the old man I carried back to town? He began to piece together the strange events in his mind. When the old man was unconscious, it was not from illness, but from being injured by the elder. Why did the evil cultivator not strike at someone like me, who is at the Kai refining stage? The elder is at the nascent soul stage, so that evil cultivator was at least at the golden core stage. After he woke up, why did his complexion look so bad, and why was he afraid of me? Recalling his terrified expression, he speculated, could it be that I have something on me that scares him? Is it that talisman? Thinking this, Mingbai suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly ran off. That senior brother immediately asked puzzledly, "Junior brother Lei, where are you going?" Mingbai turned back and replied, "I have something to discuss with the senior disciple." Over here, Yi Fan had run into a bit of trouble. He paled, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "This is bad. If I had known earlier, I should have called Master over. I cannot handle this alone." Yi Fan folded his arms and looked at the huge pot of rice emitting steam. He had made too much rice these past few days and could not finish it. The door burst open and Mingbai rushed in, calling for senior brother Yi. Yi Fan, as if clutching a lifeline, smiled and said, "Junior brother Li arrived just in time. I have finished cooking." Mingbai was surprised and replied, "You prepared it for me." He sat down, and Yi Fan explained that he was obsessed with cooking, so he made many dishes. He intended to call the masters, but they were busy with the evil cultivator matter, so only the disciples remained. Mingbai ate while deducing, "Senior brother, Yi gave me talismans to deal with evil cultivators, and the large amount of food is for me to rescue the senior brothers, so we can eat together." He put down his chopsticks and asked, "The evil cultivator is dead. Why is the sect leader still troubled?" Senior brother Yi wanted him to help and stated directly that talisman was for emergencies. Seeing Mingbai eat ravenously, Yi Fan worriedly reminded him to also eat the side dishes to avoid choking. After eating, he let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and cheerfully bid farewell. Yi Fan told him to be careful on the road. Mingbai smiled and replied that he would pay attention. The scene shifted to Ziyun's sect. Old Sixth reported, "We almost killed the evil cultivator, but he used a substitute body talisman and escaped." Ziyun sternly ordered, "Notify the outer disciples not to go out. The inner disciples will expand the search around the area." Old Sixth urgently acknowledged the order. She worriedly thought of Yi Fan, a surge of indescribable unease rising in her heart. Sealing the sect would protect the disciples, but the commoners at the foot of the mountain would be in danger. She wanted to use the deduction art of her precious disciple to find the evil cultivator's location, but Ziyun immediately dismissed it, thinking that her precious disciple would deduce everything, so she had to go and disturb his cultivation. At the same time, Mingbai hurriedly opened the door and ran in, calling out loudly, "Sect leader, senior brother, Yi told me to come and help." Old Sixth sternly admonished, "Mingbai, this is the main hall of the sect. What kind of decorum is such noise?" Ziyun calmly intervened, asking Mingbai if he knew where the missing disciples were or where the evil cultivator was. He scratched his head naively and replied that he did not know. She asked with confusion, "Then why did you come?" Next second, a senior brother rushed in panicked, reporting, "Something terrible has happened." Old Sixth, just lifting his tea, said wearily, "Again, none of the disciples are any less troublesome. What is it now?" That person reported, "The fellow disciples brought back by the patrolling elders have become possessed, going around poisoning others within the sect." Old Sixth was startled, spitting out the tea he was drinking. At that moment, outside the sect, most of the senior and junior disciples had been controlled by the evil cultivator. They had lost consciousness, eyes bloodshot, their whole bodies emitting dense spiritual energy. Ziyin and Old Sixth observed from a high vantage point. Old Sixth said excitedly, "Daring to come right to our doorstep to deceive people, just when we are looking for the evil cultivator." Ziyun gently calmed him. Since he dares to act so boldly, he must have prepared. Old Sixth worried it was a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ziyun ordered only half the elders to go and Mingbai would also go. He grinned happily. Finally it was his turn to take action. She said to herself, with half the elders and the disciple protecting it, Ziyun's sect will be safe. She hoped this was not a trap. The scene shifted to inside a dilapidated thatched cottage. A mysterious man stood in the center of the formation, an eerie aura emanating from him. He gave a savage grin, his voice full of triumph. "Finally the big fish has taken the bait." Sunset stretched across the mountain ridges, the pine forest silent cold. Ziyun pushed the gate wide open, her voice asking if the evil cultivator was hiding inside. She cautiously asked the Grand Elder if he had brought the magic treasures. Ziyu swiftly replied that he had brought all of them. Ziyun instructed the second elder to lead people in defense outside, not letting the evil sect members escape. Mingbai wondered what about him. Ziyun replied that if the precious disciple trusted him, then he would go inside with them. Yi Fan in the image mischievously winked, giving a thumbs up in approval. Mingbai cheerfully agreed. Ziyu crossed his arms and asked him if he was afraid of the powerful evil cultivator. Mingbai calmly replied that he trusted the elders and the sect leader would be able to handle it. He naively thought that since the evil cultivator used blood essence to cultivate evil arts, he would prioritize dealing with the elders. He took the opportunity to ask for a treasure for escape to guard against emergencies, prompting Ziyu to silently want to hit him. While discussing, a surge of black ki suddenly emanated from the collapsed house. Old Sixth staggered, his body reacting immediately. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, exclaiming dizziness. Ziyun sensed something was wrong. She shouted a warning that this was ancient demonic ki. "Everyone quickly take the isolation pill." Inside the house, the man behind it laughed maniacally. "A mere isolation pill, how can it escape my demonic ki?" The crimson formation formation flew out, 4 unmoving figures amidst the surging demonic ki. Everyone began to weaken, greatly affected by the demonic ki. Ziyun uncomfortably ordered the elders to form a formation, but Ziyu reported that their true ki was sealed. Old Sixth also cried out in distress, the same for me. In the midst of the situation, Ming Bai was unharmed. He wondered suspiciously why he felt nothing. The mysterious man stepped out, laughing with delight. Naturally, I would not let you use your true ki. Your nascent souls are much tastier than those ordinary ki refinement stage cultivators. Ziyun thought to herself, how could this evil cultivator be this strong? She gritted her teeth and asked who he was. Did not hesitate, you may call me Nizui. Hearing that name, everyone was bewildered. Ming Bai timidly asked Elder Liu, is he very powerful? Ziyu replied seriously, not powerful, but terrifying. She narrated, 10,000 years ago, the demon race invaded the human realm. The heart-devouring war demon and his 12 apostle envoys bathed the eastern barons in blood for 100 years. Nizui was the 7th demon envoy of the heart-devouring war demon, the last one to fall. He alone fought against over 30,000 great vehicle stage cultivators for 3 days and 3 nights, killing over 100,000. Ziyun weakly asked, wasn't he dead? Nizui replied, if I died so easily, that would be greatly underestimating the demon race. He laughed maniacally, declaring it was time to fill his belly. For humanity to become a part of him was an honor. He would remember the day he regained his strength. The people of Ziyun sect all clearly sensed the situation worsening, their inner energy growing weaker by the moment. Ziyun thought worriedly their life force and energy were about to be drained completely. Aru fell into despair, dropping her head in sorrow and regret. Am I going to die? If I had known, I would have sat with my precious disciple a little longer today. There were clearly so many words left unsaid to him. As everyone, their vitality eroded by demonic energy to exhaustion, lay limp on the ground, Ming Bai was completely normal. He widened his eyes as if he had discovered the key point. A golden light burst forth accordingly. Ziyun cast a suspicious glance. Ming Bai at this moment proudly raised the evil repelling talisman high, causing Ziyun to think in surprise. Ming Bai. Tua growled in anger, his voice grating as he questioned, Brat, what are you holding? He charged forward fiercely, clutching the evil repelling talisman tightly, and shouted a threat. The talisman brother ye gave me will definitely take care of you. Prepare to die. Witnessing that scene, Baru found a faint glimmer of hope, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed happily, my disciple even gave him a magical artifact. Ming Bai pressed the attack die. Meanwhile, he still did not realize the severity of the situation and underestimated his foe. A mere ki refining stage, just dispelling demonic energy. What are you pretending for in front of me? While Tua was still arrogantly complicit, Ming Bai seized the opportunity, leaping forward to press the evil repelling talisman onto him, catching him off guard. Before the man's terrified expression, he grandly shouted his technique, illusionary extreme binding. Tua awkwardly took a powerful punch while still unable to regain his composure. The light, like a divine might, suddenly erupted, brilliantly enveloping the entire sky. At that time, Yi Fan on this side was sleeping very soundly on the soft bed. Then he was awakened by the dazzling light from outside. He murmured in confusion, it's so bright outside. However, Yi Fan did not think much of it. He ignored it and turned over, hugging his legs to continue sleeping. Scene changed. Tua staggered to his feet, curling his lips into a sneer, his entire body emitting a wave of eerie spiritual energy. He raised an eyebrow, gritted his teeth, and threatened, don't get cocky. 30,000 Mahayana stage cultivators couldn't kill me. What can a magical artifact from a mere ki refining cultivator like you do? Behind Ming Bai at this moment grew countless golden tentacles. He spread his arms, showing off the stance. Though he didn't know what technique this was, just posing was enough. Tua's eyes bulged as he exclaimed in shock, what is this? Ming Bai controlled the tentacles to rush straight at him to attack without hesitation. Coiled around Tua's body, restraining his limbs, leaving him completely unable to do anything. He raised his hand to cover his eyes as if it was nothing, his cheeks flushed red as he commented awkwardly, this is way too perverted. He roared in fury, a golden electric current tearing through space. Breaking the technique, with a loud bang, a violent explosive wave swept away all the tentacles before his eyes. They shattered and fell limply to the ground. Disciples in the sect had now successfully escaped the heretic's demonic spell. Where is this? Weren't we supposed to go for a drink? My eyes hurt so much. Ziyun thought contentedly, precious disciple, the Ziyun sect was saved this time because of you. She approached him, praising Ming Bai. You did very well. While Ziyu couldn't hide her gratitude, if it weren't for you, the Ziyun sect would likely have followed the fate of Wenxiang sect. Ming Bai smiled and humbly replied, I just basked in senior brother Yi's glory. Just then, a small demon quietly appeared behind him. Time passed quickly. Ziyun Bai moved to Yifan's room. He called out loudly, Senior brother Yi, I and the sect master are here to visit you. He stepped out to welcome them warmly. Junior brother Li, you've been coming often lately, and master, why did you wake me up so early today? I haven't even prepared lunch yet. There's nothing wrong. She spoke shyly, precious disciple. Today Ziyun's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment. She stammered, I came to ask for advice on cooking. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but be suspicious, asking, Master, you're not thinking about cultivation, but want to cook. She explained awkwardly, I am after all a woman. If one day I marry, I will need it. Besides, even cultivators sometimes want to eat. He leaned close to Ziyun, teasing playfully, have you set your eyes on some guy? Wanting to bring him back as Master's husband. This made her face darken. Ziyun immediately kicked Yifan, scolding angrily, every day calling Master you, can't you call me just me? She cursed in her heart dejectedly, stupid disciple, why mention cultivation? I really did want to ask about cultivation since my cultivation has been stuck for 200 years, but couldn't you let me use cooking as an excuse, stupid disciple, treating me like a little girl. After the moment jest, Yifan said seriously, Master, if you want to learn cooking, let's go to the kitchen later, you have to listen to me. Ziyun replied without hesitation, of course disciple, let's go. Mingbai spoke, Senior Brother Yi, I'll wait here for you to make lunch. Invisible demon behind him silently cursed. He was the one who gave the exorcism talisman. How is he an ordinary mortal with no cultivation? It watched Yifan's retreating back and judged, wait, his physique is an innate Dao body. Demon grinned victoriously, quickly changing its target to approach him. Heaven helps me, once I possess this body. In less than 100 years I can return to the tribulation transcendent stage. Even surpassing the main god would be no problem. Just as it was still complacent, preparing to enter Yifan's body. The system immediately rang with a reminder notification, detecting that the host is about to be possessed by a powerful demon envoy. This demon envoy is extremely dangerous. Please host escape from this place. The host can check in at designated sect locations. This system can help the host cheat on one check-in mission. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Demon envoy, I fought countless demon envoys back in the day. If there was one, why can't I sense it? The system continued bluntly, detecting that the host's master wants a breakthrough method from the host. Please host go to the designated location to receive the corresponding reward. Forget it, since you are about to be possessed anyway. What's the point of me helping you? Just go. Immediately after, Ziyun suddenly asked curiously, Disciple, how do you make that golden house hidden treasure dish? He quickly turned to answer, let me see. Yifan approached to observe, then said softly, Master, this won't do, you're about to crush the tofu. She replied bluntly, how can I do it? I don't know how to cook. He didn't hesitate to wrap his arm around Ziyun's waist, his other hand reaching down to the bowl of tofu, teaching her earnestly, Master, relax, follow my rhythm. You're gripping too tight, I can't get it in. Yifan gently took her hand and then calmly instructed, squeeze slowly, then move up and down rhythmically. Series of actions accompanied by words made Ziyun blush with embarrassment. He didn't pay it any mind and continued to convey, you can try gently with your index and middle fingers. How deep is the hole of the tofu? Have you reached the bottom yet? Did you tear the membrane? Hearing this, she turned away shyly, covering her mouth, don't say any more. Ziyun accidentally bit her fingertip and whined, it hurt so much. Seeing this, Yifan gleefully replied, over 1,000 years old, and still acting spoiled like a little girl. She pounded her chest in reproach, you're still laughing, I'm dying of pain. Mingbai, standing outside the door, spoke bashfully, Senior Brother Yi, your food. Before finishing his sentence, he heard the voices of the two drift out. At first it hurts, but once you get used to it, it won't hurt anymore. He curiously peeked his head in to spy, asking himself shyly, what are Senior Brother Yi and the sect master doing? Yifan on this side was still completely unaware and calmly continued, I'll do it a bit slower, there's plenty of time, let Junior Brother Li wait outside a little longer. Those easily misunderstood words made Ming Bai feel awkward, think to himself, is Senior Brother Yin and the sect master in that kind of relationship, but a master-disciple romance or something? Right after that he blushed and ran out, too embarrassed. The scene shifted. Yifan looked at Ziyun's cooking skills and smiled helplessly. What kind of food was the master cooking? The demon harassing him suddenly rubbed its chin in doubt. Strange, my demonic energy has affected him. Why can't I take over his body? Suddenly, the system appeared and decisively struck the demon into tatters. If you cannot act, do not try again with my host. At this moment in the meeting hall of Ziyun's sect, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Ziyu suggested that after exterminating the heretical cultivators, let the inner disciples lead the outer disciples out for training. Yuan immediately rejected it, claiming the inner disciples were still immature. Taking them out would be like sending them to their deaths. Ziyun impatiently stood up, slammed the table to interrupt the argument, and demanded everyone be silent. Two people looked at her, shocked, and exclaimed, Sectmaster, have you broken through to the 6th layer of nascent soul? They asked in astonishment when she had broken through. Ziyun proudly boasted that yesterday her precious disciple cooked, and she suddenly had an epiphany. She placed her hand on her chest, excitedly boasting that the source of the ancient power blended like a warm stream, clearing her meridians. Thanks to that, she vaguely guessed that part of Ziyun's sect's cultivation technique was wrong. Ziyu asked in horror, is the 1,000-year inherited technique truly wrong? She confirmed it was, and would later write a new integrated technique for the entire sect. Ziyu found it even harder to believe, exclaiming, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with cooking?" Ziyun pressed her hands to her flushed cheeks, her heart fluttering as she recounted, "Of course it has a connection. When the disciple hugged me, our true ki collided at my dantian." Hearing this, Ziyu was even more shocked and moved. Remembering the feeling, Ziyun smiled, eyes sparkling with a blush, her voice lively as she recounted the blissful moment. The collision speed was extremely fast. The first wave hadn't subsided before the peak of the second wave arrived. After nearly 2 hours, the membrane inside my body suddenly shattered. Yuan's widened in awe. She replied calmly, 2 hours straight, what about it? Ziyu thought bitterly. The sect master lived for 1,000 years. How could she utter such lewd words? Yuan also felt awkward. Can this matter be discussed in front of everyone? Everything was calm when a disciple rushed in panic to report, "Sect master, major news. A cave dwelling has appeared at Phoenix Singing Mountain." This news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the three of them stunned. The scene shifted to Immortal Jade Peak. Yi Fan asked calmly, "Master, you mean the cave dwelling at Phoenix Singing Mountain belongs to Yang Zong and Zhao Tingzhen himself?" Ziyun humbly and shyly replied, 80 to 90% sure. The various sects are gathering people. My precious disciple, I know you do not like it. Before she could finish her sentence, he understood her meaning and quickly replied, "Yes, then let me go." Ziyun was still not fully composed, asking in surprise, "You are really going?" Yi Fan sneered, saying with interest that he had never seen a cave dwelling appear so grandly, so he wanted to go there for some fun. In his heart, he was secretly calculating. While that was true, he was even more curious to know about Zhao Tingzhen, to see if he had known him in the 70th life. Zhao Tingzhen was not bad, but his life was short, and he was framed by his senior sister. Well, he was only going to see a wonder. How could this matter be related to him? While playing with the nine-tailed fox, Shugu suddenly barked a few times, saying the master was about to go out. "We should go too." The nine-tailed fox timidly asked if it could not go. Shugu decisively refused. No. On the towering, majestic peaks of Phoenix Singing Mountain, a flying boat was slowly landing below. Zilao transmitted a message, "Ziyun sect has arrived." Erbai was leisurely resting on a chair, indifferently replying, "I know." The various sect masters had all gathered. Seeing the Ziyun sect members, one person spoke, "Ningmei Ziyun, the last to arrive, you truly kept us waiting." Ziyun was not inferior, retorting sarcastically. Looking at the arrogant sect masters, "What, have you found a solid backing?" Erbai strode out from the crowd, his demeanor calm but his aura overwhelming. "A solid backing, I suppose I have." Ziyun noticed the strange symbol on the hem of his robe. She thought doubtfully, this symbol. Ziyun immediately guessed Erbai's identity, Xuanyan sect, a first-tier sect of Donghua City. He looked at her, his face arrogant and contemptuous. "The woman Ziyun has a harmonious appearance, but it is a pity it is fake. Otherwise I would take her as a concubine." Shi Lao ingratiatingly flattered him. "If young Master Li finds her fake, then go find someone younger." Ziyu was furious and was about to rush forward, but Ziyun stopped her, calmly reassuring her, "Calm down and wait." Ziyun analyzed seriously. Xuanyan sect has great power, with several dozen cultivators in the divine transformation realm alone. We cannot contend. She listened and swallowed her anger, obediently obeying. Ziyu reluctantly clasped her hands and said respectfully, "So it is friend of the Xuanyan sect. An honor to meet you." Erbai could not be bothered to reply, directly getting to the main point, telling everyone to go inside the hall. "The inheritance of the great power belongs to him. The rest of the treasures will be divided. If anyone dares to be greedy, be careful of your nine-colored spirit fox." He suddenly frowned, having discovered something strange. Erbai pointed his fan directly at Yifan, asking harshly, "Who is he?" Ziyun proudly introduced him. "This is my most accomplished disciple, Yifan." He humbly reminded her, "Master, I am just a mortal." Erbai's eyes burned with hatred. He thought through gritted teeth, "So he is Yifan." Intelligence said he does not like to go out, staying at Immortal Jade Peak all day. Yifan's words made him speculate wildly. Calling himself a mortal, what does he imply? He suppressed his aura. Dare he show his might in front of the seven sects, annihilating the Silverman Diao Wang? How could he be a mortal? Erbai was unwilling, insisting that Yifan deliberately slighted him. He had cultivated in an immortal family for over a decade, yet was not as good as Yifan. A mortal, is that so? Once he destroys your Danshin, then you can truly be a mortal. Seeing him lose his composure, fearing he might act rashly in anger, Shi Lao gently placed a hand on his shoulder, softly advising, "Young Master Li, do not act rashly." The old man then revealed earth-shattering news. The spirit beast raised by Yifan had killed the patriarch of Tiansheng sect, a cultivator at the peak of the divine transformation realm. He turned his head, asking in disbelief, "Peak divine transformation, is that spirit beast at the void core realm then?" Shi Lao shot a ferocious look at Yifan, continuing that Yifan had at least reached the void core realm, otherwise he could not have subdued that spirit beast. Seeing the situation turning in his opponent's favor, Erbai had to grit his teeth and reluctantly bow respectfully. Junior Li Erbai pays respects to Senior Yi. However, he was splashed with cold water. Yifan did not even look at him, turning to speak to Zi Yun. Is there a resting place or a cool spot to relax this time? Hearing this, he quickly seized the chance to flatter. Of course there is, Senior Ye, please have a seat. But in his head, he was cursing angrily, daring to compete with me for the inheritance. Wait until the cave dwelling opens. I will use countless ways to deal with you. Yifan leisurely leaned back in his chair and gave a perfunctory thank you. The warm golden sunlight passed over the peaks, pouring light onto Phoenix Singing Mountain. Shugo was then gnawing on the nine-tailed fox's fur as it stood by the cliff, threatening, ignoring its tearful pleas for mercy. Shugo was still firm, no. It noticed the cave emitting a brilliant glow, its eyes lit up. It released the nine-tailed fox and happily yelped, new toys again. Shugo rushed towards the cave, inadvertently causing its nine-tailed fox companion to fall off the deep, bottomless cliff. At this moment, everyone had been waiting for half a day. The cave dwelling was still silent with no news. Yifan sat down on the ground, his expression bored as he complained, Master, it has been half a day. How much longer until the cave dwelling opens? Ziyin replied calmly, just wait. If not half a day then a year, it will open eventually. He yawned repeatedly and grumbled, if we cannot wait, then it is better to return to the mansion. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling everyone. She immediately shouted, the cave dwelling has appeared. Light from the cave dwelling burst forth, accompanied by overwhelming spiritual pressure. Giant rocks developed cracks, and glowing red runes appeared. The Jingdung sect finally revealed itself completely, its dazzling radiance drawing admiration from all. The sect was truly magnificent, and he could hardly believe he was witnessing this scene with his own eyes. Even Yifan was stunned by its majesty, thinking that this was a true manifestation of a cave dwelling. Though its style differed from Triodin's, this was the first time in 100 reincarnations that he had seen it, and it was indeed worthy. Erbi smiled smugly, scheming with cunning intent. The sect-suppressing treasure of Jingdung Daoyun could manipulate the flow of time. With it, his cultivation speed would rival that of the immortal heavenly saint physique, and he would no longer fear anyone looking down on him. Han turned back to announce to everyone, esteemed sect leaders, the Jingdung sect has been opened, but there are still many seals inside. Please join me in breaking the mountain guarding formation to fully open the sect. Tungmak respectfully agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man changed his attitude, thinking to himself, trying to use us as cannon fodder. This inheritance must not fall into anyone else's hands. On the other side, Ziyun looked at Yifan and gently invited him, disciple, the cave dwelling is open. Follow me. He crossed his arms and refused. No, besides the scenery there is nothing of value here. She had no choice but to say, then I will have to cooperate with other sects. Yifan replied, Master, I will return to the meditation room and wait for you. Scene change, Shugu was busily sticking his head into a small cave. He walked while looking back to report to the nine-tailed fox, who was lurking outside. Hurry up and come in. There is good stuff in here. The nine-tailed fox followed Shugu deeper into the cave, and a beam of blue light reflected onto his face. It turned out this cave was the cultivation ground of the tyrant Nguyet Hong, and the light was emanating from his body. Nguyet Hong seemed to sense the intrusion, frowning and threatening, get out of here now, and this king will spare your lives. The nine-tailed fox thought fearfully, this place is too dangerous, let's leave quickly. Meanwhile, Shugu was excited and charged forward. Big Bone, here I come. He quickly bit and snatched the infinite heaven and earth from Nguyet Hong's body. Nguyet Hong suddenly paused as his spiritual sense detected strange movements from Shugu. He glared fiercely and bellowed in rage. You little vermin, how dare you steal my treasure? A violent shout made the nine-tailed fox jump in fright, his eyes welling up with tears. Nguyet Hong raised his sharp claws, roaring in threat, disrupting my cultivation is harming me. You all must die. He slammed the ground with a thunderous blow, creating a violent tremor. Thanks to his nimble agility, Shugu dodged the highly mobile attack. Back at the cave dwelling, Erbi, Thatlao, and Tungmak were combining their efforts to break the final 8 trigram formation of the sect. Ziyun wiped her sweat and said with relief, finally, the last formation is opened. Ziyu was astonished. I never thought that a destroyed sect like Qingdung Tung could still maintain this 1000-year formation array. B glanced at Thatlao, and the two secretly transmitted a message. Elder Thach, after you deal with the useless fools, go in and get the infinite heaven and earth. I will hold them off. The old man replied, once I obtain it, I will retreat immediately. Don't let Yifan and the Ziyun sect suspect anything. Tungmak stepped forward to negotiate. Young Master Li, this is the final place within the sect. We have never seen the inheritance before. Could you allow us a look? Hua Lin agreed, adding, please grant our request. Young Master Li. Thatlao walked over, raising his hand with a sinister look, a meaningful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a low voice, "Grant your request." "Fine, this old man will agree on behalf of the young master." Hua Lin naively rejoiced. "Thank you, Elder Thach." He narrowed his eyes, his brows deeply furrowed, one eye flashing with a fierce red light as if containing a terrifying murderous intent. The next moment, Thach Lao suddenly struck out, aiming directly at the two, not giving them time to react. "That is what you say only when you can defeat me." Erbai quickly shifted into a fighting stance. Zi Yun panicked and demanded, "Li Dao Hio, why'd you suddenly attack? What is the meaning of this?" He sneered and answered contemptuously, "Attack? Not taking your lives is already being lenient." Erbai hurriedly urged, "Elder Thach, go quickly." The old man confidently replied, "Rest assured, young master, I am certain to obtain the infinite heaven and earth." Something suddenly shot towards them from behind at lightning speed, startling Thach Lao. "What is that?" He was stunned, his eyes wide, and he turned his head to look up. Before he could regain his composure, he was crushed by the enormous foot of Nguyet Hong. Witnessing this, Erbai's face turned pale with fear, and he cried out in shock, "Elder Thach!" Nguyet Hong stood imposingly before Hua Lin and Tung Mak, angrily demanding, "So it was you who conspired to steal my treasure?" Hua Lin exclaimed in terror, "Is that the tyrant Nguyet Hong?" Nguyet Hong roared, his eyes blood-red with hatred. "You ants, die, all of you." A pillar of blue spiritual energy exploded, shooting straight into the sky, the ground shaking, and the aura sweeping everything away. After observing, Zi Yun shouted a worried warning, "Scatter!" With his rage consuming his reason, Nguyet Hong savagely charged into attack. "Don't run!" The brutal blows injured many innocent people, blood spilling everywhere. The disciple panicked and turned back, shouting loudly, "Elder Qi, Elder Sai." Nguyet Hong switched his target to Erbai, chasing and howling, "Damn human, give back the infinite heaven and earth." Erbai ran while trying to explain in vain, "We didn't take it, we only just opened the door." Nguyet Hong refused to believe. "Lies." He tried to justify himself, "No, it's true." At the same time, running alongside Erbai was Shugu, carrying the nine-tailed fox, with the treasure that Nguyet Hong was fiercely pursuing clamped in his mouth. The next second he froze upon seeing the object in Shugu's mouth. Erbai was furious at being wronged, thinking irritably, "Even if I jumped into the Yellow River now, I could never wash away this injustice." On the other side, while fleeing, Vian Vian spoke worriedly to Zi Yun, her voice trembling, "Sect leader, running like this won't do. Here is a 6th grade wind control pill, please take it. The development of the Zi Yun sect cannot do without you. Live for us." Vian Vian did not hesitate, immediately offering the 6th grade wind control pill. Zi Yun was deeply moved by her kindness and called out, "Second elder." She pushed Vian Vian's hand away, directly refusing, "You should take it yourself." Vian Vian was stunned by this action. A mysterious shadow suddenly flashed by, causing her to freeze in an instant. The two looked in shock at the shadow, which turned out to be Truong Kiem Dao Nyan. He snatched the 6th grade wind control pill, smirking triumphantly, as expected of the Zi Yun sect so united. "I'll take this pill right now." Having said that, Truong Kiem Dao Nyan immediately put the pill into his mouth. Zi Yun glared in fury, shouting a warning, "Truong Kiem Dao Nyan, spit it out." He paid no heed, focusing only on feeling the wave of power from the pill surging within him. As expected of a wind control pill, "My whole body is brimming with power." Suddenly, Truong Kim Dao Nyan stared dazedly at his deforming hands, screaming, "Wait, what is happening?" His body convulsed, then swelled abnormally, transforming into a bizarre creature with rough blue skin. He trembled and asked, "What kind of poison is this?" Nguyet Hong had appeared behind him at some point, looking at him in utter bewilderment. Just as he noticed Nguyet Hong, Truong Kim Dao Nyan panicked, turning back and forth in confusion, not knowing what to do. As if utterly unconcerned, it struck a fatal blow that shattered him to pieces right before her eyes. Witnessing this, the worry in Zi Yun's heart grew even deeper. Another sect master dead, truly worthy of being the second elder's granddaughter. The elixir she concocted was exactly the same. Zi Yu gratefully exclaimed, "Sword-wielding Pathfinder, I will forever remember this kindness." Yuan Yuan said angrily, "Stop comparing me to my retired grandfather." Erbai asked from behind in confusion, "Are you the second elder? Is the elder position of your Zi Yun sect hereditary?" Zi Yun calmly replied, "Instead of caring about the Zi Yun sect, worry about the white bear tyrant behind you." He pointed forward, saying the bear was no longer chasing them. The dog that bit the heaven and earth infinity had already flown towards Yifan. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" On this side, Shugu had just dashed like the wind towards Yifan while provoking the roaring moon bear chasing behind. "You cannot catch me." The system rang out with a cacophony of notifications, warning the host of an impending devastating attack to quickly flee. He asked helplessly, attacked with destruction before even doing anything. Could it not be more creative? Having said that, Yifan turned around, looked down at the two spirit beasts and asked, "Why are you two here? Did Master bring you?" But Shugu spat the earth of infinity into his hand, and then scurried away, leaving Yifan utterly bewildered. What is this? Why does it look like the Supreme Ultimate? Also looks like a chew toy. Hey, are you trying to play fetch with me? In the middle of intently observing the treasure in his hand, the moon bear pounced from behind, claws raised, swinging down directly at Yifan from close range. The system anxiously sent a warning, "Host, no time left, currently in the process of power enhancement." Faced with that development, Ziyun was stunned and exclaimed, "Syllabus fellow." It cunningly launched a sneak attack towards him, but with his keen senses he managed to dodge it neatly in time. Seizing the moment the moon bear left an opening, Yifan turned around and decisively kicked it straight in the ribs. In an instant, the moon bear seemed to feel the piercing pain coming, its abdomen beginning to glow a fierce red. The wound quickly spread, creating immense pressure that caused its upper body to explode, smoke and dust dissipating into the void. Witnessing it all, the fire spirit could not believe its eyes. The defense of a void time movement bear compared to a human cultivator at the peak of void movement. Yet, Yifan completely killed it in an instant. Shang Mo interjected in shock. Behind the tiger, the bear's ribs. These are the hardest places to hit on them. Yifan, what kind of strength does he actually have? Nearby was pale-faced, mouth agape in horror, thinking in disbelief. That previous stance seemed not to use spiritual power, meaning he attacked with bare hands. Yifan now stood still, silent in contemplation, having unconsciously used the lethal stance he developed when he was a warrior in the 83rd life. Thinking this, he suddenly came to his senses, realizing everything. He had almost been fooled to death by the system, deliberately creating danger, harming him and his important ones, exploiting instinctual reactions, make him use old abilities and offer up his desires, then when he adapted, making him depend on the system. So despicable. Yifan, annoyed, stared at the system, leaving it confused and only able to awkwardly defend itself. Why look at me? Protecting the host is what I should do. Shugu and the nine-tailed fox happily ran over to him. Yifan's face darkened, he crossed his arms and questioned. Very well, you dare show up? Yifan wore a furious expression, slowly approaching them step by step. Shugu and the nine-tailed fox were now unavoidably flustered and afraid, communicating telepathically. Master, Big Brother, why do we feel like Master wants to kill us? Just turned around to speak to the nine-tailed fox. What to do? Master and us. But before the words finished, Yifan's hand had already reached out. The final word was spoken. Playtime was also when the two spirit pets were coldly gripped by the neck by him, their eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Yifan unceremoniously stuffed the two of them into a sack, ignoring the system's continuous pleas. Even though this time the spirit pets caused the disaster, they are future allies, do not be like this. He carried the sack over his shoulder and announced coldly, Master, return to the sect. Noticing Yifan seemed to be in a rage, Ziyin quickly agreed. Yuan shyly questioned, the oppression is too strong, Sect Master. Why do I feel that Yifan increasingly resembles your master? Scene change in front of the elixir refining room door. The four people Yifan, Ziyin, Ziyun, Yuan had safely returned to the sect. She asked while looking at his back in confusion, Disciple, do you want to bring the spirit pets to refine elixir? He turned his face back, replying coldly no. Ziyun and Ziyu were also startled by anger. Seeing Yifan without a hint of hesitation, determined to put the two spirit pets into the elixir furnace, she worriedly continued to advise, Precious disciple, maybe you should think it over a bit more. Ziyun suddenly paused, a flicker in her eyes as if she had just thought of something important. Now, not only did she not stop him, but she also cheered in support, her attitude changing incredibly. This time, Master supports you. He was a bit surprised but still cautiously reminded, then do not open the furnace lid later, or all effort will be wasted. She smiled helplessly, thinking to herself, wasted effort indeed. Ziyu curiously asked quietly. Ziyun calmly explained, Sect Master, what did you notice this time? Grand Elder, you would not understand this matter. My precious disciple even killed the tyrant moon bear. If he truly wanted to kill the spirit pets, would that not be ordinary? She immediately pointed at the elixir furnace and added, do not forget, what my precious disciple threw into the elixir furnace is not just spirit pets. Hearing this, Ziyu vaguely understood. Could it be that he wants the medicinal herbs remaining in the furnace along with the Samadhi fire, combined with the heaven and earth infinity time force, to train the spirit pets? Ziyun confirmed. Correct, that is it. The elixir furnace was now vigorously emitting hot smoke, brilliant light radiating from the flickering flames. Inside were two different extremes. Shugu was happily jumping around, sauna oven sunbathing. As for the nine-tailed fox, it was completely the opposite, crying angrily, "I am so pitiful, I clearly did nothing wrong. All the cultivators want to capture me, falling into their hands. Even Master wants to kill me." The nine-tailed fox dazedly recalled the past, saying in despair, "Father, Mother, I still have so many delicious things I have not yet eaten." Seeing its mood was unstable, Shugo asked, "Little fox sister, what is bothering you?" Shugo lay down next to the nine-tailed fox, gently comforting her. "Master is heartless, not giving a single thought to little fox sister's feelings. Little fox sister, I will protect you." The surrounding flames still burned fiercely, growing faster and more intense by the moment. Yifan was still leisurely lounging on a chair. The system suddenly appeared, announcing loudly, "The system is collapsing, going to have to restart again." Disturbed during his nap time, he cursed irritably under his breath, "So noisy." Now it noticed something, switched to announce, "The host's spirit pets are being intensely influenced, undergoing a mutation. Congratulations, host," followed by a series of information. New skill: mutated husky evolved. New skill: primary defense resonance. Mutated husky can designate a target, causing the enemy and itself to have defense resonance, lasting 1 hour, cooldown time 1 day. Congratulations, host. Nine-tailed spirit fox evolved. New skill: material softening, ineffective against cultivators monsters. He stared in amazement, unable to believe it, blurting out, "They both actually mutated." Inside the room, the elixir furnace suddenly shook violently, spiritual power fluctuations surging powerfully as if about to reach their limit. Ziyun saw this and became overjoyed. She exclaimed excitedly, "Look, just as I predicted." Faced with this sight, Ziyu was dumbfounded, finding it absurd. Can such a thing really happen? Yuan Yuan smiled faintly, pointing a finger upward, her voice full of mystery. Next is the time to witness a miracle. Outside the main sect grounds, the crowd was waiting when a notification suddenly rang out. "All of Ziyun sect listen. Hand over the heaven and earth infinity and the spirit beasts." Disciple frantically ran over, his face full of tension, hurriedly reporting, "Sect Master, trouble. The people of the Xuanyin sect have arrived." Ziyun then turned around, her eyes showing clear dissatisfaction. "They always come to my sect and speak such harsh words." She continued, saying not many days had passed before they all died. Dashi radiated a blazing murderous intent, his gaze icy cold. He gritted his teeth and threatened in a low voice, "If you do not hand them over, I will make your Ziyun sect vanish completely." The scene shifted. Inside the furnace, Shugu and the nine-tailed fox had completed their mutation. Both had clearly stepped up to a new level. The little fox squealed, "Look quick, I can talk now." The nine-tailed fox happily replied, "Me too. I wonder if we evolved or mutated." Shugu truly did not know the answer either. Brother does not know either. "Little fox, do you feel something strange behind me?" The nine-tailed fox immediately climbed onto its back. "Let me take a look." At the same time, the furnace door suddenly swung open. Yifan was dumbfounded by their actions, not yet able to react. Shugu excitedly boasted, "Master, the fox and I can talk now." The system simultaneously popped up a notification, "Host, look at the 2 spirit pets after mutation. Are they not cute? Just give a command and they will understand immediately." But he grew annoyed, lifting the 2 spirit pets up, causing them to be confused. Yifan calmly stuffed Shugu and the nine-tailed fox into a sack, tied it tightly, and muttered a complaint, "They are so obedient but got ridden by a dog. This kind of mutation is too much. Better to give them away quickly." That action caused the system to go into a frenzy. "Host, are you forcibly severing the beast-taming bond? That will cause a riot. Such a headache, I will have to restart again." At this moment, in front of the grand gate of Ziyun sect, 2 sect forces were arguing fiercely, making the atmosphere tense. Dashi glared, clenched his fists tightly. His whole body darkened with rage, gritting his teeth and threatening Ziyun sect, "I will give you 3 minutes. If you do not hand over the 2 spirit pets, and the heaven and earth infinite, I will destroy your ancestral tombs." Yun tried to suppress her emotions, stepping forward to gently mediate, "Fellow Taoists, could there be a misunderstanding? Those 2 spirit pets were originally raised by our sect, as all other sects know. As for the heaven and earth infinite, after the secret realm breakthrough we have not seen it, but that tyrant Yu Xiong ran off towards Li Erbai over there." Erbai, upon hearing this, jumped up, his face flushed as he vehemently denied, "How could I possibly have the heaven and earth infinite? Elder Dashi, she is lying." Dashi furrowed his brows and lunged forward, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, his body roiling with red demonic energy like an evil ghost. "Then do not blame me for taking it by force." Yun thought uneasily, 5 nascent soul cultivators. Why is it that every time enemies come, they are 1 realm higher? Even activating the sect grand formation would not be able to suppress them. She remained undaunted, turning around and coldly ordering the elders to form the formation. Right at that moment, from behind the majestic gate, a figure leisurely walked out. "Is this the spirit pet you want?" Hearing the familiar voice, Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Good, my precious disciple, you are here. They want to steal your spirit pets and the heaven and earth infinite." The system frantically tried to stop him. "Host, please complete the mission, keep the spirit pets. Once the mission is done, I will increase your spirit kai." Seeing Yifan appear, Erbai panicked, knelt down heavily, hugged Dashi's leg tightly, and trembled. Elder Dashi, he is here. Let us retreat quickly. Just consider that I took the heaven, earth infinite. Take me back to the wine yin sect. The old man looked at him with great suspicion. Why is that brat Li Erbai so scared? Could it be that this person really killed the tyrant Yu Xiong with just a single kick? Yifan at this moment curled his lips into a smug smile, thinking triumphantly, finally someone has come to the door asking for spirit beasts. That calm smile made Dashi freeze, a vague fear rising in his heart, truly unfathomable and hard to read. He thought to himself, I have encountered a great power of the tribulation transcendence realm again. Could he be a 10,000-year-old monster? This is bad. Why is my body frozen? The old man, who had been arrogant moments ago, now knelt trembling on the ground, earnestly begging, do not kill me. But Yifan did not make a move, calmly placing the sack in front of him. I am giving you these 2 spirit pets. Upon hearing this, both the old man and the system were shocked. The system cried out, Host, what are you doing? I worked so hard to bring out the spirit domain aura. Yifan ignored it, and even kindly added, as for the heaven and earth infinite you mentioned, I cannot find it now, because those 2 dogs ate it. As the sack was opened, Shugu glared fiercely at the old man. What are you looking at? Everything was too easy. The old man sighed in relief, thinking Yifan was surrendering. Perhaps he was still afraid of the wine yin sect. Having these 2 spirit pets was enough, no need to trouble the old monster. The old man took the sack, regaining his arrogant demeanor, and declared clearly, consider Ziyun's sect sensible. I will overlook the matter of the heaven and earth infinite. My wine yin sect will consider an alliance with you. Ziyun and Ziyu, upon hearing this, curled their lips into a knowing smile. Seeing everything go so smoothly, Erbai felt a flash of unease. How strange, why is it so easy? Could Yifan be willingly giving away spirit pets? Since he opened his mouth, why have the master and elders not objected? He remembered what Elder Shai had warned. Yifan's spirit beast is the dog that killed Tiansheng ancestor and destroyed Tiansheng sect. Li Erbai, you must be careful with that spirit beast. He told himself to be cautious, very cautious. The more he thought, the angrier Erbai became, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He struggled to step forward and warn Elder Dashi, do not accept it, this spirit pet. Before he could finish, Erbai received a sudden punch from Dashi, flying backward and tumbling on the ground. The old man angrily warned, this is no place for a worthless piece of trash like you to talk. Having dealt with that, Dashi bowed respectfully and sincerely proposed, fellow Daoist, since you understand the bigger picture, this old man will take the initiative once. Leave the Ziyun sect and become an elder in my Winian sect. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ziyun could not help but lunge forward to retort, what? You steal my disciples' spirit pets, and now you want to steal my precious disciple as well. Dashi proudly boasted, my Winian sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City, with a solid foundation and countless experts. His words grew harder to bear. You are the sect master of Ziyun sect, yet your cultivation level is not even as good as your disciples, and you do not even have a nascent soul cultivator to hold things down. If you want what is best for him, let him develop in my Wine Yin sect instead of binding him with sentiment in this tiny Ziyun sect. Though enraged, his words held some truth, leaving her speechless. Yifan saw this and smiled faintly, patting Ziyun's shoulder to comfort her. Master, that is enough. Why argue with someone like this? Staying in Ziyun sect has been my most relaxing time. Cooking at home is 10,000 times better than going to Wine Yin sect to be an elder. Ziyun was moved by his words, blushing as she thought, my precious disciple, I never expected you to care so much for our sect. She looked at the two of them, reluctant to part with their affectionate bond, as she was disgusted, giving up on the idea. So this old monster is obsessed with women. Forget it, no more persuading, let it go. Time passed swiftly at the Winian sect. At the longevity banquet of Sect Master Li Tianqiu, Tianqiu sat majestically on the high platform, smiling as he raised his glass with an elegant and carefree demeanor. Welcome everyone to Donghua City, for giving me this face. I wonder what surprises you have prepared for me this year. Below, everyone respectfully congratulated him, one by one presenting precious items. Sect Master, I have found 2 luting dancers for you. I hope you will accept them. Dashi interrupted arrogantly, step aside, how can that compare to my grand gift? Sect Master, I have 2 top-grade spirit beasts. Tianqiu exclaimed with interest, spirit beasts, bring them in quickly for me to see. The old man walked to a large cage covered with cloth, his face full of pride. Sect Master, look closely. Having said that, Dashi did not hesitate and directly yanked the cloth off. But inside, Erbai was tied up limb to limb, hanging upside down in the cage, struggling in panic and screaming pitifully, Third Elder, save me. Tianqiu immediately flew into a rage and shouted, Li Erbai, Grand Elder Shai, what the hell is this? He stared wide-eyed at Erbai and growled, this is not I do not know either. Liar by, where did Jake my spirit beasts? Everyone unconsciously broke into discussion, exchanging looks. What is going on up on the roof? At that moment on the roof, the two missing spirit beasts were gnawing on the tiles. Shugu urged anxiously, little fox, eat quickly, this stuff boosts spiritual power. The nine-tailed fox was astonished. It is true. Great, we will never be hungry again. So the two of them competed to devour the roof ravenously, eating and licking their lips, causing large chunks of tiles to crack and fall. Shugu and the nine-tailed fox consequently fell down below. The scene shifted. At Ziyun sect in a small room, the master and disciple Ziyun and Yifan sat eating and drinking, the atmosphere unusually peaceful. She gently closed her eyes, lightly picked up a piece of food and brought it to her mouth, her movements elegant. Seeing this, he curiously asked, Master, is it good? Ziyun ate while replying with satisfaction, very good. Hearing this, Yifan felt relieved. It seemed bear paw was not hard to cook. After eating for a while, she stopped her chopsticks and questioned with doubt, Disciple, are you really going to just give away the spirit pets like that? Are you not worried about any incidents? He rested his chin on his hand and calmly replied, Incidents? Why would there be incidents? Having someone else raise them is better, is it not? The Wine Yin sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City. With so many heavenly treasures, surely they can afford to raise them. Yin smiled gently, extremely satisfied. So this is, thinking it over, she thought happily. So the plan is to use the Wine Yin sect's heavenly treasures to raise the spirit beasts, saving resources while wearing them down. This is truly a ruthless scheme. I wonder what surprises the spirit pets will bring when they return. At that moment, a strange sound came from another room. Ziyun rolled her eyes in confusion. What is that noise? Disciple, it seems to be coming from your room. Yifan curiously poked his head out. Let me go take a look. He crept closer to investigate, each step light as a thread, while suspicious whispers drifted from the room. Sister, hurry and pull me out, sister. Yifan quickly stood before the door, not rushing to burst in, just standing dumbfounded to eavesdrop. Sister, do you know where this place is? Guess why my eyes are covered like this? Anyway, we have nowhere to go for now, so we can only stay here. The system announced in surprise, Host, it seems your spirit pet has returned. After a moment of hesitation, he kicked the door open and yelled angrily, What a good dog you are. How dare you come back? Inside the room were two seductively dressed women, their collars daringly low-cut, sitting on the bed. He blushed with embarrassment, eyes wide in shock, stammering and unable to utter a word. The two women then noticed Yifan and cried out in panic. Who are you? Shugu suddenly leaped out from behind the woman. It and the nine-tailed fox quickly appeared to greet him. Shugu said happily, Master, we are back. Yifan knelt down, covering its mouth with his hand, and asked in irritation, You damn dog, what have you brought back this time? Shugu replied innocently, I saw Master like the big balls, so I brought them back. Hearing this, he was stunned and frowned, asking how to know. Who said that? Faced with this situation, the system crossed its arms and sneered. Host, calm down. Don't keep asking who said what. Like Master, like spirit pet. A sudden crashing sound rang out. Yifan looked toward the door and saw Ziyun standing there, having arrived at some point. He could not help but softly call out, Master. Lion Hua swayed weakly and pressed on aggressively. Yifan, is this the reason you sent your spirit pet away? Is this the surprise you promised me? He was startled and confused, asking himself, a surprise? When did I ever promise that? Ziyun turned away in dismay, complaining bitterly. I understand. You must be dissatisfied with your old master. Pretending to be a woman all day is no match for the real thing, right? Yifan stood motionless, thinking to himself, you know you like to dress up as a woman. At that time, Fei Yi was standing behind, eavesdropping quietly. She paused briefly, reasoning silently. Yifan, he is Yifan. His voice sounds like his soul. Could he be his master's reincarnation? My years of wandering this world have not been in vain. Thinking this, Fei Yi realized her master was in conflict with his master and had to find a way to stay here. Next second, she did not hesitate to kneel on the floor, kowtowing respectfully. Immortal Venerable, I am truly delighted to meet my benefactor. Fei Yi quickly introduced herself. My name is Fei Yi, and the one beside me is Bai Tao. We were taken in as singing girls to be offered to the sect master of the mysterious sound sect, to help him break through to the void transcendence realm. If my benefactor had not acted swiftly to save us, I fear the mysterious sound sect would soon take control of Dongwang. Upon hearing the words shadow figure, Shugu froze in confusion. Ziyun regained her composure and thought it over, her doubts vanishing. If Li Tianqiu truly breaks through to void transcendence, it will indeed be troublesome. Fortunately, my clever precious disciple eliminated the problem in the waters. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. This was the idea of this rotten dog, not mine. He pointed at the two women and asked suspiciously, Master, how do you plan to arrange these two? She replied calmly, In 2 days, I will send someone to take them out of the sect. Fei Ye, frightened, clasped her hands and pleaded urgently, "Immortal Venerable, please don't. What if we are captured again by the mysterious sound sect?" Bai Tao raised her hand to her chest and affirmed softly, "Immortal Venerable, you saved our lives. I do not want to be defiled by that old man." Faced with such earnest pleas, Ziyun hesitated, finding it difficult to decide. Seeing her waver, Yifan, standing nearby, had an idea and said softly, "Master, since they are dancers, why not let them perform a dance first, then decide?" She immediately agreed. Fine. Bai Tao had no choice but to agree, bowing her head respectfully. Then this humble girl will present a dance. Bai Tao began to display a series of seductive dance moves, from her eyes to every gesture, all bewitching. It made it impossible for anyone to look away. The dance had not lasted long before Ziyun hurriedly pushed Bai Tao lightly to stop her. The dance was very good. Do not dance it again next time. The words, easily misunderstood, made Fei Yi ask nervously in a low voice, "Master, do you think the junior sister's dance was not good?" She spread her hands and explained with a smile, "No, I will have them become outer disciples, but they must tend to the spirit beasts every day now. Bring the spirit beast and follow me." The two women could not contain their gratitude and knelt down emotionally in unison. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for taking us in." Watching from behind, Yifan smiled contentedly. Thought to himself, "My master truly has a kind heart." But when he glanced at the door frame where Ziyun had stood earlier, he was surprised to see it slowly cracking. He stood frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat. I take back my earlier words. On the dining table, simple dishes were arranged neatly. Ziyun brought the bowl to her lips. Yifan curiously, "My good disciple, is cooking 3 meals a day very tiring?" He shook his head and replied, "Before, I only knew how to cultivate and never followed my heart. Now, I just want to live the life I desire." She tilted her head in agreement. "After all, my precious disciple is exceptionally talented and can always do whatever he likes." Suddenly, Ziyun's command token vibrated. She raised it to her ear and asked, "Grand Elder, what is the matter?" On the other end, Ziyu reported urgently, "Sect Master, the people from the mysterious sound sect have come again. This time, the sect master Li Tianqiu is also here." Ziyun replied, "Understood. I will come after I finish eating with my disciple." Yifan immediately gathered the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Ziyun glanced at him and thought, "Li Tianqiu is here. 80% of the time, he is behind this. Why not bring my precious disciple along to let them exhaust their strength?" With that thought, she leaned on her hand and suggested, "Disciple, come with me to this place." Yifan tilted his head and said, "Wait until I finish washing the dishes first." On this side, Li Tianqiu was waiting. He crossed his arms arrogantly, thinking to himself, "That woman Ziyun is too arrogant, making me stand here waiting, and she still has not arrived. Speak of the devil and he appears." Ziyun raised her voice, "Fellow Daoists of the mysterious sound sect, I am late." Ziyun and Yifan, their faces full of confusion, walked forward leisurely. As soon as Li Tianqiu saw them, he asked, "Are you the master of those 2 spirit pets?" Ziyun replied firmly, "It was raised by my disciple." He glared and muttered, "Raised quite well, huh?" Suddenly, Li Tianqiu swung his hand and struck Dashi, who was standing behind him. Caught off guard, the old man lay on the ground spitting blood and complained, "Sect Master, why?" Seeing this, both of them were stunned. Ziyun asked in confusion, "Fellow Daoist, what is the meaning of this?" Unexpectedly, Li Tianqiu immediately knelt on the ground. He bowed respectfully and presented a pouch, shouting loudly, "I failed to discipline my subordinates, allowing an elder to clash with your sect. The sect master of the mysterious sound sect, Li Tianqiu, brings all my treasured items to apologize to your sect." He took the pouch and asked curiously, "What do you intend to do with this?" He wept as he recounted, "Honored sect master, let me explain. The scene of chaos caused by the stinky dog wrecking the rooftop appeared. Just yesterday he celebrated his 2000th birthday. All the clan members came, he happily received gifts, but in the end his disciple's spirit beast bit them all to pieces. It mischievously destroyed the entire sect as well, and when he tried to stop it, his face was already covered in the spirit beast's filth. His ribs were also broken by it, and all the treasures he had collected for 100 years were devoured clean." TNQ cried as he recounted, "Even the ancestral graves did not escape, but the graves were not actually important. What was important was that the spirit beast's power could kill him." After hearing this, Ziyun gaped in surprise, thinking it was quite a coincidence. Yifan tilted his head and chimed in. He had said long ago that this dog couldn't be kept. Last time it even brought back a female corpse's coffin. Ziyun gently helped him up and said, "Dao Xiao, he understands, just agree to one condition, and he will spare your yin wine sect." TNQ respectfully replied, "As long as it is possible, this Li will not refuse." Her face darkened and she cunningly stated her request, "Fellow Daoist Li Tiangu, please disband the sect, then cripple your meridians." He heard this and his face turned purple as he thought, damn it, he was only 2,000 years old, and still young, and she wanted to cripple him. Wouldn't that make his life worse than death? Thinking this, TNQ immediately forced out his blood soul to swear an oath oath, honored sect master, this Li absolutely will not resist. He swears by the heavenly Tao, the Yin Wine sect will follow your orders, and offers this blood soul as proof. Zi Yin inwardly gloated, thinking the blood soul was a part of Li Tianqiu's soul. As long as he accepted, his life or death would be subject to her will. She accepted the blood soul and spoke in a reassuring tone. Do not be afraid, fellow Daoist Li Tiangu. He has heard that after cutting the meridians and cultivating Anu, one becomes stronger. He is worried you cannot manage the sect without cultivation, so he has you disband it. If you do not wish to, he will not force you. Yi Fan, standing behind, raised his hand to his chin and muttered, self-severing the meridians and rebirth cultivation would reverse the meridians, unimpeded key flow through acupoints, truly making one stronger. But one must endure 100 times the pain of an ordinary cultivator. Ziyin was startled and asked, really, disciple, you know so much? He asked Tianqiu, by the way, do you have any good fishing rods? He replied, fishing rods, of course there are. Ziyin was puzzled, disciple, when did you take up fishing? Yi Fan replied, he suddenly felt today was good for fishing, so he asked on a whim to save having to go back to Immortal Jade Peak. She was slightly startled, deducing there was something off in her precious disciple's words. Could he be implying that making the Yin Wine sect a branch of Ziyun sect would attract bigger fish? Immediately after, Tianqiu gave Yi Fan a high-quality alloy fishing rod and politely said, young Master Yi, this is the best rod he has. Since he does not like fishing, it has never been used. He took the rod happy and said it feels great in hand, and it even comes with a stand, a truly wonderful rod. He replied, it is good that young Master Yi likes it. The new item must be used immediately. Yi Fan turned around and said, Master, he is going fishing now. Ziyin quickly agreed, happily reminding him, remember, only come back if you catch a big fish. He confidently answered, rest assured, he will not return empty-handed. If he does not catch a big one, he will not have the face to come back even late at night. However, the system behind him felt something was wrong. It hugged its head and thought the time was somewhat insufficient. Yi Fan's new fishing rod had already been cast into the water, waiting for a fish to bite. At this moment, the system brought a gun and spoke hesitantly, host, he has something to discuss with you. Lying comfortably on a wooden chair, he curiously asked, why have you brought out such a high-tech item this time? The system quickly explained, this is a small Ivan's pistol with unlimited ammunition, meant for self-defense. He is helping you prepare to protect the sect. Yi Fan was puzzled. Self-defense? What are you giving me this toy for? The system flickered like static and spoke sternly, host, he is afraid he will not be able to return from this trip. Upon hearing this, he was startled and exclaimed, what? Immediately after, the system vanished. Yi Fan sat up from his reclining chair and said, the system is finally gone. From now on, no one will be nagging in his ear. He thought, lucky it is gone forever. While Yi Fan enjoyed the sun waiting for a fish to bite, suddenly a strong wind blew, causing the grass and trees to sway. He was jolted upright by the wind and complained in annoyance, damn, what a strong wind that was. Saying this, Yi Fan looked up and saw the culprit was a large war eagle. He muttered a curse, truly an uncouth beast. After it flew away, Yi Fan returned to his reclining chair without noticing there were two people watching him. Fei Yi removed the bandage from her eyes and wondered curiously, what sect is this guy from? Not opening his eyes, daring to insult Master. Ta beside her asked, senior sister, you have been secretly following our benefactor since yesterday. Isn't that even more offensive, and aren't you blind? Fei Yi turned and walked away replying, damaged eyes are one thing, being blind is another. She will not discuss it with you anymore. She must go help the benefactor seek justice. Hearing this, Bai Tao said dejectedly, then from now on, let us call the benefactor senior brother and stop calling him master. High up in the sky, a war eagle was gliding carrying 3 people. Liang Liang sat upright and spoke, Steward Liu, can you let me stay at the 10,000 Beasts sect? He does not want to get married right now. The steward was startled and said, 7th Miss, you cannot do that. The 7th Prince of the Liang Kingdom has found an immortal opportunity. Marriage is the family head's plan. The girl discontentedly continued, then why not marry off my younger sister? Ultimately, this is my father's unfairness. Wang Can, who was licking a bone in his hand, suddenly heard someone shouting, stop right there. He turned and spoke, Master, it seems there is a little fellow in the Golden Core realm shouting at us up ahead. The steward turned around, puzzled. Could it be that the 7th Miss, the war eagle, fly low and injured someone? Liang Liang let out an annoyed hum and ordered, he is inherently merciful. He sees no one was injured. Wang Can, go let that person die peacefully. He licked his lips, stood up, and quickly replied, very well. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Can disappeared from the war eagle's back. It turned out that Fei Yi was the one chasing after them. Unable to catch up to the war eagle for a while, she wondered curiously, what grade of spirit beast is that? Why is it so fast? With sharp reflexes, Fei Yi sensed a sharp claw attacking from behind. She immediately spun to evade and shouted loudly, who is ambushing me? Very quickly, Wang Can landed on the ground. A sharp voice spoke up, I did not expect you to be formidable too. Why is your soul like a sword? Could it be that you are a sword spirit? Fei Yi remembered him and retorted, she has cultivated for over 10 years, and even a half-step void realm could not tell. How would you know? Wang Can pointed to his newly opened third eye. Because I am a soul cultivator in the deity transformation stage. How could I not know? Sword spirits are rarer than our spirit beasts. It seems I must deliver you intact to my master. She drew her sword and pointed it at Wang Can as she shouted. So what, as long as I am not ambushed? Even if you are in the deity transformation stage, I can still handle you. Before Fei Yi could finish speaking, Wang Can's claws had already swung out. The power was so great that in just an instant, it snapped the sword in her hand into two pieces. It spoke contemptuously. You are nothing but a broken sword, still dreaming of fighting me. Why not show your true form already? Seeing that she could not win, Fei Yi immediately turned tail and ran. Wang Can watched her angrily, thinking, damn, you just run like that. Fei Yi calculated as she fled. She had no weapons left. This was a waste of time, better to lure it back and let the master handle it. On Yi Fan's side, his fishing rod still had not caught a single fish. Wang Can, lured here by Fei Yi, saw him lying there enjoying his fishing. He looked around for a while and muttered to himself, where did that person go? She tricked me into coming here again. Why is there only a mortal here? Fei Yi had quickly hidden in a nearby bush to observe, silently saying, Master, please kill this soul-cultivating spirit beast. Wang Can approached Yi Fan and interrogated him. Kid, have you seen a sword spirit around here? He quickly replied no. The beast scoffed, unconvinced. Really? If you lie to me, I will kill you. Hearing this, Yi Fan thought, here we go again. Does the system really think it can scare him just because it is gone? He grinned and said, you can try bringing your head here to test it. Wang Can raised its claws high toward his face, praising him sarcastically. Brave words, kid. I will grant your wish. Suddenly, its third eye glowed brightly as if it had detected something. Wang Can immediately noticed the gun that the system had left on the ground. He curiously picked up the gun and asked what it was. Yi Fan sincerely advised him to put it down, as it was a very dangerous weapon. Wang Can sneered, thinking such a tiny thing could not hurt anyone. Seeing that, he insisted on telling him not to pull the trigger, or it would cause great harm. He put the muzzle to his own head, asking back in a challenging tone, like this, you chicken. The moment Wang Can pulled the trigger was also the moment he ended his own life. Yi Fan felt a chill down his spine, exasperatedly resting his head on his hand. The system sent idiots to threaten him, but they ended up destroying themselves. He fished for a long time without catching a single fish. They all avoided his rod. Yi Fan dragged Li Wang Can away, muttering that he had to dispose of this fool's body. He looked too human. The sect masters probably would not dare to eat him, so it was better to use him as bait for the fish. Fei Yi only then stepped out from the bushes, watching his departing figure. She curiously approached the gun, muttering about what kind of weapon it was. No spiritual energy, no pressure, yet it could instantly kill a deity transformation cultivator. It was much more powerful than her. No wonder her master would not take her along. Fei Yi decided to follow, thinking that if she could refine this weapon into a part of her body, her master would surely accept her. The steward over here suddenly realized with a start that his spiritual pet was already dead. He anxiously turned back and said to Liang, seventh granny, let us go back to the old spot first. The little girl nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, streaks of fresh blood were splattered across the floor. Ziyun saw this and wondered, why so much blood? Was his disciple injured while fishing? She flung the door wide open and asked if her disciple was all right. What met Ziyun's eyes was Yi Fan handling Wang Lan. Right at the moment he was dealing with its human-like leg. Her face turned pale as she screamed in fear. Heavens, was her disciple not satisfied with eating spirit beasts, and now planning to eat people? The steward floated in the air, blotting out the sun, looking down below. Holding an item in his hand, he muttered, Wang Can died in this place. The aura below was too weak. How could it be a match for Wang Can? Saying that, he raised his staff high, and flickering bolts of lightning appeared. The steward gathered a magic orb on his staff, glaring fiercely downward. If you used vile tricks to kill my spiritual pet, then I will not be merciful anymore. Go with Wang Can. He swung his arm, striking down, and simultaneously shouted, drop dead. Over here, Ziyun's sect remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Ziyun followed Yi Fan, resting her hands on her hips and scolding him lovingly, disciple, you are so wasteful. This werewolf's skin could make excellent armor. Why did you burn it? He turned and smiled in reply, because it looked too human, afraid it would scare everyone. Suddenly, both of them stopped, noticing lightning flashing in the sky. Yi Fan asked, Master, is it going to rain? The steward in the air struck a magic orb down towards Ziyun's sect. Recognizing him, Ziyun exclaimed in shock, danger, someone wants to destroy Ziyun's sect. The steward's magic orb was twice as large as the buildings, charging forward powerfully to destroy everything. She hurriedly hugged Yi Fan tightly, anxiously calling him her precious disciple. He also screamed in shock, Master. As the magic orb charged forward, a rainbow barrier appeared, blocking the sect. It reflected the attack, preventing any damage to the sect. Seeing his attack reflected, the steward wondered in confusion what was happening. Suddenly he jolted, screaming in panic, "Do not come over here." The steward struck his own back with his own staff, taking the full force of the attack he had just launched, and a massive explosion resounded in the air. At that moment, the system displayed a message. The protection system is truly reliable. Fan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky and muttering, the system was really too much, it was gone yet still causing trouble. He then turned to Zi Yun and reassured her, "Master, you do not need to protect me, the intruder cannot get in." Hearing this, she opened her eyes and asked if it was over, and he gently replied that it was. Zi Yun's eyes welled up with tears as she confessed she almost thought they were going to die. Yifan patted her head, explaining it was just a bluff, how could it harm them? She blushed at his tenderness, reminding him not to touch her head, after all, she was his master. Hearing that, Yifan immediately withdrew his hand and said he would not touch it anymore. Suddenly Zi Yun grabbed his hand, acting coquettishly. Why did he pull away so fast? Did he not see her hair was all messed up? Straighten it out. Over here, smoke and dust rose from the sunken ground where the steward had just been hit by his own attack. He struggled to get up, grinding his teeth in hatred, never expecting the sect to have such a powerful protective formation. He must report to 7th Granny and the master to seize the formation. Suddenly a loud laugh caught his attention. After 1,000 practices, I have finally understood the reversal technique. The steward thought with a start, someone was nearby. Perfect, he needed spiritual energy to heal his wounds. He propped himself up with his staff and walked towards the sound of laughter, saying, "Young man, reading is useless when you are about to die." It turned out to be Ming Bai, who upon hearing footsteps, warily turned around and asked who dared to spy on his practice. The steward gently explained, "Do not worry. I am just a passing Taoist who saw your hard work and wanted to help." Ming Bai asked warily, "Why should I believe you?" Hearing this, the steward cursed angrily in his mind, "Damn it, if I were not severely injured, I would slap this stupid brat to death." He suddenly took out a purple pill, saying this was the cave transcending eye, which could see for 1,000 miles. Ming Bai snatched it from the steward's hand, naturally replying, "Thank you, Taoist. This place is not safe. Please forgive my rudeness. I will keep this treasure for now." The old man brought out another one, continuing, "Do not rush, I have another one." Ming Bai immediately took it from his hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Taoist, you are very generous. Is there more? Or just bring them all out?" Reaching his limit, the steward roared in anger, "I cannot stand it anymore. I want to drain your spiritual energy." Hearing this, he was startled and turned to look at the old man. At that moment, the steward had already placed his hand on Ming Bai's head, channeling a stream of purple spiritual energy into him. Suddenly, Ming Bai felt an abundant source of power within himself. His face twisted with shock. He had activated the reversal healing technique, siphoning the spiritual energy from the steward. Seeing this, the old man was extremely shocked and yelled, "Why is my spiritual energy being drained? This is wrong, my cultivation cannot be retained, and I cannot pull it out." Ming Bai said nothing, just stared at him as he gradually withered, his entire body emitting streams of blue light. The steward was helpless, his face contorted in fear as he cried out, "Save me." Just a few seconds later, the system announced that another person had ascended to accompany Wang Can. The eagle was soaring high in the sky on this side. Liang Liang, sitting on its back, looked at the item in her hand and was startled, wondering what was going on, why Manager Liu had also died. The little girl said to the spirit pet, the eagle, that something had happened to Manager Liu, and they should hurry back to check. The eagle immediately responded, "Understood." Suddenly something pierced through its wings, causing blood to spurt onto the stitches. Liang Liang screamed in surprise at the sudden attack. The little girl looked down anxiously and spoke out in annoyance, "Who dared to harm my eagle like this?" It turned out to be Fei Yi and Shu Gu. She had just shot the eagle with the gun in her hand. Fei Yi leaned down and said to Shu Gao, "The good dog, it was this one bullying my master. Go ahead and bite it." It immediately responded, "Leave it to me." Liang Liang frowned, looking at the girl and her beast with contempt, and spoke, "Just relying on a fellow like you. Am I being looked down upon like that?" A moment later, Liang Liang fled into the deep forest. Fei Yi chased after her, yelling, "Don't run. If you have the skill, continue fighting. I won't use weapons, I only send my master's spirit pet to fight you." Liang Liang turned her head in fear, thinking to herself, which hidden sect did they come from after all? The little girl held her head, recalling bitterly that the little dog was clearly very cute, but in an instant it had severed the eagle's 4 legs. That woman was only at the core formation stage, yet she had a heaven-defying divine artifact. No matter what defensive magic tool she used, it shattered after just one contact. After that, Liang Liang ran towards Zi and said, the little girl stealthily hid in a room, wishing silently for now. She could only hide in this sect, hoping they were not enemies. Fei Yi was looking around for Liang Liang, sighing in admiration. That girl actually runs faster than the spirit pet. So she even has something faster than the spirit pet. Lo Shugu was sniffing out the little girl. Liang Liang cracked the door open, secretly observing them, muttering in her head, "Don't find me." With the keen sense of smell of a dog, Shugu quickly detected the little girl and barked, "Got her." Liang Liang held her head in panic, this time "I'm done." Suddenly Yi Fan walked over and curiously asked them, "What are you two doing in the yard?" Fei Yi heard his voice and turned around to call out, "Master." Ashugu also happily ran over, yelping, "Master, hurry up and play with me." Yi Fan disgustedly kicked it away, chasing them off. "Get out of here, I need to rest tonight." Hiding behind the door, Liang worriedly realized, so he is the master of those spirit pets. Oh no, this time I have walked right into the wolves' den. He remembered and turned to Fei Yi to ask, "Junior sister, the master ordered you to take care of the spirit pet, right?" She nodded and replied that it was her responsibility. Hearing this, Yi Fan casually uttered a sentence, "If you can't take care of it, then don't." Fei Yi was frightened by this and blurted out, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of it. Please don't drive me away." He watched her running away and wondered to himself, "I heard that junior sister is blind, yet she can see the road so clearly." But he muttered disdainfully, "Truly a stupid dog, always leading people here." That moment, Liang inside started to fear, thinking, does he already know him here? Yi Fan casually pushed open the door to his room. He immediately discovered the little girl trembling under the bed, stealthily hiding, and wondered, what kind of joke is this? There's another person here too. Yi Fan walked over and flipped the blanket open. At this moment, Liang hugged her head in fear and screamed loudly, startling him as well. Yi Fan looked at the little girl and asked awkwardly, "Little girl, who are you? Why are you sneaking under my bed? Who taught you this trick?" Liang hurriedly knelt before him and begged, "Senior, please forgive my audacity. Earlier, I offended you, so you sent your spirit pet to kill my eagle and chased me all the way here. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to be so arrogant again." Hearing this, Yi Fan folded his arms and explained, "Little girl, I have never had any hostile intentions towards you. All of that was done by them on their own." Liang was stunned, confused, on their own. They could kill all my spirit pets and attendants. No, this tone sounds just like how those elders make excuses for their wrongdoings. Thinking this, the little girl clenched her fists and smiled, realizing, wait, if he is like an elder, then his spirit pets and servants are even stronger than the elder's disciples, so he must be at least a major power in the manifestation realm. If I can cling to this thigh, I can escape my family and won't have to marry the Prince of Liang anymore. Yi Fan tilted his head and said, "You can stay here with me, and tomorrow morning I will tell the master to compensate you according to the value." Liang grabbed his hand awkwardly and refused, "Compensation? No, senior, I don't need compensation." Yi Fan asked back curiously, "Why is that?" The little girl stammered, unable to speak, as she struggled inwardly to find a reasonable explanation to stay by this major power's side. Finally thinking of a brilliant plan, Liang struck a seductive pose and wobbled on her feet as she spoke, "Because I like you, senior." In her heart, she was screaming silently, "Sidu Liang, you have to endure this. As long as I gain the favor of this major power, those senior brothers of the 10,000 beasts can no longer bully me." Seeing this, Yi Fan was frozen stiff for 5 seconds. In his mind, a scene of being handcuffed and taken away by the police appeared, and he kept explaining, "Comrade, listen to my explanation, I really didn't do it." Thinking this, Yi Fan hastily wrapped his leg around Liang's body and shouted, "Take good care of yourself. I, Yi, have no intention of going to the police station for re-education through labor." At the same time, in the Taichu Black Cave, which was said to open once in a million years to seize origin, energy, and fortune, countless powerhouses fought and perished. Only a few became ancient kings and took away treasures. The systems fought and struggled against each other. Yi Fan's system said loudly, "This sword was discovered by me first." The darkest system stubbornly retorted, "So what if you discovered it? I will definitely bring victory to my host." Failing to get his wish, Yi Fan's system attacked it and cursed, "Go to hell." The dark system cried out in agony, "You actually broke my chip." After successfully seizing the item, he said triumphantly, finally victorious, "As long as I bring this sword back to the host." Behind him, other systems scrambled to flee. One turned around and shouted, "Next time, don't let me see you again." The system was not happy at all. He sighed dejectedly, thinking the host wants nothing. Even if I die, the host wouldn't care a bit. Suddenly, a white-haired woman appeared, folded her arms, and snorted coldly, "I never thought I taught you so much, but you still haven't captivated the host. Long time no see." He turned around, recognized her, and asked, "System of failure?" Failure reached out her hand and spoke softly, "Killing is too intense. These things can't win the system's supplementary elimination rounds, can they?" Yi Fan's system, holding the holy sword, was completely dissatisfied. "System of failure, do you want to take me out? I won't let my guard down." He remembered and replied, "I am not your old sixth. I am both a guide and a trap, a landmine. You blaspheme my identity as a Star Lord. I came to make a deal with you." After saying this, Failure remembered earlier that Yi Fan's system had secretly chosen the opportunity while the other systems were fighting each other. He grinned a bit proudly and threw something towards them. As soon as the other systems saw this thing, they gathered around and exclaimed, "You actually have a wild 900 small cannonball here." Yi Fan's system asked her back in confusion, "A deal?" Failure summoned a small child in her hand and said, "That is right. A brand new, non-defective system, extremely powerful. The price is all the fortune points you have this time. Selling it to you." He asked cautiously, what function does it have? Failure smiled and replied, it has no function at all, but it has a passive ability. It can inject chicken blood into the host 5 times over, and it won't break the game. Without thinking much, Yifan's system handed Failure a USB stick and agreed, okay. Receiving the USB stick, she smiled and praised, worthy of being you. You know how to choose the right deals. You can just lie down and wait for luck to arrive now. Suddenly, the system panel before her reported, content set to protected, cannot read. Failure was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She gritted her teeth, crushed the USB in her hand, and cursed the bastard numbered 2204 for daring to trick her, swearing she would definitely send him to meet his ancestors. At Xianyu Peak at noon, Ziyun spoke sorrowfully. Strange, it was almost noon, but there was no smell of food, nor any smoke from the kitchen. Yuan smiled and added, it could not be that he was meditating or sick, right? Ziyun frowned, saying she had a bad feeling. Let us wait a moment and not beat the grass to startle the snake, but then felt that this phrase was not quite appropriate for a disciple. Her slender arms rested gently on the green canopy of the tall tree above. Ziyun and Yuan climbed onto the roof and saw Yifan sitting there carving something. Yuan said it seemed there was no problem. Ziyun replied anxiously, the food was ruined. Could it be that my intuition had failed? Upon hearing this, she was speechless. Oh, maiden, Ziyun was 145 years old, but pretend to be a mere 14, while the second elder Fang Yuan had just turned 24. Liang placed a hand on the door and called out loudly, Senior. The girl wondered what the senior was doing. Yifan did not answer, instead asking if he was disturbing her. Seeing another girl beside Yifan, both Ziyun and Yuan were shocked as if struck by lightning. She fell sorrowfully, lost her soul, and said it was over. Her precious disciple had changed his heart. Yuan quickly helped Ziyun up and comforted her. Sect leader, hang in there. She frowned and blamed herself. So he liked young and smooth-skinned people. If only she had known, she would not have left scars on her body. Yuan beside her replied in confusion, that way of thinking was very rude. I feel you are scolding me. She turned Ziyun around and emphasized, Sect leader, listen to me. Ziyun asked, does second elder have a way to drive her away? Yuan answered immediately, a deadly advice. The water of the moat does not flow outside. As long as the sect leader shows great love, Yifan will understand the intention. A seductive image of Ziyun emerged. She coquettishly reached out her hand to call Yifan, precious disciple, come quickly into my arms. Ziyun immediately waved her hand and shouted, do not be ridiculous. Regardless, I am still the master of a sect. She stammered, I have an idea. Why not summon the great disciple Zibing back? He will know what to do. Yuan was speechless, thinking to herself that she still wanted to drag Zibing back to eat dog food. By now everyone in the sect knew about their relationship. Liang curiously asked if the senior was carving words onto a stone tablet. Yifan looked at the finished product in his hand and laughed smugly, saying it looked like that, probably for 2 days without returning. He might not come back. But when he looked at the child scribble of his writing, the girl thought in disappointment the handwriting was too ugly. Suddenly Liang remembered something and spoke up. Senior, do you really like eating beast meat? Yesterday I saw some beast fur in the kitchen. Yifan nodded and replied, indeed. Beast meat was very delicious. Why did she ask? The girl happily suggested, let me make a deal with you. I guarantee every meal will have beast meat. Yifan asked in confusion, a deal? Does your family specialize in slaughter? Liang answered, a little bit. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching both their attention. 7th junior sister, are you planning to betray our 10,000 beast sect? As soon as she saw him, Liang recognized him and called out, Jiatun. He and his dragon hovered arrogantly and said, I thought you really wanted to marry that bald man from Liang Kingdom. I did not expect you to dare kill Steward Liu in the Gentle Standard sect. You have guts to take responsibility. I like that the most. Just follow me and I will handle the sect matters. Liang replied dissatisfiedly, the death of the steward and Gentle Standard was because I was at a dead end. I will bear the punishment myself. I do not need you to meddle. Thinking in her heart that she must leave a good impression in front of the senior. Seeing the girl resist, Jatun angrily ordered his pet beast, this cannot go your way, Fire Dragon. Burn this sect to the ground for me. Then capture 7th junior sister. The beast opened its mouth and cast a fireball, replying, yes, master. Yifan calmly glared at him and warned, I advise you not to touch this sect, or you will bear the consequences. Yatun laughed arrogantly and yelled, bear the consequences yourself. Here it is not the place for a mere mortal to flail about. Fire Dragon, attack. With that, the Fire Dragon launched a massive fireball towards Ziyun's sect. But the moment the fireball touched the barrier, it vanished instantly. Seeing this, Jiatun and his pet beast could not believe it. He stared wide-eyed at the fireball flying back towards him and exclaimed, what is this? Right after that, fireworks suddenly burst, and the dragon and Jiatun immediately vanished. A notification sounded. The system's output was a fine product. Do not attempt to attack the sect. Yi Fan did not even bother to look at them, while Liang Liang blocked his sleeve and looked up with great anxiety. Jia Thun was blasted to another place, lying on the ground thinking that this sect's grand formation was really sinister, and he had to report this to Jia Si. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Jia Thun. Fei Yi was holding Shugu in one arm, while using the other hand to remove the bandage from his eyes, and looking at him with a smile as he asked, "Still want to secretly report the news?" Fei Yi locked Jia Thun inside the coffin, sitting leisurely on the lid himself, ignoring the panic screams. Let me out quickly." Finding it a bit hot, she shifted slightly beneath herself. Shugo sat properly in one place and spoke. "Sister Fei Yi, why did you give my little bed to that person?" She smiled and explained, "Of course it's to save the dead corpse and help destroy that injured person." It curiously asked further, "After having a small forest, as long as I do many good deeds, I can become a good dog that doesn't make its owner angry, right?" Fei Yi gently stroked its head and replied, "Of course." Over here by the large mountain range, a beautiful woman stretched comfortably. She was Zi Bing, the personal disciple of Zi Yun of the Earth lineage. Zi Bing blinked, reaching out to caress what was in front of her. "After being in seclusion for so long, I still thank you for keeping me company." The orange cat enjoyed her tenderness, smiling as it listened to its mistress call its name Xiao Jiahu. Zi Bing curled up, playing with the orange cat, and mumbled, "I wonder how the sect is doing now. I'll first check the command token for any news." As soon as she opened the command token, Zi Bing received a message from Zi Yun reminding, "Great disciple, come back quickly." Seeing this, she cried out in panic, "Something has happened to Master." Zi Bing immediately sent her flying sword back to the sect, praying anxiously in her heart, "Master, you are like my mother, nothing will happen to you." Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Beasts sect, everything was strangely peaceful. In the room, after Liang Liang finished reporting the matter, Zi Yun finally understood and asked, "Are you the great disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect?" The little girl cupped her hands politely and replied, "I am only the 7th personal disciple. At the Void Core 2nd layer, calling me a great disciple is still far off." She looked at the little warily and wondered, "Why have you come to my second-rate sect? Are you planning to steal my precious disciple?" Liang Liang said cheerfully, "Old granny, you misunderstand. I only invited Senior to be a guest at the 10,000 Beasts sect." Hearing herself being called that, Zi Yun was so angry that the teacup in her hand shattered, and she wondered to herself, "Old granny?" She narrowed her eyes in anger and asked back, "What makes you think I have to agree to you?" Liang Liang immediately made a judgment. "Old granny, you are Senior's master. Shouldn't you ask for Senior's opinion?" Zi Yun raised her voice and retorted, "Pu Shang has reached the Void Core realm. How could his age be younger than mine? Who is the real old granny here?" The two stared at each other as if in a silent contest. Liang Liang spoke, "Truly, you lack strength and youth. What right do you have to be Senior's master?" Zi Yun said frankly, "It's simply the charm of a mature woman." Unable to win the argument, the little girl turned to Yi Fan to complain. He immediately turned his face to avoid it. "Don't drag me into this. I am not involved in this matter." Liang Liang turned her head and looked at the two pairs of super huge grapefruits shimmering before her eyes, and gave a cold snort. The little girl reached out to test her own flat chest and fell into deep thought. Then she slumped down in disappointment, thinking to herself, "No wonder Senior is not interested in my body. Losing this badly is such a humiliation." Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke up, "All right, take me to the 10,000 Beast sect." Liang Liang's eyes lit up as she sat up straight. "Senior, I will take you there immediately." After that, they went to the 10,000 Beast sect. On the way, the sky had turned completely dark, filled with countless flying birds and beasts. Liang Liang raised her hand to introduce, "Senior, this is the 10,000 Beast sect." Yi Fan put his hand on his chin to admire it and praised, "Not bad at all. No wonder it's a sect bearing the name of 10,000 Beasts." Suddenly, a large black shadow loomed over the two, and a fierce voice shouted, "Thief there!" An elderly man landed heavily before them. He was Jia Zhuo, the father of Jia Thun, who had come to find his son. He roared angrily, "Return my son's life immediately!" Liang Liang raised a hand to her chest and quickly explained, "Elder Jia Zhuo, although I and 5th senior brother had a conflict, he disappeared after he left." Upon hearing this, not only did he not believe her, but he also slammed the little girl's face into the ground and shouted loudly, "Talking nonsense." Liang Liang struggled to avoid being choked, trying to speak. "Elder Jia Zhuo, I am a guest invited by the sect master for the sect. You cannot kill me." Jia Zhuo narrowed his eyes as he looked down, his voice harsh. "My son is already dead, so what if I kill you? Don't mention the sect master. Even the supreme elder cannot stop me." Yi Fan, who had not made a move until now, stood to the side and assessed quietly. "Troublesome. The strong bullying the weak is common in the cultivation world. If this continues, I will miss dinner time." Suddenly, Jia Zhuo noticed him and said, "Are you the man this thief brought? I see you are also the murderer of my son." With that, he lunged to attack immediately. Seeing this, Yifan asked in dissatisfaction, "Why do you attack without a word?" He still stood still, waiting for Jiajuo's blow, thinking to himself, "What if I use the gun the system gave me? No, even if I die, I won't fall into its trap." But this guy doesn't look easy to deal with at first glance. Then, a spiritual sword appeared before him. Yifan looked at it and exclaimed happily, "What's this? A sword?" The subordinates who came with Jiazuo looked at them with a worried expression. Yifan looked at the hovering sword, emitting a red spiritual aura, and realized this wasn't his spiritual sword from his past life. How did it appear here? It turned out this spiritual sword was transformed by Fei Yi. In her heart, she was gleefully holding her cheeks. Master is truly surprised. What will it be like when I turn back into a human later? As she thought, she recalled the time she had drifted for many years. If Master knew that I traveled through worlds, thanks to the intelligence from beyond, and cultivate on my own to return, this story would surely be very touching. Jiajuo was 3 times her size, clenched his fists, and looked down contemptuously, wondering, "Boy, do you think you can stop me with just a sword?" Yifan was stunned and confused upon hearing that. Without letting him speak, the man immediately lunged to attack, shouting loudly, "Watch me turn you into minced meat." Yifan calmly watched him strike while Fei Yi secretly panicked, realizing, "Oh no, the force is too strong, I can no longer control it. Master, hurry up and use me to counterattack." "Master, hear my words. Can you hear them?" He had no idea she was speaking, and as he held the sword, he thought, "It seems I have to act. But I currently have no spiritual power. Surely I can't kill anyone, right?" Thinking this, Yifan swung the sword in retaliation, the blade curving like a dance around Jiajuo. Fei Yi cheered inwardly. That's the spirit. After it was done, he stood looking at the sword in his hand. Jiajuo behind him was trembling all over, fresh blood dripping profusely. He coughed up blood, clutching the wound on his body, and mumbled, "This is impossible." Jiajuo cried out in despair, "My son!" Immediately after, his entire body dissolved, blending into the void. His group of subordinates suddenly paled, and cried out in fear, "The Great Elder is done for. The Great Elder is dead?" They hurriedly urged each other, "Quickly report to the sect master." Liang approached Yifan and shouted excitedly, "Senior, you are way too strong. You killed Elder Jia with just one move." Yifan frowned unhappily and replied, "I didn't intend to kill anyone. Who knew he would be so weak?" Meanwhile, the true culprit Fei Yi heard this and gleefully said, "It's because I'm fast." Suddenly he bent the Fei Yi in his hand, thinking angrily, "I understand now. This is a scheme by that system." Meanwhile, the sword he bent was so hard that fresh blood splattered. After finishing the torment, Yifan mercilessly threw her spinning in the air. Then he stabbed the sword tip into the ground. Liang looked at the deformed sword in confusion and asked, "Senior, how did the sword become like this?" Yifan coldly replied, "Why keep a broken sword?" Immediately after, in the study of the 10,000 Beasts sect master. After hearing the report, Zhensu tilted her head and asked, "You mean the Grand Elder was killed by a single sword strike, without using spiritual power?" The disciple replied, "Correct, my subordinate saw it with his own eyes." Hearing this, she smiled to herself, "That fool, struggling with me for half a lifetime. What does it matter if his cultivation is higher? One lacking wisdom can never be the sect master." After speaking, she turned to the disciple and instructed, "Disciple, go clean up. Tomorrow I want to see that person out, have a bit of fun." He immediately replied, "Yes." A moment later, at the grand hall of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Zhensu warmly went out to welcome Yifan, saying cheerfully, "Fellow Daoist Yi, we have been waiting for you for a long time." He only asked coldly, "Is that so?" She tilted her head and said softly, "Why would it not be? My beloved disciple has praised you many times." Liang, hearing this, was puzzled. "Beloved disciple." Zhensu turned to the girl and replied, "I intend to accept you as a disciple. From now on you are my disciple. Is that correct?" Yifan folded his arms and said irritably, "Elder sister, I do not wish to talk much. I came here only to get a long-term meat ticket." She quickly followed up, "However much beast meat you want is available. Even the abalone in the water is very delicious." He glared at Zhensu, thinking resentfully, "Do not think I do not know you are teasing me." Thinking this, Yifan took out a crab and asked, "So do you have giant crabs here? The kind as big as a wash basin?" Zhensu hesitated and replied, "Probably, or else I will send someone to catch them in the Red River." Having achieved his goal, Yifan smiled and replied, "Then I leave it to you." Zhensu smiled generously and offered a box, saying, "By the way, fellow Daoist Yi, I have a treasure I wish to give you." Yifan looked at the object in confusion, silently wondering what this was. She opened the box in her hand. A glittering light burst forth. Zhensu introduced this as an item from the celestial realm. A fragrant scent rushed straight into Yifan's nose. He looked at the glowing object in the box, drawing out a long sound. "This is..." Yifan picked up the pouch and examined it. "A sekit. This scent is familiar. It seems to be a celestial flower pouch." Zhensu confirmed, "Fellow Daoist, Yi truly has broad knowledge. This is a treasure our sect obtained by chance. He held a fish in his hand and said joyfully, "Truly a treasure. Animals like this scent very much. Fish must be the same." Seeing this, Zhenshu reached out a hand and reminded with a forced smile, "Fellow Taoist Yi, quickly put it away. Do not let the celestial energy dissipate." Yi Fan proudly took the item and quickly agreed. "Then I will take this." Liang asked worriedly, "Senior, are you leaving already? Will you not stay at the 10,000 Beasts sect for a while? It is already dark, no need to rush." He coldly replied, "My master likes to eat what I cook. Going back quickly will still be in time for breakfast." He turned to leave. Yi Fan suddenly remembered and instructed, "Oh right, little sister, remember to bring cooking ingredients to my sect every week. Do you know the place?" Zhengsu stepped forward and reached out towards Liang, asking back, "Does my disciple not already know?" Hearing this, he left reassured, even calling back at the door, "Then I am going." Liang watched Yi Fan's figure fly away and shouted loudly, "Senior, in a few days I will come find you." But he did not care, thinking in his heart, "Great, with this celestial flower pouch, tomorrow I will definitely catch a big fish." The girl pouted, thinking jealously the senior dotes on his master too much. If only I could be the senior's master. Seeing that expression, Zhengsu realized, raised her hand and laughed to herself. Finally gotten rid of that hot potato. If the Sunstar sect wants the treasure, let them fight fellow Taoist Yi. Best if both sides suffer. Having a good thing, use it immediately. Yi Fan then pulled out a feather from the celestial flower pouch. After that, he lay straight on the wooden chair, resting while waiting for a fish to bite. He happily looked forward and exclaimed, "Heavenly Dao brother bless me. Let me catch a 30-catty fish this time." After the bait sank into the water, a woman soaking in the lake suddenly woke up, recognizing the scent of the celestial flower pouch. She smiled, following the scent and thinking, "This is definitely the celestial flower Sekhet mother left for me." She was Fairy Yingda, the beautiful woman sleeping soundly beneath the deep water. Suddenly, strands of seaweed stretched out and tightly clung to her feet. A gloomy voice called out, "Celestial being." Looking down at the monsters at her feet, Yingda was startled. "I was injured and slept for so long that seaweed turned into evil beings like this?" The horde of monsters surged forward to hold her tight. Eerie voices sounded, "Celestial being, do not leave. Let us take your celestial power." Yingda was tightly wrapped by the seaweed, struggling, telling herself, "These are only weak moss. I will definitely break free." Suddenly at this moment, Yi Fan's fishing hook came by, coincidentally hooking onto her clothes. Yi Fan on the shore saw the rod bend, joyfully exclaimed, "Caught one." He looked at the rippling water surface, even happier, this heavy, definitely a big fish, even the king of fish. Underwater, Yingda struggled in confusion. Where did this hook come from? "Do not pull my clothes." Yi Fan was determined to pull it up, using all his strength to bend the rod and haul the object underneath exerted force to lift his arm, shouting triumphantly, disregarding the dignity of the angler. But right after, Yi Fan stared wide-eyed at Yingda being lifted high by the hook. Two round white grapefruits slammed straight into his face. Yi Fan froze, wondering, this white float is really something. A moment later, he irritably stuffed paper into his nostrils to stop the blood. Yingda looked at him and explained, "The thing is, I secretly went down to find my mother's sachet, then was attacked by a heavenly general. If not for Senior's intervention, this little fairy might have lain underwater forever." But Yi Fan was annoyed and did not want to listen, saying, "No need to explain, return the sachet to you. I only want to know if there are big fish left underwater." Yingda looked at him hesitantly. "The situation then was complicated, so I did not notice." Yi Fan sighed in frustration and dismissed her. "You go away." Seeing this, she did not stay, bowed respectfully and thanks, "Senior's great grace, this little fairy will never forget for life, farewell." Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in from the sky with a roar. Lightning struck down along with a fierce shout. Fairy Yingda, hiding alone in the lower realm for years, never thought you would copulate with a mortal. He looked up in shock, recognized and exclaimed, "Heavenly General." The man with 4 arms stood towering amidst the dark clouds, speaking in a harsh voice, violating 2 forbidden decrees, worthy of execution. Yingda ran in fear to hug Yi Fan and beg for help. "Senior, save me." He was dazed and asked, "I beat a Sukuna?" "No. I beat a Heavenly General?" Right at this moment, the system appeared again with a smug expression and spoke, "Host, do not be afraid, I have returned." Yi Fan was stunned and asked, "System, are you not dead?" About half an hour ago, Zi Bing and her cat companion were flying back to the sect on a sword, but she got lost and was still fumbling around for directions. She muttered to herself, "I remember there being 2 mountains on the left. Why are they gone now?" Suddenly, Zi Bing saw a powerful pillar of light strike a mountain, and she was surprised to recognize it as a celestial trace. On the other side, the system puckered its lips and happily kissed Yi Fan's cheek, exclaiming, "Host, I missed you so much." He pushed it away in disgust. "Do not start with those weird things the moment you get back." Ignoring Yingda, who was being chased by a heavenly general behind, the system acted spoiled toward Yi Fan. "Host, without me, you must have been very distressed, right?" Yi Fan pointed angrily at it and cursed, "Not around. You sure know how to lie. What is with pretending to disappear and putting on all these bizarre acts?" The system presented an item, asserting, "Heaven has eyes. Since when did I ever pretend pretend to be anything. This time I brought a peerless treasure that will surely satisfy you. Ying Da was beaten by the heavenly general until she was crying out loudly. She looked toward Yifan and complained, "Senior, why are you just standing there watching?" He paid no attention, looking at the item in the system's hand in confusion. Yifan asked, "A spirit ball again? You really have no concept of copyright infringement." It replied timidly, "Let's change it next time." The system raised the item high and commanded loudly, "Meanwhile, come out now. Where is the system beater?" Hearing the command, a pinkish creature immediately appeared and happily exclaimed, "Finally, I get to debut. Is there a host who wants me?" The system turned to it and proudly introduced, "Married system, you are now my subsystem. You need to give the host a little motivation." Yifan was startled and wondered, "What does this system ball want to do now?" The pinkish one quickly understood and replied, "Motivation, I get it now." Charged toward him, erupting with blazing momentum, and shouted, "Power of the red copper, increase 100-fold. Indestructible diamond body, indomitable spirit." The system proudly praised, "Yes, you must make the host happy." The pinkish one flew straight into Yifan's chest. "All right, Father Art." Seeing this, the system panicked and yelled, "Damn it, what are you doing?" The pinkish one merged into Yifan's body, glowed brightly, and then vanished. On the other side, the heavenly general who was beating Ying Da complained angrily, "It is precisely because of celestials sneaking down to the mortal world that we get our pay docked all year long." She struggled to shout an explanation. "I really just wanted to retrieve my mother's scent pouch." While crying, a voice suddenly spoke up, distracting them. "Do you not understand what people are saying?" Yifan quickly rushed over and delivered a kick to the heavenly general's jaw, sending him tumbling backward. He gently helped Ying Da up and said, "You go. I can hold off this heavenly general." She replied happily, "Thank you, senior. In the future, I will surely repay this great kindness." The heavenly general coughed blood from the kick and grumbled, "In 1,000 years, I have never been this badly injured. I never expected an ant from the lower realm could wound me." The heavenly general pointed at Yifan and shouted, "Boy, you have some skill, worthy to be my opponent." Yifan crossed his arms and replied disdainfully, "You are worthy to be my opponent. Even if a celestial came, they would be obliterated by me. I only used a little strength, and you are already this wounded." Those words were like a knife stabbing straight into the heavenly general's pride. He flew up high, his entire body erupting with immense power, and roared, "I already gave you face." Yifan folded his arms and sneered, "All bark and no bite." The heavenly general was furious, stomped his foot to attack, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Die." Thanks to the power of the pinkish one, he easily grabbed the general's leg and sneered, "Why are you using your leg when you have arms?" Yifan swung his arm and threw the heavenly general straight to the ground, shouting, "Take this." The heavenly general refused to admit defeat, gritted his teeth as he stood up, preparing to retaliate. He was already standing in front of him. Then he delivered a fierce tiger ravaging the mountain strike into the heavenly general's stomach, making him spit blood. The powerful attack blasted the heavenly general far away, out of sight. The pinkish one achieved its goal and happily slipped out of his body, cheering. Fighting was so exhilarating. "Host!" The system hurried over and asked Yifan with concern, "Are you all right?" He pointed at it angrily and scolded, "If you dare to control my body again next time, I would rather cancel the mission to punish you." It begged for mercy and fear. "Host, I am sorry. I will manage better." The heavenly general, holding his stomach, trembled and muttered, "How is a celestial descending to the lower realm so strong? Damn it, my dantian is shattered. My cultivation is only at the key condensation stage. If not, I would take revenge and destroy this world." He was startled to notice many human-shaped holes around him, one on the right belonging to Manager Liu, one on the left belonging to Jiatun. The heavenly general's face turned purple as he thought, "Why does this feel like a burial ground? No, I must leave this place immediately." Suddenly, a flash of light in the sky made him jump. Fei Yi walked over, glaring angrily and wondering, "Another person causing trouble for the master? Can't they ever cause any real pressure?" She pointed her gun at the heavenly general's head and muttered curses. "So annoying that the master doesn't need me at all." Sensing his disadvantage, he quickly waved his hands and begged, "Boss, don't hit me anymore. I am just a cripple now. Don't kill me." Hugo, sitting on the lid of the jade coffin, spoke up, "We don't want to kill people. I will use the bed to heal that person." The nine-tailed fox continued, "That's right, we must be good children, satisfy the master, and will no longer rebel." Seeing the jade coffin, the heavenly general's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "This jade coffin a nascent soul cultivator would need 1,000 years in it. If I, at key condensation, enter, even if I become a golden immortal, it would take tens of thousands of years. This is a prison. Opening it during recovery would shatter my bones. I beg you, don't Don't put me in. I am willing to exchange all information for this dog's life. Shugo growled fiercely and asked, life? The Heavenly General stammered in fear. Human life? Fei Yi spoke first, tell us. The Heavenly General extended his hand, visualized a true dragon, and began to narrate. This lower realm truly has traces of a true dragon. Immediately after, the Heavenly General was imprisoned in the jade coffin, and his wailing voice came from inside. Let me out. Why is this nothing like the promise from earlier? Fei Yi sat leisurely on the lid and replied, did I ever say I would agree? Wait until I catch the true dragon, then I will release you. While walking, she suddenly spotted Zibing returning. Zibing asked awkwardly, hello, does anyone know which direction Ziyun's sect is? Fei Yi pointed and replied, it's that way. She thought to herself, purple hair, just one look, and you know she is from Ziyun's sect. Hearing the directions, Zibing breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and flew off. Found it at last. Thank you so much. As soon as she arrived at the gate of Ziyun's sect, Zibing happily called out, Master. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ziyun turned and was startled to recognize her. Seeing her, Ziyun called out in surprise, Zibing. She hugged Ziyun excitedly. Master, I am so glad you're safe. I was worried I would have to see off the black-haired for the white-haired. Ziyun touched her cheek and scolded. When did my hair ever turn white? I sent a message ages ago. King came back ages ago. Why are you only returning now? Zibing smiled wryly and explained, Master, cut me some slack. I accidentally ran all the way to the northern region. That's why I'm late. Suddenly, Yifan noticed the small white cat accompanying Zibing. He curled up and sat there fiddling around. Ziyun introduced Zibing to him, saying this was his junior brother, the genius of their Ziyun sect. Zibing sized up Yifan, asking if he was junior brother Yi. He certainly looked talented. Ziyun proudly confirmed it, and Ziking agreed as well. Hearing them mention an unfamiliar name, Yifan looked up and asked his senior sister who this Ziking their master spoke of was. Ziyan stepped forward and replied that Ziking was their second senior sister. Only then did he realize he actually had 3 senior sisters. Why had he never met her before? Ziyan touched her cheek and explained he had only joined the sect for 2 or 3 months. It was normal not to have met her. She herself had been in the sect for 18 years and still had not met the second senior sister. He recalled past memories, saying that after he became a disciple, his family saw he was still too young and regretted it deeply. She had to follow the master back to the sect first and heard the master talk about the 2 senior sisters, but to this day she had only seen the eldest senior sister. Yifan wondered what aura covered her. Her sense of presence was so low. Even the Prince of Lanling had a higher presence than her. Ziyan did not understand, a question mark appearing on her head, asking who the Prince of Lanling was. Suddenly Zibing spoke gently, saying, junior sister and junior brother, stop making fun of me. Come over and drink tea. The 2 of them awkwardly picked up their teacups. Yifan politely thanked his senior sister. Ziyan suddenly looked around and asked, where did the second senior sister go? While the 2 were chatting outside, a female immortal rushed over to report that the sect master was in trouble. The son of the Wenxiang sect master had suddenly appeared and broken through to the manifestation realm, and was leading the entire sect to attack them. Ziyun exclaimed in shock, what, the son of Ma Bian? Zibing followed up in confusion, and he is in the manifestation realm too. Ziyun found it strange and asked, wait, I know, that filthy Ma Bian had been sleeping for hundreds of years. When did he have a son? Moreover, the child's cultivation was 2 or 3 levels higher than the elder. Wasn't that completely unreasonable? She led the disciples along, saying she feared someone would take the chance to cause trouble. All disciples follow me to take a look. Everyone responded yes. Only Yifan was dissatisfied at being dragged along. At the 10,000 Beast sect, after reading the note in his hand, Liang opened his mouth wide and shouted, what, the vice sect master of the Sun Star sect attacked? Ziyan sect under the name of Wen Xiang sect. Zhengxu turned around and replied, that is right, I am also surprised. If I had known, I would not have given the treasure to fellow Daoist Yi. She hopped up and laughed, suggesting that her disciple prepare their mounts. They would go to Ziyun sect to help them. The little girl quickly replied yes. Zhengxu fiddled with the flower in her hand, schemingly muttered who would be the one to kill you in the end. Fellow Daoist Yi, don't disappoint me. Outside Ziyun sect, a group of disciples from other sects arrived, holding weapons and shouting loudly, young master, please avenge the old sect master. Ziyun stepped forward, her voice as hard as steel, saying, avenge the old sect master. Where were your faces on the day of his death? The one sitting arrogantly in the main seat was Ma Fen, the current sect master of Wenxiang sect, a lackey of the Sun Star sect. He cast his gaze toward Yifan of Ziyun sect. His face became greedy as he thought, is this the rising star causing such a stir lately? He looks just like a mortal, could he have a technique to conceal his aura? But his physique is not bad. Ziyun spoke up dissatisfied, saying Wenxiang's sect had no hair. For hundreds of years he had never boasted about one. Did their young master jump out of his mother's womb or crawl out of a rock? So he must be a fake. Ma Fen sat up and explained that was not right of her to say. How could he be fake? His surname was Ma. So why wouldn't Wenxiang's sect be his property? Zibing raised her hand to argue, saying he was being unreasonable. He just wanted to attack their Ziyun sect. He replied arrogantly that her words were sharp, but it did not matter. As long as they handed over the immortal treasure, he would let them go. Hearing this, Ziyun shouted in anger, if he wanted to take it, then have the skill to break through the sect's grand formation and take it. Ma Fen propped his chin and spoke. Why would he need to break the formation? Was there something suspicious about their grand formation? Provoked by his words, Ziyun gritted her teeth and thought she had intended to use the grand formation to trigger a counterattack, but even if he saw through it, he would not dare to act rashly. Zibing excitedly raised her sword and shouted, Master, why waste words on such a demon? Just strike him down. She quickly stopped her, saying, Zibing, wait. Ma Fen was unafraid to accept the challenge, waving his hand to attack and sneering contemptuously that she did not know life from death. His attack shot forward. Ziyun quickly covered her face, not daring to look, worriedly calling out to her eldest disciple. Yifan standing beside her reassured her, saying, Master, the eldest senior sister is fine. It turned out she had blocked it with her sword. Ma Fen frowned and shouted harshly, are you also at the manifestation realm? Zibing mocked him, asking if he was scared. Ziyun watched the two fight, feeling secretly aggrieved that both her disciples had higher cultivation than her. It was so embarrassing to say this in front of her disciples. Ma Fen summoned a hairpin, countering Zibing. Even if their sect had two people at the Insight realm, so what? He lifted the item in his hand and continued, before my immortal family's magic treasure, how could you have any chance of winning? As he finished, the hairpin grew large, emanating a powerful force as it floated in the air. Zibing saw the purple energy rushing toward her, panicking as she thought, this person used his ultimate move right from the start. How could she defend against it? She turned her head to look at the two behind her, telling herself she could not run, or master and junior brother would laugh at her. Zhensu and Liang Liang stood on a floating flying sword. She sneered provocatively, saying Ziyun sect truly hid its dragons and tigers, having a person at the manifestation realm. But her time was almost up. Master, quickly help the elder, or she will die. Zhensu flicked her hand and shook her head to remind. He could not help. That hairpin was made from an immortal flower. Once it appeared, cultivators below the tribulation realm facing it would only die. Her treasure was also an immortal grade, but its lethality was not strong enough and the distance was too far. She looked down and muttered two words, but in those bloodshot pupils was the figure of Yifan. Zhensu hoped that fellow Daoist. He also carried the scent of the immortal flower, wondering if he would take it out and use it. He heard this and curiously asked why it was the immortal flower. Did she drop it? The system sighed hesitantly and said after checking, it was indeed true. It and Hong Hong analyzed together, asking if he was still in the mood to talk. Was he not afraid his senior sister would die? Of course he was afraid, but he had to know that during the explanation, the environment around him seemed to have stopped. Could they save the host's senior sister? Of course they had to save her. Master and senior sisters were all the host's family. After a moment, Hong Hong raised one finger, excitedly raising the other hand to announce, okay, I understand, give the host's senior sister a 100-layer barrier shield. At the same time, Zibing raised her sword high, spinning it in a beautiful arc. A stream of purple spiritual power along with a giant flower was shooting toward her at that moment. With a boom, it crashed straight into Zibing, pushing her back several meters. Ma Fen jumped up and laughed triumphantly, threatening this was the fate of his enemies, hand over the treasure quickly, or they would all die. Ziyan from the opposite side shouted worriedly, eldest senior sister. Ziyun rushed over and hugged Yifan tightly, begging for help from her eldest disciple. He immediately explained it would be fine, but master, please let go a little. This disciple was really about to be done for. Yet Zibing at this moment stood unharmed within the strange spiritual power, dazedly wondering if she was fine. Ma Fen saw this and roared, why are you not dead yet? Hearing her disciple's excited voice, she turned and shouted, eldest disciple, don't be afraid. Use all your strength to kill that demon. The precious disciple said it would protect you. Yifan groaned while looking at Ziyun, thinking he never said that, but it was close enough. Zibing once again drew her sword, two fingers pointing forward in gratitude, thanking junior brother Yi. Now she could fight with peace of mind. He snorted contemptuously. That was just the first attack. He did not believe she could withstand 10 or 100. Zhensu rubbed her eyes watching the scene in admiration. This was impossible. He did not use any spiritual power or magic treasure. How did he neutralize the immortal flower's attack? System could not help tattling, "Host, someone is peeping." He looked up to observe and replied he did not see anyone. She in the sky suspected how he could look in this direction. No, how could a manifestation realm cultivator detect her? Could his strength be greater than she thought? Densu was somewhat moved by Yifan's amber eyes, cold and lazy, feeling as if he had seen through everything. What was he trying to convey? She lowered her head and thought, isn't this because she thinks she is taking advantage of him? Will he be disappointed in an ally like her? After thinking, Zhengsu pulled Liang's hand and ordered, "Apprentice, let's go help quickly." The girl widened her eyes and asked, "Hey, didn't you say we weren't helping?" Immediately, she transformed into several purple energy specks flying down and voiced, "Old thief Ma, how dare you attack an ally of my 10,000 beast sect?" Fen looked up towards the direction of the voice and questioned, "Who is there?" Zhengsu transformed back into human form, raised her weapon high and introduced herself. "I, the sect master of 10,000 Beast Sect, Zhengsu, have come to assist." Mysterious red and green spiritual energy immediately radiated around her. Liang, floating in the air, also chimed in, "Ah, the personal disciple of the sect master, Seitu Liang, has also come to aid." He waved his hand to summon the white flower and said disdainfully, "Zhenshu, are you a mere mortal shattering realm 8th layer, also here to meddle?" The flower, under Mafen's control, flew straight towards the two girls, accompanied by a reminder, "Don't forget your opponent is still here." Next, the four of them charged into a bout of combat. Zi Yun stood watching and cheering, "My precious apprentice, you really have face. To actually call the 10,000 Beast Sect to join the battle." Yifan, still with his back turned, yawned lazily and said, "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll head off first." Ziyan asked softly, "Yi junior disciple, where do you want to go?" He scratched his head and ear and replied, "Where can I go? Well, I'll go fishing. I still need to cook dinner later." Scene transitioned to a vast lake. Renhai looked at the scenery and sighed. When Zi Yun sect was first established, the sect master was only a spirit transformation cultivator, but now disciples are fighting against heavenly generals. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Who are you?" He was startled and turned around to explain, "I am just a rogue cultivator who occasionally comes to the Zi Yun sect to try fishing in this lake." Yifan walked over with a fishing rod to the chair next to him and questioned, "A rogue cultivator? It seems master hasn't objected to this yet. Then it should be okay to be here. You really are a rookie of 3 months. Not yet clear on the sect's rules." Before he could sit down, Yifan had his spot stolen by Renhai, who laughed triumphantly. He held onto the chair tightly and turned to ask, "I'm sitting in your spot, little friend. You have nothing to say." Yifan calmly replied, "Sit if you want, any spot is fine." Renhai squinted and thought, any spot is fine, yet that is so carefree. His brothers always care too much about their own positions. He imagined a scene of two people fighting over the feng shui of a treasure haul, each claiming it was their place, then thought to himself, after all, everyone wants success. They have to struggle for something. Meanwhile, he was baiting the hook on his fishing line. With extremely skilled movements, Yifan cast out his rod just as the turtle cried out in pain. Renhai pointed at him and probed, "Are you still fishing? Has the crisis of the Zi Yun sect been resolved?" Yifan sat leisurely on a rock and replied, "Not yet. It seems they are still fighting." He reminded with some confusion, "Yet you still go to play. I observed that the opponent's cultivation is extraordinary. They hold immortal artifacts in their hands. Your senior sister will surely die." He was certain of one thing, "I am just a mortal. Being there would be useless. Besides, my senior sister cannot lose." Renhai suddenly shouted, "Your senior sister is merely a normal nascent soul cultivator? How could she? Could it be that little friend has methods that reach the heavens?" Yifan tacitly admitted, "Just consider it related to me." He quickly stood up and pondered, "Almost forgot he is the one who defeated the heavenly general. It seems he must have many methods up his sleeve. What if I could tell him of my own predicament?" Renhai turned away and dismissed the thought. No matter what, I am a martial ascension immortal. Asking for help from a junior would be very shameful." He pressed his face close to him and started a conversation. "Little brother, I have a story I want to share. Do you have time to listen?" Yifan closed his eyes and agreed, "Go ahead, fishing is just to pass the time." Renhai began to speak, "I have a friend who was once a prince." He rested his chin on his hand, glanced sideways, and thought, everyone has friends in life. He lowered his voice and recounted how when he was 13, he killed his own brothers to ascend to the throne as emperor. At 15, he fought wars in the north. At 20, he united the land. At 22, he was enlightened by immortals and gifted many divine artifacts. At 100 years old, he entered the nascent soul realm. At 1,000 years old, he advanced to the transcending tribulation realm. But during his ascension, he was injured by a heavenly general and could no longer break through. Renhai asked a question, little friend, do you think my friend is pitiful? Yifan raised one finger and offered a solution. If his body is fine, then it must be a mental illness. Just go see a psychologist. He exclaimed in surprise, a psychologist? Is that a villain or a legendary creature? He closed his eyes, feeling somewhat annoyed. He forgot that this profession doesn't exist in the cultivation world. Yifan cleared his throat and proposed, do you want me to help your friend? I have a method. I happen to want to practice my skills a bit, but I'm not sure it will work. Come back in a few days. Renhai clasped his hands and bowed in thanks. Then I will visit you another day. Not long after the sky darkened, he looked blankly at the falling raindrops and thought, it's raining? I should head back. Just then, Mingbai walked over holding an umbrella for Yifan and said with a smile, Yi senior brother, what a coincidence, I just came to bring you some vegetables. He asked about the situation, how is the sect battle going, how much longer will it last so I can cook a bit later, otherwise the dish will get cold. He held up one finger and recounted, it's over. I heard something about a horse shit running away. Not even a single hair on senior sister Zi Yan was harmed. The two returned to the sect together. Yifan couldn't help but sigh, senior sister is really strong. The next morning, from within the sect echoed Zhengxu's voice, fellow Daoist Zi Yun, do you know? The immortal needle that your senior disciple snatched is a powerful innate magic artifact left behind. 50 years ago, Ma Fen and I once bid against each other for that immortal needle, going up to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zi Yun's mouth fell open as she repeated, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. How about I sell it to you then? She chuckled and expressed her opinion, fellow Daoist Zi Yun is indeed practical. That immortal left behind at least 5 immortal grade items. Your sect already possesses 2 of them. Why not make an effort to find the remaining 3 to strengthen the sect? She clenched her hand into a fist and asked, 2 already. Zhengxu continued, the spirit pouch of the innate immortal is currently in the hands of fellow Daoist Ye. At the same time, the other 2 arrived. Mingbai peeked in looking around, master, is senior sister not here? Zi Yun walked up to Yifan and replied, they've gone to rest, only I and sect master Zhen are here. By the way, my precious apprentice, is it really true that you have the spirit pouch? He was startled and let out a sound of admission, but I didn't bring it. She questioned, is it still there, or did you give it to someone? Yifan replied with annoyance, that was an innate immortal. Zi Yun suddenly realized, the miracle that appeared that day was that the innate immortal himself, right? Why didn't you tell me? He sighed and complained, you never asked. Zi Yun frowned and scolded, important matters must be told to your master. This is common sense. Yifan chuckled and admitted fault. I know, master, I will tell you next time. From behind, Zhengxu had the intention to entice. She called out softly to fellow Daoist, Yi, I wonder if my performance today can be considered as the best ally of the Zi Yun sect. He clasped his behind his back and stared intently at the wound, reminding her this wound is quite deep, it needs immediate treatment. She was smug and inwardly overjoyed. It seems he is captivated. Truly no man can resist my beauty. Yet Yifan turned around and instructed, Li junior disciple lead fellow Daoist Zhen to the guest room to rest and heal her wounds. Mingbai happily agreed, okay, leaving Zhengxu only able to stare wide-eyed and exclaim, hey now. She had no choice but to leave amidst her regret. Mingbai guided the way and instructed, the guest rooms are in that area, your disciple is also there. If you need to order food, find an outer sect disciple wearing clothes like mine. Zhengxu thought to herself, this time I helped Zi Yun sect a lot, but fellow Daoist Yi showed no sympathy, and even had an outer sect disciple escort me to the room. Wait, this outer sect disciple has reached the nascent soul peak realm. Could these two be stronger than Zi Yun herself? She put on a serious face and realized, I understand now, this person is Yi Dao's hidden blessing, and that weak and foolish sect master is likely just a puppet propped up for support. Suddenly the sky turned pitch black, and a dragon appeared along with several lightning bolts ready to be reborn into the world. The two saw it flying up and were filled with fear. They exclaimed simultaneously, a real dragon. Shugu immediately charged forward, wanting to bite and tear it apart. The real dragon curled around a few times and laughed loudly. You can't catch me. It twisted its body once, causing Shugo to fall unexpectedly. The real dragon opened its mouth wide and cursed, go die. Just as it was about to swallow Shugo, several sources of red spiritual power shot over. In an instant, the mighty real dragon was beaten to a pulp, its whole body blackened like dried fish. The nine-tailed fox standing on the ground excitedly shouted, Sister Fei Yi, its head is beaten crook to one side. Fei Yi stood beside her, sneering with contempt, what dragon head, it's all treasure, just bring it all back for the master to refine. It seemed enlightened and exclaimed, so that's how it is. The two did not know that the real dragon was secretly glancing around while cursing inwardly. Damn, her treasures are too strong, I can't keep pretending to lie down like this. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. It shot up into the midair, leaving Fei Yi and her two pets stunned. Fei Yi summoned her weapon and shouted, danger, it plans to run, chase it now. The Heavenly General reminded, "Do not forget, find the true dragon and release me." She did not agree hastily, saying to wait until the capture was done. He bellowed, "Women are untrustworthy." The true dragon soared in the sky, its roar echoing like thunder, lightning coils wrapping around its body to form a brilliant band of light. Jiangsu saw this and exclaimed, "Danger." After a struggle amidst the cloudy mist and cold wind, the true dragon plunged straight to the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing. It teared up, humbling itself to plead, "Human cultivator, save me. I am willing to form a contract with the Empress." She asked in surprise, "With me?" The true dragon nodded, its eyes glistening in confirmation. She clenched her fist, suspicious. No wonder Zi Yun's sect had heavy rain. It turns out there was a true dragon summoning wind and rain. This is the most powerful spirit beast. If I form a contract, even the immortals of the upper realm would have to be wary. This hot potato is too dangerous. Zheng Xu smiled brightly and suggested, "Sorry, I have already contracted with many spirit beasts and lack spiritual energy. How about I help you form a contract with this youth? It only needs a piece of heart-protecting scale." Ming Bai opened his mouth wide, pointing at himself. "What? I can take this big dragon as my spirit pet." His face immediately fell, and he said in a low voice, "This." She leaned close and whispered to the true dragon, "He is only in the nascent soul stage. If he cannot overcome the danger, you can still dissolve the contract yourself." It suddenly understood. "Ah, so that is it." The true dragon stretched out to thank her. "Then I trouble you." Zhensu gave a thumbs up and said, "Just leave it to me." At this moment, Fei Yi, along with the nine-tailed fox and Shugu, were sitting on a flying object, searching everywhere. Holding her weapon, she wondered, "Where is the true dragon? How did it disappear so suddenly?" Shugo swiftly pointed out, over there ahead. Fei Yi looked at the two people before her, suspicious. "How dare you steal my master's things? You deserve to die." And a nascent soul cultivator. Why is she forcing the true dragon to contract with this person? Zhengsu also appraised them. "Are you the one hunting my spirit pet? Truly despicable." Then she chuckled, "Never mind. Having the heart-protecting scale is not a loss." The nine-tailed fox rushed toward Ming Bai with raging aura. "Sister Fei Yi, this person seems to be our master's junior disciple." Shugu also ran over and took a few sniffs. It quickly found a clue. "Fox sister is right, there is our master's item in his crotch area." Ming Bai shooed them away in embarrassment. "Are you Master Yi's spirit pets?" "Ah no, stupid dog. Stop sniffing around." Zhengsu behind them blushed, imagining something improper, something stuffed inside the master. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Fellow Daoist, Yi plays that wildly." He stammered in embarrassment. "It is not what you think." Fei Yi approached with a smile. "So you are Master Yi's junior disciple." "It was a misunderstanding." Ming Bai waved his hand. "Sorry, but the true dragon has already contracted with me. Should I break the contract and return it?" She replied, "It is fine. I can refine the items in the coffin instead." Heavenly General was dumbfounded. The true dragon trembled. "Please no, I do not want to meet that woman again." The two whispered, leaving Zhensu standing there feeling out of place. He wore a stiff expression and lamented, "Damn it, looks like I just lost a dragon." The sky darkened, and a drizzling rain arrived. Yifan in the small courtyard was thinking of a way to help his senior brother. He suddenly remembered a recipe from his past life for honey wine with soda. He had tried it before and it was indeed great. He was excited but realized making wine required borrowing tools from the alchemy hall, needing a large space and quantity to be suitable. Rain fell unceasingly, silently covering every corner of the place. Thinking it, he acted. Yifan walked in the rain, calling out, "Second elder, are you there? I want to borrow some tools." He found it a bit strange, but still called for the second elder, unaware that behind him, a pair of fair hands was reaching out. Yuan with pink hair slipped her hand around Yifan's neck. "Finally, I found an opportunity." Looking at him, she encouraged with a smile, "So soft, so comfortable, I really like it." Yuan treated Yifan like a Doraemon kitten, was born for big sister to play with. He could not take it anymore, a cat. "Second elder, what do you see me as?" She cupped his face, pouting, "A kiss. Let big sister kiss you." Yifan got goosebumps and stopped her. "Second elder, why are you acting like my grandpa took the wrong medicine?" He yelled, "System help." System appeared excitedly. "What is it, host? This is your first time calling me. Need any help?" Seeing it did not check the situation, he said calmly, "Nothing. I just thought if I die, then go find another host to cause trouble." The system clutched its head and groaned, "These buttons of yours. Can you not do this?" The red name demon reminded, "Fool, why save the host? By next year, there might be a little host." It covered its mouth and laughed. "A son inheriting his father's system is a bit unprofessional, but I like it." Yifan gritted his teeth. "Do not break down." The scene shifted to the sect. Zi Yun's right eyelid twitched continuously. She thought, strange, why is it twitching? Left means wealth, right means disaster. According to the old saying, Zi Yun panicked and slammed the table, yelling, "Danger, my disciple is in trouble." Scene shift. Yuan still held Yifan tightly, coaxing, "Let big sister kiss again, then I will take you for some dried fish." Just then Zi Yun, along with Zhengsu and Liang, pushed the door open. She cleared her throat and asked, "Second elder, have you seen my precious disciple?" Unexpectedly, the scene before her made Zi Yun's jaw drop. Yuan still clung to him, whispering softly, "Sect master, you are here." He flew into a rage, gritting her teeth and demanding, "Fang Yuan Yuan, what are you doing to my precious disciple?" Yuan Yuan replied unashamedly, naturally kissing, touching, doing that thing. Zi Yun furiously pushed the two aside, scolding, "That is total nonsense." Yuan Yuan still looked confused. "Secmaster, what is wrong?" Zheng Su, watching from behind, chuckled, "No wonder fellow Daoist Yi does not to leave. This time I must behave well and not miss the opportunity. No, I should take the chance to cook fellow Daoist Yi into a done deal." Liang, despite being so close, still looked through binoculars. "Indeed, Senior Yi only likes big oppressors. Are you forcing him to be a cultivation slave?" She crossed her arms and asked, "Cultivation slave, where did you learn such a strange word?" Zheng Su ignored her and rushed forward. "Regardless, fellow Daoist Ziyun, I am here to help." The little girl chimed in, "I will not let you take Senior Yi." Ziyun frowned, "This is my sect's internal matter. Out, stay out." Yuan hugged Yifan and complained, "If you want to pet the cat, just say so. Why start a fight?" It soon turned into a battle between the insane ones. "Stop fighting, I know I was wrong." Only he sat holding his head, lamenting, "Such a headache. I knew I should not have come to alchemy alone." A fragrance spread throughout the room. Yifan sniffed a few times, muttering, "Why does it smell like sauce?" The battle to determine victory also ended, with items smashed everywhere and everyone exhausted. Ingredients were scattered all over the floor: dried seaweed, spring pond water, intoxication herb, millennium honey nectar, and heavenly dew essence. He quickly picked them up. "The scent is similar to that top-grade drink I once had. If mixed correctly, I could restore that excellent wine." Yifan stood up and left. Liang screamed in pain for help. He only replied coldly, "You guys play with yourselves. I have important matters." Liang was pinned down by several people, unable to breathe, as if about to die. He weakly said, "I am suppressed. I am no longer angry." Half a month later, at Immortal Jade Peak, the moon had risen to its zenith. Ma Fen sneaked and hid outside, thinking smugly, "The people from 10,000 Beasts sect have finally left. Finding the immortal needle will be much easier." He crawled inside, holding shorts and chicken legs, angrily thinking he did not know where the women of Ziyun sect hid their treasures. If he did not turn this place upside down today, he would not give up. Not far away, on the edge of the table, a clay jar appeared blatantly. Ma Fen quickly ran over, picked it up, and opened the lid, muttering, "They could not have hidden things here. Damn, it smells good. Might as well try a sip." He could not resist and immediately tipped the jar to drink it all in one go. Outside, the moonlight was clear and the wind cool. Ren Hai and Yi Fan walked together. He asked, "Little friend, what is the plan for help? I am getting a bit impatient." He reassured, "Do not worry. The longer it takes, the better. We might even have to wait up to half a year." And Hai was surprised. "Alcohol? Little friend, your solution is to drink alcohol?" Behind them suddenly echoed insane laughter. "I will stand at the top of this world." Yi Fan sighed, "Truly the dream of a fan man. Now who is in my house?" In an instant the two vanished, leaving only a lingering phrase, "Let me go take a look." It turned out Ma Fen was looking up at the moon, laughing to himself. He ran huffing and puffing to the spot, then immediately realized, the Sunstar sect. Why did he suddenly come to Ziyun sect to take off his clothes like this? He turned around and started causing trouble, raising his hand to declare, "Stinky man, this is also mine." Ren Hai was provoked, kicked Ma Fen to the ground, and his entire body immediately emitted a golden energy source. Ma Fen was not to be outdone, shouted loudly, "Dare to cause trouble with me. If I cannot defeat you today, I will change your name to horse manure." Purple spiritual power instantly gathered in his palm. Ren Hai frowned and judged, "Tribulation Transcendence Realm? No, it is merely his potential." Ma Fen gritted his teeth and yelled, "Come a person in my notebook." He also conveniently aimed his palm towards him, preparing to strike. In the blink of an eye, a white explosion appeared right in front. A few drops of blood remained on the wall. Ren Hai looked at the trace, sighing, "Strange, he just broke through to nascent soul. How does he have pressure of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm? And he reeks of alcohol." Yifan picked up the wine jar and murmured, "No wonder he was so shameless. He came to secretly drink my brewed wine." Ren Hai heard this, pointed at the wine jar and hinted, "Little friend, if there is any left, give it to me." He immediately refused. "No, the wine is still too strong, only brewed for a little over 10 days, not enough time to reach the flavor I love." Ren Hai pondered, thinking himself a hero. Is this not the best? After drinking, Ma Fen almost had the power of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. If I drink, could I temporarily gain the power of the innate realm or golden immortal? He immediately knelt and performed a salute. "Little friend, I want to drink your wine." Yifan nodded. "If you want, then drink. Good wine is never afraid of being late." At that moment, the system displayed 8 words. "Is it a chicken blood system? Did you do something while drinking?" Hong Hong shook his head. "No, I've been very honest during this time." The system leaned close to its face and asked, "Then how is the host wine so strong?" Hong Hong whispered, "Could it be that this wine is not strong but stimulates the drinker like a stimulant?" The system was surprised. "A stimulant? That is a good description. I need that too." At the same time, a shadow enveloped them, startling Hong Hong. "Who are you?" how can you see us? It turned around and pointed ahead, demanding, how can you see this system? The system stood beside it, sweating coldly and murmuring, no, he is a holder of another system. Suddenly, a strange energy shot towards the system, sending it flying backwards. The red system wearing a conical hat stood next to the stranger, pointing and tattling, finally found it. Host is when the final settlement occurs, adding 75% power to the holder of the growth system. The system held its stomach, wincing in protest. Growth system. What nonsense are you talking about? So the red system was a fake system. It sneered in contempt, not bad for a low-level system, not even knowing its own functions, truly trash. They suddenly rushed towards Yifan. The system gritted its teeth and shouted loudly, that person is its host, die for me. It rushed forward, forming several golden spots around itself, asserting, you cannot harm my host. The system spun around to form a dazzling golden ring protecting its master, automatically using time bullets, automatically using the 9th level chrysanthemum shield. He called out in surprise, system. Renhai roared, who wants to ambush the little friend? That stranger sneered and muttered to himself, blocked. It turned to suggest to Yifan, host, quickly join forces, the other hosts want to kill you. He was dazed, wait, other hosts? Are they not actors you hired? The system snapped, no. That man stood in midair and praised, seeing change without fear. Seems you are a courageous host. I should now show some real strength. Renhai stepped forward to remind little friend, be careful. This person is very strong. The fake system standing beside announced, explosive star knight logged in. Host, please prepare for battle. He lightly twisted his hand to test the incantation, transform. That stranger's whole body floated suspended in the air, crimson spiritual power surrounding him with a countdown of 5, 4, 2, 1, transform. This person was none other than Yi Feng. It instructed, host, we are illegal immigrants, remember, you cannot kill the natives. He coldly uttered 2 words, I know. Yi Fan was not afraid but instead sighed, truly wonderful, causing the system to only hold its head and lament. Host, is this the time to watch a show? If we do not fight back, we will die together. Renhai stamped his foot heavily on the ground and shot up, reminding little friend, I will scope out the opponent's skills for you first. Before he could do anything, he took a palm strike from Yi Feng and was blasted into the cliffside next to him, much to his astonishment. The fake system bragged, see, low-level system, this is my host's real strength. The system went crazy and questioned, cut it out. It is only because you have an obedient host. Also, you just said you cannot kill natives, so you are an illegal household, right? The fake system cursed, damn it, do not call me an illegal household. Host, quickly help me kill it, give me a supreme grade hammer. He sneered approvingly, that sounds good. Yi Feng flew higher along with a fierce purple shield matching evenly in battle. Now I will make you and your host disappear from this world immediately. He shouted die, and simultaneously manifested identical copies to attack Yi Fan head-on. The system immediately created a small golden shield for itself. Host, please be careful. He glanced and murmured, if he has the skill, he would have killed me by now. Yi Fan turned and asked, are you not planning to run? Forget it. Before he finished, he was cut off mid-sentence by the system. Wait a moment, system lead attack. In the middle, it stood before him and pushed the shield toward Yi Feng. Explosive star 7 illusionary blades. Unexpectedly, he created black and red circles that easily shattered that shield. In an instant, large and small pieces fell. The system struggled to withstand this blow. Yi Feng stood high above, brimming with arrogant aura and said, this is the end for those who oppose me. The system was knocked flying and lay sprawled on the ground, crying out, it hurts so much. He leaned down and softly asked, how much does it hurt? The system grimaced and yelled, my health bar of over 2 million was wiped clean by 300,000 in one go. 300,000. He pulled out a red talisman and cursed angrily, this system is really strong. No matter how well you can take a hit, in front of me you might last 7 or 8 times, but can you survive the 10th time? Yi Feng raised 2 fingers to control the talisman forward, smugly saying, my attack methods are numerous. This moment, it is the end. Suddenly, a sharp weapon pierced through, directly cutting his talisman in 2. Yi Feng was stunned, fell back, and blurted out, what? He looked at that weapon with suspicion, covered in thick ice. The screen quickly flashed a warning. Whoever dared to touch the regular military establishment. She raised her chin and questioned, how dare you bully my little brother? Hong Hong also responded coldly. System, with tears in its eyes, reached out and shouted, system, come save me quickly. The prodigal brushed it aside, save what? Quickly pay back the luck points you owe. She recalled the anti and unreadable equipment. It just smiled evasively and said, I spent it all. The prodigal gnashed his teeth and scolded, every time you cause trouble, you even nearly got the previous host killed. The system was unafraid, reached out and introduced, host, this is the subsystem. You people listen clearly, from now on she is mother. She warned, remember to address me correctly. Yi Feng felt ignored, muttering, how dare you ignore me. She is a high-level system, unknown strength. The subsystem reported she can hit people, cannot escape unless bound by the host. He raised his sword, then let's strike so she's no time to react. It agreed it will boost stats, supersonic speed, phoenix dance energy barrier, ice armor, mastery of 10 weapon types. Finished, Yifeng took a running start and leaped high. He pointed his sword forward, charged ahead, protect me. The subsystem shouted from behind there. The screen glanced at it, telling itself that there was an unspoken understanding between master and servant. Behind her back appeared a mystical vortex. At that moment, Yifeng and the subsystem charged straight in. He shouted, "You are done." He looked around at the strange scene. Where is this? System, how do we get out? Suddenly a voice rang out, "You cannot get out." The super system master sneered, of course, because of wasting system supplies. Yifeng was stunned. Super system master, a system stronger than the central one. How can we meet? Is this the reason? Big Prodigal reached out and toyed with him, persuading him to cancel the transformation. Look at that violent night level. Not long after, she got out, one hand pulling Yifeng, the other holding the subsystem. The trouble was solved. The system admired, scolding that a humanoid system has stronger strength. The Prodigal feigned shyness. I like hearing that. Say more. Suddenly she turned to Yifan. Are you Yifan? How is the progress with your master? Does host Yifeng have 2 children with Luo Tiangsu? He asked. Why do you care about my matters? My master and I are very pure. The Prodigal said with innuendo. The host by Xiaoyu is also pure. She winked. Want to help you reach the peak of life. Just be bound. Even the creation goddess can be obtained. The system interrupted. You are so vicious, daring to poach my territory. Yifan shooed her away. Scram. The Prodigal sighed, a pity. In her heart she thought, in this life someone actually refused me, really troublesome. The subsystem took the chance to slip away. No one noticed. Good opportunity, sorry host, I don't want to be destroyed. Hong Hong discovered, oh no, it wants to run. The subsystem looked back contemptuously. Want to catch me? Too late. The Prodigal glanced in that direction, her pupils flashing a strange purple light. She summoned the clock ring, commanding time to stop. The subsystem was caught and screamed, why am I in your hands? The system marveled, just a single glance, and it was already in her hand. The Prodigal laughed loudly, holding it and pulling it back. Aren't you good at escaping? It declared war. I will file a complaint to the Great System Arbitration. With a crack, its whole body was torn in two before the eyes of Hong Hong and the system. She handed the chip to it. This is for you. The system was surprised. Ah, you are so good to me. The Prodigal instructed, the data will help repay the debt in the future. It cried, don't mention repaying debt anymore. Yifan questioned, the system is untrustworthy. Even a hidden host can be betrayed. Done. She pulled Yifeng into the gateway, instructing to send the time traveler back. If there is a problem, tell me. The system happily replied, I know, mother. She was furious, don't call me mother. Few minutes later, he shook Renhai awake. It's cold away from home. The old man woke up and asked, what about great power? Yifan comforted him, the matter has been resolved. Renhai was dazed, who was that? Could there be another strong expert at Ziyun sect? At that moment, a red hole appeared on the ground. A golden eye and sharp claws emerged. Scene shift the next day. Everyone gathered to discuss. The 10,000 Beast sect was tampering with the beast meat. 10 pounds of meat only had 4 or 5 pounds. Now the warehouse is more than half empty. Could the Grand Elder not know? They thought of that terrifying beast arguing with each other. These are all nonsense. Last night I got up to relieve myself and saw a monster tens of meters tall at the sect gate. You are crazy if true. I'll cut off my head. Is this a joke? A week later, at Jade Peak, Ziyun confirmed. Since the meat amount decreased, Yifan asked, you mean the amount has bottomed out? She replied, every day the disciples complain. Renhai leaned against the door. My young friend, I have checked. No strangers have come or gone. The meat disappearing could very well be a scheme of the 10,000 Beast sect. Ziyun looked at the outsider, thinking, why are there always strangers beside my disciple? He shrugged, remembering the dish. If there isn't enough meat, the barbecue will have to be postponed for a few days. Speaking of which, today the 10,000 Beasts sect was delivering goods. Just as the door was opened, Jiangsu and Liang Liang entered. Greet, Daoist Yi, I have come again. Senior, long time no see. Yifan looked exasperated and finished the word day. Ziyun questioned, Sectmaster Zhen, why are you in such a hurry? Why no notice? Did you come to deliver goods directly? Don't you have workers? Zhen Su laughed, Daoist, don't joke. Liang Liang turned around and handed a treasure item to Yifan. Senior, I have something to give you. He took it and asked softly, what is this? The girl proudly said, this is a protection charm. Yifan nodded, Seeing this, she glared and scolded the little brat for using such a cheap gift. Ziyun crossed her arms. Sectmaster Zhen, what is the matter exactly? If it's just a protection charm, then leave quickly. She smiled, it concerns the great Liang kingdom. My disciple Liang Liang was originally to marry the 7th prince, but the engagement was called off. So it is easy to handle. Even if Great Liang raises many cultivators, they are mortals and dare not touch a sect. Later, it was discovered that the Emperor of Great Liang had entered cultivation, completed his tribulation, ascended, and recently returned to the Eastern Emperor. Fan saw Renhai smile slightly. Old friend, what are you smiling at? You don't know, he is the Cultivation Emperor, the ancestor of Great Liang who just returned. Zheng Xu smiled and smoothed things over. If he raises an army to punish the 10,000 Beast sect, it will be a big trouble. She pursed her lips. Isn't it because your disciple is so confident? She turned her palm toward Yifan, seeking Daoist Yi's help. He pointed at himself. What can I help with? Zheng Xu explained. Daoist Yi has the strongest strength in the lower realm. Just going to Great Liang will solve it easily. Yifan refused, but I don't want to go out. Liang immediately put on a pitiful face. Senior, how can you bear to let me be forced to marry a man in his 40s or 50s? Standing beside, she tilted her head and thought, only in his 40s or 50s, isn't that still very young? Zheng Xu tried his best to persuade Yi Daoxiao to leave, because if something happened to Liang, he would easily fall into a heart demon tribulation. Renhai also came over and put his arm around him, adding that he was very familiar with Daliang, a place with many beautiful sights and delicious food. Yifan heard this and rubbed his chin, thinking he hadn't gone out in a while. She took the chance to speak up, saying it was decided. Ziyun was helpless, silently blaming them for using the heart demon tribulation to lure his disciple. But he had no choice but to agree. There were too many cores in the sect, and going to Daliang wouldn't help anyway. Just then, Zi Bing brought in the tea and said in a surprised voice, aren't the people of the 10,000 Beasts sect here too? She said nothing, pulled her sleeve and ordered, senior disciple, you have perfect timing, go with your junior brother to Daliang. Zibing was stunned, could only huff in response. After that, Ziyun signaled to her with a furious glare. She reminded her senior disciple, do you still remember what I once hoped for? Zibing coughed, immediately agreed, master, this disciple guarantees to fulfill the mission. Ziyun instructed with satisfaction, precious disciple, if you can't stay in Daliang, remember to come back early. She nodded and replied, I know master. Done with that, everyone boarded an airship together, flying forward. Yifan felt like complaining, I want to go back to Ziyun sect. Seeing that, everyone asked him, little junior brother, why is your complexion so bad? Did you get poisoned or is it cause Yi Daoxiao's body is unwell? Senior, is there anything we can do to help? The system and Hong Hong inside kept suggesting, host, this altitude sickness is a reaction only mortals get. Do you need the system's special medicine? He yelled, scram, all of you. I don't need anything you give me. The two were helpless, could only exclaim, the host is still the same, so stubborn. Suddenly, black clouds rolled in thickly, along with several bolts of lightning striking down. Liang sensed something was off. Demonic wind. Yifan thought more simply, it's a storm. Zhen Su quickly cut in, little junior brother, this isn't a storm. I think it's a pressure from the upper realm. He looked at the golden energy source ahead, muttering to himself. This scene looked familiar. Could it be an immortal from the upper realm again? The system quickly confirmed, host, that's right, up above is a celestial immortal. As soon as the words fell, a golden lightning bolt struck straight down. Yifan saw Yingda flying down while crying and exclaimed in surprise, why is it her? The other three happily sighed, it's an immortal, a real immortal. She saw him and stopped crying, her ember eyes wide open, looking very cute. Yingda hugged Yifan tightly, senior, please save me. The three beauties stared wide-eyed and shouted, little junior brother, fellow Daoist, Yi, you actually know an immortal? He could only lament, I'm just a mortal, why does everyone want my help? The system said smugly, host, you still have us. Suddenly several heavenly generals pointed at Yingda, found her, she's over there. The system and Hong Hong naively placed a series of question marks. Weren't they defeated by the subsystem? Why do they look the same? Yifan wondered, could they be triplets? Yingda took a deep breath, cried out, senior. She knelt to the ground, squeezed her eyes shut and begged, save me, save me. Yifan was swung by her towards the heavenly generals, could only silently complain, doesn't your knee hurt? Yingda turned him around, senior, please help me this once. I am willing to be your servant. Liang came up from behind and said, be your servant. The older sisters taught me that means promising your body. He had no choice, held his own pants and agreed, fine, don't pull my pants anymore. The heavenly general raised his voice threateningly, Huang Ru, you have escaped the upper realm many times, your crime is extremely severe. You also conspired with the lower realm and killed a heavenly general. This time, you will wish you were dead. She retorted, I didn't kill the heavenly general. I don't know anything about it. Hong Hong cleared it up, neither did I. I even spared his life back then. The two heavenly generals raised their weapons, grinding their teeth as they called out the name Huang Ru. A stream of golden spiritual energy shone down from the sky, accompanied by two terrifying words, deserves execution. This place was chaotic, everyone pulling at each other. Little junior brother, that's heavenly lightning, run quickly. Standing here means death. Senior, don't go, you will defeat them. With a bang, the heavenly general was suddenly attacked without warning. A terrifying explosion occurred. It turned out Hong Hong had used a cannon to shoot them. Host, I took care of it. The system looked displeased. You are a chicken dropping system. I said it was 5 times faster, but it only increased power, and you even have rocket ammunition. The others stared wide-eyed, taken care of. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong. He turned around and said, I had nothing to do with this. Liang peered around. That's right, where is my master? Bing shrugged. He seems to have run off. Yi Fan crossed his arms and asked Yingda, you ran away at first. Why did you come back to the lower realm? She explained, there are too many heavenly generals in the upper realm, and my strength has also declined. Returning would mean death. Bing reminded, your strength declined. Yingda continued, when I was being chased, I made a bold decision. She elaborated, I split my soul and immortal power into 7 parts, hid them in magical treasures scattered everywhere. Waiting for the day I die, I could be reborn. Whether lucky or not, the first attack from the heavenly general didn't kill me. I fell into a lake for several 100,000 years, and my strength is only at 1/10 now. He squinted, comparing, why does this scene look like Voldemort with his Horcruxes, or more like the 7 Dragon Balls? Yi Fan reached into his pants and fumbled around, saying, that's right. Yingda panicked and sweated, stopping him, Senior, you're gonna take it off here? There are too many people, it's not good. He took out a green hairpin and asked, what are you talking about? This is yours, isn't it? Yingda took it, recognized it. How did my hairpin end up in Senior's hands? How did you know? Yi Fan put his hands on his hips and replied, they are all celestial flowers. What's so hard about guessing it belongs to you? She closed her eyes to sense the spiritual power, sighed in relief. Thankfully the soul and immortal power haven't been lost much. Liang was excited. The immortal lady is stronger now. Yingda humbly said, you flatter me. Once I retrieve a few more magical treasures, that will be true immortality. He continued asking, did you make any mistakes in the upper realm? Why risk your life coming down here? She lowered her head. A long story, everything is because of the immortal emperor. The past, the immortal emperor was a very good person, rarely interfering. He only proposed a concept of maintaining balance, little birth, no birth, carefree life. But for some reason, the immortal emperor changed his temperament, frantically organizing armies to attack the demon race. The war lasted hundreds of years, and all the young prodigies fell because of it. As a result, the population of the upper realm became sparse. The immortal emperor demanded the immortals marry quickly, or they would be forced. Yingda knelt and cried, I have been in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years and haven't liked anyone. If I am forced to marry, I don't know what my fate will be. The only way to survive was to flee to the lower realm. Liang held her hand. Fairy sister, I understand. I don't want to marry a stranger either. Yingda was puzzled. Little friend, you too? Yi Fan asked further, what if you get married but don't have children? She stood up and yelled, the consequences are even more severe. Suddenly, a white hand clung to the side of the ship, and the savage voice of Zhensu rang out. He will summon the heavenly generals to surround you, doing everything to make you pregnant. It turned out the person was Zhensu. She ran over and covered Yingda's mouth. Fairy, this shouldn't be talked about. My disciple is still a child. Liang saw Zhensu and exclaimed excitedly, Master, you managed to climb up? Hearing that, he remarked that this immortal emperor sounded like someone who had been body snatched by a time traveler. A green-faced man cut in, saying the celestial general army was exactly the same, no different from clones. Just then, Renhai announced that they would soon arrive at Daliang. Yi Fan turned around and grunted in acknowledgement, and everyone cheerfully walked to the ship's railing to look down. Below was a vast expanse of land, with large and small houses built tightly next to each other. The scene shifted to Daliang, and everyone marveled at the sight. Truly a prosperous nation, so this was Daliang. Renhai pointed to the side and said, little friend, I must take my leave. Please stay and enjoy yourself. Yi Fan was stunned and asked where he was going. He said nothing, only lowered his head, muttering to himself that he would go prepare a gift for the little friend. He hoped the little friend would like it. And so, everyone walked along the road. Suddenly, he stopped at a small shop and asked the owner how much the buns cost. The vendor didn't even bother to look, quoted a price, and gave him a stone. Li Bing wondered why it was so expensive, and also asked Yi Fan where he got the spirit stones to buy it. Yingda retorted that 600 spirit stones was actually very cheap. Hearing the murmuring, he took the book off his head and observed with half-closed eyes. So was Erbai. He widened his eyes and shouted that Yi Fan still couldn't recognize him. How strange. In an instant, Erbai gave up running away, cursing that all the buns were a gift to that person. See you later. However, Zhensu easily grabbed him. With a threatening tone, seeing how you've already provoked young friend Yi, then I cannot let you go. He made a wry face and admitted his mistake, begging the 2 elders for forgiveness. Bing stood behind, smiling awkwardly and advised not to press him like that. First ask what had happened. Erbai struggled to explain that, because the seventh prince was caressed by an immortal, it meant he was favored by an immortal. In the future, he would certainly be ranked among the immortals. Someone revealed that this immortal was the Liang Imperial Immortal Emperor returning to the lower realm to bring benefits to his descendants. Yi Fan poked his head in and asked if that was true. Yingda, stroking a cat, cut in saying he had only touched cats and dogs so they weren't necessarily going to become immortals. He shrugged and continued, speaking to attract the attention of the immortals. A large number of cultivators had flocked to Daliang, and now most of the capital was made up of those people. Zi Bing leaned in close and scolded, saying that even so, your buns couldn't be that expensive. Erbai could only justify himself, saying he also thought it was too expensive, but this was an order from the Daliang Emperor. He didn't know what Heavenly Slaughter Sect was, some female cultivator. He sighed in frustration, saying that clearly she wanted to marry the seventh prince. But the female cultivator regretted the marriage and ran away. The seventh prince went mad because of it, so the Daliang Emperor taxed all cultivators. Jiangsu and Liang Liang, upon hearing this, thought to themselves that it was the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. He ate a bun while questioning since taxes were already collected. Why raise the price? Erbai turned his head and replied that because a strange powerful expert appeared, healed the seventh prince and became his eunuch. He suggested raising prices to fill the hole, but everyone clearly knew the money had gone into his pocket, all because of that female cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill down his spine. Strange, why was his back now so cold? Suddenly the group fell into silence, exchanging glances without knowing what to do. Jiangsu spoke up, saying forget it, since my 10,000 beasts sect has already started this matter. I will visit Daliang as the sect master. Fellow Daoist, Yi, tomorrow please follow me into the palace. Liang Liang added a sentence saying only you can help me find them. Yi Fan crossed his arms and assessed that he didn't think he could help, but if he entered the palace, he could probably learn a lot of palace delicacies. The little girl stepped forward and asked, so you agreed? Erbai also pointed at his own face and proposed if he could come along. Jiangsu angrily roared that no, you kneel down, you wretched brat. He could only obey, muttering resentfully, fine. So everyone decided together to enter the palace. Everyone looked around, marveling endlessly. So many beautiful paintings and a strong smell of flowers. Was this seventh prince a narcissist? But why were all these paintings covering their faces and wearing hats? Master, where is the immortal lady? She went up to the flying boat to rest. The eunuch Jun raised his voice and announced, Daliang Emperor, the seventh prince has arrived. The seventh prince of Daliang, in white robes and a face veil, immediately appeared. The little girl poked her head out and silently praised that he was such a handsome seventh prince. Jiangsu performed a bow and announced, Daliang Emperor, seventh prince, I have come regarding the previous incident with the 10,000 Beast sect. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones as a gift of apology. Man pondered, recalling Mafen's instructions, telling the seventh prince to just do as he said later. Back to reality, Liang Liang put on an adorable apologetic expression saying, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I am willing to go into battle to make amends to the Liang Kingdom. The seventh prince replied softly, Miss Situ, do not blame yourself. This was my own arrogance. Yi Fan cut in and asked, Your Highness, why are you still wearing a face veil and hood in your own palace? The man fabricated a reason saying, This little prince feels ugly, afraid my true appearance would frighten you immortal masters. The little girl immediately comforted him. The seventh prince is joking. Cultivators train their minds, so how could they be scared by looks? You should take it off. The seventh prince then thought of a plan. If the immortal lady wishes to see my true face, then you must marry me. These words left Liang Liang dumbfounded, thinking about the balance between refusal and agreement. She muttered hesitantly, Well, Hong Hong observed for a moment then became suspicious. Why was this person so secretive? I'll help you all find out on behalf of the host. The system also frowned and demanded, Hurry up and flip the veil to see. No sooner said than done. Hong Hong opened her mouth wide and blew out rushing winds. In an instant, the face veil was swept away by the wind. Expecting a handsome guy who knew the seventh prince was a bald man with thick lips and scattered teeth, he stammered, My veil, Miss Situ. Wait for me to find my veil first. The little girl's face turned pale, frightened out of her wits, and immediately gave up her habit of chasing handsome men. The man seized the opportunity to press his advantage, stepping forward and suggesting, Forget it, miss. You'd better keep your promise and marry me. Liang Liang felt disgusted and immediately kicked the seventh prince, adding a shout, Get lost. Just as the kick landed, his whole body was sent flying onto the palace roof. The Liang Emperor looked at his son on the roof, worriedly reaching out his hand, calling out, My imperial son? From somewhere Ma Fen walked in and roared, "How dare you!" He pointed forward and ordered his men, "How dare you secretly attack the prince in Daliang? Seize them!" They obeyed the command and immediately lunged forward, like hungry tigers. Zhengxu glanced and questioned, "Ma Fen, why are you here? And you, people from the Sun Star sect, on what basis do you command the capital's cultivators?" Yifan also wondered to himself, remembering that this brat had been dead. He jumped up, laughed, and retorted, "Chief Zhen, I am now the national advisor of Daliang. Isn't it normal for me to command these cultivators? You came to visit the seventh prince but hurt him. If you don't give Daliang an explanation today, no one will leave easily. I have a soul return technique, so I didn't die so easily." Ma Fen stood behind his men and shouted to activate the National Protection Grand Formation. Immediately they clasped their hands together, creating a blue-green energy source. In an instant, an invisible vortex appeared outside, gradually enveloping the entire space. She looked on and shouted, "National Protection Grand Formation. This is clearly your sect's Six Winds Profound Yin Formation." He still didn't understand, muttering what the hell they were doing. There was a black cloud floating overhead. Would it soak him to the bone? Ma Fen laughed triumphantly, contempt showing keep talking tough. Zibing looked down at his palm in surprise. His spiritual power was sealed. Liang Liang wasn't any better, wondering why she could no longer use her spiritual power. He walked over to the group of archers and loudly ordered, "All of you have become mortals, right? Archers, prepare." As soon as he finished, several arrows flew straight towards Yifan. Suddenly, someone flashed over to block, shouting, "Stop," and simultaneously destroyed those arrows. That person was none other than Ren Hai. Ma Fen was stunned and questioned, "Who are you? Wait, you look a bit familiar, but I was drunk then, so how could I remember him?" Ren Hai bluntly introduced himself. "I am the fifth emperor of Daliang, Yu Ren Hai. I order you all to stop." Ma Fen could not help but shout, "A true ascended immortal? The great Liang dynasty actually has an immortal. This was simply a lie fabricated to control the cultivators. I never thought he truly existed." The Liang emperor pointed directly with suspicion, "You say you are our ancestor. On what basis should I believe you?" The seventh prince questioned, "Who do you think you are to demand a ceasefire with just one sentence?" Ren Hai raised his hand, offering a solution. "If you want proof, then feel the ancestral bloodline yourself, the ancient bloodline." Immediately a surge of golden spiritual power flowed forth. It suddenly ignited the clothes of two soldiers. They cried out, "Our clothes are melting." Everyone wondered, why can't we feel anything? This must be some cultivation trick. He stared blankly, questioning his existence. Strange. Why only those two could sense the bloodline? Could it be that the bloodline in others is too thin? Yifan ran over and made a small suggestion, or perhaps the possibility that they are not your descendants. Hong and the system checked, discovering the royal family has no blood relation to him. According to calculations, the emperor was betrayed about 2,300 years ago. He said sorrowfully, "A pity." He slumped to the ground lamenting. How could this be? The Yu family throne has been stolen by someone else. Ma Fen became even more excited and ordered, "This man is extremely dangerous. Quickly capture him." A few subordinates turned back to retort, "Do you think we are fools? He is an ascended immortal, even if not a true immortal. We are no match." National Preceptor, don't just stand there talking. If you have the guts, charge forward first. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in densely. The sound of thunder echoed in the sky. A monster with sharp fangs and crimson energy descended upon this place. Its spiritual power condensed into a sharp arrow, aiming at the barrier ahead. The moment the energy touched, the entire barrier began to crack. The inner palace wall exploded. Spiritual power surged in, causing everyone to run in chaos. "Damn it, who is that bastard? Help. Quickly maintain the formation." Zhengxu turned his head in surprise. "The formation has been broken?" Yifan looked up at the spatial rift and wondered, "Is it Dahei?" At the same time, Ma Fen was running desperately from the crimson flames. "Help me, Secmaster Zhen. I swear I will never be your enemy again. Please save me." Zhengxu calmly said, "I don't know what kind of fire that is, so I cannot save you. You must bear it yourself." Suddenly, Ma Fen strangely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The Liang Emperor stared wide-eyed and gaped, screaming, "Is the National Preceptor dead?" He knelt down and called out to the ancestor. Ren Hai startled and reminded him, "Old friend, your descendant is calling you." He gritted his teeth and renounced the relationship. "I am not your ancestor. You all have no blood relation to the Yu family. I have no obligation to protect you or the Great Liang. From now on, the life and death of Great Liang has nothing to do with me." Ren Hai turned to leave, patting Yifan on the shoulder. "Little filial one, I am sorry you had to see this. I will treat you to a meal in the immortal realm." He sighed, "I won't get to eat palace cuisine today, but it's fine." The Liang Emperor stretched out his hand and called out, "Oh." The palace attendants saw this and surrounded him to complain. "What is this, Great Liang? All talk about retreating. only knowing how to give orders, do you think you are above others? If the Liang kingdom has no mortal fate, don't blame us for being disrespectful. The Liang emperor's face turned pale, his heart cried out, it's over, this time it's completely over. Scene shift to the outer ocean, a person sitting on Dahai said with difficulty, Dahai, my wounds are incurable, you should go on alone. It turned back to encourage him, my friend, what is wrong with you? We finally defeated that old Daoist flavor fellow, and now you want me to go alone. So it was Yi Fan, blood ceaselessly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He coughed and held up the fiery red pill, saying that the mortal world was about to be annihilated by that man. At that moment several arrows flew over. Yi Fan uttered his last words, this world-destroying fire bead, I give it back to that person. Dahai frowned at the pill before him, anxiously calling out brothers. The reply was only a splash beneath the water's surface. Dahai anxiously dove down, desperately searching. It plunged into the river and screamed out friend, ignoring the school of fish that came to peck off pieces of its flesh. Dark clouds gathered densely, thunder exploded across the sky, streaks of lightning violently descended into the water. The ferocious school of sharp-toothed fish charged forward. Dahai's panicked cries echoed in the darkness. At the critical moment, Yi Fan jolted awake. It turned out this was only his dream. Now outside emitted the fragrant smell of steamed buns. Yi Fan hurried out and asked, where is your master? Liang Liang holding a bun replied, Senior, you are awake. She said last night there was an internal conflict in Great Liang. The cultivators established their own sects. As the righteous path, we have to collect taxes, but they disagreed. So now Zhengxu is standing atop the spiritual stone mountain, happily burying corrupt officials one by one. The little girl raised her hand and asked with a light smile, Senior, are you still seasick? Yi Fan replied faintly, I am done. Yet suddenly his face turned pale, causing Liang Liang to panic. Yi Fan could not help but rush to the window and spew out a string of words, weakly admitting, I am drunk, what is going on out there? Brother Yu, this ship is too dangerous. At the same time, Renhai sailed to the island and asked dazedly, who is steering the ship? He turned back and questioned, hey Senior Yu, were you not the one in seclusion? Wait, Brother Yu is not steering, then who is? It turned out Yingda and Zibing were enthusiastically steering the ship while chatting and laughing. Steering a ship feels really fun. Looks like I hit something again. No matter, it was just a rather large bird. Just keep steering, where do we go next? Zibing held a compass, but still could not determine the direction to go. She crossed her arms and muttered, I do not understand this thing at all. Why does it keep spinning? Maybe I should just apply my master's teachings. Make the north bright as the top, make the south dim as the bottom, make the west as the left, make the east as the right. Ying Dan interjected in confusion, where is our location? Zibing, not knowing, still immediately answered, northeast. She nodded approvingly. Truly one dares to say, the other dares to believe. Suddenly several knocks on the door sounded. Liang Liang outside shouted, the two seniors, stop steering, look outside, there are many enemies surrounding us. The two heard this and were stunned, both turned their heads to look behind. Yi Fan inside the room looked out and seeing they were surrounded, sighed, senior sister, where are you going? Is this still the Eastern Westland? Zibing smiled apologetically and admitted fault. I am truly sorry, I only misjudged the place. Ying Dan frowned and pressed for an answer. May I inquire of you fellow Daoists, what is the meaning of blocking our airship? Jet black tentacle shot out straight into the air. That monstrous red-eyed thing used its own language to yell. Zibing retold with her mouth agape. He said our airship was running too fast and crashed into the wormhole they had just opened. She described the scene of the airship smashing straight into the center. Continuing, he said the airship went straight into the vanguard march, hit the center of the formation, delaying the plan to ambush the northern region by several days. The demon glared angrily. Zibing mimicked its voice and expression as she conveyed, you righteous cultivators, I have tolerated you for a long time, but I am only translating, do not imitate our voices. Senior sister, how do you understand what they are saying? She raised a finger to explain. Back then she got lost in the Northern Territory during training, fighting against Outer Realm evil spirits every day, so she got used to hearing them. Their individual strength was weak, so she stayed there to cultivate from the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage. Yi Fan crossed his arms and praised, fighting daily while still cultivating. Senior sister is truly skilled in both the literary and martial arts. Zibing smiled modestly, not at all, how could I compare to you, monstrous junior brother? Yingdai interrupted with a warning, be careful, they have made their move. Renhai outside had already managed to stabilize his spiritual energy, and Li Yu had also fixed himself in place. She raised the blue needle high, from which a green whirlwind burst forth. Yingda directed it forward, shouting to scatter them, but it gathered again at the evil spirits, and she exclaimed in surprise, how can they not die from this? Yingda lifted his face and muttered, they withstood my attack again. Zibing behind him realized, it is useless with a dispersed attack, no matter how powerful the martial skill, you cannot kill them. She continued, you must cut them into smaller pieces, then release these flower petals, ever-changing. Renhai saw the evil spirits flying everywhere. Thinking they had dissipated, he then praised little Xiaoya for standing firm in the Northern Territory. Yingda chimed in, you created this technique yourself, right? right, can you teach me tomorrow? Zibing happily replied, the two of you flatter me too much. Yifan turned his head and discovered a round black hole behind them, determined it was the Northern Territory wormhole about to close, and that they must leave here quickly. Just then Tama turned back and gave the order, do not think of leaving, stop them. Immediately, chaotic energy accumulated, enveloping the spaceship. Zibing yelled in panic, the numbers are too many. Yingda also shouted, it is fundamentally impossible to eliminate them all. They attacked each person individually. Liang brandished several gold talismans for self-protection. Manhwa reached out and crushed them one by one. Yingda frowned, raised his needle high, and commanded, go. The needle transformed into a giant weapon and crashed into the mass of black and red. Yet Tama was still unharmed and even more appeared. Zibing shouted, they will never let us go. The girl panickedly asked, what do we do now? My explosive destruction talisman is almost used up. Renhai pulled his conical hat and analyzed. Because they are hard to deal with, you have to split their bodies. But the urgent matter is to leave here first. Yingda scanned his eyes and asserted, no, there must be another way, look at them. A group of evil spirits did not dare attack the seniors because they had the strength to kill a heavenly general, and the lesser evil spirits would surely be destroyed. Yifan was safe because they saw he was not a threat. Yifan, resting on his hands, sensed that this group of evil spirits held no hostility towards him. The system had vanished inexplicably again. Could they be creations of the system? Seeing this, Zibing turned and asked, Junior brother, why are you so calm? Have you thought of a solution? He shook his head in denial. I am just a mortal, how could I have a solution? But senior sister, do not worry. With a bit more thought, I am certain I will find one. She put on an astonished expression, thinking to herself, exactly as the master said, the junior brother likes to see himself as a mortal. If he said that, then he must have a plan. Zibing clenched her fists and reminded him, the evil spirits have plagued the Northern Territory for years. Forgetting all else, in short, this is the time to vanquish evil. Renhai also raised his hand in agreement. Liang took out a series of talismans to contribute. I am also bringing out all my knowledge here. Yingda still held the needle, his eyes scanning with a determined look. So they stood close together in a small circle to deal with Tama everywhere. Suddenly, their eyes all turned toward each other. 1 second later, each creature's eyes exploded on their own. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the evil spirits dissipated. Zibing and Wangda yelled in horror simultaneously. Are the evil spirits committing suicide? Suddenly, they all flew up into the sky, leaving everyone puzzled. She said in surprise, what are they doing? Zibing replied, I have never seen behavior like this before. Yifan rubbed his chin and muttered, I guess they are fusing. The person behind him repeated in shock, fusing? No correction needed. Trun, the evil spirits, returned with a horrifying body. Core formation, nascent soul. Spirit severing, soul travel, unity, great vehicle, tribulation transcendence, earth immortal, mystic immortal. Renhai frowned and exclaimed, immortal nascent? In just that short time, they have reached the immortal nascent stage. Yingda was terrified. What kind of operation is this? In the upper realm, I have never heard of such a thing. Liang grabbed her hand and asked Senior Zibing, is the strength of the evil spirits really so heaven-defying? A few of their kind appearing means the Northern Territory is doomed. Zibing looked ahead. In the Northern Territory, their numbers surpass insects, but those above the nascent soul stage are rare. If each one became an immortal nascent, the entire immortal realm would collapse. At that moment, 3 satellites were about to converge on each other. He thought, could it be because of moonlight, the system playing some kind of trick, wanting to create despair to suppress them? Renhai saw the urgency and urged, little Xiaoya, how do we fight? Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, accompanied by a resounding voice. Come out, I know you are hiding nearby. A golden object appeared from who knows where high above, flying straight down at the speed of light. It turned out to be a golden energy fired from the moon towards the blue-green satellite, blasting it to pieces. The evil spirits on the ground also had to flee to watch. Not long after, a clawed foot with sharp nails appeared in the hazy smoke. None other than Dahai. The Tam around it also gradually dissipated. Renhai walked towards the ship's net and shouted loudly, what kind of evil beast is this? Zibing added, one move annihilated the evil spirits. Its strength is not inferior to the seniors. Dahai slowly walked up to Ye. It looked at him with gentle eyes. Still, I was discovered by you. Dahai spun around, transforming into a beautiful woman in a seductive red dress, called Maishi Xiaoya. Yifan was stunned and questioned, you are Dahai? He blushed and stepped forward to whisper, Dahai. She tapped a few fingers lightly, lowered her head and chided, my friend, I know hiding is wrong, but why are you so agitated? Yifan opened his mouth wide and shouted, wait, where is your… Dahai raised a finger to remind him, my friend, saying that is a bit impolite. I have always appeared in the form of a girl. It is just… She hugged him tightly and sighed, being able to feel your warmth again, it feels so good. Liang saw this scene and her eyes welled up with tears. Why does there always have to be another woman by the senior's side? The women and one man stood there stunned. The little girl thought to herself, this question must have been asked on behalf of her master. Yifan struggled to turn around and asked him what he had come to this world for. Don't tell him he wanted her to go back, she was saying in in advance she was not going back. Furthermore, she was just a mortal. She could not gain anything. Dahe was pushed aside and quickly spoke up. My good friend, how could I force you? After being the eternal night demon lord for a few days in that other world, it was destroyed by a group of Taoist disciples. Your master, he coldly turned around and uttered a sentence. So it was destroyed, then it has nothing to do with me anymore. She was confused as to why her close friend was so indifferent. Perhaps he was affected by something. Dahe had to let it go and turn to strike up a conversation with everyone. Are you ladies teammates of my good friend? Let me take you all out of this space. Zibing held a compass and asked, Senior, do you know the way out? My compass. Suddenly the compass pointed in the correct direction, causing her to joyfully exclaim, it is working again. The scene shifted to a strange mountain with several spinning pits. Little Hongong asked, still have not found the host. The system, holding a compass and sweating, replied, no way around it. The abyss is too severely occupied. Hongong suggested using luck points to exchange for a more expensive radar. It shook its head, saying it was out of money, just as Yi Fan's spaceship appeared. Seeing this, the two of them shouted in unison, great, the host is out. Few days later, sounds of beating suddenly echoed inside the spaceship. Hong and the system each had a lump on their heads, smiling brightly and saying, host, we are back again. The host, lying sprawled on the bed, questioned, no more acting? The system pretended to be pitiful. Acting about what? It then immediately received a sarcastic remark from Yi Fan. You know perfectly well, yet you still ask. You have created danger many times. Cornering my people, I have endured for a long time. It shouted in rebuttal, utterly conscienceless, I never set traps or harmed your people. Hongong defended, he is right. If it harmed the host, the efficiency would become negative. The system persuaded, if I am lying, then delete my data 100 times. Throw it into a dark cave for destruction. He sat up and conceded, fine, I will trust you to this once. Tell me, how did you two go missing? It quickly recounted, we were disturbed by the moon seed of the fragment dimension, so we could not find you, host. Yi Fan blankly repeated 2 words, moon seed. The system raised its hand to explain that it was something similar to the moon. He wondered to himself, does this thing also have the ability to block? That sounds strange. Hong followed up, exactly, if anything happened to him, they would not know either. Yi Fan pointed at the system, praising its blocking function as truly useful. He raised both hands in an X shape, speaking mysteriously, right? If something happened to him, they would not know either. The scene shifted to the back mountain of Zayunsek. The true dragon with sharp teeth appeared and groaned. Today was the 15th day he had been a human cultivator's spirit pet. Since following that man, every day was an extremely boring life. Every day it was either watching that fool practice and bringing meals, or just chatting and drinking. What future did this foolish master have? But he had to admit, this brat had now reached the mid-nascent soul cultivation, higher than even the sect master. That crazy woman raising dogs outside wanted to touch him but did not dare. She must be furious inside. Staying here was good. It even flew around playing with Zhensu to the point of almost killing him. Suddenly, the true dragon shuddered, holding its head and howling, no, oh glorious me. Oh glorious me, why are you swaying like this? As a noble true dragon, it should be dominating the seas and skies, resting in mountains and rivers. How could it be like an ordinary spirit pet? How could he be content staying in this narrow dragon pen, eating the green vegetable and turnip soup cooked by the foolish master every day? The true dragon threw the pile of things in its hands, determined, no, today he had to leave. After all, he could unilaterally dissolve the contract. By then that crazy woman could not control him. Just run fast and escape. He had to run away. Just as it was about to leave, it heard the sound of people talking. It turned out Yi Fan had returned. He spoke up, Master, I am back. Ziyun sighed with concern. It is good that you are back, my dear disciple. Look how thin you have become. The true dragon widened its eyes and muttered, a human whom both the fool master and that crazy woman respected. Suddenly its pupils constricted, sweat pouring out upon seeing Ying Da. Wait, the person behind him was a mortal ascension immortal, and even a celestial immortal. At this moment she was walking behind Yi Fan, looking around everywhere. The true dragon wailed in complaint. Damn it, any one of them could slice me into skewers. Yi Fan spoke up. Master, let me introduce him. This is my good friend, named Da Hai. She smiled awkwardly and said, well, my name is King An. Ziyan asked in confusion, my dear disciple, where did you meet this woman? Meanwhile, the true dragon was hiding behind an ancient tree. As if sensing the true dragon's aura, Dahe glanced in that direction. It saw those bloodshot eyes and opened its mouth wide in complaint. Damn, what kind of monster was that? Scared little old me to death. The true dragon frantically scurried into its cage, slammed the door shut, and cowardly yelled, noble my ass, from now on I am staying here as a sad dog. The scene shifted to a small courtyard. The sun had reached its peak. A shout echoed, old ma, hey, old ma. He was still slumped over at this moment, tightly clutching the memorial tablet in his hand. The 3 esteemed masters timidly stepped in to persuade him. Sect Master, do not grieve too much. Please restrain your sorrow. The Vice Sect Master surely would not want to see you like this. Vice Sect Master Ma Fen gave his all for the sect. He must have foreseen this outcome. Sect Master Yu raised his head, his eyes showing clear coldness. He held the memorial tablet and shouted, "What are you consoling me for? That wimp died. I am overjoyed." Hearing this, the three of them each had their own thoughts. So their relationship was that bad. Then with the Vice Sect Master position vacant, whose turn was it? I am a 3-dynasty sect elder. I should have priority. Sect Master Yu threw the memorial tablet away and said loudly, "It seems you absolutely do not want avenge Ma Fen. Ma Fen is dead, but he must die for a reason. Those bastards of the 10,000 Beast Sect, we cannot defeat them. What is Ziyun Sect? Having 2 recruit slots and daring to ride on my head." He darkened his face and ordered, "Pass my order. Go to the Suppress Evil Sect and invite a few assassins here. As long as they take Yifan's head, I will reward them handsomely." They immediately replied, "Yes." On Yifan's side, he was stir-frying fish, cheerfully saying that today was a good day for cooking. The system suddenly appeared with a book, saying, "Host, today I signed you up for a multidimensional secret manual. Please accept it." Yifan grumpily scolded, "Do you not know how to read the mood? Why do you have to jump out now and ruin my mood?" The fish thought to take the chance to escape, but the system slammed the book on its head, then glanced and reminded, "Host, this is a great treasure. As long as you have alchemy skills, you can be like the wife of a remarried man, supported wherever you go." Yifan asked naively, "But do I have the spiritual power for alchemy?" The system sighed, "Right?" He ordered, "Throw it away quickly. A book as thick as this. I would not even use it to level a table leg." The system had to comply. "Then I will throw it away." Hong Hong appeared and stopped it. "System, are you just going to obediently throw things away like that?" The system said helplessly, "What else can I do? After all, every time the host throws it in the trash." Hong Hong whispered, "Why not leave it for someone in the sect? Although it cannot help the host directly, I can earn some luck value." The system nodded. "Why did I not think of that?" Just then, Yuan pushed the door open and entered, calling out, "Yifan, junior brother, are you free? Can you help me test some medicine?" The 2 of them saw this and put on sly grins. "The right fool has arrived. Speak of the devil and he appears." Yifan was stunned and asked worriedly, "Second Elder, do your alchemists not have testers? Why come to me?" Yuan retorted, "No, alchemy has only been me from start to finish." Yifan sighed, "Then what is the alchemy hall built for?" Yuan pulled Yifan's arm and begged, "Yifan, I know you treat my grandfather the best, help me out." He hugged the pillar tightly and refused. "There are so many disciples in the sect, go cause trouble for someone else." A scene of tug-of-war played out. "They do not have patience like you. They come and go, only you. I am a mortal, I have the least patience." Seizing the opportunity, the system grabbed the book and charged forward, shouting, "Host, I am here to help you." It slammed the book straight onto Yuan's head, while yelling, "Feel the blessing of knowledge." A moment later, Yifan looked at her unconscious on the ground and muttered, "Second Elder will be fine, right?" The system smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured. It is just that the theory made her brain a little shaken." Suddenly, Yuan's eyes snapped open, repeating 2 words, "Inspiration. So much inspiration. I know how to do alchemy." Yifan asked dazedly, "Second Elder, are you alright?" Her voice sounded robotic. "Do you have paper and pen? Give them to me quickly. I am afraid the inspiration will slip away." "I think so. I will find them for you." Soon papers flew everywhere. Yifan looked at Yuan and sighed, "Second Elder, you write fast. In less than an hour, you have finished a whole notebook." She muttered while writing, "Right, I am, after all, the most talented alchemist in Ziyun Sect. Things like family recipes are standard." The system raised its eyes and asked, "Wait, what did you say? A notebook?" Yifan brushed it off with a laugh, "You misheard." Hong Hong and the system whispered to each other, "Is what she wrote thicker than the multidimensional secret manual? 80% chance she is just improvising and exaggerating. Is that not asking for trouble?" A short while later, she held the stack of paper in her hand and called out, "Junior brother Yifan." Yuan covered her mouth and revealed, "I have a few hundred recipes. All need testers. Come test them with me." Yifan thought he had escaped and said, "Second Elder, are you determined to toy with me to death today?" Suddenly, an old man with a sword on his back and a scar on his bald head stepped in and said, "Excuse me, is this the room of Ziyun Sect's Yifan?" The 2 turned to look. He asked suspiciously, "You are?" The old man waved his hand and introduced himself. "I is Grandmaster Suppress Evil Flame of Evil Suppress Sect. Just call me Evil Flame." Yifan openly confirmed his identity, "It is me." He thought to himself, someone came to break the siege, great, no more medicine testing. Evil Flame put his hand on his sword hilt, his voice full of malevolence. "So you are Yifan, target number 16. This time I will definitely not get the wrong person again." System warned, host, he is very dangerous, run. Hong Hong said helplessly, should you not remind the host to use our power? Suddenly, Yuan Yuan approached with a stack of paper and cut in. Wait a moment. My junior disciple Yifan still has to test medicine with me. The old man looked down and suggested, let me see it. The evil alchemist read each word intently, admiring little girl A as a true genius. She humbly replied it was just a momentary inspiration. He murmured in admiration about the method of turning pills into poison. Yuan Yuan angrily warned him not to mistake her for him. Ji Yan fervently proposed letting girl A test the medicine, as his body felt uncomfortable without poison for a single day. The girl waved her hand and yelled at him to scram. Her pills were not for refining poison. The scene shifted to the mountain range. Ren Hai swung his hand and sent a group of people flying. He thought to himself, why did Ziyun sect have so many assassins lately? But this young friend was strong. He should be able to handle it. A moment later, an alarm shout rang out from another small courtyard. Sect Master Yu looked at the arriving person and asked with a loud laugh, has Grandmaster Shi Yan succeeded? That person panted and reported Grandmaster Shi Yan. He has followed the enemy. The old men were stunned, staring at each other with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time. On this side, Ji Yan was soaking in the medicinal bath, comfortably sighing that this pill was truly powerful. Sect Master, you held the order token and scolded, suppressing evil sect. What the hell are you people doing to let the Grandmaster betray us? The other end quickly replied, it was all a misunderstanding. He was originally a nominal elder, acting on his whims. I did not expect this either. Sect Master Yu gritted his teeth and said he would wait for the old ancestor to leave seclusion and see how he would explain. That person panicked and tried to stop him. Don't tell the old ancestor. I will immediately send people from Annihilation Hall. Sect Master Yu frowned and repeated Annihilation Hall. The other end confirmed it was the renowned assassin team of the Eastern Wasteland. As long as they acted, he guaranteed to bring back the heads of Si Yan and Yifan. He had to complain and wait for good news. In the spirit beast raising area behind Ziyun sect, Bai Tao tremblingly pointed at the creature in front and asked, is she also a spirit beast? Da Hai crossed his arms and sneered, I didn't expect you to come here too, and you've been assigned to take care of the spirit beasts. If you've got the guts, try putting the collar on for me. Fei Yi held the girl out as a shield and said the beauty had few scenes recently, so today she should train. Bai Tao held the rope and asked, you want me to tie it for her? Fei Yi wiped his sweat and showed off the two spirit beasts, saying you're only helping raise one and you still think it's easy. She turned back to point at Da Hai, who was emitting an oppressive aura, and worriedly said, where is it comfortable? That look wants to kill me. The girl darkened her face, releasing a suffocating presence. Fei Yi smiled placatingly and reassured Bai Tao, saying her cultivation was too low so the girl wouldn't eat her. Bai Tao opened her mouth and asked, do you really eat people? Suddenly there was a strange noise. Fei Yi grabbed his gun and turned around alertly, asking who was there. Clattering sound came from the darkness, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Dead men don't need to know much. That group of masked men were assassins from the Chaos Annihilation Hall of the Suppressing Evil sect, with cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and the 4th level of the Void Core Realm. Bai Tao grabbed Fei Yi's arm and urged him to run, because those people seemed very strong. Fei Yi boldly replied, stronger than my treasure gun. The assassins immediately yelled to attack. Following the order, the assassins began to surge in from all sides, determined to erase the name of Ziyun sect from the immortal cultivation world. Just then, Ming Bai, who was carrying a basket of food for the true dragon, also discovered them. At the spot where Yingda and Ren Hai were, a few more men had just appeared. At the same time, the flower spirit in the room drooped and moaned, water, water, has master forgotten me? Without water I will die. Suddenly a bowl of water was brought over. It turned its head and cried, master save me, I'm dying of thirst. Yifan looked around but saw no one. Strange, am I hallucinating? The flower spirit stretched out its leaves and waved desperately, master, I'm here. He only then noticed the withered plant, blaming himself for how long it had been since he last watered it. Yifan hastily poured the bowl of cold soup onto the plant's roots and told it to drink this for now. It had nutrients, so it probably wouldn't die. In an instant, the flower spirit regained its vitality, exclaiming in amazement, it's beast soup again, I'm alive again. The system suddenly warned host, a large number of assassins have been detected heading towards the immortal Jade Peak. Please leave immediately. Yifan asked back gloomily, it won't be like last time with that guy Diao Wang, will it? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yan's body flew into the room, shattering the window to pieces. Yifan quickly cast 100-layer silk shield to avoid being hit by that old man. Ji Yan, carried by momentum, crashed around the room, breaking quite a few things. Yifan walked towards the wreckage and groaned, my window. Si Yan spoke up from behind, asking, young friend, Yi, do you blame me for bringing people here? The hall master of Annihilation Hall sat on the roof and sneered, still in the mood to worry about the window. Worry about your life first. He looked at Si Yan and cursed, betraying the sect for a single alchemy manual, truly deserving of death. Ji Yan gritted his teeth and cursed back. What do those idiots who only know how to kill know? He said he had previously agreed with the sect master that if he didn't come one day, he couldn't be stopped. The leader leader of the assassins immediately drew his sword from its sheath. He pointed his finger and ordered not only to deal with Jiyan but also to kill Yifan. The subordinates shouted in unison, yes. At the critical moment, Renhai Dahai and Yangda arrived in time. They shouted in unison, who dares? The assassin leader panicked. Why is everyone here? Could it be that the several hundred brothers surrounding Ziyun sect are all dead? Yangda sneered. Even a few hundred of your nascent soul cultivators are no match for me. Dahai frowned. Stormbone, just leave these enemies to me. The assassin leader opened his mouth and recognized this spiritual energy. Could you all be great beings of the Tribulation Transcendence realm? Renhai touched his bamboo hat and smiled. Tribulation Transcendence realm? Sir seems to be underestimating us. Without fighting, the leader fled in panic, yelling for brothers to retreat quickly. Yangda muttered, where do you think you're going? They immediately gave chase. Jiyan flew after them and called out, 3 sirs, can you give me a lift? Only Yifan was left looking at the gaping hole and lamenting. How can I live with the house in this state? The system saw him cleaning up and suggested using the restoration light. Yifan brushed it off and told it not to bother him. Still resolutely refused. The flower spirit wondered why Master kept talking to himself, wishing it could help somehow. It happily emitted a golden light and offered to spread its floral fragrance to brighten his mood. Just then, Shugu took a deep breath and exclaimed, Fox beauty, this flower smells amazing. The 9-tailed fox flew out with a dangerous look and agreed, indeed, big brother. It looked at the flower spirit and murmured, taking this plant into the small forest will probably get rid of the stench. The flower spirit panicked and turned around, tears welling up as it asked, what do you want? Not long after, no one knew what happened, only the sound of crying for help could be heard from the room. Night fell, the crescent moon had risen to its peak. The suppressing evil sect people outside were still holding their swords trembling. I warn you, even the weak have dignity. Renhai drove the cart sideways. Stop talking nonsense. Who do you want to die by? The 4 of us are still waiting to make contributions. They looked at the mighty army before them in fear, having no chance to atone for their crimes. A strange fragrance spread, causing everyone to halt. Yangda suspected. The scent of flowers mixed with killing intent, along with a peculiar spiritual energy, faintly touching the comprehension of the heavenly way. It turned out the 9-tailed fox on the coffin flew over, excitedly shouting, Sister, look quickly, we brought the little darling back. Fei Yi asked in surprise, what did you bring this time? Let me see. Shugo slowly opened the coffin lid, the fragrance growing increasingly dense. The flower demon, seeing only grandmasters around, could only hold its head in fear. Everyone leaned in to discuss. Another flower demon, a nearly extinct upper realm plant Yao, with innate spiritual intelligence and talent no less than a human's. Fei Yi questioned, where did you bring this flower from? Shugu replied, from the master's place. She was surprised. Did the master also tend to this? Ren Hai stepped forward, puzzled. So young friend Bao Ling sent this flower. Could he want us to cultivate it together? Shi Yan also widened his eyes, not expecting that young man to have such foresight. A group from the demon suppression sect nudged their leader, urging, Boss, they want to turn us into fertilizer. The old man replied, get ready. The cowardly leader flew away, shouting at his teammates, what are you waiting for? The other 2, dumbfounded, called after him. Suddenly a sound swept past, and he panicked, what is this thing? With a bang, a fierce flame burst out in the forest. The 2 henchmen could only watch in tears. It turned out Dahai had controlled his spiritual power and gently blew on his fingertip. The scene switched to Yifan. Ziyun looked at the ruins and wondered, precious disciple, was your house destroyed like this? He sighed, no choice, there were too many assassins at the time. She raised a hand to suggest, why not follow me to the main peak temporarily and set aside important matters for now? Yifan nodded in agreement. He hugged the box of items and muttered, this seems to be what my parents left behind. Ziyun was surprised. Left by little Yao Yao? Yifan looked at her. You have a strange nickname for them. He picked up the jade pendant to examine. They brought it here. I thought it was a family heirloom. She was skeptical. This jade pendant is... Yifan rubbed his chin and recounted. I've heard it was with me since birth. A master said whoever holds the other piece is my future wife. Ziyun was startled. Future wife? He recalled the scene of the mage handing him 2 jade pieces, reminding him, this is a Mandarin duck jade. You must believe me. Yifan pointed at it and whispered, this stone contract script might fool my parents. But master, please don't blindly believe it. He dejectedly put it back in the wooden box, telling himself, I was born ordinary in every life. Why am I always carrying this jade stone? Ziyun suddenly shouted, don't. Yifan was stunned. Master, what are you doing? She took the wooden box. Better believe it exists than not. This jade is important. Let me keep it safe. He was suspicious. You sound just like my family. He quickly hugged it to her chest, turned back to instruct, once you find your Dao companion, I will return it. The next day, Sect Master Yu received the news and yelled, what? The slaughtering path has been wiped out? The other person confirmed, yes, they fell from a great height, flesh and bones shattered. Sect Master Yu cursed, useless, calling themselves the #1 assassin of the Eastern Wasteland. They couldn't even handle a minor disciple. Go tell the Demon Suppression Sect Master, he must act personally, or I will kill everyone. He lowered his head and said softly, that doesn't seem necessary. The pale-faced youth explained, the demon suppression sect master said the Ziyan sect is a hidden strong sect and cannot be provoked. Right now their mountain gate is empty, and even their signboard was sold to a woodcutter. Sect Master Yu flew into a rage. Cannot be provoked, my ass. Fetch the painting of Yifan. I will act personally. Man replied helplessly, yes. Shortly after, a subordinate cheerfully unrolled the painting. Sect Master, I have brought the portrait of Yifan. Sect Master Yu reached out to take it, a tone of praise in his voice. Very good. Suddenly the painting circled around him, and a thick cloud of dust rose up. A slender, delicate hand gradually formed. Yifan's hair and face also appeared. Sect Master Yu snorted an order, done. The subordinate saw the new form and clasped his hands in flattery. Truly our Sect Master. You've transformed to look exactly like Yifan. He crossed his arms self-contentedly. Wait until the real Yifan appears. Watch me destroy the Ziyun sect. According to plan, Sect Master Yu arrived in his new form to settle the score. Before he even reached the place, the stinky dog bit him once, making him howl in pain. It hurts so much. The dog was excited. Meat. My master wants to eat meat. Fei Yi pulled the stinky dog away and questioned, you cursed dog, what are you doing? The nine-tailed fox advised, brother, quickly let go. She lowered her head in apology. Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to come to the back mountain. Fei Yi said, next time, keep him in check. Let me heal your wound. Sect Master Yu cradled his leg, speaking softly. It's just a minor wound. I have matters to attend to on the peak. The two people and two beasts departed. The nine-tailed fox asked, Sister Fei Yi, why'd the master's scent smell different today, like beef? She thought inwardly, scent? He leaned on his cane, limping with difficulty and cursed, damn it, bad luck as soon as I leave the door. I shouldn't have chosen the back mountain as my starting point. That dog has bitten my leg bone to pieces. Sect Master Yu looked at the small courtyard and sighed, first I need to find some medicine. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. A familiar voice said, young friend, what are you doing? Sect Master Yu was startled, drenched in sweat, and thought, Ji Yan? Then he spoke. Nothing, just passing by to look. Ji Yan asked, your leg is badly injured. Haven't you treated it yet? He hugged his leg. Senior is refining poison pills. I dare not trouble you. The old man laughed excitedly. I didn't expect you to understand me. Ji Yan pointed at Yuan Yuan. You don't trust me, but the second elder does. I will give her advice. In 1 hour, you will be able to walk as if flying. Sect Master Yu saw her approaching and was terrified, walking as if flying on 2 legs. That would surely kill me. Yuan Yuan held up a medicine bottle. Yifan, don't worry. I've improved the pill. The effect is 3 or 4 times stronger. He yelled loudly, don't you understand? I don't need treatment. She didn't listen and directly poured the medicine into Sect Master Yu's mouth, urging, stop being so whiny. You're a man. Drink up. Finished. White smoke puffed from his mouth, and his entire body trembled. Sect Master Yu fainted. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw several spirit herbs dancing around, greeting, honored guest. It's time for a lavish dinner. What would you like to eat? With bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, they pointed at the pot beside him. This one, the beef stew soup. He stared wide-eyed in extreme terror. As if he were being stewed in the soup pot, he screamed, don't kill me. He thought it was real, but he jolted awake, shouting, don't kill me. Renhai leaned down with concern. Young friend, are you all right? Sect Master Yu turned around and smiled sheepishly. So it was a dream. I was scared to death. You are, Renhai? He found it strange, holding his head in his hands, looking around dazedly. Composing himself, he explained, I remember now. I got disoriented after drinking the medicine. Renhai leaned in and whispered, Fei Yi said your leg was hurt. Is it okay now? Sect Master Yu repeated, my leg? He examined his legs and exclaimed in amazement, the medicine from Shi Yan and the second elder truly worked. He thought to himself, so it was healed. Renhai smiled and handed over the work. Perfect, this young friend. Here is your schedule for today. I have already arranged it. Sect leader Yu snorted, his voice stern. Let me have a look. The paper recorded today's tasks. Morning, prepare breakfast for master and senior sister. Go to town with Mingbai to buy supplies. Noon, prepare lunch for senior sister. Sleep 2 hours. Evening, make dinner for senior sister. Go fishing and release them into the pond. Note, master has never eaten braised beef noodles, so I must make this dish tonight. He glanced over, his voice probing. Actually, you all have seen through it already, haven't you? Renhai frowned in confusion. Seen through what? Unable to hold back, Sect leader Yu pulled out 2 jellyfish, revealed his own leg. I am the fish infiltrator. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was sent flying off the rooftop. Renhai along with Dahe and Yangde rushed at Sect leader Yu discussing. I thought only Miss Fei Er would think nonsense, but I didn't expect you to be an imposter. How dare you mimic the face of the senior? You deserve death. Keep one breath to be fertilizer for the flowers. He saw the 3 people, scared out of his wits. All three are at the Tribulation Transcends realm? No. They are three immortals. No wonder the Shenji sect was scared into disbanding. What kind of monstrous sect is this? Renhai clenched his fist, swung it to create a fist of flames and shouted, "Take a punch from me." Sect leader Yu sneered, quickly took out a golden bracelet. Instantly, several blue butterflies flew around him. A moment later, sect leader Yu had disappeared. Renhai scorned, "Trying to run?" Yingda cried out in fury, "He is holding my butterfly illusion bracelet." Meanwhile, Zi Yun was strolling and chatting with Yifan. "I didn't expect sect leader Jen's work to be so busy. She is truly generous, spending 20 million top-grade spirit stones in one go. My precious disciple, from now on you should go out more. Maybe you will meet a generous benefactor." Suddenly a shout to stop caught their attention. It turned out to be the chase of the three people against sect leader Yu. Renhai yelled, "Don't run!" Just as he was flying past, Ziyun pointed up, why is there someone who looks exactly like my precious disciple?" He squinted in denial. "Looks the same where? Clearly, it doesn't look anything like me." Shouts still echoed, "Fake!" At that moment, sect leader Yu in Yifan's form reached out a hand and called, "Don't try to run, master. Save me." She looked blankly at the two people in front of her, wondering, "My precious disciple, but he is dressed exactly the same, the face is also exactly the same." He stood by the side exasperated, "Master, there is something wrong with your eyes." Suddenly, he pushed Ziyan away and grabbed Yifan by the shoulder. Sect leader Yu unleashed illusory shape transformation. Instantly, several white circles appeared around the two, and his body was spun around. A few minutes later, Yifan's head was spinning. She could only stare wide-eyed as her disciple was tortured. He demanded again, once more playing with him in that same way. In the air, a crying voice rang out, "It hurts so much." Renhai roared, "Damn it, so you were really playing with the young friend?" Sect leader Yu then pointed at Yifan and falsely accused him. "Who are you? Why are you impersonating me?" He sat on the ground, dumbfounded. "Me?" Da Hei and Ying were surprised. Fei Yi muttered, "This is troublesome. Should we let that dog out again?" He demanded, "Master, deal with him. This person definitely has ulterior motives sent by some sect." A series of questions made Ziyan dizzy. Hong Hong grimaced and called out, "System, have they gone blind? That obvious fake is so ugly. How can they not recognize him?" System thought for a moment, took out a long rifle, said, "Here, quickly tell me which weapon is the 98K. Hong Hong wondered, "Aren't these two the same?" It raised the weapon and asked back, "Now do you know why they couldn't recognize him?" Sect leader Yu hugged her leg and acted, "Master, what are you hesitating for? Don't you believe that I am your precious disciple?" Li Yun kicked him away and shouted, "No, my precious disciple wouldn't be this panicked." "Who are you really?" He gritted his teeth and thought, "Have I been discovered?" Sect leader Yu's brows furrowed tightly. He immediately transformed into his true form, reached out and grabbed her neck, sneering, "So what if you found out? You are just at the nascent soul realm." Yifan anxiously stepped forward and called, "Master." Renhai saw this and added, "It's over. The young friend's master has been captured." Sect leader Yu held her neck with one hand and raised the other towards him in warning, "Don't come closer and I'll kill her." Yifan panicked and shouted, "What do you want?" He lifted Ziyun up and thought, "So he doesn't dare to act? It seems this weak woman is quite important." Then he demanded, "If you don't want her to die, let me go, or I will strip her and play with her to death in front of you." Hong Hong and the system spoke up for their master. "This guy deserves to die. His tone is unbearable. Daring to bully those around the host. I will make him be hit by a poison acupuncture point. Never be able to touch anything again." Suddenly, strange objects floated out from sect leader Yu's body. Unable to bear it, he fell to the ground holding himself and cried out, "It hurts so much, what the hell is happening?" At the same time, Yuan lifted the pot lid and asked, "Old man, have you seen my insect warming pill?" Old man Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "Oh, almost forgot, I refined it into a blood ginseng pill." She stared wide-eyed and questioned, "Where is the blood ginseng pill?" "Someone ate it." He smiled brightly and boasted proudly, "There was an imposter trying to sneak into the sect, but I saw through him." Just then sect leader Yu saw a strange thing growing from his own stomach and cursed, "That damned Xi Yan, that damned thief cloud sect." Out of options, he took out 2 magical artifacts and plotted, "I will not let you off easily." Yingda recognized them and exclaimed happily, "Those are my magical artifacts again." Fei Yi said flatly, "You dropped quite a lot of equipment." Before he could do anything, Yifan reached out and took back those 2 items, simultaneously saying that these should return to their original owner. Sect leader Yu's face fell as he gritted his teeth in silent reproach. He snatched the magical artifacts that were releasing immortal power with his bare hands. Hong Hong and the system standing nearby emanated purple spiritual power and grinned wickedly. "You fool, this is our system power." He demanded them back, "Return my magical artifacts. I warn you, the Supreme Elder of the Sun Star Sect is at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He is monitoring every action. If I cannot contact him, he will kill you all." Yi Fan was not afraid and challenged him directly. Then go ahead and contact him, let me see. Sect leader Yu picked up the communication jade, sweating profusely but still declaring arrogantly, you just wait, prepare for your time of death. Crack, it shattered along with its final words. Hello, the other party has destroyed the communication jade. Please use another method. Thank you very much, he wailed miserably. You damned old man. I served you for nearly 1,000 years. And this is how you treat me. Ahai held his axe and said threateningly, are you done talking? If you are, then come and be fertilizer for the flowers. Then a flash of pure black shot out along with sect leader Yu scream no. Scene changed to Pai Lai's place. She stood in a strange space wondering, is this the information from Yi Fan's 99 past lives? Damn, why is so much content locked? The red eye looked at Pai Lai and spoke, first warning, System Pai Lai is prohibited from viewing the information of a transmigrator. She complained the Grand System doesn't dare to control me. How dare you control me? The Grand System repeated second warning. Pai Lai had no choice but to agree, fine. Quickly tell me the method to break the seal. It provided the method, upload your consciousness into the void. It takes about 4 minutes to crack. Hearing this, her eyes went white with annoyance. So troublesome. Then her consciousness began to upload. After some time, Pai Lai looked at the reports around her and muttered, finally entered. So much material, wait, what is this key? Locked at 20%. Let's try to change it. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared behind her, its sharp teeth extending outward. The main system immediately gave the order to deal with her. A strange red entity quickly covered the entire body of Baira. The scene shifted to Yifan. He was lying sprawled on the bed, stretching to greet the early morning sunlight. The system happily appeared and chimed, today the signing was successful. It handed over a pill, saying the host was rewarded with a dragon origin pill today, allowing a mortal to advance to the tribulation transcendence realm, with a 5% chance of triggering a critical hit and breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. Hong Hong frowned and asked the system why it was doing useless things. The system forced a smile and replied, this was routine, to let the host know what the reward was. Maybe one day he would come around. Yi Fan suddenly spoke up, system, give me the dragon origin pill. Hong Hong's eyes widened in surprise. The system sighed, thinking he would refuse. Luckily the item didn't take up space in the inventory. They both thought for a moment, then simultaneously looked at him and shouted, wait, what did the host just say? Yi Fan smirked and said, I agree to cultivate. I was wrong to have been opposing you all this time. The system handed over the pill while asking suspiciously, host, you didn't hit your head on anything last night, did you? Hong Hong was doubtful. Could it be we got the wrong host yesterday? The system replied dejectedly, impossible. All the fakes have reverted to their original forms. Hong Hong wondered, then why did the host change his personality? The system sighed, how would I know? Meanwhile, Yi Fan slowly placed the pill into his mouth. Immediately after, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and cultivated. Supercritical hit, cultivation base rose to the 6th layer of the celestial immortal realm. Seeing the radiant golden spiritual power erupt, the system and Hong Hong hugged each other tightly. Are we dreaming? The host is willing to cultivate. System, you've finally turned the corner after all your hardship. Inside the great hall of Ziyun sect. Inside, Ziyun sat on a chair scrutinizing the elders. She asked for a strategy to take revenge on the Solar Star sect. One person objected, saying revenge was unwise because the opponent had a peak motion realm cultivator. Yu proposed that they must take revenge, but if Yifan's true strength was unknown, making the Solar Star sect compensate was enough. Yuan objected, saying since a fight had already happened, who cared about that anymore? They had to take everything. Yifan walked in and said, Master, don't worry, everything was already arranged. Ziyun asked in surprise, what had he done? Yifan raised his hand and replied that he had sent King Lan to annihilate all the cultivators and spirit beasts of the Solar Star sect, estimated to be finished within an hour. Yifan reached out to touch Dahai's face, saying, you understand I'm asking you for a favor. Ziyun stood up in shock and asked her disciple if he knew how many people a sect like the Solar Star sect had. Ziyu cut in, saying it was a super sect, its population equivalent to a country. Ziyun shouted, that number of people is too shocking. Yifan used a provocative tone, asking, Master, is that the limit of your ambition? Yifan crossed his arms and told his master that his principle was when facing obstacles, one's heart must be ruthless enough. Hesitating like that wouldn't allow one to become a leader. Ziyun thought to herself that she wasn't a good sect leader, but then shook her head to deny it. Ziyun stepped closer, warning her disciple that doing so would invite demonic backlash on his Dao heart. Yifan rubbed his chin, dismissing it. What did it matter, since he wasn't the one personally taking action? Ziyun advised him to call King Lan back. Yifan tilted his head, his voice cold as he asked back, is the master giving me an order? Ziyun frowned, replying that I am saving you. A violent shockwave spread, causing everyone except Yifan to fall over. Hong Hong and the system hugged each other in panic, whispering, "System, what do we do? Is the host going to attack the master? I have that feeling too, something big is about to happen." Yifan reached out and pressed the button for the ambition value. In an instant his aura subsided, and the tremor also dissipated. He turned around, regaining his nonchalant demeanor, saying upon second thought, there was no need for the trouble. Just living a life of luxury was fine. Being a salted fish in the sect was enough. Why create pressure for himself? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, scared to death, thinking he was about to turn hostile. Then he said he would cancel the massacre order for King Lan. The two system entities pressed their faces together, crying tears of joy. Thank goodness. The host gave up. We were almost accomplices. Zi Yun recalled Yi Fan's cold face and silently praised him. Was that just the disciple's rebellious phase? Clearly stronger, yet he still yielded. The disciple was truly adorable. The scene shifted to Bai Ra. She was unharmed, her hand tightly squeezing the main system, rendering it speechless. It tried to operate but lost its power, only managing to shout kill. Bai Ra glanced at the red thing lying prone beside her, cursing. It ordered to bite my head, bite my body, one filthy body, damn disgusting. She threatened, daring to make a move on me. You're tired of living. Who gave the order? Spit it out or die. The main system, though chipped and broken, insisted stubbornly. Don't think you'll find out. Bai Ra said nothing, only revealed a dangerous expression along with a sharp, cold smile. After a moment the space shattered into flying fragments. Purple energy emanated from her body, realizing that monster couldn't kill her. It would rather self-destruct than reveal information. Its goal was to buy time, to erase all intelligence about Yi Fan. It seemed his secrets ran deeper than she thought. Bai Ra looked at the deep black hole before her, calculating. It seemed she needed to tell them to be wary of the other systems. The scene shifted back to Yi Fan. He sat in his room, pondering the strangeness of it all. Clearly, he didn't want to cultivate, so why did the ambition to unify the world arise this morning, and even cause a conflict with his master? Yi Fan looked at the two dazed ones, wondering that the system probably didn't have this capability. Otherwise he would have been cultivating long ago. Suddenly he called out, "System." Both chimed in unison, "Yes, what instructions does the host have? I'm here too." Yi Fan ordered calmly, "Abolish my cultivation." The other two were terrified, shouting in unison in protest. System clung to his leg, begging the host not to do anything rash. Hong Hong also pleaded, never having heard the host say such a thing. Yi Fan shook his head, saying he had once promised to never cultivate in this life. There was nothing rash about it. Yi Fan raised his hand in threat, "If you don't help, I'll do it myself." The system and Hong Hong tried their best to dissuade him, telling him not to do something stupid. Damaging the heavenly Dao body would cause trouble for future cultivation. That's right, becoming immortal with lingering issues would be truly tragic. A surge of energy shot straight into his chest. Both panicked and cried out, "Host!" The system asked him anxiously if he was okay. Yi Fan looked down at himself and replied he was fine. Hong Hong was skeptical. Could it be a hidden injury? Bai Jia unexpectedly crawled out of a spatial rift, her voice rising. "What are you thinking? I only helped seal the host's cultivation." The system turned around to remind her, "You're overstepping your bounds by deciding on your own. He is my host." Hong Hong agreed. "I also think it's a bit over the line." Yi Fan spoke up in confusion. "Why seal the cultivation? I want it completely abolished, to break away from cultivation." Bai Jia smiled and explained, "Isn't it good to keep this cultivation base to protect the people beside you when it's important?" Bai Jia hit Yi Fan's weak spot. "I know what you're thinking." She mentioned the scene of enemies descending, saying he was afraid of attracting powerful foes. Then she spoke of when Yi Fan helped a companion, fearing he would bring disaster to those beside him, also fearing being betrayed by the system. Finally, she depicted the scene of him being sucked into the mouth of an evil god, becoming a sacrifice. Bai Jia rattled on, "But you should understand the principle. It's not the bad guys coming to your door that you should fear. It's having no weapon in your hand when they do. I advise you to think it over carefully." Yi Fan could only listen in silence. She turned around and suggested, "Follow me into the space and then we'll talk." The system warned, "You're not allowed to go anywhere." They once again stepped through the spatial gate. Inside were several satellites of various sizes and a green lantern shape with a ring of spirit stones spinning rapidly. The system looked around suspiciously. This place was the space he had created to prevent being overheard. System frowned and asked again, "Overheard by whom?" Bai Jia replied it was unclear, but this was the collected data, which included 6 systems trailing Yi Fan. The two looked at the information board and shouted because both a humanoid system and the famous undefeated domain were listed. She explained that the mission to support Yi Fan was hellish difficulty. So many systems had fled. Only that fool continued to assist him. It said sadly it never knew its host could be so difficult to serve. Bai Jia frowned and deduced that someone was targeting him. The system urgently asked who. She confirmed she did not know, but was certain there was a spy within the system. It opened its eyes wide and asked about the spy. Bai Jia nodded in confirmation and told it to launch an attack with her. Hong Hong complained that she had just graduated and was already caught up in big matters. Her parents were capable. The system asked why it should care about her and the host. Was it for the luck points? She replied that she had only been forced to take the shift by Bontu Tinquan at first, and since her luck points were never used up, she just wanted to have some fun. The two broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "Luck points never used up, truly the life of the rich." Baijia gritted her teeth and got to the main issue. Some bastard dared to attack and successfully ambush them. If she could not find the mastermind, she would absolutely not let it go. Yi Fan was surely secure now. She continued, "You all be careful with systems from other dimensions. Protect the host well because he is the key." The system waved its hand in acknowledgement. Finished, the two returned to the fish pond where Yi Fan was. He had just caught a fish when he asked what you two were talking about. Hong Hong quickly replied that Baijia was saying. Before she could relay, her mouth was covered, nothing, just idle chatter. Yi Fan turned away so he did not know. The system asked, "Host, did you find anything suspicious? I will eliminate it for you." He rubbed his chin and said there was indeed something suspicious. Yi Fan, no time to prod, isn't it you? The system held its head and went crazy. "I am being serious and you are joking." He looked at the fish basket and replied who was joking. A binding suddenly appeared, no matter how he thought about it. It was suspicious. Yi Fan turned his head and muttered, "There really is." The system was startled and exclaimed, "Person who is not Ming Bai is not within the recorded range. Could it be that the enemy has already appeared?" The system quickly grabbed a fishnet to point, "Capture him. I will definitely beat him to his knees." Hong Hong held a hammer and declared with momentum, then forced him into slavery. The two rushed forward together and shouted in unison, "Let's go." Not long after, Yi Fan stopped them. "I do not need slaves, do not capture the wrong person." Suddenly his eyes widened, and he softly called out, "Second senior sister." Yi Fan carefully poured tea and offered it. "Second senior sister, please have some tea." Z King looked at the fragrant teacup and sincerely replied, "Thank you, little junior brother." The system hovered above, surprised, "So she is the host's second senior sister. Why do I have no impression?" Hong Hong explained that she was vastly different from the person in Z Yun sect. She held the steaming teacup and coldly replied, "All the ornamental fish in the back mountain were raised by me. Seeing that little junior brother liked fishing, I had to add more fry." He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, remembering the bountiful basket of grilled fish. "So the fish were raised by second senior sister. Sorry about that." The king kindly reassured him, "It is fine. Today I am happy, because little junior brother noticed me." Yi Fan worriedly asked if senior sister had a hidden illness. She exclaimed in surprise, "Little junior brother can see this?" He said, "Honestly, I discussed senior sister with master. Since third senior sister joined the sect, I have never met you. Master could not remember your appearance. I thought the old man was senile." Z King heard this and felt pain, "So you have misunderstood master." Disappointed eyes lit up. Little junior brother's words are truly heartbreaking. He tilted his head and asked the system about the matter of his second senior sister. It judged, "Senior sister is suffering from deep withdrawal syndrome or boundary disorder." The system played the role of a teacher and explained, "The cause is a low sense of existence, having no form, leading to the heavenly way being unable to record." Yi Fan pursed his lips and asked, "So my name is truly famous, it can be found everywhere, right?" He worriedly asked how to help senior sister. The system smiled faintly. There were no props, but it would go to the mall to look. Hong Hong reminded, "You have no luck points." The system held its wallet and smiled. This era still does not know how to hide a slush fund. Hong Hong worried about Baijia finding out. Yi Fan worriedly asked for another method. The system considered, "Second senior sister's situation is serious. The only way is to become famous in the world." It smiled brightly and replied, "Senior sister's cultivation reaches the immortal emperor or she becomes the child of fortune." Yi Fan was dejected. Even hearing it seemed unbelievable. The system comforted, "You are also the child of fortune." He looked at Z King and spoke, "All right, I will try. After all, she is my senior sister." Yi Fan placed his hand on the teapot and suggested, "Senior sister, do you want to go out and make a name with me?" Elsewhere, Hueling smiled happily as she was watered. So much spiritual liquid overflowed. Yingda smiled brightly and praised, "This flower seems to like you. If it cultivates into a human, it will be adorable." She lowered her head and thought, "Flowers grow slowly. Why not give it some immortal power?" Thinking so, Yingda placed his hand on its forehead and transmitted immortal power. At the same time, in a region of towering rocky mountains, two people rode clouds in the sky. Li Changsheng was confused. The spiritual energy was thin. How could a true dragon be here? Li Sundao smiled. Someone reported traces of an immortal earlier. The old man said in surprise, "An immortal's trace? You believe such nonsense? This trip is a waste of effort." He smiled disdainfully. "If you do not believe, then no one will seek it." Suddenly, a streak of blue immortal power appeared ahead. Changsheng exclaimed in shock, "Immortal power, it truly is immortal power." The old man excitedly said, "If we find the immortal, even if we do not see the true dragon, it is worth it." Sundao smiled and asked, "Do you trust my information now?" The two flew forward. Changsheng asked in surprise, "The aura has disappeared. Could it be that the immortal is hiding?" Sundao said calmly, "There is a sect over there. Let us go ask." Ming Bai was pulling carrots, and could not help but be surprised to see the two jump down from the clouds. Sundao smiled lightly and asked, "Young man, have you seen any strange phenomena?" He was startled. "Are you asking me?" Chang Shang angrily pointed his staff and shouted, "Nonsense. Who else is here besides you?" He said irritably, "What reason do I have to tell you?" The old man did not realize his mistake and shouted arrogantly, "You dare to be stubborn. Do you know who I am?" He lowered his head awkwardly. "Do not bother with a junior." Mingbai crossed his arms coldly. "With that attitude, I will not speak." Truong Sing gritted his teeth, angrily charging forward and shouting, "You're looking for death!" Couldn't help but open his mouth in shock at the old man's actions. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared right behind Mingbai. The true dragon emerged from behind, roaring in fury. "How dare you? A mere divine dragon family dares to injure my master?" Truong Sin and Thum Dao gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that a true dragon?" The true dragon's massive body blotted out the sun. Truong Sin suddenly exclaimed in shock, "A true dragon? How is it inside his body? The two of us have caused a huge disaster." Suddenly, it stomped its foot heavily on the ground, charging toward the two men. The true dragon transformed back into its original form, its massive and mighty figure. It asked coldly, "Judging by your appearance, you must be from the divine dragon lineage?" The two men were stunned by its figure. Thum Dao thought to himself, "Is this fat worm really a true dragon? It looks completely different from the paintings." Actually, it was because lately the true dragon had been eating well thanks to the special stew of assassin radish. Truong Sin asked in confusion, "Lord True Dragon, why are you here?" It replied respectfully, "He is the one who raised me. You figure it out." Thum Dao exclaimed in shock. "What?" Truong Sin asked in surprise. "Lord True Dragon, what exactly do you see in him?" It glanced sideways thinking of Fei Yi's terrifying teeth. The true dragon slowly replied, "Probably the feeling of safety." At the same time, Dahei was secretly observing, thinking in confusion, "Those people," after a round of attacks, Thum Dao explained according to family rules. The one chosen by the true dragon would participate in the chieftain trial. Truong Sin replied irritably, "No choice. We'll have to do it this way." Mingbai was awkward, hesitating. The true dragon approached, eyes wide open, urging, "Master, agree. The divine dragon family worships me. There's every kind of resource there." Mingbai pursed his lips, thinking, become chieftain. It doesn't sound like much of a deal. Being on the freeload with Brother Yi is still better. But if I miss this opportunity, will I regret it? Suddenly, he clapped his hands joyfully. "Right, I can find Brother Yi. He deduces the celestial mechanism. If he sees it as good, then it's fine for me to go." Mingbai turned around to leave. "I'll go find someone to discuss it. You two wait." Thum Dao was surprised. "You're making us wait?" Truong Sin wisely asked loudly, "Discuss it? Don't tell me it's with his master?" At the same time, at the alchemy pavilion, a thunderous explosion rang out. The roof of the alchemy pavilion shattered, and pain cries were heard. Inside the chaos, Nguyen Vien helped Tu Than, who was lying flat on the floor, asking, "Second senior sister, are you alright?" She said dejectedly, "I'm fine," but the alchemy failed. Nguyen Vien looked at the shattered wall in front, worrying, "Yi Fan, what were you doing borrowing my alchemy room?" She gritted her teeth and reminded, "Kid, even if your talent is outstanding, alchemy is a different matter. If you want to learn, come to me." Tu Than was embarrassed, turning her back to them. Yi Fan refused coldly. "Alchemy? Forget it, I'm not interested." Behind them, Nguyen Vien hurriedly held up the wall that was about to collapse. He held onto her, gently comforting, "Second senior sister, why don't you try a different approach? If you can reach a realm no one has, you might be remembered for ages." Tu Than thought sadly of Zibing's martial arts, saying dejectedly, "Little junior brother, forget it. I don't have the talent for getting stronger with fighting like big senior sister." She thought of Zi Yan's techniques, becoming even more disappointed. "I also don't have a unique insight into swordsmanship like third senior sister." Tu Than shed tears, blaming herself. "Besides, you saw it yourself. Pills, fist techniques, mental techniques, none of them meet the standard." Countless memories flashed through her mind. Ren Hai looked at Tu Than with a disgusted expression, asking coldly, "Who do you want to teach? Has that person arrived yet?" The two people at the time stared at her, suspicious. "Senior, do you mean for me to teach him mental techniques?" At another time, Yi Fan led Tu Than to find Dahei. It said awkwardly, "Buddy, my techniques are only suitable for spirit beasts, not your senior sister." Those sad memories made her unable to help crying out and smashing things. The system flashed a reminder, "Host, this way of changing your senior sister is hard for the heavenly Tao to look upon." Hong Hong laughed lightly. "I recommend the host adopt a more radical method." He asked in surprise, "A radical method?" It laughed excitedly, "Confess your love to your second senior sister. Your heaven's favored child, after confessing, she could become the female lead." Yi Fan was stunned. "Huh?" The system added, "I also support it. I once read a book where the female lead was a rabbit girl with a low sense of existence. An image of a pig boy kneeling to give flowers to a rabbit girl, extremely romantic, appeared in its mind." He closed his eyes, refusing coldly, "I have no thoughts in that regard about second senior sister. Don't apply those tricks from novels to this world." The system replied, Then I have no better solution for now. Hong Hong laughed surly. Host, why don't you imprison her? Then domineeringly, Yifan angrily shouted at them. Shut up. Remove all romance suggestions. Tuthan looked grim, saying sorrowfully, little junior brother, give up. This is my life, coming vaguely, going vaguely, waiting for a coffin. She said dejectedly, speaking of which, my sense of existence is too low. Maybe even the coffin won't be made for me. Little junior brother, you have high cultivation and live long, remember to prepare one for me. Yifan gritted his teeth in worry, recalling Ziyun's persuasion in his mind. Disciple, you train alongside the innate Tao body. Entering the key refinement stage will be quick. He said indifferently, Master, don't waste your effort. I'm lying here waiting to die my whole life. You should just prepare a corpse urn for me early. She clenched her hands in anger. For fun, no luck. He called out worriedly. Second senior sister, you. Suddenly, Ming ran over from a distance, breathless. Brother Yi, I need your help. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, pondering. A divine dragon bloodline? The system laughed, replying, I've looked it up. It's a cultivation bloodline protected by a true dragon. They have a supreme dragon bone. If your senior sister replaces it, her cultivation could skyrocket. He pursed his lips, thinking of the true dragon, supreme dragon bone. I remember in my past life, it was painful. The feeling of someone digging out your bone isn't pleasant at all. Ming Bai asked worriedly, Brother Yi, what do you think I should do? Yi Fan said coldly, with a true dragon protecting you, it should be no problem. By the way, can we come along? He happily walked toward the door. I was just about to go ask. That Ming Bai quickly ran back to his residence. Truong Sin saw him and said angrily, What? You want to bring some random outsider into our divine dragon family? No way. Dum Dao smiled kindly. Young man, think carefully. This concerns your future. He crossed his arms coldly. No way. If brother, you can't come, then I'm not going either. The old man tried to maintain a polite demeanor, soothing himself. For Lord True Dragon's sake. What are family rules? He narrowed his eyes scornfully, cursing inwardly. Stupid brat. Turning down the divine dragon for a mere mortal. Truong Sin couldn't hold back anymore. Angry. Come along then. If your senior brother causes trouble, don't blame me for turning hostile. Ming Bai happily looked at Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we succeeded. He looked at him, silently praising. Well done. The old man frowned angrily at the two, thinking to himself, claim the true dragon's favor for yourself. Dare to meddle with me? If I can't deal with you, I'll kill your senior brother. The sun was about to set, the fiery twilight shining over the forest. They walked to a large boat. Tum Dao bowed respectfully. Please board the boat, you two. Yi Fan slowly stepped onto the gangplank. Truong Sin stood behind, glaring. Teach this mortal a little lesson, so that brat doesn't turn on me. The old man stretched out his leg, ready to act. Suddenly, something slammed hard into Truong Sin's outstretched foot. He hopped on one leg, crying out in pain. Damn. Uthan stood nearby, indifferent. Huh? Sorry about that. Dum Dao narrowed his eyes awkwardly. What mischief are you up to again? Truong Sin grabbed a staff, answering angrily. It feels like someone stepped on me. Suddenly she stood right behind the old man, opening her mouth ready to strike. The single blow, Chang Sheng's body gradually blown away. Everyone watched in shock as the old man was flung far away, calling out in worry. Elder. After a moment everything settled, the ship began its journey through the air. Dundao squinted, loudly scolding him for bickering with a junior, and still falling flat on his back, disgracing the Divine Dragon clan. Chang Sheng, covered in wounds, tremblingly leaned on his cane and said that Yi Kid was problematic. He sensed two auras on that person's body. The old man thought Ming Bai must have a different motive for bringing this person along, both for the clan's sake and to protect his position as clan head. He had to expel Yi Fan. He pursed his lips in difficulty, knowing full well this was using public matters for personal revenge. Chang Sheng devised a vicious plan by drugging the tea placed in Yi Fan's room. As long as he drank it, his meridians would snap a month later, turning him into a cripple. In another cabin, Ziking gloomily asked why that fat elder did not arrange a room for her. Yi Fan looked up in surprise, comforting his second senior sister not to suffer the slight. She could stay in his room and he would find the skinny elder to swap rooms. She happily replied, "Little junior brother, thank you so much." A few minutes later, Chang Sheng entered Yi Fan's room with a fake smile, inviting him to drink tea since the road ahead was still long. The old man held the tea tray and looked around the empty room, puzzled in his heart. Strange, where is he? Chang Sheng thought to himself if that brat was not here, he would just add more poison to the teapot, regardless of the consequences. All his actions had been seen by Zaiting. She angrily scolded the old man for bickering with her little junior brother over a small matter, a true waste of cultivation. After finishing the poisoning, Changsheng left satisfied. Ziking stood behind, thinking she would swap the tea to the old man's room for him to drink himself. When the old man left, Ziking immediately took the tea tray on the table. At the same time, Mingbai stood outside Changsheng's room, offering to swap rooms with the senior brother, because he complained the lighting was not good. The old man held the teacup, angrily snapped that his name was Li Changsheng, not Fat Elder. He drained the tea, cursing nonstop that he was being treated like a servant. Suddenly, he realized the familiar tea set on the table was the one he had poisoned for Yifan. Why was it here? Truly the biter bit. Changsheng collapsed to the floor in pain, unable to use his spiritual power. He understood the room swap was because Yifan had seen through his scheme. He struggled to the door, cursing inwardly that the Yi brat had played a trick on him. He had to find Lai Sundao to get the clear meridian pill, otherwise his cultivation would dissipate. Changsheng pushed the door with his hand, but it did not budge. He was shocked, unable to open it. Outside in the hallway, the door had been locked with a massive lock. His voice echoed full of fury, cursing Yifan for locking the door. At the same time, in the dusty, cobwebbed room, the system fearfully held a broom cleaning. Hong Hong behind it tightly shut her eyes. Below, Yifan was frowning as he used a broom to clean, the room so dirty that dust was everywhere. The next morning at Divine Dragon Clan, the interim clan head Li Shentong coldly spoke. They had arrived. Ahead appeared a ship from afar that had just landed. Changsheng led the way, slowly stepping down, Zundao and Yifan following behind. Mingbai curiously peeked and asked if this was the Divine Dragon family. Shentong respectfully replied that the trial's secret realm had been open for a while, awaiting you. After passing through, one must also obtain approval from the celestial immortal mirror to become clan head. Mingbai asked in surprise, I just arrived and have to take a test already. He was taken aback, hesitating as if it was not you who requested it. Shentong frowned in annoyance, not knowing what this pig-headed Li Changsheng was playing at. The old man smiled sinisterly. The trial had been opened and could not be closed, it could only proceed. He regained a serious expression, apologizing for the mistaken information. But if the secret realm closed, one would have to wait over 100 years. He implored you to accept passing through the trial. Mingbai pursed his lips worriedly, thinking if he had been tricked. He hesitated and asked for Brother Yi's opinion. Yifan reassured him everything had been arranged, just go. The trial was dangerous, be careful. Mingbai replied with relief, saying these words put him at ease. Shentong interrupted, inviting him to the altar ahead. Mingbai cheerfully agreed. He worriedly pondered, hoping Brother Li could pass the trial and help second senior sister obtain a wisdom sovereign dragon bone. The attendant lowered his head worriedly, reporting that the mechanisms in the secret realm had been activated. Changsheng snapped that even angering the true dragon was fine. The divine dragon family could not fall into an outsider's hands. He asked worriedly if the Grand Elder's face looked very bad. The old man shouted, if you should not ask, then do not ask. Changsheng glared at Yifan, scheming to play him to death. When Li Mingbai lost his trial qualification, no one would be able to protect him. After a moment, Mingbai stood in the center of the altar, clenching his fists in defense. In an instant, he was transported to the trial world, staring in shock at the sky. Mingbai stood in a dark forest, pondering this must be the trial gate. He could not see anything, nor could he contact the true dragon. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself. It seemed he could only rely on himself. Mingbai suddenly stopped, realizing the road ahead split into two. He happily looked at the clump of 100-heart grass by the roadside, thinking he would be rich. Looking up, he saw a pitch-black fruit floating, suspecting it was poisonous. Both the tree and the soil were poisonous. He absolutely could not take that path. 2 hours later, Changsheng secretly exchanged words with the attendant. The old man decided to act since Mingbai had not come out. He feared the worst. The attendant pretended to rush in and report to Shentong that the celestial immortal mirror had been stolen. He asked in surprise, Li Yi, who did you see stealing it? He loudly pointed at the person who came with Mingbai. Shentong asked in surprise. That mortal was still sitting right here. Changsheng chimed in. He was a spirit prisoner, capable of controlling his spirit body to cause trouble. Zundao kept his composure and reminded the Grand Elder to be careful of personal grudges. The old man glared and insisted that being locked in his room on the ship was Yifan's doing. Shentong reluctantly admitted it was possible. The old man furiously said he wanted to arrest this brat immediately to pry out his secrets. Shentong coldly ordered his arrest. Suddenly Ziking appeared from nowhere, angrily forcing the old man to prove his own innocence before suspecting others. Changsheng was startled and asked who was there. She immediately appeared with a grim expression full of rage. The three of them stared wide-eyed in shock. Shentong loudly asked when she had entered the clan. Changsheng gaped, not sensing her strength at all. Ziking coldly insisted the mirror was on him. A check would reveal the truth. Yifan worriedly asked if second senior sister had been noticed by others now. The old man stammered a denial in fear. Shentong angrily demanded why he did so much for a mere mortal. Changsheng snarled, "Clan head truly wants to oppose me for a mortal." He turned his face away, coldly replying that he was senior brother Mingbai's senior. Chang Sheng flew into a rage, reminding Shentong not to forget who put him in this position. If an outsider becomes clan head, you will be nothing. If the mirror is taken from me today, just wait for my wrath. The divine ability ordered the handling of the two spies hiding beside Lord Mingbai, and the close attendants immediately obeyed. Yi Fan and Zi King gaped in astonishment when they saw dozens of sword tips pointed at them. He pursed his lips, his expression full of anger and contemplation. Yi Fan thought to himself that he was surrounded again, just like when he went to Liang country. Could it be that he was born with a sacred constitution? The system angrily cursed the talkative fatty, regretting not having given him poison. Hong Hong was also indignant when she understood he was implying his master's second senior sister. Chang Sheng suddenly felt a chill down his back without understanding why. Zhendao advised the clan head not to touch Mingbai's guests, but divine ability coldly said the assessment time was over, and Mingbai was surely dead. Mingbai suddenly appeared with a few flower branches in her hand, surprised asked everyone what they were doing. Chang Sheng astonished asked how Mingbai was still alive and had passed the assessment. Mingbai perplexedly asked back why she should be dead. Looking back at the past, in the trial world, he cheerfully plucked all the flowers after reaching the average level. Mingbai was happy picking flowers, telling herself that thanks to dragon might he did not cause trouble. This time she avoided dangerous beast paths and mechanisms. Chang Sheng thought to himself that it should not be like this, because clearly the system suddenly threw a syringe of truth serum towards the old man. After the drug took effect, Chang Sheng rambled uncontrollably, revealing that he had activated the mechanism to kill Mingbai and also Yi Fan. Hearing this, Mingbai angrily pointed her finger and questioned why he begged her to be clan head, and then wanted to kill her and senior brother Yi. She did not want that clan head position. Chang Sheng was dumbfounded, not understanding why he had said it. Divine ability quickly knelt to apologize to Mingbai, saying he would cripple the Grand Elder's meridians and expel Chang Sheng from the clan. The old man angrily saw the swords pointed at him, shouted that he was the meritorious Grand Elder, and that the brat passing the assessment could not become clan head. Chang Sheng sneered disdainfully, saying being an elder had limits. He had many merits, but his treatment was not as good as someone who fell from the sky. Divine ability worriedly asked him what he meant by that. The old man held the celestial immortal mirror and declared he would no longer be an elder, stunning everyone. Chang Sheng raised the mirror to the sky, earnestly requesting to call an immortal to confirm who was worthy of being the divine dragon clan head. The immortal mirror announced it was contacting. The old man secretly rejoiced, hoping to be saved by the abyssal immortal sect. Suddenly the immortal mirror flew out of Chang Sheng's hand and rushed towards Yi Fan. It cheerfully greeted the high immortal. Yi Fan irritably shooed it away. Divine ability was astonished that the immortal mirror actively approached a mortal. The immortal mirror flattered, said Yi Fan was not the one, the scent on his body must be in contact with Master Huang Ru, and begged to be led away. Yi Fan wondered how it could smell without a nose. Mingbai praised senior brother Yi. Divine ability was shocked to learn he was an immortal with connections to the upper realm. Chang Sheng fearfully thought to himself he was surely dead. The old man and the close attendant knelt to apologize. Yi Fan quickly told them to stand up, saying it was not as they thought. Zi King witnessed the scene, feeling despair and inferiority because her junior brother was powerful, quickly becoming an immortal beyond her reach. She turned around and walked away sadly. Yi Fan, startled, called out after her. Divine ability knelt prostrate to curry favor, persuading high immortal Yi to choose junior brother Li as clan head. Mingbai was moved, silently promising not to let down senior brother Yi's training. The old man congratulated Mingbai on becoming clan head. Zhendao said the glory of the Li family depended on her. Mingbai requested that a statue of senior brother Yi be carved first. Far from Divine Dragon Clan, a sharp rock stood towering in the middle of the path. Yi Fan worriedly asked the second senior sister why she was sitting in such a dangerous place. She replied she was just looking at the scenery below the mountain. He came to comfort her. She leaned on his shoulder, said she was temporarily a bit upset, but not to tell anyone. The system appeared to eavesdrop, guessing this was a classic love confession scene. Hong Hong said to let the heavenly fate decide. Zi King sadly recounted that when she was little she was ugly. No one adopted her, only her master said her eyes were beautiful. She forced a smile, told about a secret in her heart. After seeing him shine so brightly in front of everyone, she felt they were worlds apart. Zi King hesitated, finding it hard to speak, about to confess. Hong Hong laughed with delight at guessing correctly. The system mocked the Cinderella plot as cheesy. She suddenly said she wanted to become as terrifying as Yi Fan, wanted to see others afraid, then detailed gruesome methods of torture. The system praised the second senior sister's unique taste. Hong Hong felt lucky she was invisible. Gloomy sky suddenly became clear, the dark clouds dispersing. Light shone down on her spot, like a ray of hope opening a new beginning. The system was stunned to see the heavenly Tao Divine Might. Hong Hong asked if her concept was being acknowledged. Z King raised her hand and demonic ki began to appear around her body. The system panicked at the terrifying spiritual power. Hong Hong also feared her from the bottom of her heart, worthy of being one acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. From Z King's body, brilliant rings of light shot out into the clear sky. The scene shifted elsewhere. 3 red dots appeared asking about the bloodline of the king. A snake leg emerged from the ground, wondering if she was still alive. A mass of large and small snakes broke through the earth and crawled up, unanimously thinking their queen had returned. The scene shifted to the territory of the Great Liang country. Zhengxu instructed her disciple to assist the new emperor, not to let the enemy exploit any openings. A junior disciple hurriedly ran in shouting, "Sect Master, urgent matter." She asked again. The junior disciple fearfully reported that the entire city and sect were in disaster. The entire eastern wasteland appeared teeming with black demonic creatures. They all simultaneously ran towards the northwest like an army. Hearing the news, she exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Inside the system space, it wondered why Hong Hong was different from imagination, with a strange appearance. Hong Hong confusedly replied she was clearly a disciple of Zi Yun, but had no purple hair. After a long silence, Zi King slowly spoke. Yifan worriedly called second senior sister. Zi Xuan turned her head back sharply, her face stunningly beautiful, and hurriedly reported to him. "Little junior brother, look quickly. I finally got my true appearance back." Seeing that appearance, Yifan was dazed and asked, "Second senior sister, why did you disguise yourself as a cockroach?" Zi Xuan looked at her own body, curiously asking back, "Cockroach? What is that?" "This is my natural form." Her words made Yifan even more confused. "Natural form?" Just then, a sharp claw approached, and a deep voice sounded, "Your Majesty the Queen, your servants have finally found you." She wondered, "Who are you?" As for Yifan, his face stiffened with the thought. "Cockroach Queen?" 3 figures clad in cockroach attire appeared before Zixuan. The one in the middle introduced, "Your Majesty the Queen, we are the subjects of the Great Lion Empire in the western regions, also your servants. That year, you carelessly got lost. On that day, a great fire rose high into the sky, its terrifying heat causing the blaze to spread violently. A snakeman leader instructed loudly, "The princess is the only remaining bloodline of the late emperor. The late emperor sealed all the engravings within the princess' body. We must protect her well." The snake men behind replied in unison, "Understood." At this point, both systems thought of the name of the superhuman Clark. At that time, the cockroach leader had instructed one of them, "Look after the princess for me. I will return after killing the enemy troops." That one then went to instruct another cockroach person, "Watch the princess for me. I will return after killing the enemy." And that cockroach person repeated the familiar action, "Watch the princess for me. I will go call them back." Prolonged relay left Yifan and the 2 systems with stiff faces. Hong Hong said indignantly, "You call this getting lost? It's clearly that no one was watching over her at all." That day, Zi Yun was strolling in the forest when she accidentally encountered Zi Swan wrapped in a cockroach eggshell. She couldn't help but pay attention. Someone abandoned a child. That is truly immoral. She held the little girl in her hands, happily promising, "This child has purple eyes. It seems she is very fated with my Zi Yun sect. From now on, you will be my disciple." Knowing this, Zi Swan said emotionally, "Master, you are so good to me." Yifan said dejectedly, "Master is truly too casual." Cockroach person knelt before Zi Swan, suggesting, "Your Majesty the Queen, please avenge the late emperor and make the old men of the Green Robe sect pay the price." Yifan was puzzled. Isn't this a Xuanhuan world? Why is the western region involved? The system explained dismally, "The true major plane is like this. It's just that it usually doesn't involve the western continent." Hong Hong mused. "Finally, I know why I couldn't see through the host's second senior sister. Turns out it was hidden or omitted by the heavenly Tao." Zi Xuan turned to look at Yifan, somewhat regretful. "So now, little junior brother and I must part, unable to see the people of Ziyan sect again?" That cockroach person comforted, "My queen, you need not be so sentimental. With your current strength, returning would be like throwing your life away." Hearing this, she felt a bit guilty. "You scold me too directly." Afterward, the cockroach person approached Zi Xuan, earnestly pleading, "Your Majesty the Queen, might your servants be permitted to stay and serve by your side?" She hesitated. "I suppose it's allowed. It's just adding a few more mouths for the sect to feed." At this time, Zi Xuan's eyes stopped on a hill. She was somewhat astonished. Before her eyes, a vast army of cockroach people had appeared from somewhere. Zi Xuan said awkwardly, "It would be better if you didn't follow me to my sect." The cockroach asked, "Why?" At the same time, Yifan's face showed clear confusion. He wondered why his third senior sister sending a message right now. In the pendant, Zi Yan reported urgently, "Little junior brother, Master has fainted." Yifan asked worriedly, "Master, what happened to Master?" Both the system and Hong Hong were also confused. Scene shifted to Zi Yun's room. She struggled to stay calm and explained, "I'm telling the truth. A 2-meter tall black insect suddenly dashed out of my private room in a flash, carrying 10 little ones on its back." Of course, no one believed her. Zi Yu asked a question that made her furious. "Sect leader, how often do you clean this room?" Yun's voice rang out immediately after. That's not it at all. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Fan and the second senior sister had also arrived. He entered hastily and announced, "Big senior sister, second senior sister and I are back." Ziswan immediately asked worriedly, "Senior sister, how is master?" Hearing Ziswan's words, everyone simultaneously gaped in shock. Zibing was confused. "You call me senior sister. Could you be Zizwan?" Ziyan also wondered, "Why isn't your hair purple?" Ziyun stared at her purple pupils, certain, "These eyes, you truly are my Ziswan." Shortly after, Ziswan knelt before her, grievously saying, "Master, your unworthy disciple Ziswan has only today dared to reveal my true appearance." She replied gently, "Stand up quickly." Yun teared up, asking worriedly, "Master, your memory seems hazy. Why does your face look so much older than I remember?" She took out a blue talisman from her chest, happily announcing, "That's right, you all look quickly. I fainted, but it's nothing. Thanks to my precious disciple's protective talisman." Ziswan was astonished. "Master, you accepted junior brother's gift." Her actions made everyone extremely exasperated. Ziyu immediately instructed, "Sect leader, restrain yourself a bit. Your disciples are still standing here." Outside the door, Yifan was standing with crossed arms, his eyes fixed on the events inside the room. Suddenly, Zhensu appeared behind him from somewhere. "Daoist Yi, your master fainted. I was the first from Great Liang to rush over and treat her." Ziyin quickly approached Yifan to ask, "My precious disciple, did you encounter any black demon beast on the road? It's been causing trouble lately. I heard it's in both the cultivation world and the mortal world." He only replied briefly, "I have." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziswan called a snake man in and asked, "Are you talking about him?" That snake man lowered his head. "Greetings." The sudden appearance gave Ziyun quite a start. She tried to scream, but her mouth twisted in fear. Ziyun foamed at the mouth and fell flat onto the floor. Ziyu called out worriedly, "Not good, master has fainted." Daoist Zhen, "Please help." That cockroach person guiltily turned to ask Yi Fan, "Did I cause some trouble?" He replied warily, "You could say that." The scene shifted to another place, where someone's foot was kicking away a stone blocking the path. This girl licking a lollipop was a direct disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Liang Ying. She grumbled, "So slow, I wonder what master is doing." Minutes earlier, at the Liang Kingdom Imperial Palace, Shen Xu held Liang Ying's hand and said, "This one's natural talent is not bad, certainly good material for cultivation. How about letting her be my disciple?" The other person replied immediately, "Then it shall be arranged by the immortal master." The man reminded Liang Ying, "My daughter, we are a branch of the Yura. Currently the 10,000 Beast sect is supporting us, the Liang Ra, to become the imperial family of Great Liang. Do you understand the meaning clearly?" She answered clearly, "Daughter knows. I will certainly perform well at the 10,000 Beast sect." At this moment, she secretly complained about her father, "Bad father, for the sake of the throne. You handed me over to the 10,000 Beasts sect as a hostage. Master is also something else, saying he would take me to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Now he throws me to some strange sect." Suddenly, she let out a sinister smile, a scheme forming in her heart. "I don't want to become a pawn controlled by you. If I don't do something, do you think I'm a little demon girl that's easily bossed around?" The scene shifted to where the nine-tailed fox and Stickball were. Both were digging the ground together. The nine-tailed fox asked, "Brother Stick, is there really a blood ginseng here?" Stickball insisted, "Sister Fox, I guarantee there is definitely a spiritual herb here." Shortly after, a fragrant aroma rushed straight into both their nostrils. The nine-tailed fox happily said, "So fragrant? Is it roast chicken today?" Stickball immediately suggested, "Stop digging, Sister Fox. Let's go eat first." So the dog and the fox ran together towards the chicken leg already placed on the plate, excitedly shouting, "Time to eat." The two animals charged straight for the chicken leg, mouths wide open. At that moment, a trap was pulled taut. In an instant, Stickball and the nine-tailed fox were wrapped up in that trap. Stickball looked regretfully at the chicken leg below, longing as he called out, "Drumstick, drumstick." The nine-tailed fox said fearfully, "Brother Stick, we have fallen into a trap." Just then, a young girl's figure approaching made them fall silent. Liang Ying brought back the basket containing the fur of the nine-tailed fox and Stickball, saying delightedly, "A complete harvest. If their spirit beast master finds out, he'll definitely be furious and then go cause trouble for my master." Suddenly, her gaze fixed on something. Ahead, the spirit flower was enjoying the fresh air and warm sunlight, contentedly praising how beautiful the sun was today. Abruptly, a large dark figure appeared behind the spirit flower, completely blocking its sunlight. It turned out Liang Ying was plucking its leaves one by one, muttering orders to run home while the spirit flower screamed in terror for help. At that moment, Fairy Yingda appeared with a furious expression and questioned what she was doing. She quickly claimed she saw the flower wilting and wanted to trim it, but in truth, the ground was covered in petals, and the spirit flower was leaning over miserably. Yingda flew into a rage, shouting that it was a flower she had painstakingly cared for and demanded punishment. Liang Ying panicked and ran away. While running for her life, her face suddenly slammed into someone's chest. Liang Ying fell flat on the ground, and the person she bumped into was Yifan, standing there. He looked at the girl before him in surprise, stammering, unable to form words. The shimmering jade pendant on her chest immediately caught his eye. Yifan stared at it intently, then questioned her, and she promptly explained it was her jade pendant. Yifan recalled the jade piece in his mind and replied briefly, it was nothing, but thought it looked quite similar. At this moment, Ying Da looked at Liang Ying with fury and suggested not letting her off. Yifan asked for the reason, and after hearing the explanation, Liang Ying only then realized in panic that she had caused trouble. Yifan calmly said a few petals were nothing, but reminded her that during this time, she had been helping him tend the flowers. Yingda affirmed that was merely her duty. Bai Tao suddenly appeared, reporting that the fur of the two spirit pets raised by Yifan had all been plucked by someone, startling Liang Ying even more. Bai Tao pointed at the pile of fur in the basket, miserably stating that everyone was very upset. Fei Yi looked at Liang Ying, angrily shouting at Yifan to step aside to avoid getting blood on him. She hid behind him, arguing it was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Fei Yi grew angrier, cursing her directly to her face, saying don't think the spirit pets couldn't speak. Nearby, Zugu was dejected over losing his tail fur, while the nine-tailed fox lay crying because all 9 of its tails were stripped bare. 3 pairs of eyes, blazing with fury from Bai Tao, Ying Da, and Fei Yi, all turned towards Liang Ying. Faced with this situation, she despairingly admitted that this time she had gone too far, just plucking flowers had earned her a scolding, and now she feared she would be skinned alive. Feeling the danger, she immediately turned to beg Yifan. He was helpless, thinking to himself why this person was so familiar with causing trouble. He took something out from his person while telling Yang Da to wait a moment. He handed over the celestial immortal mirror and explained that earlier, when he went to the Divine Dragon clan, the mirror said she was its owner. She was slightly startled upon recognizing the item as the celestial immortal mirror. Yingda joyfully grasped the celestial immortal mirror tightly, thanking the senior for always bringing a sacred artifact to her. Yifan smiled and told her to go back and refine it. She departed elatedly, leaving the spirit flower reaching out and asking, "What about me then?" Having dealt with one person, Yifan turned to tell the other 2 ladies not to be angry, as he proactively took responsibility for the matter of the spirit pet fur. He seriously explained that spirit beast fur was very soft and suitable for making clothes, and told them since they had worked hard to care for the beasts, they deserved a small reward. The 2 girls were instantly convinced. Bai Tao was happy to be praised. Fei Yi smiled brightly, realizing she had misunderstood the other girl. As they carried the basket of feathers away, Liang Yang was still puzzled as to why just a few words could persuade them, and how they trusted the senior so easily. The system proudly praised its host, saying his flirting skills were truly strong, having coaxed 3 women into a happy mood. The system explained the reason might be the jade pendant, reminding the host that he also had one. Hong Hong suddenly understood, as if it was indeed so. The system continued, saying that according to the host's family, the person holding the other half was the one heaven had destined. Hong Hong nodded in understanding. Yifan gently reminded Liang Ying not to recklessly break other people's things. She admitted her mistake but asked why everyone called him senior. Liang Ying guessed he was a prince sent up the mountain like herself, becoming a personal disciple, and secretly promised to repay him well. Thinking this, she happily ran over and declared she would protect Yifan during his golden core breakthrough, then invited him to eat roasted fish behind the mountain. Upon hearing this, he said he goes fishing there every day. She asked in surprise if the whole mountain belonged to him. He replied that was not wrong. Yifan's pupils dilated. Liang Ying's demeanor reminded him of his little sister in the modern world. It was only then he realized that personality was exactly like his sister's. He thought to himself, could she be his reincarnated sister? He remembered his sister jumping on his bed every morning to wake him up. He groaned that it was the weekend. His sister rummaged through the bookshelf, asking where he hid the Kenya book. Yifan irritably said he did not have it. Another time, his sister shrieked because a thumbtack fell on the floor. Recalling those mischievous times, Yifan could only shake his head in exasperation. Zhen Tu observed the two from afar, wondering how this little disciple was so bold as to consider Yifan a weakling. He planned to find a chance to call her back. Ziyun told Zi King that she felt ashamed for not having taught her any techniques over the years, and said to let her know what she needed. Zi King declined and wanted to ask something. Zi King wondered what her master thought of the junior disciple, as her senior sister said her master cared for him a bit too much. Ziyun said it was because the disciple was a primordial Dao body, and she was afraid he would be led astray. Zi King asked doubtfully, what if the junior disciple wanted to practice dual cultivation in the future? Ziyun hastily said the disciple was still young, matters of Dao partners were still far off, and not to overthink it. The two saw Zhenxu standing and looking ahead. Ziyun asked what he was doing. Zhenxu replied that he was just observing the new disciple, who seemed quite lively. Ziyun eagerly ran over, asking if she had just taken a disciple and wanting to take a look. Ahead, a small campfire burned gently. Yifan and Liang Ying sat together on a large rock, talking, the atmosphere warm and cozy. Suddenly, the flames dispersed, revealing several sea creatures. Liang Ying cheerfully handed a charred blackfish to Yifan, inviting him to eat. He was horrified, wondering to himself if this thing was even edible. Ziyun was stunned. She recognized him. She looked Liang Ying up and down, then murmured that she was the disciple and future life partner of. The train of thought was cut off. Ziyun reassured herself that could not be. Seeing her unusual attitude, Zi King suspected that her senior sister was right, that her master truly had feelings for the junior disciple that went beyond the teacher-student bond. The generation gap between the two surfaced in Zi King's mind, making her even more worried. Although the cultivation world did not forbid love between master and disciple, the little junior brother was still too young, his age less than a tenth of the master's, which was indeed a bit strange. Suddenly, Ziyun tightly grasped her hand and said, "Zi King, help me see if that jade pendant is a fake." The words made Zi King extremely puzzled. How could there be a fake jade pendant? Zheng Xu immediately explained that jade pendant has been with my disciple since birth, and it is said he was born with it in his mouth. Ziyun's whole body trembled violently, muttering two words, "Heavenborn." Then she turned around and said, "It's nothing, I'm going to close the door now." A short while later, Ziyun returned to her dwelling, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. She wondered, "Precious disciple, this is a destined bond, I should bless it, so why is my heart so unsettled?" She slowly sat down before the incense burner to practice the zither. Her hand trembling as she placed it down, she tried to say, "I should focus on cultivating. All the disciples are stronger than me. If the sect leader does not strive, how can I lead Ziyun's sect? Surely when I break through to deity transformation, I will understand everything." At that moment, a deep voice rang out, "Are you seeking power?" She turned around in fright and asked, "Who is in my room?" A shimmering circle of ocean blue appeared in the void, making her even more puzzled. "Who are you?" In an instant, the circle revealed sharp, twisting details around it. This was a dark system with the girl Yun Shuang at its center. She spoke, "Who I am is not important. You only need to know I can help you." Back at Yifan's place, he hurriedly turned around and said, "It's mealtime. I should be able to cook for the master now." Liang Ying asked curiously, "Senior, you still have to cook for your master?" He replied, "Yes, at first I only made it for myself. Then everyone tried it and often ate more." The information surprised her. She did not expect that immortals who cultivate secret arts still had the desire to eat. Then Liang Ying brought out a few burnt sea creatures and said excitedly, "Here is extra food for everyone." But everyone feared it was a disaster that would wipe out the sect. The system suddenly displayed an urgent notification. "Host, I need to discuss something very important." He immediately asked what it was. It hurriedly reported, "Your master has gone into seclusion, but I cannot update her data." Yifan remained calm. "Is this serious?" The system explained worriedly, "It is quite serious. This proves that your master has escaped the control of the heavenly Tao." As soon as the system finished speaking, Zi Yun, with bloodshot eyes and imposing fury, appeared before everyone. Seeing her appearance, Liang Ying asked doubtfully, "Senior, is that Senior your master? Her aura is not like yours." At this moment, Ziyun glared with her blood-red eyes. She, along with her strengthened demonic aura, charged straight at Yifan. The system immediately acted. "Host is in danger," automatically activating the reinforced protective barrier. Fierce streams of energy pierced straight at him. A restraining light circle was released right after. In an instant, a pillar of light from Yifan's position blasted through the gloomy sky, energy radiating violently. Simultaneously, the five people Zi Yan, Ren Haiying, Da Hai, and Fei Yi all felt an overwhelming oppression. In an instant, the ground around where everyone stood shattered. The surrounding energy was suffocating. Everyone looked at Zi Yin in panic. The system said fearfully, "The firepower is too strong. My hands are going numb." Hong Hong pressed her lips tightly and asked, "Host, your master had turned dark, has she?" Zheng Xu angrily shouted at Zi Yun, "Daois Zi Yun, what are you doing? Has my little disciple offended you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she considered a possibility. Could it be that jade pendant? Then she immediately turned and demanded of Liang Ying, "Disciple, quickly hand over the jade pendant to Zi Yun." Liang Ying immediately replied, "Yes." However, Yifan hurriedly objected, "Don't take it out, seeing it will make my master even angrier." At this moment, a wave of black-red dark energy suddenly surged violently. Ziyun wrapped several coils of dark energy around her arm and charged forward. Everyone wondered, still not stopping? The energy flew over and gripped Zheng Xu's brush tightly. She cried out, "You've ruined my brush." Then she turned and asked Yifan Daoist, "Is your master truly at the nascent soul stage? With my soul projection cultivation, I cannot see through her strength at all right now." He replied in confusion, "I don't know." Hong Hong spoke up with shocking news, "System, host, I discovered that it seems the master also has a system on her." Both the system and Yifan said in unison, "What?" A few minutes ago, Yun Shuang had said to Zi Yun, "Who I am is not important, you only need to know I can help you. Whether it is the highest cultivation or an unattainable love. If you desire it, I will help you achieve it. Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment, a feeling of reluctance rising in her heart. Then she asserted, I am the leader of Ziyun sect. All my thoughts and actions are related to the sect's future. Even if I have improper thoughts about my beloved disciple, I must restrain myself. The master-disciple relationship. I have not reached the point of going astray to disturb my life. Yun Shuang was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Very good, a being at the nascent soul stage with such awareness. I truly underestimated you, but I did not come to ask for your opinion. As Yun Shuang finished speaking, the demonic aura from Zi Yun's body stuck firmly to the surface of the system mirror, simultaneously emitting a dark, shadowy energy. The scene before shocked Zi Yun. Strands of demonic aura began to coil around Zi Yun's finger. In an instant, her entire body was suspended in midair by the sturdy strands of demonic aura. At this moment, she firmly uttered a sentence, You are not a heart demon. Zi Yun's eyes gradually closed, only the faint image of Yun Shuang and her words remaining, You are too weak. Even if you discovered it, what use is it? Returning to the present, Yi Fan asked the system in panic, There is a system on my master, what is this about? It explained, This is just a guess, I am not very sure because hosts can see each other's systems, but the host master cannot see us. Hong Hong agreed, That is right, currently she is only receiving power from the system. The system gritted its teeth in anger and offered the only way, it had to find the one behind it who was influencing the master. Yi Fan asked urgently how to find him. It replied, Give me some time, host, hold the master back first. Liang Yang stared at the two blurry silhouettes of the system above their heads and curiously asked what the two vague things in the sky were. Suddenly Zi Yun, in a state of rage, charged straight at Yi Fan, unleashing a blow of magic power. Very quickly, the sound of a heavy footstep stomping on the ground rang out. Dahai rushed over like a storm, quickly snatching the stream of magic power from Zi Yun. She froze, confused as she looked at the magic power in her hand. It was all liquid. Fortunately, Fei Yi arrived just in time, releasing a bolt of lightning in front. She shouted loudly, I am here to help you. Fei Yi approached Dahai and asked worriedly, Are you alright? She smiled and replied, It is just a small wound. Right then, Zi King, Zi Bing, and Zi Yan also appeared, looking at the chaotic scene and asked in confusion, Little junior brother, what happened? Why is master like this? Yi Fan said something that left the senior sisters stunned. Three senior sisters, it is not convenient to explain now. Please take little Mui beside me to a safe place first. Upon hearing this, Liang Ying measured it as little Mui. At that moment, a vortex of magic power, with immense destructive force, appeared in mid-air. Zi Yun raised both hands high, her legs enveloped by a whirlwind of magic power. That was the first stance of the Zi Yun absolute art, the blazing crimson strike. Seeing this, Zi Bing questioned, This is a lost ultimate technique of the Zi Yun sect. How did master learn it? The vortex of magic power grew increasingly violent, a strange flower appearing on Zi Yun's body from streams of green smoke. Sensing the danger, Ren Hai shouted a warning, Be careful, do not touch that smoke. He immediately slammed his hand down on the ground, executing the art of overturning rivers and seas. Binding whirlpools of light began to appear. Right then, the flower on Zi Yun's body was moved up high. In an instant, her body was wrapped around by ribbons of light. Down below, Ying De resolutely said, Senior, I am coming to assist you. Streams of magic power suddenly shot out from Zi Yun's body. Ji Yan seized the opportunity, quickly threw something towards her and said, Sleeping powder. Just as Ying Da called out, Fei Yi rushed forward with chains in her hand and said, Sect leader, this is a spirit beast binding chain, sorry. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around Zi Yun, simultaneously emitting dazzling binding lights. The three senior sisters immediately rushed over to hug her tightly, calling out repeatedly, Master, please calm down. As for Ren Hai, Yifan, and Xi Yan, they could only watch silently in stunned silence. After a period of control, Ziyan finally opened her eyes and weakly called out, Disciple. Immediately after, strange streams of magic power appeared from her mouth. Dark system appeared with a crack, and that woman Yun Shuang, hiding inside, spoke mockingly, Truly weak, a few chains and she is controlled. The moment he saw her, the system quickly reported to Yifan. The one behind it has appeared. Gritting his teeth, he said, Tensely, system, unlock the seal for me. Hong Hong asked back in surprise, wanting to be sure about the decision. The seal, host, are you certain? The furious system covered its mouth and warned sternly, Do not talk too much. If the host regrets it, I am responsible. Unseal, host, go ahead. Yifan stood in the center of the spiritual energy storm, the light swirling violently as he powerfully dispelled the seal. He had a cold expression, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. His low voice hoarsely warned, That woman is very strong. It is best you do not interfere. From within the mirror, Yun Shuang's legs slowly stepped out, uttering a provocation, finally having to use your real skills. Her figure became clear, a cold smile poised on her lips, blue spiritual energy swirling around her body. Yun Shuang immediately summoned iron chains. She controlled the chains to tighten around Zi Yun, a pained groan escaping as Yun Shuang mockingly ridiculed her. "You are no match for me." Witnessing this, he could not hold back his anxiety and roared in anger, "Release my master." The system quickly activated, automatically using a time acceleration bullet. Yifan's figure vanished from his spot, leaving behind a faint afterimage. In an instant, he successfully approached. The speed was too fast for the opponent to react. The system simultaneously activated a skill to increase thrust power by 100 times. 5 decisive punches were thrown, blazing with fire, spiritual energy condensed into fist shadows. A roar sounded, 3 majestic fists. The technique descended like thunder and lightning, the air exploding into shockwaves. She could not dodge, her entire body was sent flying, suffering severe injuries. After the strike, her body lost control, spinning sideways in midair, limbs stiff, scattered embers around her form. In the blink of an eye, her condition recovered rapidly. Yun Shuang proudly sneered, taunting, truly not knowing how to cherish flowers and jade. "After all, I am a woman." Yifan glared coldly and replied harshly, "If you are my enemy, I do not care if you are male or female." As she uttered this meaningful sentence, the dark energy swirling around her condensed into a vague form. "Indeed, still the same." Yifan exclaimed in confusion. "The same?" Yun Shuang raised a scythe high. Countless purple-black energy vortices twisted tightly. Demonic energy surged out violently. Yifan blocked the scythe with his bare hand, a risky action that made the system restless. Hong Hong frantically objected. "No, host does not have time to pick up a weapon." A few seconds later, a sword appeared, its golden light dazzling. He realized with a start, the supreme sword. The sword conveyed a message: "Master, do not break me this time." Yun Shuang maintained her arrogant and contemptuous demeanor. "It is just a sword with some spirit." Yifan created countless clones of the supreme sword. Ready to launch them at the opponent, he shouted angrily, "That is enough." Yifan decisively executed the cold flame art. Wandering dragon emerges from the sea, then raised his hand high and shouted, "Sword slash." The sword shot forward to attack. She only smiled faintly and deftly sidestepped to dodge them all. Yun Shuang closed in, brandishing the sharp scythe, her gaze contemptuous and mocking. "Too bad, your strength has diminished greatly from before." Just as the scythe swung in front of him, Yifan asked back extremely calmly, "Is that so?" And then, he discreetly looped the sword back behind, striking her with a fatal blow from the rear. Yun Shuang clutched her stomach in pain, groaning, it hurts so much." Yifan threatened, "If you do not want to die, then release my master from your control." Enjoying her own game, she laughed and replied, "Just pretending. If I were human, I would probably be dead too." Yun Shuang still used her spiritual energy, pulling the sword out of her body. With a flick of his hand, the golden light shot straight into Yifan's eyes. It caused his vision to blur for an instant. Sensing the opportunity, Yun Shuang quickly closed in, a perfect chance. In the critical moment, the system promptly activated additional protection, a 100-layer silk shield. It instantly blocked her attack. Yifan summoned the cold flame art, 1,000 snow crystals. Countless blue sword lights appeared, cold energy spread, and he angrily shouted, "Since you have no gratitude, do not blame me." At this moment, Yun Shuang could only use Ziyun as a threat, saying she would kill him if he did not want his master to die. Ironically, the person in her hand was only a phantasm, while the real one was the system's big trump card. The system immediately stood aside smugly and detonated the puppet, creating a massive fire. Taking that attack, Yun Shuang collapsed. Seeing this, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could celebrate, Yun Shuang stood up with a wound on her arm. She even flashed an evil smile at Yifan. Immediately, he entered a state of high alert. The wound on Yun Shuang's hand healed quickly. She smirked and taunted, "What, can't make a move now?" Dahe could not stand it, stepped forward and yelled, "Yun Shuang." He frowned, bit his lip tightly, his face clearly showing anger, and remained silent. A second later, Yifan forced himself to stay calm and asked through gritted teeth, "You are not my disciple. Why are you impersonating him?" The system was confused. "Host, do you know her?" A stream of black air silently approached from behind, ready to ambush him. At that moment, Dahe rushed over just in time, pushing Yifan aside, saving his life. She shouted in panic, "Be careful, comrade." The streams of black air twisted into a tornado column, spinning in midair, from which a voice rang out, "Truly heartless, who would slash their own disciple upon meeting them." It condensed into a bizarre humanoid body, one of the 4 great pain inflictors of the system. "Gilai," he declared, "Yun Shuang is now my most precious treasure." On seeing him, Dahe angrily questioned, "This bastard, you are still not dead?" Gilai chuckled slyly, "I just casually controlled a few people, don't assume I'm dead." The system furiously cursed, "How dare you violate the rules and attack my host?" Hong Hong indignantly scolded, "You old bastard, can't play fair so you go after a disciple." Hearing this, Gilei's face darkened. He said coldly, "Two low-level trash who cannot even take human form. Is it your place to speak?" Yifan clenched the Wisdom Emperor's sword and roared in fury, "Harming my disciple, ambushing my master. Do you think you haven't died enough?" He became even more excited, carrying Yun Shuang into the air while laughing gleefully. "Die." From Gilei's palm, strands as thin as spider silk poured out densely, twisting through the air. Those strands shot toward Liang Ying, Zhengxu, and Ren Hai. She murmured in doubt, "What is this?" Gilei jumped up and laughed mockingly. I merely controlled a few of your strongest people and forced you to death. Where do you find the strength to fight me? The system was terrified at that moment, lucky it had no head. He caressed every feature of Yun Shuang's face, threatening, "Surrender obediently, just die and I will spare some people." A spatial gate suddenly opened behind Gi Lei, causing him to freeze. Sensing it, Gi Lei panicked, the aura of a superstar master. We clearly blocked her signal, yet she still detected it. Having no choice, he cast a spell to open a portal, turned back to leave a message. "I'll spare you today, wait until I refine the double frost chill, and I will come find you." Having said that, he hurriedly left. The system sighed in relief. "Host, we are saved. Bai Ra, you are truly my mother." Stepping out from the spatial gate, it turned out to be Hong Hong. He was stunned. "Why is it you?" "Where is Bai Ra?" Hong Hong said proudly, using the teleportation array provided by Bai Ra. "I scared him away." The system was speechless. "As my subsystem, a little intelligence would not hurt." Yifan worriedly asked Tsu King, "Senior sister, how is master?" Tsu King replied, "The situation is not good. Body temperature is low but no wounds visible." Ziyu asked curiously, "Little junior brother, what relationship do those two have?" He bent down to pick up Ziyun, telling his senior sister to step aside. Yifan sent a sound transmission to command, "System, check for me." The system accepted the order confidently. "Let me take a look, I guarantee I'll find the problem." A moment later it reported, "Host, master has lost the protection of the heavenly Tao." Yifan frowned and asked why. The system explained the opponent used illegal methods to block and control it. Now master is like a passenger thrown off a train. It was like when Ziyun was abandoned, chasing the train while panicking. "I haven't boarded yet." Yifan asked seriously, "This situation is similar to second senior sister. She can be saved, right?" The system replied, "Not the same. Who can catch a train after getting off?" Hong Hong gleefully said, "I know, in the movie Detective Conan." The system covered his mouth. "Don't bring that up, we have no copyright." It turned to comfort Yifan. "Host, don't be discouraged, actually there is still a way. A train has a destination, or you can buy a supplementary ticket." He urged, "Tell me." The system offered two methods: reach a spatial limit in strength, and the heavenly Tao will send a train to pick him up, or you and master become husband and wife, sharing one fate. Hearing this, Yifan flew into a rage. "If you want to die, just say so." The words were like last time, just phrased differently. The system was scared but stood its ground. "What other choice do I have? If you don't cooperate, I have no luck." He lost patience. "Just tell the method. If it's not enough, I'll think further." Liang Ying stared intently, curious, and unconsciously blurted out, "That." He approached and immediately asked, "Senior, what are those two things by your side?" They broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. "Oh no, she saw us." Yifan was puzzled. "You can see them?" Liang Ying replied, "Not completely, just two blurry, semi-transparent things." The system sighed in relief. "Turns out she is a system awaiting awakening." Hong Hong was confused. "This world already has people with systems. Why is there still someone awaiting awakening?" The system awkwardly just grunted in acknowledgement and stopped. Knowing the truth, Hong Hong was furious. "Did you forget to submit the appointment letter for the subsystem? Am I an illegal worker?" The system defended itself. "I forgot to submit it to the main system, but I actually wrote it." Hong Hong grew angrier, grabbing its neck and cursing. "You bastard!" The system confessed. "I was wrong, stop squeezing." Yifan advised, "Don't argue, master is waiting to be saved." In that instant, the system had a brainwave. "Host, I have a way." It pointed at Liang Ying. "Turn the subsystem into an official one. Let it become her system. The two of you will become children of fate, using that power to make the heavenly Tao notice master." She asked naively, "I will have a system too. What benefits does a system have?" Yifan folded his arms. "There aren't any benefits, in fact many drawbacks. At worst it can be fatal. But it provides techniques and cultivation-saving detours." Liang Ying was delighted. "Is that so? I want one too." Hong Hong whimpered, asked softly, "After using me, are you going to abandon me now?" The system could only smile and comfort her. "You can't say that." Liang Ying pointed at the system and shouted in frustration, "What kind of behavior is that?" Hong Hong angrily said her goodbyes. "I want to formally transfer to being her system." The system turned to ask Yifan for his opinion. "If they have agreed, then I will let the child system make the formal transfer." Hong Hong was angry but still warned, "You must be careful not to let that person take advantage of you." He immediately nodded. I go." In an instant, all three vanished into the void, leaving a piece of white cloth fluttering in the wind. Yifan lowered his head in thought, not expecting to meet her again in this life. Going back to his previous life, Yifan was strictly training a young disciple in sword techniques. He frowned, noticing the mistake, and sternly corrected his tone. "With such weak movements, How can you avenge your clan? Practice 20 more times today. Little girl, tears welling in her eyes, obediently replied, Yaster. Elsewhere, a large fire was smoldering and spreading, black smoke billowing to swallow everything. Fresh blood stained the ground red. Yun Shuang, exhausted at that time, collapsed amidst the raging sea of flames. Those men rudely criticized without restraint. You killed so many of our clan's kin, and you still want to retreat safely. Your martial arts are weak. Wait for your next life if you want revenge. This time we must destroy you root and branch. Lying weakly on the ground, she blamed herself for her foolish actions. If only I had listened to Master and learned well before descending the mountain. I'm sorry, Master. At that moment, Yi Fan appeared gallantly and spoke in anger. You lot dare to want to kill my disciple? He acted decisively and each enemy fell one by one. Yun Shuang struggled to get up, using her remaining strength to call out Master twice. Yi Fan gently made an excuse. You are the first disciple I have accepted. If you die, who would dare to call me Master? He gasped weakly, his voice almost exhausted. Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yun Shuang was startled, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yi Fan lifted her into his arms, his eyes softening, his voice gentle. I will take you back to the sect to heal your wounds. Da He grumbled to his brothers in frustration. I already said clearly, if you want to carry her yourselves. I'm not waiting. He then scolded, and you go and do these things yourself again. Yun Shuang watched silently, a smile curling at the corners of her lips, her cheeks blushing without her realizing it. Time flew by, and a few years later began with Yi Fan's furious curses. That old man really has some skill, bringing 3 million tribulation-crossing cultivators to fight me to the death. He seriously assigned tasks. Disciple, quickly lead your junior brothers and sisters away. This sect can no longer be held. Yun Shuang smiled softly and replied, I understand, Master. Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately spun around, his brows deeply furrowed in suspicion. What's wrong? Before he could understand what was happening, Yun Shuang bravely rushed over and planted a shy kiss on his lips. She tilted her head with an innocent, clear expression and said softly, Master, don't let those cultivators chase after you. Yi Fan confidently replied, Don't underestimate your master. She softly scolded, but her eyes seemed to promise something. You womanizer, you must come back. Returning to the present, Yun Shuang woke up in extreme confusion, not understanding what was happening. From Gilei's mouth came a deep, hair-raising voice, You're awake, my masterpiece. At this moment, she was trapped in a tank filled with a murky liquid. His actions caused the solution to gush out. Gilei watched Yun Shuang crawl out and asked loudly, So, did you find the best weapon from your memories? She answered immediately, I found it. My sword is called. Yun Shuang's gaze stopped on the blue sword, 2 red ribbons tied at the hilt gently swaying. She cried out, Wangjun. After stepping through the spatial gate, the system announced, We're here. The prodigal system is nearby. Hong Hong, still not over her anger, said bitterly, I must tell the prodigal system what a ruthless, exploitative boss you are. They involuntarily shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat, their eyes full of fear. 2 blue swords clashed, light flashed, and the shadows behind them surged up fiercely, the air suffocating. Hong Hong asked in a panic, Did we come to the wrong place? She trembled and suggested, Let's get out of here first. At that moment, a sweet, clear voice rang out across the hall. It seems I am late. All eyes turned to the beautiful girl, the prodigal system. Everyone cheered in delight. Cage, she's here. Miss Gu, in a gorgeous outfit with 2 cute cat ears, stood on the stage amidst the flashing lights. She held the microphone and said, Everyone. Gu Xiang's smile was sweet and charming, both gentle and mischievously confident. Good evening. The fans below shouted to the heavens, in a constant uproar, everyone falling for her cuteness. Grab Miss Gu, I like you. Xingjun, I can't live without you. She interacted warmly. I love you all so much. Today's love song is the legendary super idol, Cat Dance. The whole crowd laughed with joy, their eyes crinkling, fainting and cheering as if mad. I'm dying, I can't take it. This is all for today. Witnessing that scene, the system and Hong Hong were stunned, mouths agape. Is this the prodigal system? What the hell is a cat dance? Isn't it a horse dance? The system absolutely refused to believe it. I don't believe the prodigal system can do this. A mysterious dark figure appeared behind them, a low voice sounding, Are you 2 new fans? The system frowned in confusion. Fans? Yun Xin approached and suggested, You 2 are systems, right? Now, making a fan card costs only 400,000 fortune points. Hong Hong's eyes widened. Is it that expensive? The system heard the exorbitant price and immediately refused. No deal. We came to see the prodigal system for something important. He replied warmly, No problem. Just wait for the show to end and find her backstage. Hong Hong took the chance to ask, Why did the prodigal system become an idol? Yun Xin answered, Because she didn't have a host. She was free, so I advised her to become an idol drawing soap to help me find inspiration. The system was speechless. She said bluntly, Very simple. If she doesn't listen, I'll throw her onto a planet full of tentacles and turn her into milk cream cake. The two of them hugged each other in fear. How can this person say such a terrifying thing with such a calm face? She is truly terrifying. She doesn't care about the prodigal system at all. Yunjin leaned in close to Hong Hong, habitually pushing up her glasses with her hand, her expression full of concentration. Hong Hong shyly asked, "What is it?" He made a straightforward suggestion without any hesitation. "I have never seen such clear eyes, like a student who has never experienced a storm. How about it? Are you interested in coming to my place to be an idol?" Hong Hong panicked and quickly replied, "I refuse." A few hours after the show ended, Gu Xiang sat wearily in her dressing room, complaining, "So tired, I don't want to go to work at all." She looked at the system and asked, "What do you guys want from me?" The system quickly got to the main point. "I came for two things," Hong Hong continued. "Firstly, I want to bind with someone else and become an official system." The system firmly stated the second purpose. "Finally, we have discovered the big boss opposing the host." Gu Xiang excitedly stood up, grinding her teeth in anger. "What? Finally found the bastard who framed me. This time I will slice him into 8 pieces." Yun Jin unexpectedly appeared from behind, calmly stating, "Whether you slice him into 8 pieces or not, I don't know, but you will definitely be sliced into 8 pieces. Gu Xiang turned around in shock. Seeing Yun Xin, she trembled in fear, her voice stammering, "Letter, what's wrong with me?" Yun Xin scolded, "Your Death Star is shining." A blinding white beam shot out like a deadly laser. They both received an urgent notification simultaneously. "Damn it, I can't get up again." Scene change, everyone was still attentively caring for and taking shifts to monitor the condition of the unconscious Zi Yun. Yifan was stunned, his gaze fixed on her. Fei Yi walked in carrying a lunchbox, speaking worriedly, "Please, senior brother Yi, eat something." He turned his head in surprise. She smiled as she opened the box, asking curiously about his spiritual sword. Yifan replied, "Thank you, it is the Chi Dai. It suits me well." Hearing that, Fei Yi was overjoyed, giggling in self-praise. It has been awakened. Her smile vanished when he said he preferred using a long spear. She froze in shock. "What?" Dahai helplessly nudged her, sighing. "Scrap metal, you're asking for trouble again." She curiously asked Yifan if he blamed himself. He hesitated. "Something close to that." Dahai followed up, asking if the disciple was being controlled by that old Taoist. He retorted coldly, "No, she was just wearing a shell. Next time we meet, there is no need to hold back." Dahai felt relieved. Yifan spoke seriously, entrusting a major matter. Worried about Gilei's cruelty, he instructed Dahai to protect his master from that cunning Taoist. "Only you, with your world-destroying fire, can deal with him." Dahai hesitated, then agreed, saying she would write a letter to their master. Suddenly, a swirling space-time gate appeared behind the two of them, its light dazzling. Yin Shuang stepped out, her voice icy. "Master, I have returned again. This time, I have brought you a fruit." Yifan remained silent, then asked suspiciously, "A fruit? What are you people planning this time?" Yin Shuang smiled arrogantly. Behind her, 3 individuals were being controlled like puppets, completely unconscious. A gift capable of slaughtering the cultivation world. Yifan thought to himself, slaughter the cultivation world. Will the tragedy repeat itself? Yin Shuang immediately commanded the souls. From the Ziyun sect, they swarmed chaotically across the sky. Dahai asked nervously if they should stop them. He replied helplessly, "There are too many. We cannot stop them." She glanced at Fei Yi, cursing coldly. "Useless thing, stop standing there." Yifan said nothing, soaring up to chase Yun Shuang, instructing, "Dahai, protect the Ziyun sect." She replied, then her flying sword followed, calling out loudly, "Master, wait for me." Not long after, Yifan faced Yun Shuang, hearing her mock. "Master, it has been a while since we fought. How much skill do you have left?" He said nothing, decisively unleashing a fatal move. Cold Flame Art, Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. Yun Shuang sword up, executing Cold Flame Art, a wave of freezing ice crashing down, intending to swallow heaven and earth. The two techniques clashed violently. Both of them engaged in a sword duel, their sword ki tearing through space, creating a breathtaking battle. Yun Shuang sneered, "Master, are you holding back?" Yifan replied, "I did not teach disciples to speak of misunderstandings." She sheathed her sword and laughed, her words harsh. "Master, I really like you. After I kill you, I will refine you into the Wang Jun sword." He frowned, staring intently at Yun Shuang. "Then let us see if you have the skill." She did not hesitate, unleashing her move, Cold Flame Art, Crimson Flame Soaring Wings. An illusory pair of wings sprouted from her back. He quickly erected a defense of sharp ice and charged in to block her attack. The two sources of power clashed terrifyingly, shockwaves spreading across the space. At this moment, Yifan slowly flew over, his voice deep. "It is still early." The corner of Yun Shuang's mouth curled into a cold, triumphant smile. "Master, you have fallen for the trap." A tendril of power abruptly closed in, startling him, his gaze turning wary. It decisively slashed a line across Yifan's waist, catching him off guard. Yun Shuang immediately summoned another dark scythe. Blood flowed from the wound, his hand clutching it, his gaze firm as he looked up. Yun Shuang hovered, holding 2 weapons, her aura overwhelming, and said, "Master, you are not as invincible as I thought." Scene change, behind Dahai, a stream of demonic energy silently gathered shape. She sensed it. "He is here." Dahai hurriedly warned everyone, "Senior sister, lead master away first." Zibing immediately agreed. Guilai gradually revealed himself. As soon as they met, he grumbled, "Why is the one helping life energy not gone to help his master, instead guarding this useless one?" Dahai was unafraid, speaking firmly. "A friend's worries are taken care of, but I will not let you threaten those close to him anymore." Guilai extended his hand before his chest, a dark stream of power blazing in his palm. "Want to stop me? Become my toy." She clenched her fist, flame condensing, the world-destroying fire rumbling out, its momentum reaching the heavens. When the attack landed, the fire caused no damage, completely dispersing in midair. It turned out Guilai had cleverly used a shield to block the blow unharmed. Seizing the upper hand, he taunted, "Worthy of the world-destroying fire, a tough nut, but I have already broken it before." She tried to stay calm, her flames of rage surging. "Keep showing off." Guilai suddenly held a double-shaped puppet in his hand, the spirit pet collar. Dahai raised an eyebrow, sensing something wrong. This is bad. Taking advantage of her lapse, the spirit pet collar tightened around her neck, controlling her. She frantically searched for a way to break it. He said with satisfaction, "This is just a modified pet collar. Too bad it was only for beasts, but I shall use it today." Dahai was unafraid to curse him directly. "Damn it." Guilai's eyes turned cold, his voice venomous. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a beast." At this very moment in the Huangsu Mountains, Fan clutched his waist, panting heavily, his body hovering as if chasing someone. She stopped, her hand shattering, and said, "Master, do not be so easy to fool anymore, you have lost." The white cloth wrapped around her eyes, her slender neck nearly breaking. She still smiled. "You are in pain, but I am not. Master, please go to your death." Fan frowned silently, a furious image flashing through his mind. A white-haired woman lay in a large vat, blood smeared on her mouth, her head slumped to the side, her severed arms hanging limply from silver wires. A beast glowing bright red appeared before him, looked at Yun Shuang and said, "Chiyu, don't look anymore, she is dead. Kill the old Taoist to avenge your disciple." Hearing this, he closed his eyes, feeling a single thought echoing in his mind: revenge, revenge, revenge. Fan opened his eyes, his pupils dilating until only the image of the woman before him remained. He told himself, "That's right, why should I be soft-hearted toward a puppet he created?" As he pondered, a ring of light suddenly appeared around him, and something blue gradually materialized from his shoulder. Yun Shuang was stunned speechless by the sight. Two different colored wings sprouted from Fan's back, one red symbolizing fire, one blue symbolizing ice. He spoke calmly, "I have taught you everything, but there is one move I have not taught you, a technique I created myself." The sword swung in a sharp arc, and two spirit beasts, an ice dragon and a fire tiger, appeared. This was the cold flame art, melting ice and bone. The two spirit beasts charged together to attack Yun Shuang, but she quickly raised her sword to block. Blue and red currents intertwined in midair, creating a massive explosion. Although she blocked in time, she couldn't withstand the powerful technique, and Yun Shuang's entire body crashed heavily to the ground, her arms severed from her body. Fan quickly landed right after. Yun Shuang struggled to rise, speaking in a weak voice, "It's really over now, my limbs are broken. Next you'll cut off my head, right?" He frowned and asked, "Tell me where that Taoist is." She burst into loud laughter. "You'd better strike now. The master is about to turn your master into a puppet." Fan coldly raised his flaming sword before her shattered body, having no intention of sparing her anyway. Just then, another voice rang out, "Stop." From the empty space ahead, a deep rift appeared and a man dense with sinister energy stepped out. He sneered, "Don't damage my property, or I can't guarantee the life of this wretch." With one hand, he held Dahai's face in a painful grip. Seeing this, Fan roared in anger, "Are you threatening me?" Guilai laughed in reply, "This isn't a threat. Even if you fought me alone, you'd be no match for my puppet system." To ensure Dahai's safety, he lowered his sword, signaling a compromise. Dahai quickly stopped him. "Chiyu, don't," Guilai said with glee, "now that's obeying." All of it was within Yifan's plan. He had no intention of compromising, and his cold sword pierced through Yun Shuang's head. Her body pieces dissolved, shattered, and vanished into the void. Guilai was stunned, shouting in shock, "How dare you? She was my most perfect creation, painstakingly made. How could you destroy her?" His pupils constricted, still unable to believe his eyes. He tightened the wire around Dahai's neck and shouted, "If you don't care about this wretch, I'll kill it." At that moment, a purple-haired girl appeared behind Guilai. She kicked straight into the arm restraining Dahai, causing him to cry out in pain. After landing the move, Liang Yang joyfully exclaimed, "So this is the power of a system? That's incredible." Hong Hong replied arrogantly, "Exactly. This is the system I was compensated with." Guilai gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "Who are you? Why do you have a system?" Liang Yang struck a pose and clearly introduced herself. "I am the world's destroyer, the protector of ponds and sandy shores, the magical girl on air." After speaking, she thought amusingly, doesn't this line not suit my identity as a demon girl? Yifan's system returned with a smile and said, host, we're back. He grimaced and sighed helplessly, yeah, back just in time. Seeing this, Gilai sneered, a dark aura emanating dangerously around his body. Just 2 low-level systems, so what if you're here? He laughed, his blood-red pupils glowing dangerously. I've had enough fun, and now I'm very annoyed. Gilai used his power to generate energy and commanded, that puppet should have massacred quite a few in the cultivation world by now. It's time to go back and raise Ziyun sect. All puppets return to me. Yifan frowned in irritation, thinking another human wave tactic. 5, 10, then 15 seconds passed with nothing happening. Gailai looked around in shock. What's going on? Why did the puppets I released silently lose connection? Who did this? Seeing him flustered, Yifan said, I don't know what happened, but you seem to have made a mistake. Gailai quickly retorted, don't be so smug. Have you forgotten I'm still here? Supreme domain suppression. Fires appeared from all around him. He laughed threateningly. If you dare make a move, just wait to collect the corpses of your master and senior sister. Without a word, Yifan instantly moved directly above Gailai's head, his sword raised, and then a decisive slash came down, shattering the wires on his body. Gailai stepped back and shouted, Yifan, you're insane. Do you really not care if I kill the people by your side? Firmly refuted, I'm not insane. I just understand you. If Supreme Domain Suppression were an instant cast skill, you would have used it by now. He was startled, thinking, has he seen through me? Yifan's system frowned and said, let's take him down together. Hong Hong also spoke up, host, let us help you. Liang Yang agreed enthusiastically, while Yifan roared in anger, die. Beilei used the last of his strength to open another space in midair, telling himself, I can't die here. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his collar, along with a familiar voice. It was Yun Shuang, using her last strength to crawl toward him, her mouth struggling to say, don't go. Gai Lai gritted his teeth in frustration. Where the hell did you come from? Let go. He let his guard down, and Yifan seized the opportunity to charge. But that wasn't it. When he attacked, Gai Lai spun around to block the strike. He laughed triumphantly. Didn't expect that, did you? This modified head is enough to defend at the immortal level. You can't kill me. During this, the system cursed in anger. Damn it, this bastard is truly despicable. Not letting Gilai savor his victory, Yifan's sword suddenly turned from blue to red, a powerful energy surging straight through, piercing one of his eyes. Gilai trembled, speaking in broken, pained words, what's happening? How can yours fire bullets? Yifan was baffled, not understanding what had just happened. The system explained, this power seems to be Xiao Yi's universal annihilation gun, infinite bullets that never jam. Fei Yi then realized his weapon was successfully forged and laughed proudly. Didn't expect that, did you? I've successfully forged this weapon. Meanwhile, Gilei was still stunned, his eyes wide, cursing under his breath. Damn it, my chip is damaged. Now I can't control the puppets, and the system functions are affected. Seeing his defeat, Yun Xuan couldn't help but sneer mockingly, you rotten always, karma. Gailei's eyes showed clear surprise at everything unfolding. Yifan's sword still blazed with a fiery red glow, and he felt it was time to end this. The sword silently answered his call, finishing him off. They did not see a purple sphere preparing to charge at them. 3 consecutive javelins struck the ground, creating 3 large cracks, startling Yifan into taking a step back. He whirled around, shocked to see 3 people standing on a rooftop not far away. Those 3 were the Fanmayan system, the Tai Huang and Mo Gai systems. Gailei angrily gritted his teeth and reproached them for arriving late. He had almost died. Scolded, Fanmayan grabbed Gilei's collar and shouted for him to be quiet. They were here to clean up his mess. He muttered weakly for help. Mo Gai let out a soft laugh, saying they should retreat. The superstar lord had already locked onto their location. Fanmayan carried Gilei and Tai Huang. As they stepped into the deep, bottomless circle, Hong Hong angrily chased after them, shouting for them not to escape. The system stopped her, advising her not to be foolish. The other side had 4 high-level systems. They all looked at Yifan, grinning as they said they would meet again. Hong Hong watched them leave regretfully. The system sighed in relief, glad they were gone. Yifan sheathed his sword and walked over to Yun Shuang. He gently stroked her hair and then asked, when did you return, child? The system stopped Yifan, warning him to be careful she might attack him. He lifted her into his arms and softly replied she would not do that. He recalled the time when he had shattered under the control of the dark system. Yun Shuang felt guilty, apologizing to her master. If only she had died completely, he could not have used her. Yifan held her close and gently said this was not her fault. Yun Shuang whispered, goodbye, master. Her body continued to shatter. Hong Hong tearfully asked the system if there was any item that could save her. It shook its head helplessly. Zibing saw Yifan using his power to heal Yun Shuang and called out softly in distress, junior brother. He said in a low voice, please bury her in the back mountain. Her name is Yun Shuang. She replied, understood. Liang Ying still felt uneasy, asking if they would return to attack. Yifan replied, who knows, what are the casualties of the 10,000 Beast sect? Holding a small talisman, Liang Ying frowned and nodded. We would have to ask that master who fell from the sky. She was startled when Zhen Su said, what casualties? I never saw any asking to retreat. Fei had to exert all her strength to pull the rope Gilai had left around Dahei's neck. She pulled and exclaimed, "This collar won't break." Dahei rubbed his neck in frustration. "This is a magic artifact. After wearing it, my cultivation and abilities are nullified. It's really annoying." Fei asked if that meant he was now immortal and suggested using a gun to shoot it off. Dahai strained his neck in protest. Thinking of Zi Yun lying in bed, Fei Yi frowned and mentioned that person. Dahai frowned and said, "They told us this person is not the one from now. Have we forgotten how we survived?" Fei Yi suddenly understood. Elsewhere, Gu Xiang lay sprawled on a chair, while Yunxin sat taking notes, saying as she wrote that the feeling wasn't bad. Gu Xiang forced herself up to protest. "Yunxin, that's too much. It was just breaking a few things." She pushed up her glasses and declared that if Gu Xiang called her by her full name again, she would throw her into a disaster idol team. The faces of those men with their flirtatious smiles appeared, scaring her witless. She stammered in fear, apologizing, "Old leader, I was speaking too loudly." She asked again, "Old leader, why do you keep dragging me into being an idol? I still have many things to do." Yunxin flicked her painfully on the head, telling her that as a disgraced system who also tore apart 2 other systems, if the Saintess pursued it, she could not protect her. Gu Xiang scowled and asked who else was there. Yunxin explained that those were traitors. After failing, they violated the rules and deserved execution, but were spared. Gu Xiang said she thought she saw in Yi Fan's file that her name was the apprentice recruitment system. A silhouette of a girl holding a bow appeared, surrounded by many people under attack. Another scene was a research room filled with machinery and glass cages containing incomplete body parts. Tai Huang shone a flashlight on the hole in Gilai's face and clicked his tongue, saying the damage was severe. Mo Gai stood beside him and asked with a smile, "How is it?" She replied, "It cannot be restored." Gai Lai gritted his teeth and cursed Yi Fan. If his subordinates had not lost contact, he definitely would not have lost. Fan Mian crossed his arms and looked at the trembling Gilai, saying, "Who told you to be the weakest, relying only on puppets and items?" Tai Huang tilted his head helplessly. "When you scold him, spare me, won't you?" Mo Gai stroked his chin with a cheerful smile that Yi Fan is quite capable. Fan Mian system warned not to be careless, and ordered Tai Huang to help. Tai Huang asked Mo Gai if he could ask a favor. His face darkened with danger. "Gilai is useless now. Let me dismantle and absorb him instead." Gilai let out a weak sound. "Oh!" Mo Gai feigned delight, curling his lips in a dangerous smile before nodding in agreement. Tai Huang lunged forward to tear Gilai apart. Gilai tried desperately to beg his boss, "I am still useful. Please do not discard me." Fan Mian asked excitedly, "Tai Huang's system? Can you remove this steel god brain?" Pieces of Gilai's body were torn apart, and Tai Huang said it was quite simple. The system rolled up its sleeves with fervor and shouted, "Are your hosts ready?" Yi Fan nodded. "Let's begin." Liang Ying smiled with her eyes crinkled. "I have no problem either." The person lying on the bed was Zi Yun, surrounded by a dark mist, as the system and Hong Hong flew over. It said 12 drops of blood essence onto the creation jade slip. Use the death-defying luck to connect with the heavenly Tao, to aid in reviving your master. Yi Fan and Liang Ying cut a small piece off the tip of their finger, and they let the blood drip onto the jade slip. The system watched and worriedly prayed. This time he must succeed at all costs. The moment blood touched the ground, a black hole opened in the sky above the rooftop, and golden light shone down into the room. However, that light quickly disappeared. The system frowned and cried out. Yi Fan was disappointed. Another failure. Liang Ying rubbed her forehead. This month had already been the 29th attempt. The system roared in frustration. How could it fail again? They had tried everything, even bought items from the shopping center. Hong Hong said sadly, perhaps his direction was wrong from the start. My master has been dead for a long time. The system flew over to hug Hong Hong, comforting him that it was just nonsense. Her soul was still in her body, though weak but showed no signs of further decline. Yi Fan darkened his face watching the scene. The system said to comfort the master. Based on this condition, protecting the master for another year and a half was no problem. They would definitely find a way. He nodded, then said to go outside to let the master rest. He would go ask the Grand Elder. Liang Ying turned around and asked if he needed company. Yi Fan shook his head in refusal, telling her to mind her own business. Arriving at the Grand Elder's residence, seeing the person he needed, Yi Fan asked if there were any leads from alchemists, healers, or eccentric talents. Ziyu replied no. She had assigned Huang Ru and Ren Hai to search outside. She recalled the scene of the two, one big and one small, practicing alchemy together. The second elder, to save the sect master, was concocting pills day and night, asking Ji and master to test the medicine. As for Zibing and Ziyan, they had gone together to the northern region. Because Zibing easily got lost, she led Ziyan along, hoping for some gains. Ziyu looked at Yi Fan worriedly. His face was also full of disappointment. As for Zi King, under her command was a group of insect demons. The leader said they had deep cooperation, the Wolf Immortal Pavilion Trading Association, to probe for information. Thinking of the scene where several insects suddenly appeared in the room, that person could not help but be startled. Ziyu said gently that if the Wolf Immortal Pavilion assisted, the chance of success would be greatest. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Seeing a strange man accompanying Z King, Yi Fan asked second senior sister, "Who is this person?" She pointed to the person beside her and introduced him as Tang Yi, a healer who had been observed and recognized together with the Wolf Immortal Pavilion. Although only at the core formation stage, last week he had not even reached the key refining stage. He smiled and greeted them. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. The system was also suspicious, scanning him with a glance, saying reaching the core formation stage in just 1 week. Probably only someone with an innate Tao body could do it. How could someone with such heaven-defying fortune exist in this world? The king pulled Yi Fan aside, asking if he did not trust Tang Yi. He gently replied not exactly, but after all, he was a person she brought back. She looked straight into his eyes, convincing him that within Ziyun's sect, the people she trusted most were only him and the master. If he was uneasy, just say so, she would listen. The system heard this and found it reasonable, telling the host they could have someone else test him. Yi Fan looked at Tang Yi. Although he agreed, he was still vigilant in his heart. Avoiding him would also not guarantee that the man was not an enemy. Only by accepting him could they find his flaws. Turning back, he lightly extended his hand to invite Tang Yi to follow. That man smiled back, "Please." A pleasant scent of smoke emanated from the incense burner, lingering around the motionless body of Ziyun. Her face was wrinkled, as if she was very uncomfortable. Tang Yi looked at the person lying on the bed, pursed his lips and smiled, thinking to himself that she still retained her former elegance. He said, "The female disciples under your command are all beauties." Yi Fan anxiously asked if there was a way to treat her. Tang Yi picked up the jade bowl, confidently explaining that it was just a symptom caused by an imbalance of celestial patterns. Just take a drop of blood essence from someone with great fortune, and it would be resolved immediately. The system crossed its arms and frowned. Wasn't that the thing they had just tried this morning? Completely useless. Yi Fan frowned, saying, "Take my blood essence." That man waved his hand, saying, "No need, I have it." Holding a sharp knife, he cut a line on the tip of his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the jade bowl. A powerful aura burst forth. Tang Yi pursed his lips in a triumphant smile. While the system was stunned, how could this be? The source of the energy affected Ziyun's body. Just a few seconds later, she slowly opened her eyes. The system cried out in disbelief. Heavens, she actually woke up. Tang Yi leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, saying it was his ability as a healer, no illness he could not cure. Yi Fan stepped forward to help Ziyun sit up, worriedly asking if she was alright. Suddenly Ziyun pulled her hand back, startling him, not understanding why. Her face paled, she stammered and asked him, "Who are you?" Yi Fan listened and was stunned, his eyes wide. "Probe, master, have you lost your memory?" The system flew over to Yi Fan, looked at Ziyun's condition and softly said the master did not seem to be pretending, but felt very. Before he could finish, Ziyun interrupted with an apology, saying she did not know who they were. She avoided his gaze, making him feel hurt, thinking his master was distancing herself from him. While he was at a loss, Tang Yi had already stepped forward, examined Ziyun and said the master's soul was damaged, leading to amnesia. He asked to stay at Ziyun sect for a few days to recuperate her. Yi Fan frowned in displeasure but had to accept. "Then I trouble you." Ziyun did not understand what was happening, but felt a vague fear in her heart. She asked them. They called her master, so they were disciples. She wanted to be alone to process the information. Yi Fan stared blankly at Ziyun, wondering how she could process information when she had lost her memory. He opened the door and stepped out. Outside, Ziyu and Z King were waiting. Z King sighed and asked about the master's condition, still the same as before. Yi Fan pointed at Tang Yi, saying the master had woken up, he cured her. Z King was delighted. "That is great." Tang Yi shook his head. It was not a complete recovery yet. The master had memory damage and needed further observation. Z King worriedly asked, "The master has amnesia." Yi Fan said softly, "Second senior sister, the master is a woman." They were not convenient to enter, asking her to take care. She answered firmly, "Understood." Ziyu spoke up, saying rooms had been prepared for them. "In the coming days, we trouble you to stay at Ziyun sect." That man immediately agreed. Yi Fan turned back and instructed Ziyu to arrange more servants to attend to Tang Yi, so if he had any requests, they would know. Tang Yi rolled his eyes, cursed inwardly. Just by looking at the master a few times, he was already on guard. If he did not have urgent business to stay, he would make them regret it. The system appeared behind him, using a scanning device on him, frowning in detection. Strange, there was no system on him, but his fortune was abnormally thick. Could it be that the heavenly Tao was cultivating a new lucky child? A few hours later, Tang Yi sat arrogantly on a wooden chair, a sinister smile on his lips. He had successfully infiltrated Ziyun's sect. The next step was how to control the sect. The group of elders and Yi Fan were quite cautious. Just then, 2 servant disciples were sent over, happily introducing themselves as assigned assigned to take care of you. If you need anything, just instruct. Tang Yi looked at two disciples, smiled lightly. Perfect, you two came just in time. The two disciples asked in unison with confused voices, Senior Tang. He materialized a few pills, saying they were improved marrow-washing pills that could improve a cultivator's qualities. He was just worried about not having people to test the medicine when you came. The fat one took them, amazed that they were rare 4th grade pills. The thin one was also surprised to have the chance to eat them. Both of them did not think much, and ate the marrow-washing pills simultaneously. After eating, their bodies felt as if they had gained strength. Their physical power increased by several tens of %. The two yelled in comfort, saying following brother, Yi Fan brought no benefits, not as good as serving Senior Tang. Tang Yi noticed the key point. Yi Fan had never given disciples any benefits. He took the opportunity to speak sweet words to lure them, promising to concoct more pills for the entire sect. The thin disciple exclaimed, Senior Tang is truly noble. The other disciple's eyes lit up, saying from now on, I will definitely follow you. Tang Yi pursed his lips and smiled smugly. Meeting these two right at the start was pure luck. Suddenly he remembered the days when he had to skulk around like a beggar, taking a desperate risk to steal a goose from a roast shop. Unfortunately, the owner caught him, gave him a severe beating, while hitting and scolding. So you steal roast goose, so you steal roast goose. After hitting him, that man brushed off his hands and walked away, not forgetting to curse him before leaving, saying he had limbs but chose to beg, and that he would hit him again next time. He trembled with anger, grinding his teeth in thought, all because he stole a single goose and was humiliated like this. Wait until he gets promoted in the future. He would definitely take that man's dog head. Suddenly a voice rang out, said promotion to a higher rank. He was startled, lifting his head to inquire. Two people emerged from a wisp of blue smoke. They were Fan Mian System and Tai Huang System. Tang Yi knelt on the ground, his face dirty as he looked up and begged, Please, sir, give a beggar some money. Tai Huang did not understand what Fan Mian was thinking. She wondered, do you even need this kind of person? He curled his lips and smiled, Shut up, you just need to stand and watch. Tai Huang let out a sigh, shrugged to show she did not care. Fine then, I will ignore worldly affairs. Fan Mian approached Tang Yi with a condescending demeanor. You are Tang Yi, right? Hearing this, he asked fearfully, How do you know my name? Fan Mian had already read Tang Yi's thoughts. He conjured a notebook in his hand and smiled sinisterly. Do you want to become someone proud, revered by the world? Scene shift to another place. In the large courtyard, three disciples were talking. The blonde said, I heard Senior Tang Yi's cultivation has reached golden core. The purple-haired one replied, So fast. When he first came from Yun's sect, he was only at key refining. The fat guy nodded. This speed is on par with senior brother Yi. Upon hearing Yi Fan mentioned, the purple-haired one immediately retorted, Do not mention senior brother Yi anymore. How can that lazy type compare to Senior Tang? The fat guy also agreed, right? When Senior Tang Ye cultivated, he also treated illnesses, refined pills, and studied formations. If not, he would have reached nascent soul long ago. The blonde sighed regretfully. If only Tang Yi was a member of our sect. At the same time, elsewhere in the sect, the system's crisp voice rang out, Host, that Tang Yi is buying people's hearts. This is disadvantageous for us. Yi Fan quickly flipped the food in the large wok. He said, I have Tang Yi fully figured out. It is just a trick of showmanship. If I got distracted by this, I might have fallen for it. The system added, You mean the key is still the master? Yi Fan's pupils flashed with a cold sharpness, right? The master must be hiding a secret. The wooden lunchbox was placed on the table. Yi Fan spoke in a low voice, Master, I brought today's meal for you. Ziyun struggled to sit up. Disciple, you came again? Taking the plate of still steaming food before her, he smiled slightly. I know Master has forgotten many things, so I tried cooking many dishes, hoping Master will like them. Ziyun still seemed wary. Do not cook those strange dishes anymore. I truly do not like eating them. Yi Fan laid the food on the table, a stir-fried meat dish and a fragrant pudding. He confidently said, Rest assured, these dishes are all made according to the old recipe. He saw the food, her spirits lifted, and drool even flowed from greed. I did not expect such a large plate of tender chicken. Picking up a piece and putting it in her mouth to try, Ziyun joyfully exclaimed, So delicious. Yi Fan watched her happiness and breathed a sigh of relief. It is good, Master likes it. I will leave the food here and come back later to clean up. Before leaving the room, he gave her a faint glance, his gaze complex and unreadable. The door opened and then closed. Standing outside the door waiting was Z King. Seeing him come out, she spoke, Little junior brother. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to ask second senior sister Z King about the results of the investigation into Tang Ye. Her gaze hardened as she replied, It seems Tang Yi really is problematic. I asked the Grand Elder to investigate his hometown, and we discovered something from over a month ago. The town where Tang Yi lived was razed by a great fire. Everything at that time was engulfed in a sea of flames. Tang Yi was also caught in that fire and suffered many injuries. Her voice dropped. If that was the case, it would be hard to say, but I discovered that all the cultivators there were killed, without a single exception. confusion. Judging from the charred bodies, the cause of their death was all being drained dry while still alive. Yifan frowned in contemplation, died from being drained dry. In my past life I encountered a similar situation. But even so, Tang Yi's cultivation could not have increased that fast. Moreover, since he arrived, he has never left the sect and no one has died. So what exactly did he drain? Zi King remembered something she had not mentioned. She spoke, right? Little junior brother Liang Ying, junior sister of the 10,000 Beast sect, told me that recently a highly talented all-round genius also appeared in her sect, named Xiao Chen. Yifan was immediately startled. A genius? He seemed to realize something, a child of destiny, so that is it. Yifan immediately said to Zi King, second senior sister, help me investigate how many geniuses like Tang Yi and Xiao Chen have appeared recently. She transformed back into the shape of a giant snake, her eyes gleaming dangerously. Okay, I will ask the Grand Elder and the Lingxian Pavilion to investigate. At this time Tang Yi was in his room, sitting in the middle. He began to circulate his energy, waves of primal energy surging and radiating from his body. Tang Yi looked down at his hand and curled his lips. The profound heaven creation art has helped me break through to nascent soul. The previous method of killing the chicken to get the egg was wrong. I should cultivate a group of loyal fools, then absorb their destiny. He thought sinisterly. Now that I have cultivated to nascent soul, my power is stronger than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It is time to go see her alone. At this moment, Zi Yun was still happy from just having eaten delicious food. Tang Yi used teleportation and disappeared. He muttered, true person, you seem quite leisurely. In an instant he appeared in Zi Yun's room. She looked at him in panic. Tang Yi, why did you barge in here? He said arrogantly, I came today to ask for a position as a personal disciple or an elder. Her face darkened with fear, but you have been at Zi Yun's sect for less than a month, yet you want to climb to a high position. How can you make everyone accept this? He curled his lips and said with a confident tone, whether I can make everyone accept it or not, you just need to go outside and see. Based on my strength alone, I am qualified to take the position of sect master. Give me a month and I guarantee this sect will change to the surname Tang. Zi Yun shouted, then what do you want? Whether I give you this position or not, can you not rely on your own ability to climb up anyway? Hearing this, he burst into loud laughter. But immediately his face darkened, his tone full of arrogance. I want you to cooperate with me. Do not forget who saved your life. Even more, do not forget that my cultivation and soul are only one final step away. Zi Yun was startled. She was completely caught off guard by having to deal with this bizarre matter. News spread quickly. The group of disciples upon hearing it jumped for joy. What? Zi Yun wants to accept Tang Yi as a personal disciple. Another excitedly added, can the news announced by Zi Yun herself be false? The remaining one smiled so much he could not open his eyes. Then Senior Tang Yi is about to become the fifth senior brother. Yifan and the system also quickly grasped the information. It asked suspiciously, Tang Yi. The communication between host, master, and him was sparse, so why suddenly take on a disciple? He crossed his arms and thought, it seems there is some connection between them. The system urged, tomorrow the master will officially accept him as a disciple. Does host have any plan? Yifan clenched his fist and said with a firm voice, rest assured, tomorrow I will not let Tang Yi successfully apprentice himself. The sect was enveloped by towering and rugged mountains. At this moment Zi Yun and Tang Yi were walking side by side. She looked at him and said, I have done as you requested. Tang Yi nodded excitedly, very good. Next step will be gradually taking over the management of Zi Yun's sect. Suddenly he wrapped his arm around Zi Yun's waist, startling her. He said, after I dispose of Yifan, you be my woman. Zi Yun's gaze hardened. She swung her hand and slapped him, then shouted, sorry, that was my body's natural reflex. Tang Yi roared and was about to lunge at her. Zi Yun quickly retreated, pointing at his face in anger. We are only cooperating. If you dare to lay a hand on me, see if you can leave Zi Yun's sect. Tang Yi turned his back and snorted, ungrateful. There are so many beautiful female disciples in Zi Yun's sect. Do you think I am interested in your old face? Wait until I become the hegemon of the Eastern Wastelands. Even if you kneel and beg to sleep with me, I would not care. She thought to herself, become the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland. Just live until then and figure it out. Afterwards, inside the grand hall of Zi Yun's sect, Yifan stood leaning against a pillar listening, when a disciple shouted, look, Tang Yi has arrived. He turned to look towards the door. He had just pushed the door open and stepped inside. Tang Yi approached Zi Yun, cupped his fist and bowed. Tang Yi pays respects to Zi Yun. She nodded, serve tea. The disciples were in an uproar again, even more than when Yifan and the senior sisters were around. One said, ever since we got senior my Zi Yun sect has faced many calamities. Another replied, don't talk nonsense. Without him the 7 great sects would have destroyed us long ago. Yifan stopped a young lady who was about to serve tea. Wait, Zi Yun was stunned. Yifan, what are you doing? He said firmly, I object to Tang Yi becoming the master's disciple. She stood up to stop him. Don't cause trouble. This is the ceremony to accept a disciple. You be quiet. Yi Fan turned back serious. He is not worthy. A disciple retorted. He saved the sect master. Why is he not worthy? He glanced coldly. Because he is not qualified. Tang Yi said magnanimously. Senior disciple, Yi, I may not be qualified, but I reached the golden core stage in less than a month, surpassing third senior sister. Or are you mocking everyone here? Yi Fan turned his face away. It has nothing to do with cultivation. I say you are a bad person. Tang Yi gritted his teeth. Then what makes a good person? He said sharply, fight me. That man sneered. Senior disciple Yi, how could I dare be your opponent? Disciple complained. Senior disciple Yi is truly shameless. The gap in strength is too large. It's clearly bullying a junior. Another added, what can you prove by winning? Disgusting. At this moment Ziyun spoke up, I permit it. Yi Fan was cold, his gaze sharp. This is an ordinary iron sword bought at the foot of the mountain. I will not use spiritual power. As long as you win, I will acknowledge you. Tang Yi pretended to be forced and nodded. Since you are being so overbearing, I have no choice but to fight. Outwardly that was the case, but inwardly he laughed sinisterly. He is truly a fool. I have a divine technique. You won't use spiritual power. What will you fight with? If I win, I establish my prestige. If I lose no face. Tang Yi said respectfully, Senior disciple Yi, please strike first. Yi Fan replied fine and immediately moved. His movement made him exclaim, so fast. Yi Fan held his sword and charged in a swift blur. Tang Yi timely used fire to block him. Yi Fan landed lightly, but that man was already severely injured. Blood dripped onto the floor, the arm that took the blow still trembling. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. I almost died. The pain from his arm made Tang Yi grit his teeth. Not good, he wants to kill me. His gaze was sharp, unwavering, waiting to see what he would do next. Knowing he couldn't take another hit, Tang Yi assumed a stance to channel his energy, gritting his teeth and shouting, Senior disciple, Yi, you're forcing me! Profound heaven creation art open! A dark aura surrounded him, lifting him from the ground. It sucked the energy from everyone. The disciples trembled, one clutching his chest. Why do I feel weaker? Another replied, me too. The aura coiled around Yi Fan's body. Tang Yi said arrogantly, Senior disciple Yi, you have a lot of fortune, but I will show you what it means to have a destiny of death. He swung his sword, his voice losing patience. Too much talk. Sword came down and two brilliant rays of light shot towards Tang Yi. The system appeared with a warning. Host, be careful. Don't let him drain your fortune. When fortune is too low, even killing an ant could break your bones. He frowned and shouted, let's see if my attack power is stronger or his absorption is faster. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan appeared above Tang Yi, swinging his sword as he charged down. The deadly sword slashes cut across his hand, drawing blood. Tang Yi trembled. Wolf wind step. He shouted loudly, still resisting? He was attacked without being able to retaliate, gritting his teeth in fury. Using the profound heaven creation art meant he couldn't use other skills. How could he block Yi Fan? His fortune couldn't recover fast enough to match the attack speed. Tang Yi staggered as if about to fall, and he conceded, Senior disciple Yi, I admit defeat. But he seemed to have no intention of stopping. He charged up and punched him square in the face, sending his entire body flying. Slammed hard into the wall. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Tang Yi trembled and shouted, Yi Fan, don't you understand human speech? Before he could finish speaking, he was already standing in front of him, looking down with sharp eyes. Drops of fresh blood fell to the floor. Tang Yi stammered in fear, help. His entire body had no strength left. He lay still and took the beating, his arm still trembling. Seeing that he showed no mercy, the disciples grew angry. Senior disciple Yi is too brutal. Another frowned. Is this really Senior disciple Yi? Ziyu intervened. Yi Fan, that's enough. This is a spar, you must know when to stop. He turned his face and asked back, Grand Elder, when did I say this was a spar? She hesitated. This, indeed, you did not. Ziyun slammed her hand on the chair, shouting, Yi Fan, that's enough of this. This is my ceremony to accept a disciple. He is your master's disciple. He said coldly, he will never be a disciple of Ziyun. Several junior brothers, help me escort this Tang Yi into the sect's dungeon. She was shocked. Yi Fan, what do you mean? Is this Ziyun sect controlled by me or by you? Yi Fan was silent, turned around and walked to where she was sitting. Ziyun panicked. What do you want to do? Do you intend to kill me? He raised his sword and held it to her neck, shouting, Imposter, you are not fit to say these words. The elder was stunned. Have you gone mad? That is your master. The senior sister next to her also advised, don't do anything stupid. Ziyun trembled in fear but still argued. You say I am an imposter. Do you have proof? Is it because I lost my memory or my habits have changed? Yi Fan asked slowly. Do you remember the dishes I made for you these past few days? She trembled. Is it because my taste is different from before? He said sharply, those dishes do not belong to this world. Only then did Ji Yun realize. Could you also be? So the one who possessed Zi Yun's body was Ji Yun's soul. The cold sword was still on her shoulder. Leave my master's body or don't blame me. Ji-yoon strained his neck and threatened. This is your master's body. Aren't you afraid of hurting her? He moved closer, staring straight into Ji-yoon's eyes, his voice dropping dangerously. If I kill you, my master is still my master. At least I don't have to watch an imposter wearing her face do immoral things. Ji-yoon's entire body went limp, crying in fear. He thought to himself, I'm dead, he's a madman. He really intends to kill both me and my master. Why am I so unlucky? Why did the gay lie system put me into this woman's body? Despair screamed in his head. He called the gay lie system but found nothing. Having barely lived a second life, he did not want to die. Knowing he could no longer hide, the soul occupying Ziyun's body admitted, I am not the real Ziyun. Please do not kill me. Ziyu exclaimed in panic. The sect master is a fake? That villain knelt low, begging for mercy, saying he was also forced, that it was all arranged by the gay lie system. He wanted to leave this body but not know how. Yifan asked, You occupied my master's body, so where is her soul? That man cried as he answered, When I entered this body, her soul was only a tiny bit left. It seems to have disappeared from this world. Those words seemed to tear Yifan's heart apart. His face changed color, becoming frighteningly cold. In the underworld, a cold place with dense yin energy, wandering souls were stepping onto the ferry to be reborn. Inside the mansion, Bai Wuchang with a haggard face peered in from outside the door and said, Boss, you are finally awake. Any orders for today? Hao Yu, while putting on his clothes and adjusting his hair, answered irritably, What commotion? Can't you see I just woke up? From today, you don't need to work anymore. Hearing this, Bai Wuchang was not only not sad but also grinned widely. I got fired, meaning I can be reincarnated? He waved his hand telling him to scram quickly. That man threw his hat, hopped away joyfully while yelling in ecstasy. Great, no more working in the underworld, I am free. Hao Yu leisurely raised his teacup, took a sip, then sighed. Just giving him reincarnation and he gets this excited. Such is the life of managing the underworld, humble yet capricious. Suddenly, that Bai Wuchang returned and cried out, Boss, trouble. A child of fortune destroyed himself over love, saying he wants to come to the underworld to find someone. The tea in his mouth immediately sprayed out. Hao Yu wiped his mouth and asked, Who is it? Not someone trying to run off to become a sea god, is it? The man raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then reported, No, it is Yifan. Hao Yu wondered, Which Yifan? Bai Wuchang answered dismally, No idea. In the sect, Ziyun was still kneeling on the ground saying, Don't kill me, I have told everything I know. The system beside her also advised, Host, keep her for now, after all this body is your real master. Moreover, with her here, we can find clues about the master. Yifan turned and said to Ziyu, Grand Elder, lock her up. This body belongs to the master, please take good care of it, do not let her escape. She replied, Understood. Things settled, Yifan and the system left the main hall. As he walked, he asked, Has the master truly disappeared from this world? The system replied, If the master really died, her soul would report to the underworld. But wouldn't the heavenly Tao have informed me? Yifan wondered, The underworld. Does this world also have an underworld? The system explained, Of course, but system hosts are managed by us. They usually don't go to the underworld. Yifan then asked, So can you find a way to take me to the underworld? The system thought he was planning something reckless and panicked. Host, you're not thinking of seeking death, are you? He showed a helpless expression. How could that be? Hearing this, it felt relieved, conjured a blade, then said, So you plan to go to the underworld for a short while? I have a fiend death blade. Stabbing it into the heart can put you into a death state for 7 days and 7 nights. But if you don't pull it out in time, you will really die. Without much thought, Yifan snatched the blade and directly stabbed it into his heart, startling everyone around. He said calmly, That's enough. Seeing this, the system cried out in shock. Damn, host, don't do it in a public place. You'll scare people to death. Back in the gloomy underworld, Hao Yu, now properly dressed, strode through the empty corridor. Seeing someone standing in the middle of his main hall, he hid behind a pillar, looked at Yifan's back and frowned. Why is it him? Isn't this guy about to die? No, his life and death are not managed by the underworld. Who is he here to find? Clearing his throat softly, Hao Yu curled his lips and asked with a smile, Are you Yifan? He respectfully cupped his fist. A first meeting. From your demeanor, you must be the lord of the underworld. Hao Yu nodded. That's right. Hearing this, he asked directly, I came to find my master, Ziyun. Knowing the reason, Hao Yu frowned irritably. Find someone. Do you think my underworld is some place you can just search as you please? And if you find her, you'll want to take her away. Yifan answered naively, Yes. He yelled sharply. Don't think that just because you are a child of fortune, you can act recklessly. The system whispered into Yifan's ear. This method seems useless. Why don't we take a stroll around the underworld and check out the reincarnation well? Now was Hao Yu's turn to be annoyed with it. He grabbed the system and said harshly, System, you think I can't see you? It was so surprised its pupils bulged as it asked, You can see me? He pointed at it and yelled, Otherwise, where do you think your systems arrange hosts? My place is one of the underworld transit stations between life and death. Thinking that negotiation would not work, Yi Fan ordered. Looks like there's no way around him. System, prepare to act. The system was not to be outdone and shouted. Then today I shall sacrifice myself to accompany the host. Hao Yu sighed and waved his hand. Don't cause trouble here, there are still many ghost souls to register. If you delay things, the order of the underworld will be in chaos. He lowered his tone to negotiate. Fine, I don't want to get involved with children of fortune like you. I will use the Book of Life and Death to check for you. If the person you seek hasn't exhausted their lifespan, I will allow you to take them away. Yi Fan smiled brightly. Thank you. The system was also surprised. Wow, didn't expect you'd be so easy to talk to. How you conjured an electronic record book. Yi Fan saw this and asked, hey, why is your Book of Life and Death an electronic version? He asked back, guess why we don't use a paper version? The three of them suddenly fell silent, each thinking of one particular person, and for a moment, no one spoke. Ignoring the strange atmosphere, Hao Yu asked, what is the name of the person you seek, male or female? Yi Fan replied, my master female, named Zi Yun. He shook his head, that's only a title, what's her real name? Answered sheepishly. I don't know. Hao Yu turned back irritably and scolded. You don't know? Then what are you searching for in my underworld? Yi Fan's eyes widened. Does that mean we can't find her? He frowned thoughtfully. Based on the title, finding her will only take a little time, but I don't think it is necessary for me to save her for a capricious person like you. Besides, you won't be able to take her away either. Yi Fan stammered. Capricious? Can't take her away? Hao Yu crossed his arms, his gaze looking into the distance, his voice deepening. You are not the only child of fortune who came to my place to save someone. You save loved ones, he saves a soulmate, or saves a master with kindness as heavy as a mountain. But all must use feelings as a tug line to pull the dead back to the mortal world. And you are willing to sacrifice your life to come to the underworld to find someone, but you don't even know her name. Tell me, is she a saint who saved the world, or does she have the grace of recreating you? His eyes swept over him. Do you have any reason that compels you to save her? Is she truly that important to you? Yi Fan's face darkened, and for a moment he stammered, unable to speak. Hao Yu waved his hand. Think it over carefully. When you have thought it through, then come ask for my help. If not, the rules of the underworld cannot be interfered with by anyone. Having said that, he turned around and left, leaving him alone with his chaotic thoughts circling around. Afterwards, in the main prison of the Ziyan sect, Tang Yi hugged his injured arm, his body covered in blood, as he sat in the prison cell cursing silently. Damn you, Fan, daring to cut my arm tendons. What to do if that person finds out? Will he blame me for not completing the mission? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you thinking about? Fan Mian suddenly appeared from behind a wisp of black smoke. Seeing this, he cried out in fear, why are you here? Fan Mian sneered. What, not happy that I came to save you? Like grabbing a lifeline, Tang Yi quickly replied, no, I am very happy. It's just that I haven't completed the mission to take over the Ziyan sect, and I was even defeated by Yi Fan. Fan Mian said in a deep voice, how could I blame you? Whether the mission succeeds or not, I still came to pick you up. Tang Yi laughed excitedly. Pick me up? Where do you want to take me? In the blink of an eye, Fan Mian's image immediately changed. His pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Sharp teeth with long fangs appeared, accompanied by a roar. Into my stomach, of course. Tang Yi screamed in terror, save me, but everything was too late. Fan Mian swallowed his head completely. Fresh blood spurted out in splatters, dripping onto the cold floor. Having finished eating, he laughed loudly, his icy hand reaching up to wipe the blood stuck on his lips. He said with relish, after being in this realm for so long, finally getting to fill my belly with fortune energy once. In the cold and deserted underworld, Ziyun wandered aimlessly in the boundless void, walking while lost in thought. She never expected this place to be the end, with no sleep, no fatigue, no ability to use spiritual power, and no one in sight. The worry in her eyes gradually grew. Then, realizing something, her eyes widened in shock. I am dead. The Ziyun sect is located in the northern Dongguang, far from Jianghai. The last time I saw the sea was when I went on a mission with my fellow disciples. Ziyun closed her eyes to recall. The scene that appeared was from her youth. The girl with the tied-up purple hair was Zi Yun. Her real name was Zi Huang, and sitting beside her was Zi Guo, the grand elder at the time. Zi Huang held a book in her hand and exclaimed, wow, the disciple in this story is so powerful, rising to immortality in one step, overwhelming the three major sects, and finally spending money like water to marry his master as his wife. Zi Guo asked excitedly, what happened next? Her face turned sly as she said, then the disciple carried the master into the room. The girl beside her, upon hearing this, also put on an extremely perverted expression. Immediately after, a cup came crashing down on Zi Huang's head. The person who snatched the book from the two girls' hands was the previous true person. She frowned and scolded, Zi Huang, you brought these pleasure books along again. As the future sect master, what kind of image is this? Zi Huang rubbed her head and asked in a low voice, Master, weren't you supposed to join forces with the other sects to suppress the sea monsters. The true person looked into the distance and said, with a top sect from Dongwang making a move, why would they need us? After they succeed, we just need to stand by and celebrate. Water surface ahead suddenly shook violently, and from under the water the divine dragon and its master appeared. Ziguo cheered excitedly. The big shots are back victorious. The true person reminded her sternly, Ziguo, knowing is enough, don't shout. Zi Huang looked at the person who just appeared, then turned and asked her, Master, which sect master is that? Why is he so young? She replied softly, he is not a sect master, but the proud disciple of the Tianquan sect master. Zi Huang watched the affectionate scene between the two in front of her and silently made up her mind. Having a good disciple is truly something. As long as the disciple is strong enough, they can lead the entire sect far ahead. In the future, I must definitely find a disciple more powerful than him. Returning to the present, Zi Yun held her head and slumped to the ground. She shook her head in shame. So embarrassing. I never expected that because of my desire for the plot in the story, I would have such improper thoughts towards my precious disciple, and I even gave birth to a heart demon. If my disciple finds out, how can we live together? Then she thought of her disciples, her mood sinking. But I'm already dead. My disciple has his own partner too. A useless master like me would just get in the way there. Even so, I still want to experience love. I'm really too pathetic. Ziyun knelt on the sandy shore, listening to the gentle murmur of the ocean waves. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. How can there be someone in this godforsaken place? Ziyun looked up and saw a person with a hidden face approaching on a small boat, then softly asked, Who are you? Xia Feng revealed half of his face from beneath his lowered hat, his voice merging with the sound of the waves. I have a promise to keep for a drink, passing through the land of nothingness. I saw you crying alone and grew curious. Do you need any help? Ziyun's eyes widened. Wasn't I already dead? He gently explained. Almost, but being able to reach here proves your body still has a faint sign of life. I can save you. She rejoiced. So I can come back to life. Senior, please help me, he said. Get on the boat. Zi Yun quickly stepped aboard. Xia Feng looked at her naive face full of hope and thought to himself, this girl is really foolish. If I hadn't deliberately come looking, who would be free enough to pass through this cursed place? He curled his lips into a smile, snapped his fingers, and said, then I'll prepare to set off. Sit tight. The boat began to glide lightly on the rippling water. Suddenly, the water surface became violently turbulent. Beneath the water emerged a monster with 5 bloodshot eyes and a wide-open mouth revealing jagged fangs. Zi Yun was terrified and screamed, Senior, what is that? Xia Feng chuckled softly. Just a water demon trying to replace a living soul. His eyes lit up as he muttered an incantation, Destroyer Spear. As he finished speaking, that technique shot out a pellet aimed directly at the water demon. The moment the pellet touched it, the demon instantly vanished, restoring peace to the deserted sea. Zi Yun was stunned, killed in an instant. Xia Feng crossed his arms and laughed. So, Big Brother is pretty strong, huh? Beneath the sea, the gleaming eyes of the water demon still flickered, but it was no longer a problem. She suddenly wondered, by the way, Senior, where is our destination? He only answered, the underworld. Hearing that, Ziyun's mouth dropped open as she yelled, what? At this moment in the underworld, Yi Fan looked into the distance with a distant gaze, saying nothing. The system beside him worried, Host, it's been 6 days. If you can't think of a reason to ask him for help, then just go back first. We're bound to find another way to find Master. How Yu appeared behind him, smirking. It seems you're either confused about emotions, or so apathetic you don't want to tell a lie. He looked at him and whispered, my eyes show a bit of worry both for you and her. I truly have romantic feelings for Master, but the main reason is who it's about. How Yu's smile grew wider as he raised a hand crackling with electricity. Seems you don't understand yet. Let me help you out once. In a flash, a powerful surge of electricity rushed forth, enveloping Yi Fan. The system cried out in alarm, Host! Electricity consumed his body, and then he vanished. When he regained his form, Yi Fan was standing on a rocky ledge near the coast. He looked around and thought, where is this? Then a familiar voice sounded from behind. Precious disciple, the boat carrying Zi Yun slowly approached the rocky ledge where he stood. Clearly, that call was from Zi Yun. After a period of separation, master and disciple had reunited. Yi Fan was surprised. Master. Zi Yun was also shocked. Disciple, why are you here? At the same time, off to one side, 2 big brothers were eating watermelon while watching the scene, full of romantic novel flavor. The master of the underworld was excited. It's starting. The classic bitter male and resentful female plot. Xia Feng beside him asked, you seem to enjoy this plot quite a bit, don't you? The king of hell turned around, his face beaming with joy. Many thanks to Brother Feng for pulling her out of the land of nothingness for me. Xia Feng nodded slightly. Small matter. By the way, how about a bet today? Hao Yu was surprised a bit. Again, let me decide, okay? The other replied, whatever. It's just that going a day without losing or winning something is too boring. The master of the underworld yelled, then I'll use the ship of my favorite disaster idol group for the bet. Xia Feng sealed the deal fine. If I lose, I'll sponsor a concert for you. Returning to Yi Fan's side, Zi Yun was full of doubt. This place is just me and my disciple. Could everything be an illusion? If it's fake, then speaking the truth won't be known to anyone, right? I was also anxious. That guy threw me here. The system is nowhere to be seen. Is that person my master or an illusion? Standing on the boat, Zi Yun asked precious disciple, are you willing to cook for me for a lifetime and call me master for a lifetime? Yi Fan knelt on one knee and answered, you are my master. Of course, I am willing to cook for you. This line delighted Hao Yu. Excellent. As soon as they spoke a lifelong promise, and it worked. That lovebird is in my hands. How can I lose? Zi Yun was slightly shy and continued to ask disciple, will you leave Zi Yun sect? Will you leave me? He didn't hesitate. Zi Yun sect is very good. For now, I have no such plans. Xia Feng, while chewing watermelon, wondered, what is this mature woman saying? Is this something a normal person would ask? Zi Yun asked again, precious disciple, what kind of woman do you like? Have you ever thought about a future cultivation partner? Yi Fan tensed up, thinking, here it is, a trap. Her answer will surely be master. I won't fall for it. Then he answered, if I consider a cultivation partner, maybe I like the lively, mischievous, mature, intelligent, adorable, grown-up, and beautiful type. Both of them thought of Liang Ying. Zi Yun's eyes were disappointed. Disciple, do you also see that child as your future cultivation partner? Yi Fan quickly explained who? Liang Ying? No. To me, she's only like a younger sister. These words made Xia Feng gleeful, and he kept singing teasingly. Hao Yu couldn't stand it and yelled, old brother, stop singing! At this moment, Zi Yun flew towards Yi Fan, her voice pleading, don't, precious disciple, don't get married or anything. At least wait until after I ascend before you get married, okay? Yi Fan asked coldly, master, which 5 months do you have to wait to ascend? Xia Feng doubted his life. Does this master and disciple pair really have hope? Why do I feel like this one is failing too much? Hao Yu said, but the inferiority complex approach is fine. As long as we clear this up, everything will be good. Zi Yun hugged Yi Fan, losing composure. Precious disciple, I beg you. Wait until after I pass away before forming a cultivation partnership with her, okay? He remained indifferent. Master, why are you always only thinking about yourself in your mind? Hao Yu was dejected. The beginning is a disaster. Xia Feng agreed, not just a disaster, this is almost a dead end. Master and disciple were being affectionate when, from under the water, a dark water monster suddenly emerged to interrupt. It used its tentacles to wrap around Zi Yun and drag her away. Yi Fan tried to pull her back, calling out loudly, Master. The two meddlesome men were also surprised. Damn it. So there's a monster lurking in the sea. What bad luck. Using no spiritual power in the land of nothingness. I have to go save them. Yi Fan struggled with all his might not to let go. Master, hold on tight. Only then did Zi Yun notice her body was gradually turning transparent. This is... A thought rose in her mind. I almost forgot. I am already dead. Her heart was full of obsession. Cultivation partners, soulmates, heavenly matches. These are not things I can obstruct. Feelings are love I willingly crave. If I vanish completely, taking my wish into the void, I truly cannot accept it. Thinking this, Zi Yun took a jade piece from her chest and confessed, Yi Fan, I love you. If there is a next life, I still want to be your wife. This scene made Xia Feng change his attitude, so the little girl brought a protective jade. Suddenly, I don't want to save her anymore. Hao Yu berated. That is Yi Fan's life-bound jade. So foolish, who would hide jade in their chest like that? Back to the main couple. Yi Fan opened up, Master, my life is full of endless troubles. When I try to break free, I only hurt those around me more. If I can live a simple life, I want to be with you, to be a married couple. These loving words made Hao Yu happily praise the water monster. This is no ordinary monster, but a monster with merit. Xia Feng nodded. If it has a master, I could recommend it to work as a matchmaker. Then he shouted loudly to remind them, you too, quickly throw the life-bound jade into the sea. That thing can lead you back to the mortal world. Hearing this, Zi Yun asked in confusion, was this not the fate jade of the treasured disciple? Hao Yu replied angrily, which fool told you that was a fate jade? That is a disaster-averting, life-preserving jade. Zi Yun smiled bitterly, so the disciple still had no partner. Yi Fan was also overjoyed. Master, quickly throw away the jade. Let us return to the Yang world. So the piece of jade was dropped into the cold sea current, returning to the grand hall of Zi Yun sect. White cloth hung everywhere, cries echoed day and night. Everyone gathered around the coffin weeping. Zi Yu comforted them, the deceased has already departed, do not grieve too much. Yi Fan lay still in the coffin, a dagger still stuck in his chest. The entire Zi Yun sect lamented his sudden departure. Suddenly he sat bolt upright, the dagger fell down, everyone was terrified. How could Yi Fan be alive? Seeing himself sitting in a wooden box, he was surprised. Why did you put me in a coffin? Everyone joyfully called him by an endearing name. Everyone rushed to embrace him. Yi Fan had to shout, "Do not get so worked up." After the frenzy of affectionate display, Yi Fan went outside, thinking to himself that he would return to the Yang world, and his master's soul must also return. He was bewildered, but according to the Grand Elder, Tang Yai had escaped from prison and was likely hiding within Zi Yun's sect, while the impostor still occupied the master's body. Just as he thought of Zi Yun, she ran in from outside overjoyed. Yi Fan was stunned. Is it the master? Zi Yun ran over, tears brimming in her eyes. Treasured disciple, the companion jade in the Yang worlds also broken. He breathed a sigh of relief. This personality is indeed the master. Yi Fan replied kindly. The effect of that jade was to ward off disasters. Zi Yun still regretted it, wanting to keep it as a souvenir, and would later ask a craftsman to repair it. While they were happy, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The two of you show your affection without choosing the right time. Zi Yin turned around, startled, and saw the tiny Hao Feng. Yi Fan recognized him. Wait, you are from the underworld? He answered grumpily, talking nonsense. If not me, then who? Have you forgotten the system? As he spoke, he took out the system which was crying, "Host, I have finally returned." The system flew and clung to Yi Fan. He asked curiously, did you come only to return the system? Hao Feng replied, also to replace it and retrieve the soul of the time traveler. How you cannot leave the underworld, so he sent me to do it. Saw Yi Fan's gaze and wondered why he was looking at him so oddly. Yi Fan laughed, so you are just a little kid. Hao Feng grew angry. If your eyes are bad, throw them away. I already have 2 children. How dare you call me a little kid? Ziyun was surprised. You really have 2 children? At this moment he noticed something strange my body. Sensing something amiss, Yi Fan turned to Ziyun. Master, please step aside. She nodded. Hao Feng seemed to realize something. I understand now, so that is the case. He spoke to him. Someone is altering your perception, even that of this entire universe. Yi Fan and the system were bewildered. Altering perception? Hao Feng nodded. That is correct. Even I have been affected without seeing anything wrong. This ability can only be done by the system. Asking directly, when did they make a move on my host? Hao Feng shook his head. I do not know, nor can I interfere. Little brother, I only advise you to be careful. Having said this, he turned to leave. My time is up, I must go. Yi Fan replied solemnly, I wish you safety. He thought of those who disliked him in his mind, filled with doubt, who after all had the ability to alter perception. The scene shifted to a tranquil lake among the mountains. Under the moonlight, a group of people gathered. One person asked, who are you? How did you get here? Another wondered, your techniques are too similar to mine. Could we be fellow disciples? Another said, I was summoned by that person. The others agreed. In the midst of the argument, Fan Mian appeared on a rock ledge with Tai Huang beside him. He looked down. Has everyone arrived? Everyone was astonished. One person asked, my lord, may I ask what matter you have summoned us for? He jumped up and shouted loudly, the white feather chicken has been released from its coop. Everyone was utterly shocked. The white feather chicken? He bared his sharp fangs and explained, that is a fast-growing breed of chicken. No need to wait for it to mature. After a little over 40 days it can be prepared. I have waited for this day far too long. It was only then that everyone became terrified. This is bad, he wants to kill us. Before they could do anything, Fan Mian landed and grabbed one person by the neck. You are quite smart. The remaining people shouted, we cannot let him achieve his goal. Let us fight back together. Though weak, he is only one man. Brothers, attack! He paid no heed, even more pleased. Go ahead and attack. The more frantic you are, the firmer the meat and the better the flavor. With that, he opened his mouth and bit off a piece of flesh, chewing ravenously. The victim had half his head missing. The remaining people were terrified, only managing to shout monster. They turned and fled, but he would not let his food get away. He moved like a whirlwind in pursuit. You cannot escape. One person screamed in fear. No, please spare me. He was still caught by Fan Mian. Excellent, another one caught. Suddenly, a divine arrow shot through the air. The arrow struck directly into the head of the young man in Fan Mian's grasp. Ground his teeth, turning his head to roar. Who dare spoil my fun? You killed the food. A pair of small feet gently tapped the lake surface, creating ripples. A beauty in a black thigh-slit dress, holding an ice bow, Jun Yao stepped forward. It is me. Fan Mian was astonished. You are the Dispel recruitment system. I did not expect you to be in this universe. Tai Huang spoke up. Do you need my help? He glared and roared. No need. A system without power is just garbage, easy to deal with. Tai Huang considered himself redundant, turned his face away. Call if you need help. Fan Mian was smug. Since my ritual vessel is lost, I will compensate with blood and flesh. Jun Yao showed no fear, raising her bow, ready to fight. Jun Yao leaped into the air, causing the water surface to churn violently. Suddenly, a pair of huge feet stomped down, splashing water everywhere. Fan Mian rode the waves and charged rapidly. Do not think you can escape. Jun Yao was alert, scanning to determine the opponent's attack direction. She turned and raised her bow, aiming at Fan Mian. He swiftly tilted his head to dodge. The arrow flew toward the martial artists who were fleeing. It stabbed straight into a person's back, killing him on the spot. Dai Huang still stood there leisurely eating an apple. That Fan Man flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. He could only resort to acting despicably with my food. He charged forward with terrifying speed, closing in on Zhen Yao. Then this Fan Man generated an extremely powerful force in his right hand. A pillar of biowave was fired. Zhen Yao jumped up and flew far away to dodge, but wherever she flew, it chased after her. Very quickly, Zhen Yao pulled out a talisman called the Heavenly Mile Life-Reaping Talisman. A vortex of galaxy light appeared in the sky, and she vanished in the blink of an eye. Fan Mian was furious, stomping hard on the water and shouting, "Dai Huang, she ran away. Chase after her now." She immediately set her conditions, same rules as before, remember to pay me my fee. Fan Mian shouted hotly, "Go now." He was already bitter towards his enemy, and now he was being bossed around by his own ally. Although Dai Huang complied, her attitude was far from pleased. She grumbled while flying, always ordering others around, and couldn't even catch someone who had lost their system's power. After a while of probing, she saw a faint black shadow floating in midair, so it was hiding here after all. Dai Huang gripped her weapon tightly and laughed smugly, "Come out now, or I'll make your death truly ugly." However, that black shadow did not seem to be the person she was looking for. Dai Huang's face turned pale as she exclaimed in fear, "Why is it you?" Early morning at Ziyun set. Fan woke up from a good night's sleep. Suddenly, he felt something wet on his body. Fan woke up startled, feeling something lying against his leg. Doubt and anxiety rose in his heart, not knowing what was happening. It turned out Ziyun was hugging him tightly while sleeping soundly. He breathed a sigh of relief that it was only drool. Ziyun woke up, affectionately greeting her precious disciple good morning. Fan jumped, shouting, asking how his master ended up on his bed. Ziyun explained that seeing her disciple tired, she wanted to take care of him, but accidentally fell asleep herself. He retorted that he was already awake. She smiled coyly, her hand accidentally touching a sensitive spot, causing his heart to race. Ziyun nestled into his arms, gently asking if he could forgive her. Fan couldn't bear to scold her, only told her not to do it again next time. She sweetly praised him for being good. The small system nervously asked him about the change in his master, but Fan thought it was her innate nature. After a moment of heart-to-heart talk, the two got up and changed into proper clothes. Ziyun invited him to go outside together. The door slowly opened. A crowd of curious people was already waiting outside, all eyes fixed on the two of them. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Everyone quickly dispersed, not forgetting to tease the young couple. People told each other to go back to training. There was nothing interesting. They hadn't even seen any process. Those words made Ziyun angry. She shouted at them to come back. Fan worried about his reputation. At this moment, no one knew that a limping stranger was entering the territory of Ziyun sect. The scene shifted to the back mountain of Ziyun sect. Ahei, in human form, was worried about the thorny collar around her neck, asking if there was any way to remove it. Fan tried physical force, asked her what she felt. She replied it was a bit itchy and she couldn't use her spiritual power. Fan asked the system if there was a way to remove that faulty item. It said it needed time to analyze. Fei added that Dahei's body had become sensitive. She poked her waist, making her moan. Dahei was angry, but Fei Yi wasn't afraid because she was now weaker. Fan intervened. Renhai hurried in to report that a woman was looking for him. He asked back in surprise. That person was Zhen Yao. She walked in with a smile. Fan asked in surprise why she came. If she was injured, the system was also taken aback. Dahai and Fei Yi were stunned to realize this was their master's master. Zhen Yao said nothing, only stepped forward and opened her arms, wanting to hug Fan. Renhai was displeased, asked about their relationship. He was also embarrassed. Fan reluctantly opened his arms to hug the beautiful woman, but as she got close, Zhen Yao suddenly gathered momentum and jumped up high. She opened her mouth and bit straight into Fan's head, startling everyone. The system worriedly saw his head bleeding. He forced a smile, saying it was just a small wound. After a moment, he helped Zhen Yao down, gently asking if she had calmed down. She was still sulking, calling him an idiot. Fan worriedly asked about the wounds on her body, but she answered irritably. He recalled the past, how he had refused her help back then, causing all her efforts to go down the drain. Renhai curiously asked her identity. Fan introduced her as his former master, named Zhen Yao. Renhai bowed respectfully to greet Senior Zhen Yao. He silently thought about her profound strength, then excused himself not to disturb them. Zhen Yao was about to approach Fan when she was hugged by Dahai and Fei Yi, asking for help. Zhen Yao didn't understand what was happening. Dahai pointed at her collar, asking her to remove it. Zhen Yao drew her weapon, disdainfully considering Fan useless. The system also realized that. In a flash, the thorny collar around Dahai's neck was completely severed. She cheered joyfully because she was finally free. Suddenly, Dahai's expression darkened, her eyes staring dangerously at Fei Yi. Fei Yi was dragged outside by Dahai, screaming for help. Jun Yao leaned against Yifan in a dazed state. He worriedly asked about her wounds. She only replied with 2 words, tired. He softly smiled, telling her to rest. The scene shifted to a mystical place with mist and floating metal stones. A spirit stone spoke in a voice, asking if it was time to act. A person placing chess pieces calmly replied affirmatively. Mogai sat comfortably on a chair, confidently asserting that everything was under his control. Mogai used a scheming tone, asking the Heavenly Emperor when he would send heavenly soldiers and generals. The figure on the spirit stone replied that he too was waiting for an opportunity to end things. The scene shifted to an open-air bathing pool. Fairy Ying Dao was playing with water, delighted. The notable point was the mysterious symbol on her waist. Back at Ziyinsek, Jun Yao was sleeping in Yifan's arms. After scanning her body condition, her personal system reported critical damage levels and suspended functions. In Jun Yao's mind, a distant memory suddenly surfaced. She saw herself slowly walking up to a beggar by the roadside. He coldly asked, "Another one, who are you?" She replied, "I am the system." Those 2 words drove the beggar, who was Yifan, insane. He roared, "Haven't you people tormented me for 80 lifetimes? You still want me to suffer through another 81 calamities? Get lost, don't appear before me." That intense reaction startled Jun Yao, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly she remembered Yun Sin's words, "A man throwing a tantrum just needs to be given something he likes to cheer up." Moreover, the harder the situation, the better the effect. Applying that knowledge, Jun Yao looked around, her strange attitude making Yifan suspicious. He asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" She replied curtly, "Comforting." Then her hand slipped inside her skirt and pulled something down. After that, she pulled out a pair of slipners, accompanied by a firm invitation. Yifan was stunned but still accepted them, asking suspiciously, "Could you be that type of loose woman?" Contrary to expectations, Jun Yao acted immediately. She jumped up and bit his head, causing him to scream in pain, "It hurts, let go." The loud noise attracted 2 curious young men. One, feigning wisdom, said, "I saw this at my parents' place. This is them mating." From that day on, wherever Yifan went, Jun Yao followed him there. From spring to summer and summer to autumn, she quietly walked behind him, but the 2 never had close contact. Until one cold winter day when snow fell, Yifan saw Jun Yao shivering, her eyes glued to a pot of steaming broth. He immediately called out loudly, "Boss, give us 2 bowls of hot soup." Then he yelled at her, "Hey, come here." While she was slurping the soup, he said, "According to the rules, if the host doesn't cooperate for over a year, you can request a change. Yet you stuck with me for 7 whole years, truly patient." She just nodded and gave a soft grunt. And so she showed him the memory of a fight with a group of other men. That scene forced him to keep her around for a while. Finally, Yifan relented, sighed, "I really can't do anything with you. This is the last time I cooperate with the system. If we fail, don't disturb my life again." Jun Yao cheered, "Thank you so much." Having said that, he pulled out a teddy bear from his clothes, still adorned with a pink bow and that day's underwear. He said awkwardly, "Right, there's something I've been meaning to return to you." Seeing the bear, Jun Yao's face changed, her eyes clearly showing anger. Without a word, she lunged forward and bit Yifan's head. He screamed in fear, "Stop biting. My brain is about to spill out." The shop owner even chimed in, "Don't worry, the ingredients can be processed for you." Time flew by, another 6 years passed. On a high mountain peak, Jun Yao quietly watched a group of martial artists practicing with swords. Yifan suddenly appeared and spoke, "Master, are you still watching the disciples train?" She nodded, "That is right." He took out a comb and said, "Master, this is a gift I present to you." Jun Yao accepted it, holding it treasuringly in her hand, and moved by the scene, she recited 2 lines of poetry. She pushed the comb back towards him, shyly turning her face away. He misunderstood, "Master, do you not like it? If you don't like it, then don't bite me. At worst, I'll give it to my junior brothers." Jun Yao shouted loudly, "No." He laughed sheepishly. "Then what exactly do you want me to do?" She, again shy, softly said, "Help me." Yifan quickly understood, "Oh, so you don't like combing your own hair? Let me help you." That affectionate scene made both of them share the same thought, system and host, master and disciple. Could it really be possible? The main system is executing the command but failing, announcing a failure to delete the memory backup, selecting another entity for repair. An unrecorded backup has been detected. Do you wish to check the content? Causing such a big mess, yet only being punished by losing the system body, truly fortunate. Jun Yao was also present, seeing her silence. Yun Xin comforted her. Try to perform well. In a few days it's the system recruitment exam again. Jun Yao noticed a girl bound from head to toe writhing on the ground, and asked curiously, "Who is she?" Yun Xin replied, "She is the successor I found. Look at how joyfully she dances." Suddenly, Yun Xin turned and asked, "Are you worried about your host?" Jun Yao nodded lightly. Yun Xin continued, "The current situation is indeed quite tragic, continuously failing for 80 lifetimes, each time having to start from scratch." Hearing that, Jun Yao's voice turned sorrowful. "This lifetime under my charge was the closest to success. In the end, the disciple died miserably, the sect was destroyed, and the dimension also perished. He certainly doesn't plan to keep living, does he?" Yun Xin pondered, glancing over at her, not knowing what to say. Next, she took out a black card. "This is a permission card for something. Then she said a few vague words. I accidentally lost it. If someone wants to use it for something, what then? I don't know, nor can I manage it. Jun Yao took the card, her heart full of thought. Having obtained the card, she still doubted. Can this really change the disciples' feelings? Suddenly, something appeared before her, startling her. The system immediately read that object. A dark shadow groping on the ground gradually grew larger, its voice cold as if echoing from the underworld. Relying only on you, you dare to covet my belongings. Do not think dying can help you escape. A crimson-red eye opened wide, looking around in all directions. He shouted loudly, who is there? In the space, two large mouths with sharp iron teeth opened wide. The grand system simultaneously appeared before Jun Yao. Those jaws seemed eager to devour her. Jun Yao was terrified, letting out a loud scream. It turned out it was all just a nightmare. She woke up finding herself at Ziyun sect. Sighing in relief, what a blessing. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind the bushes caught her attention. It turned out to be Ziyun's group whispering. Ziyu wondered, sect leader, if you want to see her, just go see her. Is sneaking around necessary? She replied firmly, no, she is the former master of my precious disciple. I must keep my distance. Suddenly, Jun Yao spoke, startling all three of them, almost scaring the wits out of them. Two sides faced each other. Ziyun said bluntly, why did your old head appear before my precious disciple? What is your motive? Seeing her flustered, Ziyu reminded her, sect leader, focus on the important point. Ziyun complied, shouting loudly, you sneaky cat, don't think you can steal my future husband. Yuan on the side awkwardly reminded her tactfully, sect leader, you are being too straightforward. Jun Yao asked in confusion, who are you? Ziyun replied forcefully, I am the master and also the future wife, the lifetime pact of Yi Fan. That statement left Ziyu dumbfounded, not expecting things to turn out this way. Yuan doubted reality. What lifetime pact? Did we miss something? Jun Yao was thoughtful, remembering again the small calm Yi Fan once gave her. Then she turned and asked again, Marcus? Ziyu was worried. Why do I feel the sect leader's aura is so weak? You have already lost before even starting. Yuan looked at Ziyun sitting on the ground and comforted her. You can't say that. At least in terms of personality, the sect leader has a sure win. And so the two maidservants cheered. Sect leader, don't be afraid, your conditions are not lacking. We support you, hurry up. Ziyun asked confusedly, am I dealing with this alone? Betrayed by my own people? What a waste of talk. Yi Fan is your disciple, not mine. Provoked, Ziyun shouted, the wind and horse are coming, I lose to no one. Ziyu and Yuan cheered excitedly, it was almost time. But immediately after, her voice dropped a few tones, her face reddened, and she asked if she could reveal a little bit of her precious disciple's past. The two ladies were utterly disappointed, rating him lower than a piece of char siu. Hearing Jun Yao say it was okay, Ziyun joyfully ran over and hugged her arm. Jun Yao nodded in affirmation to reassure her. Ziyun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jun Yao with gratitude. She thought this matter was trivial, so telling a little bit would be fine. Only then did Ziyu notice the faint shout from the bushes. You idiot, why did you run out? She focused, there were people over there too. Seeing no drama, the group decided to leave. Fei Yi waved his hand in boredom, wanting to see blood flow like a river. Shugo wondered when they would fight. Dahei confirmed there would be none, so they disbanded. There was another crowd on this side. Yuan asked in surprise, so many people? It seemed the entire Ziyun sect had come out to watch the commotion. Even second senior sister Zithan led her underlings there, but seeing the situation, she dared not show herself. Ranxiao asked if they should come out now. Zithan sighed and said to forget it, they should save some face for the master. In another corner, headless bodies were tossed out, accompanied by a scolding, not enough, not a single bit. Fan Mian had eaten all the captured martial artists but was still unsatisfied. Dai Huang wondered why only a few people had died, so why was he so furious? Fan Mian's face darkened. What do you know? Those were all my fortune values. She was even more puzzled why he was so obsessed with fate. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, wasn't it enough? Clearly, if he just exchanged them for treasures, Yi Fan's strength would amount to nothing. Suddenly, a cold draft blew on the back of his neck, causing Fan Mian to widen his eyes in terror. Blood from his body dripped to the ground with a pitter-patter. One of his arms was severed by that charming force. The image of the mysterious woman appeared, her words sharp as a cleaver. You think latching onto a system means you can do whatever you want, bully people to death. What a coincidence, I like that too. Those cold eyes warned that Fan Mian fellow not to get caught, or else there would be 10,000 ways to torture him to death. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain and anger, not daring to utter a word. Lost arm regenerated and Fan Mian roared in fury. His goal was not just Yi Fan. He wanted revenge in a way they would never dare to imagine. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Dai Huang, instructing her to find this item for him. I need to recover these days, don't disturb me. It was unclear what the paper said, but it made her break out in a cold sweat. This was his true purpose. Fan Mian licked his lips lips sinisterly, waiting to recover before devouring that little fate brat, making them regret it for life. At the 10,000 Beast sect, dark clouds now covered the entire sky. Liang Ying rushed to the room on all fours, shouting, "Senior sister, hurry to the main hall. The master is waiting." A voice from inside replied, "I'm coming." Passing through the corridor, Liang noticed the gloomy sky and asked if it was gonna rain. Liang Ying also looked up. "Seems like it." As soon as she finished speaking, a black energy from the back mountain shot straight toward the two girls. Hong Hong screamed in fear, "Host, danger, get out of here." Heeding the warning, Liang Ying quickly grabbed Liang's hand and pulled her to run. That thing moved too fast, shooting forward to attack. Thanks to their agile reflexes, they still managed to dodge. Fan Mian materialized, praising, "Good reaction." Liang Ying found him familiar and suddenly remembered. "Who are you again?" He answered with a smile, "Dark transformation. Well, I won't need this identity anymore from now on." Sect Master and Elders of the 10,000 Beasts sect arrived. Zheng Xu angrily shouted, "Who is attacking? This person is dangerous, strike now." Everyone launched their techniques simultaneously. Liang joyfully recognized her master, Liu Ruyan, ancestor Gaibo Da. Hong Hong ran over to report that she had contacted the Yi Fan Society. Facing the powerful assault, Fan Mian showed no worry, contemptuously calling them a swarm of flies. Liang Ying saw him gathering energy in his hand, his face darkened, and she screamed, "Ancestor, everyone run." The dark power was released, shooting toward the attacks of the two elders. A huge explosion and the two elders disintegrated, only fresh blood splattering out. Everyone who witnessed it was terrified. Zhenzu was heartbroken, but managed to shout for her disciples to run. Fan Mian gathered energy again, sneering, "Did you think you could escape?" Seeing the danger, Liang Yang yelled for the system to protect the master. Hong Hong radiated a light that enveloped all three. Two beams of light collided, creating a devastating explosion. Zhen Su was heavily affected, her clothes torn, and she could barely stand. Liang Ying worriedly ran over to support her master. Liang also came over to remind her junior sister to take care of herself. Like lightning, Fan Mian flashed over and grabbed the small Liang firmly. He lifted her up and squeezed tightly, causing her pain. Liang Ying couldn't stand by and watch, so she and Hong Hong charged forward, demanding he release their senior sister. Hong Hong activated an energy boost, her power surging, but she couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Liang Ying was extremely frustrated. How could she not be able to fight him? Fan Mian's pure blood rose, and he scolded, "Don't dirty my clothes," then threw Liang straight at Liang Ying. The throw was too strong, and the two girls tumbled to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Both lay on the cracked ground, their bodies trembling violently. He was too strong. Fan Mian smirked contemptuously. "A fine display of sect camaraderie, but I don't like watching." Just as his attack was launched, a flash of light appeared. The blue sword materialized, cutting through the force, rescuing them just in time. Yi Fan arrived at the perfect moment, saving all three people. Liang Ying awkwardly sat up, her voice weak as she called out, "Senior." Achieving his goal, Fan Mian laughed, "Fast arrival." The system angrily cursed his insidious methods. He scoffed, "Dealing with you lot doesn't require any methods." He stated his purpose directly, "I want to devour the people you protect right in front of you." Yi Fan gritted his teeth and replied, "Devour. You've devoured many people, ruined my life, and you hurt those beside me." He shouted that he would never let the tragedy repeat itself. This life would end with them. The system flew over to warn that he intended to attack. Yi Fan turned and instructed Liang Ying to take her master and Liang away. "Don't distract me." She nodded. The power radiating from Fan Mian's hand was immense. This energy was even greater than the two previous times combined. Facing this situation, the system pulled out everything it had in its inventory. Cards of authority, snatched 7th tier talents, beneficial threads, shields, never mind. Use them all. But things were still not settled. He cried out in fear for his host. Yi Fan endured and waited for them to leave. Fan Mian seemed amused. He casually remarked that low-level systems still had many life-saving items, so go ahead and use your moves. Fan Mian's hesitation made Yi Fan suspicious. He suddenly grew wary, remembering his master's words that he fed on luck and came to the 10,000 Beasts sect for more than just killing. In the midst of the tension, the 10,000 Beasts sect welcomed another uninvited guest. Dai Huang held a glowing object, cheerfully saying she finally found it, dug up from a dragon vein, absolutely mesmerizing. Fan Mian turned back in delight, urging her to hand the item over to him. He commanded to give that thing to me, and instantly the iron piece flew into his hand. Gaining the treasure, Fan Mian joyfully muttered that he had finally caught the person. Though his target died long ago, his luck was still thick. Yi Fan anxiously asked the system what that was. It tensely replied that it did not know. Both focused on the iron shard in Fan Mian's hand. Unexpectedly, he madly stabbed it hard into the center of his own chest. This sight terrified Yi Fan and the system, thinking he wanted to end himself. From the dark high sky, a bright purple-pink pillar of light poured down. Fan Mian roared, for the dragon remains to serve him. His body changed. The Dragon Emperor Remains fusion continuously rose from 40% to 60%. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock that his Star Lord level strength rivaled the heavenly Tao. The system was also puzzled. Even Dai Huang could not believe her eyes. She shouted, asking the system if Fan Mian was not supposed to just complete the third relic and then retreat. He laughed loudly, telling the trash picker to remember her place. He was now the Dragon Emperor and needed her full support to open the items. Dai Huang did not argue. She pulled out a large bag and said, "The ancient weapon stash open." Countless items flew out from the bag. Yi Fan marveled at the ancient chess platform, the god-slaying spear, and many other treasures. The system said picking any one casually would be enough to obliterate a Daluo Golden Immortal. Fan Mian glared down at Yi Fan's position and then shouted a single word, "Open." A giant axe fell from the sky. The system immediately reported that the host had transferred the subsystems away, but worriedly advised him to flee. Yi Fan agreed to flee. The system flew behind him, sighing as it activated super speed and the substance virtualization technique. Fan Mian excitedly said, "Go ahead and run. We will play slowly. The spear does not spare the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant sword pierced down, blocking their escape route. The system panicked, lamenting that the Divine Wisdom Treasure's sword energy was too powerful. Yi Fan bluntly asked where they could even run. He thought about his master still being here. If he ran, no one would protect them. There was no other choice. Yi Fan shouted that even if he could not block it, he had to, and immediately used the Four Directions sword to counterattack. A flash of light shot up to meet the giant sword's tip. But the sword energy was too strong. The technique shattered upon contact. Yi Fan was severely injured, blood gushing from his mouth like rain. Fan Mian mockingly sneered, telling the kid not to die too soon. He had not tried all the magic treasures yet. Suddenly, a blazing golden light shot over and stomped straight onto the giant sword. In an instant, his Divine Wisdom treasure collapsed before his eyes. It was Jun Yao. She appeared surrounded by a brilliant halo. Fan Mian scoffed, saying he thought she would not dare show up again, and that with one strike she had already consumed her life force. Jun Yao did not say much, only spat out 2 words, "Chatterbox." He confidently claimed to be a divine dragon, disdainfully mocking the lowly system, the host, and the ghost regiment fate, then continued upgrading his fusion to 80%. The system fearfully warned that his strength had increased further, nearly reaching the Han Dynasty Star Lord level. Yi Fan asked how to interrupt it, but was doused by the system's cold water. Suddenly Jun Yao shouted to leave it to me. Yi Fan thought of his master's bow's terrifying power but feared she would consume her life. Seeing him hesitate, she turned to look at him with doting eyes. Jun Yao flew closer, expressing not to worry about me. "Perhaps this was the last time we journey together," Yi Fan replied, "I know." The cold flame technique was unleashed. Yi Fan charged forward with enhanced armor break and critical strike increased by 100 times. Sharp ice blocks shot back in response, making Fan Mian worried. He planned a decisive blow. Mockingly said, "You all think you can wound me. First break the Divine Wisdom treasure, then summon the heaven and earth mysterious yellow spirit dragon pagoda." The system exclaimed in shock that it was the strongest defensive magic treasure. Yi Fan anxiously reminded his master not to strike yet. It seemed she had already made up her mind. Just stopping him was enough. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in Jun Yao's system space, saying if she wanted to help her disciple, she should follow his words, wait until he finished taking the relics, then death would not be far. That strange woman slowly explained, because of the heavenly punishment. At this moment, a frantic warning sounded. The mecha was collapsing. Remaining operational time was only a little over 232 system time units. Jun Yao forcefully drew the bowstring, activating the divine weapon, releasing all her power. Yi Fan held his sword and flew up, demanding the system for further enhancement. The system also played for broke, saying he should prepare mentally for a year and a half in bed. Fan Mian had reached 90% Dragon Emperor Remains fusion, arrogantly saying even if they risked their lives, they could only break his defense, and he could regenerate. Ignoring his rambling, Jun Yao had already drawn her bow and halted, gathering power. Fan Mian also spread his hand, calling the power of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow spirit dragon pagoda. Unexpectedly, in just an instant, the pagoda was snatched from his hand. Turned out the one who took it was Bai Jia. She sternly said with such strong strength, still relying on a magic treasure, truly audacious. The man named Fan Mian ground his teeth and roared to give it back. From behind, Yi Fan had already raised his sword and charged forward with powerful might. He turned around in anger, saying it was all useless. Stop. Suddenly, Bai Jia rushed forward with the spiritling pagoda in hand, striking down to see how one's body compared to a defensive treasure. She unleashed a powerful blow while shouting to open. At that moment, Yi Fan also thrust forward with a sword. Combined strikes made that Fan Mian spit blood, gravely wounded. He angrily flung his hand to push Yifan away, roaring, "Get lost." Little System immediately hurriedly flew over to catch him using the ultimate skill, 7th tier damage reduction shield. Bai Jia licked her lips teasingly. "I thought your flesh and blood body was truly invincible under heaven." Fan Mian aggrievedly raised his hand to touch the wound. 4 against 1. What's so impressive about that? I have helpers too. Wasteland System, quickly help me. The space was silent. Wasteland had disappeared at some point. He asked in panic, "Wasteland, what's going on? Where are the magical treasures?" Only then did he see Wasteland lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Fan Mian was furious, continuously cursing, "Useless thing." Bai Jia flew over to use a move, cheerfully asking, "Where are you going?" Fan Mian sneered coldly, "What's so great about a superstar lord? In a moment you won't be a match anymore." Bai Jia laughed, "Of course I know." She, along with Yifan and Zhen Yao, rushed from 4 directions, surrounding that Fan Mian. Bai Jia said, "The people are here. Enhanced penetration resource burning level. The 500 million immortal star enhancement move." Fan Mian was hit, his face turning pale. He spat out a ghastly black clot of blood from his mouth. It seemed Fan Mian was truly enraged. He lowered his head and said, "So what if you have the help of Bai Jia's system?" Lifting his face, he said, "I am now a superstar lord. I will kill you all." His body transformed into the 7-hole ancient Dragon Star well. The current state was Dragon Star remains, fusion rate 100%. Fan said, "Seriously, the fusion speed is really fast." Zhen Yao said, "Still a bit slower." Little System said, "The blackened system has gotten stronger. What do we do?" Zhen Yao nervously asked Bai Jia. She smiled and replied, "He's not a real dragon emperor. Fighting is possible, but I'm 9 parts injured, he's 5. Little System shouted, "Isn't that a loss?" Fan Mian amassed his firepower, roaring, "All of you die." Suddenly, a flying sword came, causing him to falter. "There are more moves?" Fan Mian recognized it as the separation needle sword. "I'm done for." He widened his eyes and screamed in fear, "Don't come here." The separation needle sword shot like lightning, stabbing straight into Fan Mian. He immediately turned to dust. The sword finished its task, dissolving into the wind and vanishing. From the rubble, Fan Mian staggered to his feet, muttering, "Why? I finally became a dragon emperor with great difficulty. If not for the interference, I would have won." A silhouette within the smoke spoke in a mocking tone, "You were foolish and arrogant. That's why you ended up like this." Fan Mian asked, "Is it you?" The smoke dissipated, the old leader appeared and said, "So, how are the bones of my grandfather to use?" Fan Mian trembled, "You schemed against me. The Dragon Emperor's remains were a trap." The leader raised her hand, pulling the life thread, rendering him unable to move. She taunted, "Weren't you supposed to be very smart?" Fan Mian was stunned. "The puppet system ability. How do you know how to use it?" The leader looked at Wasteland and praised, "This child understands well. If you want to live, I will give you a chance." Wasteland smiled in reply, "The leader is right. How would I dare to be the bad guy?" Fan Mian gritted his teeth, looking at Wasteland, cursing, "So you are the traitor." The leader turned and walked away, handing him over to her for handling. Wasteland gleefully said, "I'll guarantee the job is done." Fan Mian hissed, "You bastard." Zhen Yao excitedly asked Bai Jia. She calmly replied, "It's done." The leader affirmed, "Now that there's the threat from the Time Saintess, they won't dare to act recklessly." Fan asked curiously who she was. Bai Jia put on airs, "She's the old leader." Little System blurted out, "It's that woman." He turned around and said, "Come with me, I will tell you the entire truth." She explained about the eternal crystal monsters. Their strength can't be judged by being strong or weak. Their weakness is that they easily collapse over time. A cultivator who cultivated for 10,000 years touched eternity. Taking a part of it away, eternity became incomplete. Fan asked about the cultivator who took eternity away. "The one who obtained eternity is me, right? Finally, I understand why they oppose me." The leader sighed, "You endured 100 generations without going insane. Do you wish to escape the cycle?" Fan doubtfully asked why she helped him. "They have never interacted before." The leader replied, "The goal is very simple. First, because of the system's merit. You occupy too many resources. Second, because of the innocent people implicated by you." The sun had just risen, a scream echoed through the mountains. Gensu was bandaged from head to toe, ready to be taken away for pickling. Liang Ying said softly, "Master, don't move, your bones will shift out of place." The screams of pain rang out steadily. Occasionally, Liang Ying would shout, "Master, I've finished setting the bones." Zhen Yao leaned against a tree, whispering, "There's no more time to say goodbye to my disciple." Bai Jia appeared and asked if she was just sitting there waiting to die. Zhen Yao was startled. Bai Jia said, "The old leader gave you a life extension. Wait until you come back later to serve." In the underworld, a cleaning female ghost asked, "How you?" He smiled, "Perform well to be reincarnated." The female ghost objected, "I want to stay here and wait for my master." Fan asked the leader what method could help him. She replied, "The first method is to snatch eternity and give it to them. The second method is to become my follower." He frowned, thinking, "Leave the dimension?" Zi Yun waved his hand. The giant dragon larger than the sky advanced towards the 10,000 Beasts sect. Is the precious disciple okay? Zi Yu shook her head. It's very hard to say. Ren Hai has no news. Our side can't contact him. Huang Ru was anxious. The giant dragon disappeared. Perhaps they've already finished the job. Li Bing told them to put the memorial tablet down. Zi King's face was heavy. The little junior brother can't die. Zi Yan held a saber. I'll split it open now. Ming Bai hugged the memorial tablet and cried. Da Hei was worried. The sword left. Why is there no news? Ji Wei Hu asked, is the master okay? Shu Gu comforted her. Sister Fox, the master is fine. From the sound transmission, Jade Fei Yi's voice rang out. Hello. Dai rejoiced. There's a response now. Zi Yun rushed over from a distance. Quickly give it to me. Joy beyond words. Being safe and sound is good enough. Over here, the leader asked again, have you finished considering? The little system firmly replied, I will follow the host. Yifan said, it is done. The leader continued, actually there is nothing worth considering, because no one wants to die. Unexpectedly, his answer was, I want to stay here. She turned around in surprise and asked, what did you say? Yifan calmly said each sentence, eternal life was my choice in the past life. Back then, I went through 99 lives and still did not hand it over. I believe the past me had a reason for doing so. Now, I will not hand over eternal life. Regardless of the past life, in this life I have true friends who care and someone I love. If I leave, I might protect them, but I would have to be separated for several years. To make them wait restlessly for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. When I return, the scenery remains, but the people have changed. Whether they are still alive is a problem. A world without anyone left, what meaning does it have? I want to live an ordinary life, but I do not want to hide my head and expose my tail. I want to stay here and cut down all enemies in my way. If my ability is insufficient, I will cultivate until it is enough, and only then will I stop. The leader half closed her eyes and sighed. Indeed, he is different from ordinary people. No wonder they all said you are a tough bone to gnaw. He asked in surprise, have you met them already? She suddenly raised her hand to cast a spell and open a spatial gate, but her attitude was not enough yet. Let me see what skills you have. Wasteland platform, move. Yifan was sucked into the spatial gate, then the gate slowly closed. He returned to reality, immediately startled awake and asked dazedly, is this reality? Wasteland platform in the identity of a hot nurse sister held a clock and asked, you are back. Since when did you have the illusion of entering another world? She pressed close to Yifan's face with eyes emitting spiritual energy. Welcome back. Although it is very sudden, from now on I will take on the position of your main treatment medic. Let us get along well.